The alarm clock rang urgently and I opened my eyes suddenly. This is my rental house. I suddenly woke up. Yes, I was born again. March 18, 2077, 8:30 a.m. As I recall, I will receive a package in 10 minutes. That was the gaming helmet I bought with my frugal savings. Today is the day of the public beta test of Sanctuary. This game completely changed my life. From being down and out, to being successful, to losing one's life. In my previous life, I was a big shot in the game, ranked in the top 10 on the expert list. But because he touched the interests of a certain organization, he was eventually assassinated by hired killers. Thanks to the super artifact, Time Hourglass, I was reborn. The Time Hourglass is indeed a magical artifact that can reverse reality. This time, I must find the murderer behind the scenes and avenge myself. After 10 minutes of waiting, my heart was filled with excitement, unwillingness, and resentment. Bang bang bang. There was a rough knock on the door. I hurriedly opened the door and took the package with a smile on my face. What a crappy place. It's so hard to find, the deliveryman complained. I thanked him repeatedly and slammed the door shut. Unpacking, assembling, washing, all in one go. I said calmly to the instant noodles on the table, "This is the last time I will eat instant noodles." Then, he started eating with big mouthfuls. The server will open at 12 noon today, and I still have a full hour. The game allows you to create your character in advance. Welcome to the Holy Land. System scan completed. Binding person, Zheng Yi, real name authentication. I tweaked my appearance and decided to keep a low profile in this life. Character name, Justice from Heaven. The character is created. In my past life, I understood the secrets of hidden professions and hidden skills. In this life, I will hold all opportunities in my hands. Browsing the forums, I saw countless people discussing professions and hidden professions. In fact, there is no strongest profession, only the most suitable profession. Only by choosing a career that suits your personality can you unleash your career potential. I already knew this in my previous life. As the countdown reached 0, I entered the game on time. The system prompt sounded, "Welcome to Hepping Village." Timing was everything, and I rushed to my career coach without stopping. I want to become an ice mage. Give me a job transfer mission. The tutor was so hesitant that I couldn't help but get angry. Give me the ice system, do you understand? The instructor had no choice but to give me an ice-related task. Just as I was about to leave, he suddenly changed the subject. Do you want to become a full-service mage? All. I stopped and looked back at him. You are gifted, why don't you learn a few more attributes? A full range of magicians, something no one has ever achieved. I had never heard of it in my previous life, but this time, I don't want to miss it. Okay, give me all the job transfer tasks for mages. The difficulty of the task has indeed increased. The instructor smiled, as if waiting for me to give up. Humph, I won't do what you want. I ran out of the city, ready to hunt. Looking at the novice wooden sword and the super artifact, Time Hourglass, in my backpack, I sneered. After my rebirth, I am no longer the rookie I was back then. What's a toad? Take my sword. Relying on the skills I accumulated in my previous life, I easily killed several toads. Suddenly, the system prompts that time pause is available. I immediately tested the skill effect. As soon as the skill was released, the surrounding players stopped moving and the system time also stopped moving, but the cooldown period of time pause had already begun counting down. Zheng Yi did not pick up the copper coins dropped by the toad. The reason he chose to use time pause was, firstly, to test his skills, and secondly, to retreat quietly. Zheng Yi ran a long way and did not actively cancel the pause effect, mainly to see how long the effect could last. After final confirmation, the level 2 usage time was paused, lasting about 40 seconds, and there was no mana consumption. A lot can be done in 40 seconds. Zheng Yi started to daydream. If we say that the only weakness of the mage is that the release time of the ultimate skill in the later stage is too long, if encountering professions such as assassins, there is no time to release powerful spells. But it's different with time pause. You can chant spells during the pause, and when the time pause ends, the enemy will face a violent storm of attacks and will have no time to react. Even if I have thousands of troops and horses, I don't know who can stop me in this life. Zheng Yi worked so hard in his previous life, but was ultimately no match for the powerful enemy. He is destined to turn the Holy Land upside down in this life. Zheng Yi, who was full of ambition just now, was defeated by reality the next second. This damn junior professional instructor is too slow to change his job to a wild dog. Zheng Yi sighed helplessly while holding the wooden sword in his hand. Primary job transfer tasks are usually very simple. Most of the common ones only require beating 10 toads, 2 or 3 wild dogs and vicious dogs. And because Zheng Yi offended the junior instructor, he had to fight 100 of each, and some of them were monsters as high as level 6 to 8. In other words, Zheng Yi has to rely on the wooden sword to upgrade to about level 8 before he has a chance to change his job. Without the support of professional skills, even if Zheng Yi has agile movements and accurate attacks, he can't do anything without the right tools. However, there is one good thing about this extremely difficult task, which is that you can learn all kinds of spells. You should know that magic professions can generally only choose one attribute to specialize in. Unless there is a special opportunity, you can use scrolls to learn the second attribute. Although all instructors recommend that you bite off more than you can chew, if you learn too much and too diversely, it is easy to not be proficient in anything. But for Zheng Yi, there is no such worry at all, because all the spells include ice spells. In the previous life, he could become a top 10 expert by relying on an ordinary ice-type skill. At worst, he could still major in the ice-type skill and just treat the other attributes as bonuses. Because the toads were killed very quickly, although Zheng Yi took the lead, some players had already arrived at the wild dog monster area. Zheng Yi relied on positioning and attacking weak points to quickly clear out the wild dogs, but he had too many to kill. In order to complete the job transfer task, other players formed a team and killed enough monsters in a few moves. Zheng Yi's heart was bleeding as he watched groups of players completing their job transfer tasks and delivering them to the city while chatting and laughing. What about the promise of making rapid progress? What about the promise of standing at the top of the Holy Land? Zheng Yi hid his ID and kept swinging the wooden sword. Only he knew the pain in his heart. After an hour of hard work, Zheng Yi finally killed 100 wild dogs and successfully reached level 4. He opened his attribute panel and felt that he was still too weak. Player, Justice from Heaven. Level 4. Experience, 120 out of 5,000. Occupation, none. Health, 450. Mana, 240. Strength, 15, affects physical attack power. 1 point of strength increases attack power by 5 points. Intelligence, 14, affects magic attack power. 1 point of intelligence increases magic attack by 5 points. Spirit, 14, affects mana, resistance to mental effects such as enchantment and illusion. Agility, 10, affects the character's speed and dodge. Stamina, 13, affects the character's health, sustained combat capability, ability to travel, etc. Attack, 65 to 75. Defense, 12. Zheng Yi got up early but arrived late. At this time, the highest level had already reached level 6 and had successfully changed jobs. The gap would only get bigger and bigger. On the other hand, Zheng Yi still has to fight 100 vicious dogs, 100 wild foxes, and 100 grass snakes before he can successfully change his job. Moreover, after the time pause cooldown ended, Zheng Yi wanted to use the pause time to grab more monster aggro. However, Zheng Yi was surprised that the time pause effect would be forced to end once the monster was attacked. He thought that he could use it to easily deal with the enemy every time time was paused, but it seems that he can only take the initiative. Although time stop has its drawbacks, it is undoubtedly still a powerful skill. Once you enter the later stage, it is not difficult to release a forbidden spell first and kill an unsuspecting enemy in seconds. The explosion rate of monsters in the sanctuary is very low. Zheng Yi had experienced this in his previous life, so even though he killed a lot of monsters, he didn't expect to get any good stuff in the early stage. However, there is a special feature in the sanctuary, that is, the explosion rate of the boss will increase significantly when it is first killed, and some unique items will only be dropped once by a specific boss, and the chance of dropping when it is killed for the first time is the highest. Of course, Zheng Yi didn't dare to hope that he would be lucky enough to meet the early boss. What's more, he had no professional skills and could only rely on the wooden sword to slash, so he couldn't fight alone. But as luck would have it, a level 4 vicious dog monster area had a boss that spawned high up on the hill. Vicious dog, Tibetan Mastiff level 5 quality, silver. Look, there's a boss. Zheng Yi was not the first person to see the boss, nor was he the person closest to the boss. It was only after the players exclaimed that Zheng Yi's attention was attracted. Hurry up. The first kill of the boss will definitely give out top-notch items. Of course, the favorite thing for gamers is to fight against boss. Who doesn't want to be the most powerful one in the world with top-notch equipment? But the players all underestimated this level 5 boss. The players who came one after another were like a pile of loose sand, unable to withstand the boss's bite, and soon they all returned to the city for free. Zheng Yi approached the boss cautiously, but did not attack. It was impossible for him to defeat the vicious Tibetan Mastiff in front of him with just the wooden sword in his hand. Zheng Yi was waiting for the first batch of dead players to spread the news, and waiting for the first batch of players to come back and clean up the boss. No force can let go of the early boss, and only the big forces that have enough manpower and top-level command and execution capabilities can kill the boss first. Zheng Yi's prediction was correct. The news spread quickly and soon people from many large guilds began to gather. What is being competed at this time is the guild's execution ability. Since there is no guild establishment order in the early stage, most of the guild members are core personnel. Zheng Yi soon saw many familiar guild IDs, including the Jitang, which was ranked first in his previous life, the Wangqing Guild, which was ranked second, the Tanlong Guild, which was ranked third, and so on. As more and more people gathered, these guilds naturally knew the issue of boss ownership, but there were too many individual players. Although they would be turned into white light and sent away after hitting the boss, it disrupted the rhythm of each guild. After all the guild members gathered, they started to press towards the boss directly, all wanting to grab the hatred the moment the individual players died. Zheng Yi mixed in the team of Jui Hall. Just when the individual player with hatred just died and the major guilds released their skills at the same time, Zheng Yi directly activated the skill of Time Hourglass. Time paused. The long swords of the warriors who had successfully changed their professions had immediately fallen on the boss, while the fireballs of the aerial mage and the arrows of the archer only stayed in midair. Zheng Yi came behind the warrior closest to the boss and stabbed the boss with the wooden sword in his hand. The boss was damaged and the time pause ended automatically. At this time, the long sword of the warrior in front of Zheng Yi also fell on the boss. "We've got the hatred, hurry up and fight." The soldiers in Jui Hall shouted excitedly. Because the warrior who successfully changed his job had a higher attack power, the hatred was indeed drawn over, but the ownership of the boss was in Zheng Yi's hands. Zheng Yi's conspiracy succeeded, and he hid aside as if nothing had happened, watching the people in Jui Hall fighting one after another leisurely. If you are lucky, you don't have to work hard. If you are not lucky, you will run around. Come on, workers. Zheng Yi hummed a little tune and talked to himself. Zheng Yi had already hidden his ID. He just showed up briefly and mixed into the crowd. Since most of the players were novice commoners, it was naturally not easy to find him. Jitang could have used the first kill of the boss to make a lot of publicity in the Holy Land, but they didn't expect that their efforts were in vain and they became a laughing stock. The competitors are already jealous, so their words and expressions will naturally be unpleasant to the ears. What's going on? I was the first one to defeat the boss, so why did the ownership belong to someone else? Xiao Lu said in a low voice with an innocent look on his face. I'm going to file a complaint right now. They advertised that there would be no bugs and it was absolutely fair. It's only been a short time since the server was launched, and such a serious loophole has appeared. The captain of the Jui Hall said angrily. Should we report this to our superiors? What are you reporting? Tell them that the cooked duck has flown away, the team leader said angrily. Zheng Yi not only got the benefit of equipment, but also because the monster belonged to Zheng Yi, its level had reached half of level 5 in experience. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. I killed a boss without doing anything, and got so many goodies. Am I going to walk this shameless path after my rebirth? Zheng Yi has already quit the game. Even though he got the benefits, he did not stay for long. After all, he had been playing for several hours, and the monotonous wooden sword attacks had made Zheng Yi feel a little bored. It would be great if the sword that was revealed was a purple gold grade long sword. Zheng Yi thought unwillingly. The weather in early spring was still a little chilly, and the sky was gradually getting darker. The city was brightly lit and looked flourishing, but Zheng Yi understood that in this seemingly free city, things were very realistic and cruel. He shook his head, took out another box of instant noodles, smiled helplessly, and skillfully tore open the package. I said this morning that I would eat instant noodles for the last time, but now reality has slapped me in the face. Forget it, I still need to focus on growth in the early stages. Zheng Yi took a quick bite of his meal, figuring that the hype surrounding the boss being snatched away had passed, so he found a comfortable position and entered the game again. After starting the return to the city, he quickly returned to Hepping village, then carefully checked the backpack. The purple and gold equipment needed to be identified before it could be worn. The skill book was a mage's lightning skill, Lightning Strike. There was also a huge sum of 2 gold coins and 16 silver coins in the backpack. The recharge channel was not open in the early stage, so the scarcity of gold coins can be imagined. Gold-level equipment is extremely unique. No matter what attributes are identified, the basic attributes of the equipment itself are enough for Zheng Yi to get through the novice stage. Zheng Yi put away the skill book and waited to study it after changing his job. Instead of identifying the equipment first, he went to the pharmacy to buy a lot of blood and blue medicines. Before, I had to rely on my own movement to kill monsters. Although this reduced the demand for medicines, it greatly reduced my efficiency. After all, I still had 100 wild foxes and 100 grass snakes to fight. After buying the medicine, he went to the weapon shop and bought an iron sword. Only when everything was ready did he quietly enter the appraisal hall. There were almost no people in the appraisal hall. The appraiser sat quietly in front of the counter, looking through the equipment illustrations. "Hello, I'm here to identify the equipment." Zheng Yi came to the counter and handed over the breastplate. "Oh. It's actually gold quality equipment. Did you get it?" The appraiser looked Zheng Yi up and down. How could a common man wearing cloth and who hadn't even changed his job successfully have the ability to produce such equipment? "Why do you care where the equipment comes from when you identify it? Do you want me to write you a guide on the process of defeating the boss?" Zheng Yi was really speechless. He remembered that the NPCs in his previous life didn't talk so much nonsense. Why did the NPCs he met after his rebirth like to talk about irrelevant things? That's not necessary. The appraisal fee is 1 gold coin. If you have money, take it. If you don't have money, go to the next person. Are you kidding me? Where is the next person? Zheng Yi remembered that the cost of a low-level appraisal was about dozens of silver coins. The appraiser doubled the price, which was undoubtedly making things difficult for him. After being harassed by the NPC twice, Zheng Yi suddenly realized something. The NPCs in his previous life did not seem to be so smart. Even if the players had extremely bad attitudes, it would not have any impact. After the rebirth, the NPCs in the sanctuary seem to have changed. It cannot be said that they have become smarter, but it should be said that they have become more humane. Zheng Yi handed over a gold coin without saying a word. The loss was worth it since it was only an early novice village. If he missed some hidden tasks in the later stage because of his attitude, it would be a loss. The appraiser took the gold coin and was a little surprised that Zheng Yi was so straightforward. He did not hesitate, and after a wave of magic power, the breastplate glowed as it should have. Tibetan Mastiff Breastplate. Quality, Gold. Level, 5. Physical Defense, 150. Magical Defense, 150. Strength plus 20. Additional attributes, Deterrence, has a deterrent effect on ordinary dog monsters, reducing their various attributes. Additional attributes, Block, 1% chance to block enemy attacks. Zheng Yi was very satisfied with this breastplate. Although only 2 additional attributes were identified and they were not particularly outstanding, the basic defense was surprisingly high. The cloth suit I was wearing only added 30 points of defense, but this piece of top equipment added a full 150 points of defense. The most important thing is that it does not require a profession, and the additional strength attribute can make your damage higher, and you can wield the iron sword with ease. Mr. Appraiser is indeed of high standard. I was reckless before. Please go ahead and do your work. I will leave first. Zheng Yi is a man of insight and is a wise man. After he understood that the NPC has a favorable impression, he naturally would not continue to offend him foolishly, and his attitude immediately became better. The appraiser looked at Zheng Yi curiously again. He was wondering whether he had done the appraisal carefully. He knew best that gold equipment should have 3 additional attributes, but he had only identified 2. He felt a little embarrassed after hearing what Zheng Yi said. It's just my job. Since you're the first adventurer to bring in gold equipment, I'll give you a 20% discount the next time you come to appraise it. Don't hit a smiling person. The gold equipment is missing an additional attribute, so a 20% discount can be considered as compensation for this kid. Of course Zheng Yi would not refuse. After leaving the town, he soon arrived at the remaining 2 strange areas. With 100 level 6 wild foxes and 100 level 8 grass snakes, a high defense Tibetan Mastiff breastplate, and sufficient blood bottles, Zheng Yi began to give up moving and started to rush forward recklessly. Wild foxes are easier to deal with, but grass snakes are too fast and it takes a lot of trouble to kill them. When Zheng Yi completed the full-time mage job change mission, some people had already reached level 10, and almost all the first batch of players who entered the game had already changed their jobs. However, because the road leading to the outside world from the novice village is blocked by a golden boss, no one has left the novice village yet. Hello, career mentor. I'm here to hand in my job transfer task. Although Zheng Yi knew that he was being tricked, he still said to the mage professional instructor with a smile. Done. The mage professional instructor never thought that Zheng Yi would persist. After all, a person who wanted to change his profession to a mage had no skills. Who would use only a wooden sword to kill hundreds of monsters? Yes, it's completed, and it's exceeded the target. Well, besides wind, fire, thunder, water, ice, and earth, do you have other attributes? After all, the task says to become an all-round mage. Zheng Yi said slowly. Because Zheng Yi's wooden sword had extremely low damage, the warrior from Jui Hall was indeed the first person besides Zheng Yi to defeat the boss, and the hatred was indeed on him. Xiao Lu, you have done a great job. I will apply for a performance award for you later. The captain of Jui Hall said to the soldier with a smile. Xiao Liu is very busy. Thank you, Brother Wang. Come on, everyone. Defeat the first boss in the server and bring honor to our Jui Hall. Xiao Liu was very busy as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was fighting the boss while encouraging his teammates. All members of Jui Hall focused their firepower on the attack. The nurses should pay attention to Xiao Liu's health. If Xiao Liu dies, all nurses will be penalized. The team leader Brother Wang commanded. All members of the Wangqing Guild retreat, wait for the Jui Hall to make a mistake, and be ready to take over the boss at any time. The leader of the Wangqing Guild commanded. The Tanlong Guild should stop output and be ready to grab aggro at any time. The Tanlong Guild also issued an order. Zheng Yi watched the 3 guilds' efficient command from the sidelines and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder these 3 guilds were at the top of the list in the previous life. They had such preparation and investment in the early stages, and they deserved their success. These 3 guilds have obviously done a lot of homework on the sanctuary. The ownership of the monster belongs to the first person who attacks. If the person who owns the monster dies, the monster will automatically recover and eliminate the hatred, and the next player who first causes damage to the monster will get the ownership. If the player who owns the monster has a team, the entire team must be destroyed before the monster becomes ownerless again. Because PK is not possible in the first 10 levels of the sanctuary, once the ownership of the monster is snatched away, the boss will not be robbed at all unless the player himself is not strong enough. Although the Wangqing and Tanlong Guild said it with ease, they already knew in their hearts that they had basically no chance of defeating the first boss. Zheng Yi still remembers the scene in the middle and late stages when everyone on the server took action for a boss. Every battle against the boss is a brutal fight. Some players who take advantage of the situation can become rich and prosperous just by picking up equipment dropped by dead players on the battlefield. The evil dog, Tibetan Mastiff, is initially a silver boss. Generally, most of the bosses refreshed in the novice village are bronze bosses. As the level of the boss continues to increase, the equipment dropped will naturally become better and better. Boss levels are divided into bronze, silver, gold, epic, ferocious beast, divine beast and a very small number of super divine beasts. The order of equipment explosions at each level is: ordinary monsters mostly drop white equipment, and there is a chance that they will drop green bronze level equipment. The boss is initially bronze grade, and will definitely drop green equipment, with a chance of dropping blue or silver equipment. Silver grade boss will definitely drop blue silver equipment, and there is a small chance of dropping purple gold equipment and items. By analogy, the drop rate gets lower as time goes by, and the chance of super quality equipment items dropping is pitifully low. Epic quality equipment is gold in color, and there is a chance that ferocious beast level equipment and items will drop. The names of pseudo-artifact equipment are dark red. There is a chance that a divine beast level boss will drop artifact level equipment items, and the names of artifact quality items are blood red. Super beasts have a chance to drop equipment items of super artifact quality, and the names of super artifact quality items are black. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Zheng Yi was murdered just because he got the super artifact. The people in Jui Hall were fighting happily. Xiaoliu was very busy and was slightly attacked, but he was instantly healed. This treatment was like the leader of the gang coming in person. Some of the more sensible younger brothers threw some top-quality white equipment to his feet for him to replace, in case Xiaoliu was killed instantly when the boss went berserk. It has to be said that the silver boss is too strong in the novice stage. A random grab from the vicious dog, Tibetan Mastiff will knock weaker and more fragile professions away, and a bite will kill them on the spot. Xiaoliu was very busy. Although he had put on a lot of top-quality white equipment, he still moved around the pillar like King Qin, trying his best to make the gang members cannon fodder, and occasionally go up and chop them with a few swords. The boss's health continued to drop without any danger, and finally went berserk when there was about 30% left. The Tibetan Mastiff's hair stood up, its eyes turned blood red, and it charged back and forth at an extremely fast speed with its mouth wide open. How could the players with an average level of 4 to 5 withstand it? The members of the Juyatang Guild could only rely on the human wave tactic to protect. Xiaoliu is very busy. A large number of players turned into white light and returned to the city, and one after another players returned to the battlefield after being resurrected. Because every player will have a period of weakness after his death, the lower the level, the shorter the weakness period, so the human wave tactics are still effective in the novice stage. If it reaches the later stage, everyone dies once and cannot participate in the battle for several hours, then the human wave tactics will truly be a use of people. Moreover, items are randomly dropped after death, and the experience loss is extremely high, so in every large-scale PK, the winning guild benefits the most, and the one who suffers the most heavy losses can be said to be every player who dies in the battle. Guilds naturally have their own compensation systems, so without sufficient money, it would be a pipe dream to maintain a large guild. After the vicious dog, Tibetan Mastiff raged for a while, it finally fell into a weak stage. Although it was only a short period of more than 10 seconds, the damage was still considerable due to the unscrupulous attacks of a group of players. Although the vicious dog, Tibetan Mastiff was of silver grade, it was a low-level boss after all, and its attack methods and blood volume were still limited. Under the orderly attack of Jui Hall, it finally fell down unwillingly. Look, it exploded, it exploded. The players of Jui Hall shouted in joy. The players watching the fun around were extremely envious, and the Wangqing and Tanlong guilds were gnashing with hatred, but after all, it was the early stages of the game, and everyone wanted to seek development, so robbery was impossible, and they could only watch gracefully from the sidelines. Xiaoliu, go pick up the things quickly. The captain of Jui Hall said excitedly. As the first silver boss in the whole server, it unexpectedly dropped purple gold level equipment, which was a top piece of equipment. In addition, there were a lot of coins and potions, and a skill book was quietly floating on the ground. Why can't the captain pick it up? Xiaoliu was very busy and naturally wanted to put the things in his pocket quickly, but when he went forward to pick it up, the system prompted that he did not own the item. Congratulations to the mysterious player for achieving the first kill of the Holy Land Silver Boss, the Vicious Dog, Tibetan Mastiff, and the reward of 1,000 reputation points. Xiaoliu was too busy to pick it up, of course, because the ownership of the monster was in Zheng Yi's hands. The moment the monster died, Zheng Yi received a prompt from the system. Zheng Yi learned from the lesson of his previous life and naturally chose to hide his ID. As for his appearance, Zheng Yi had already lowered it a lot and was not afraid of being recognized in a short period of time. Just when everyone was at a loss and thought that there was a bug in the system, Zheng Yi had already arrived in front of the item. He picked up the gold quality top with extremely fast hands, and then quickly put the skill book and other items into his pocket. Everyone stared at Zheng Yi in amazement, and then Zheng Yi quickly rushed into the crowd and disappeared in the vast sea of people. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch up with him and find out more about this guy. The fat meat that was about to be in his mouth was lost, and the captain of the Ji Hall shouted at his subordinates in frustration. The corners of the junior mage instructor's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and replied, "There are only these 6 types for now, and the special attributes will depend on your chance in the future." The junior professional instructor stopped talking nonsense and gently waved the staff in his hand, and Zheng Yi was enveloped by a white light. After a while, Zheng Yi finally succeeded in changing his job and became a mage. Here you can only learn elementary attack skills of each department. You need skill books to learn other skills. The elementary professional instructor briefly introduced. Zheng Yi naturally understood all of this, and without replying, he began to learn skills silently. As expected, after changing his job to a full-service mage, all kinds of skills could be learned. In my previous life, because I was an ice-type spellsmith, I couldn't learn spells from other types. Although I don't know what the future will be like, it's really cool that I can learn all the skills. The junior professional mentor changed his attitude. Perhaps Zheng Yi's persistence reminded the mentor of himself in the past. Looking at Zheng Yi's somewhat excited expression, he said seriously, "Anyone who has just come into contact with magic has thought about becoming a full-service mage, but there is no famous full-service mage in the Holy Land continent. The most accomplished full-service mage I know of can only skillfully use intermediate magic of various types." Zheng Yi looked at the junior career mentor strangely, wondering why he suddenly said such a thing. "At first, I only gave you this task to make things difficult for you because of your bad attitude. Now that you have completed it, of course I will allow you to learn multiple types of magic. However, I still suggest that you specialize in a certain type of magic. Otherwise, you may end up like me, only being able to learn elementary magic of each type." The junior mage instructor's expression suddenly darkened, and his words were full of sincerity. "Why are you saying this suddenly?" Zheng Yi could tell that the NPC had no ill intentions, and there was even a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "As a mentor to newcomers, I shouldn't mix my personal emotions with my work. You have such perseverance, I'm sure you will become an outstanding mage in the future. That's why I don't want you to be delayed by the gimmick of all-round mage. Since you know you did something wrong, can you give me some compensation?" Zheng Yi used the NPC's guilt to blackmail him. "You kid, junior instructors will give adventurers some gifts for changing their jobs, so I'll give you something special. Basically, players who have completed their job change will receive basic whiteboard equipment from their job mentors, but the staff Zheng Yi received was a bronze-level staff. Don't worry. A legend is about to appear on the Holy Land continent, and that is the all-round mage, Justice from Heaven. After learning the basic skills, Zheng Yi took the bronze-level staff obtained through extortion and left the job transfer temple without looking back. Fireball, primary fire magic, condenses fire elements into a fireball to attack the enemy, consumes 15 MP points, and has a cooldown of 3 seconds. Water ball, primary water magic, condenses water elements into a water ball to attack the enemy, consumes 15 MP points, and has a cooldown of 3 seconds. Rock Spire, primary earth magic, condenses earth elements to form a rock spike under the enemy's feet, which has a chance to make the enemy fall. It consumes 15 MP points and has a cooldown of 3 seconds. Wind Blade, primary wind magic, condenses wind elements to form wind blades to attack enemies, consumes 15 MP points, and has a cooldown of 3 seconds. Thunderbolt, primary thunder magic, condenses thunder element to summon thunderbolt above the enemy's head to attack the enemy, consumes 15 MP points, and has a cooldown of 3 seconds. Ice Blade, primary ice attribute magic, condenses ice elements to form ice blades to attack enemies, consumes 15 MP, and has a cooldown of 3 seconds. The 6 types of magic have the same magic consumption and cooling time, and their attack power is not much different. Each type of magic has its own advantages. As for the development direction, it depends on the skill book you get later. Zheng Yi took out the skill Lightning Strike that had dropped from his backpack and clicked to learn it without any hesitation. Lightning Strike, a primary lightning spell that summons lightning above the enemy's head, attacking the enemy with a high chance of paralyzing the enemy, consumes 30 MP, and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Powerful attacks also have control, which is a pretty good skill in the early stages. Others only have one skill in the early stage, and those who are lucky can only get 2 or 3 skill books. Zheng Yi, however, has 7 skills after his successful job change. As long as the mana is enough, he can use various skills interchangeably when attacking, and it can be said that there is no CD. Opening the level rankings, there are only 3 players who have reached level 10, and Zheng Yi's experience level is only a little over level 9. The experience required to upgrade from level 9 to level 10 is a lot, almost equivalent to the experience gained from the previous 9 levels combined. Because you can PK freely after leaving the novice village in the sanctuary, and the outside world has truly entered a free world, so whoever leaves the novice village first will have more opportunities to take the lead. Zheng Yi, the boss at the exit of the novice village, naturally knew that it would be difficult to defeat a player who was ahead of him by only 1 or 2 players. This is also prepared by the system to take care of players who upgrade slowly due to the characteristics of their profession. After all, the upgrade of the priest profession itself is slow. Under normal circumstances, only cooperation among professions can have a chance to defeat the boss, but some large and organized guilds have already begun to gather people to prepare to attack the boss. In fact, no matter how the major guilds work together, a mere golden boss is not something to be afraid of. But after all, it involves the exploded equipment, which cannot be bought with money in the early stage. Zheng Yi knew how powerful the boss was, so he didn't go to join in the fun, but focused on breaking through to level 10. After all, only when the level reached 10 would he be eligible to leave the novice village, otherwise the teleportation array of the novice village would not be activated at all. With many basic mage skills, Zheng Yi could kill monsters with almost no cooldown. He used various skills in turn, and the monsters fell to the ground before they even reached his sight. Fortunately, Zheng Yi had already prepared enough magic potions. The price of the rapid increase in experience was the rapid consumption of potions in the early stage. Finally, after an hour of intensive monster killing, Zheng Yi's level was successfully raised to level 10. Zheng Yi casually waved the more than 1 meter long staff in his hand a few times, shaking his stiff neck and making a few crisp sounds. This is what we call a magic machine gun. It's great to have more skills. Killing monsters is as smooth as silk. Zheng Yi was very satisfied with the result of his job change. The uninterrupted monster killing made him feel very happy. Even though he was at the top of the Holy Land's combat power list in his previous life, there was no way to avoid the vacuum period of mage skills. This life was really the peak from the beginning. Zheng Yi went back to the city again to replenish his potions and quickly arrived at the final boss in the novice village. At this time, the boss was surrounded by players, and members of each major guild were standing in different gangs. It was hard to imagine that the guild had not yet been officially established, but the members were so self-conscious and self-disciplined. At this time, the boss's hatred is constantly changing. Because the main personnel are not ready yet, each guild sends cannon fodder to snatch the ownership of the monsters and be ready for the main force at any time. Novice Village Guardian Spirit Level 10 Grade Gold. The final boss of the Novice Village is a giant physical monster composed of energy. The attributes of this boss are balanced and there are no particularly outstanding attributes, but because of the suppression of attributes, it is still very unfriendly to novice players. Zheng Yi looked at the player who had the boss's hatred and was fumbling to fly the monster kite, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now that I'm here, just hand over the ownership. Zheng Yi said to himself with a smile. Tor. A bulge suddenly appeared on the ground under the feet of the player with hatred, and he fell to the ground unexpectedly. The huge fist of the boss smashed down mercilessly, and the priest on the same team had no time to add blood. The player turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. You can't PK in the novice village, but not doing damage doesn't mean you can't cause trouble. Zheng Yi did something bad, and quickly moved his position, his eyes still checking the player's teammates. The guilds would naturally not let a single person pull hatred, and once the main hated person died, the boss would definitely look for his teammates. Zheng Yi observed secretly and found that the most panicked people at this time must be the teammates of the dead player. You can't run too far to escape the hatred, nor can you get too close and get beaten passively. The most painful thing for a team is when the hatred is chaotic. The boss chased up to a player, and the player was about to move to avoid the attack, but unexpectedly a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, scaring the player. In this moment of distraction, the player followed in the footsteps of his companion. Who is it? Who dares to go against our greedy wolf guild? It was definitely not a coincidence that two teammates were killed in a row due to chaos. Moreover, spells of two different attributes were used. It must be a gang behavior. The people from the Tanlong Guild couldn't help but shout. Zheng Yi's plot succeeded, and he quickly moved his position again. Anyway, everyone's attention was on the boss, so it would be best if he could hide for a while longer. The other guilds were naturally happy to watch the fun, but no one had expected that in the novice village where PK was not allowed, skills could be used in this way. Because there were so many people gathered around, Zheng Yi's little trick had not been discovered. Instead, because Zheng Yi took the lead, other guilds also started to make trouble. After all, no one wanted to miss this piece of fat meat. The spirit of the protective formation was no pushover either. As the number of players around it grew, it swung its arms and started spinning. How could players with an average level of 7 to 9 withstand such an attack? Tank professions like warriors could still hold on, with companion priests adding blood, and they could replenish their own blood bottles according to the situation. But squishy professions were not so lucky. A large number of players turned into white light and returned to the city for free. A player with the ID, Bo Yun Tian, shouted to everyone present. Everyone, please calm down. If this continues, no one will be able to leave the novice village. By then, the Chinese region as a whole will lag behind other regions. I hope everyone will put the overall situation first. Zheng Yi knew who this person was. He was the boss of the top guild in the country in his previous life, Jiyatang. This person had a very grand name and was a fairly upright person. He had once tried to recruit Zheng Yi to join the guild, but Zheng Yi was used to his freedom and couldn't stand the rules and regulations of a large guild. This brother is right. We can't affect the overall progress of the national region for the sake of immediate interests. My Tanlong guild is willing to give up the things dropped by the boss and fight the boss together with everyone. Someone from the Tanlong Guild also stood up to express his attitude. Sirius is the boss of the Tanlong Guild. He is decisive and ruthless. Although his overall strength is not as good as that of the Jui Hall, no one in his previous life was willing to be his enemy. Anyone who provokes the Tanlong Guild will be permanently included in the Tanlong Guild's hostile list. In his previous life, countless players were killed and quit the service. The two major guilds have expressed their stance, and then a female player stood up. This female player had an extraordinary temperament, and her words sounded very cold, as if she was keeping people at a distance. My Wangqing guild is also willing to give up the items that were dropped. Individual players can fight for them on their own. I hope that players organized by the guild will abide by the rules. Only when we are in the wider outside world can we develop faster. Zhishueyulan is the president of the Forgetful Guild. This woman can be considered a legendary figure in her previous life. Her name means desireless, but she is ruthless in the fight for power and gain, and she is ruthless and heartless when recruiting people to the guild. The Forget Love Guild also has a strange rule, which is that all members are not allowed to fall in love, and those who are married and have children are not even eligible to join the guild. Although Zheng Yi didn't know how the Wangqing Guild investigated members' personal information, judging from the Wangqing Guild in her previous life, she actually did it. Bo Yuntian stood up again, nodded and said, "You two are right. Each family does not need to give up their items. Just rely on your own abilities. Look, the boss has lost his aggro." The three giants are reaching a verbal agreement, but individual players are still focusing on the boss. In fact, many people do not have the ability to defeat the boss, but the news spreads too quickly, and many players come to fish in troubled waters. Time paused. Zheng Yi naturally wouldn't just listen to others. He was the one who paid the most attention to the boss. If he could grab a high-level boss in the early stage, it would be of great help to him who liked to act alone. Especially now that all the major guilds are voluntarily giving up the spoils and just want to quickly exit the novice village. Zheng Yi was not in a hurry to grab the boss. As the level increased, the duration of the time pause also increased. Each level could increase the time by 10 seconds. Now the pause duration has reached 130 seconds. Zheng Yi walked up to Zhishui Yulan, the leader of the Wangqing Guild, and reached out to touch her pretty face. What a pretty girl, it's a pity that you always caused trouble for me in your previous life. If you continue to cause trouble in this life, I will punish you. After many experiments, Zheng Yi found that after activating time pause, as long as no damage is caused to other objects, the time pause effect will not be forced to end with a light touch or even moving some objects. Zheng Yi walked in front of the two giants, Yi Boyuntian and Tan Langxing, and stretched out his hand to knock on their equipment. As expected of a powerful person, with such a low drop rate, he can actually wear a set of bronze-level equipment. Spirit of the Guardian Formation, I remember that it was only a silver boss in the previous life, how come it has been upgraded to a higher level this time? Zheng Yi looked at the boss who had lost his hatred, and without much hesitation, he threw a fireball out. Zheng Yi, who had already prepared to move, was suddenly stunned. During the time pause, it was the first time that Zheng Yi used a long-range spell. He did not expect that his spell fireball would stop in midair the moment it appeared. Oh! Interesting. It seems that I have to stab the boss with a sword. Zheng Yi said to himself. He casually unleashed all his skills on the boss, took out the iron sword he had used to kill monsters, walked up to the protective spirit and stabbed it. The boss was hurt, and the time pause was instantly lifted. Zheng Yi quickly retreated to create distance, and several skills that were originally suspended in the air were instantly restored. The boss, who was suddenly attacked by several skills, became furious instantly, stomped his feet and rushed towards Zheng Yi. The boss has lost its aggro, hurry up and grab it. Why is the boss being grabbed again? The player who was shouting earlier was just about to grab the boss, but he didn't expect that the boss had already been taken away by someone first. That boy again. Yi Boyuntian had already recognized Zheng Yi. Although he had not been at the scene before, he had seen the video of his guild's boss being robbed. When they met again, he recognized him at first sight. If you have no objection, then let's organize our forces and start the attack. Everyone, you can go all out to attack the boss. Although the ownership will be taken away, once that guy is killed in 1 second, the one who deals the most damage will have the opportunity to take the ownership away. Sirius raised his sword and began to boost morale. Seeing that several major guilds had already started to help, Zheng Yi did not use his full strength, but moved while using the ice skill Ice Blade to pull. As long as he didn't die, it didn't matter how high the damage of the people from the major guilds was. Besides, he was using a bronze-level staff, and his damage was already top-notch among mages. If he didn't want to expose his strength, he would let everyone see what a magic machine gun was. That guy has great positioning and is always able to seize the initiative. After we leave the novice village, try to win him over. Yi Boyuntian instructed his confidant. The attributes of the guardian spirit are relatively balanced, and it does not have too many killing moves. It just relies on its high health, defense, and decent damage to bully newcomers. But a good tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. After the three major guilds reached an agreement, the players worked together to output with all their strength. Soon the spirit of the protective formation could not bear it anymore and finally broke into a pile of stones unwillingly. The energy body in the boss's body left its body as it died and was injected into the teleportation array not far away. The passage from the novice village to the outside world was thus opened. Zheng Yi quickly picked up the 2 pieces of equipment and some sundries that fell on the ground. Without any intention of staying, he stepped directly into the teleportation array and left. For the Lone Ranger Zheng Yi, quickly evacuating after getting the spoils is the basic quality of a lone wolf. Congratulations to the mysterious player for defeating the Guardian Spirit and gaining 1000 reputation points. Congratulations to Huaxia for being the first region in the world to defeat the Guardian Spirit. All players in Huaxia will receive the Holy Land Blessing buff, and experience gain will increase by 15% within 1 hour. When the presidents of the 3 major guilds heard the world announcement, they felt a little regretful. If their IDs had appeared in the announcement in the early stage, it would have been of great help to the future development of the guild. Everyone, we'll see you outside. Yi Boyuntian clasped his fists and walked towards the teleportation array. Soon, all the players who reached level 10 left, and the players who were not at the right level also left quickly, because the teleportation array could not be activated before level 10. For the game Sanctuary, the real beginning is after leaving the Novice Village. There are 4 main cities outside the Novice Village, namely Qinglong City, Baihu City, Suzaka City, and Xuanwu City. The 4 cities are located in the 4 directions of east, south, west and north. After the Holy War 1,000 years ago, the Holy City was shrouded in darkness and the entire main city fell. Fortunately, the 4 sacred beasts guarding the sanctuary awakened. Although they did not change the outcome of the war, they left the seeds of hope for the sanctuary. Although the invading demons won the victory, they were also seriously injured. After 1,000 years of recuperation, they have begun to make moves again in recent years, trying to completely exterminate humans and dominate the entire sanctuary world. Zheng Yi chose Baihu City because he was most familiar with it. The most familiar place is the best place. After all, the differences between the 4 cities are not that big. In fact, it is just to divert players. After arriving at White Tiger City, Zheng Yi did not stay at the teleportation array for long. The seal of the Novice Village had been lifted, and a large number of players would catch up in the next hour. Since there is a 10% experience bonus now, Zheng Yi naturally doesn't want to delay. He quickly went to the drug store and replenished some primary and intermediate blue medicines, and only purchased a small amount of red medicines. After all, Zheng Yi is a mage, and he is confident in his positioning, so he buys some blood bottles just for emergencies. The next stop is the appraisal hall. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. The equipment dropped by the spirit of the protective array needs to be appraised. After all, you can tell at a glance that they are not ordinary things. It's a pity that the appraiser in the Novice Village also offered me a discount. I'm afraid I won't be able to go back in the short term. Although the boss dropped a lot of gold coins, Zheng Yi still adhered to the principle of saving as much as possible. The Guardian Spirit dropped a total of 3 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were bronze equipment, a pair of shoes and a pair of pants, and the other was a gold-level longsword. It was a pity that Zheng Yi, as a mage, had no way of equipping it. Because of the shortage of equipment in the early stage, except for some top-grade equipment, other defensive equipment can be used by all professions. Hardcover cloth shoes. Bronze quality. Level 10. Defense plus 28. Agility plus 20. Additional attribute, movement speed increased by 3%. Hardcover trousers. Bronze quality. Level 10. Defense plus 40. Stamina plus 10. Additional attribute, defense increased by 1%. Zheng Yi put on 2 pieces of equipment. Although they were not top grade, they were much better than the cloth clothes he was wearing. Zheng Yi plans to keep the gold-level longsword for sale. Weapons are the most expensive equipment in the early stages, and since warriors are the most popular profession, their weapons are also the most expensive among all professions. Keep it for now and sell it when we're offline for dinner. Zheng Yi was used to being alone and talking to himself. When players are offline, they can choose to set up a stall in a safe place to sell some goods, which is also a convenience provided by the system. Of course, users like those in super luxury cabins who are online for a long time and have no time to set up stalls can also put their stalls up at the system's auction house, but some handling fees will be charged. As Zheng Yi left the appraisal hall, he heard a dog barking under his feet. The puppy was very cute, without a single stray hair on its body. After barking, it kept wagging its tail at Zheng Yi, looking very excited. Why do I have such affinity with dogs in this life? Zheng Yi was speechless. Zheng Yi squatted down and touched the puppy. Although he didn't like small animals that much, this puppy was really cute. Honey, why are you running around again? Come back soon. A young girl appeared at the street corner and shouted at the puppy beside Zheng Yi. The puppy did not run back to its owner, but circled around Zheng Yi several times, then kept barking at its owner. You're not listening again. I'll deal with you when I get home. The girl scolded as she approached him, frowning. Zheng Yi stood up and looked at the girl. He could tell at a glance that she was an NPC. Although she was not extremely beautiful, she was full of youth and vitality, giving people a very energetic feeling. Your puppy is very cute. Zheng Yi greeted with a smile. The girl also looked at Zheng Yi carefully, nodded and said, "No wonder Honey likes you, you are really dog-like. Do you usually keep a dog?" Zheng Yi suddenly felt insulted. He had never raised a dog, but he was described as having a very dog-like temperament. Could it be that this girl could see that he was a singleman? "No wonder, the clothes are made of Tibetan Mastiff skin, right?" the girl continued. Yeah. Zheng Yi was still a little unresponsive. His shirt was indeed dropped by the boss Tibetan Mastiff. However, the equipment had a strong metallic texture. Zheng Yi had always thought that only the name was related to the Tibetan Mastiff. "My grandfather is looking for odd jobs. Are you interested in helping out?" the girl said quickly. "What odd jobs? Are you going or not? You are so slow. If Honey didn't like you, no one would want to bother with you." Zheng Yi then realized that the additional attribute of his Tibetan Mastiff's breastplate, deterrence, attracted the puppy's attention, and the girl was planning to introduce him to a part-time job for the sake of the puppy. Zheng Yi wanted to refuse. After all, he now had experience bonus and the upgrade efficiency was the highest. However, the girl was able to recognize the origin of Zheng Yi's equipment at a glance, so it must be extraordinary. All tasks in the sanctuary are randomized in real time, and NPCs have their own lives, so NPCs will only randomly select players for help when they encounter some troubles or do not have time to do things. "Okay, let's go. I hope I can help your grandfather." Zheng Yi followed the girl and quickly traveled through Baihu City, and soon arrived at a quaint courtyard in the corner of the town. "Grandpa, I'm back, and I've found a helper for you." The girl brought Zheng Yi over, and her mood seemed to be much better than before. "You are just running around all day, come and help me with my research." The old man came out of the house and scolded the girl. "Grandpa, look, this guy happens to be a magician. It would be great to have him help you. You only know how to play. When will you be able to achieve the same success as your parents?" "Okay, Grandpa, take a look at him. Although his magic power is very weak, the elements in his body are very complex. Maybe he can help you a lot." Upon hearing this, the old man looked at Zheng Yi seriously, mumbling something as he looked at him. Zheng Yi's scalp tingled when he was stared at. Just as he was wondering if there was something wrong with the old man finally spoke. "My name is Sun Sija, everyone calls me Old Sunday. I am currently researching and developing magic fusion techniques. I see that there are many different magic elements in your body. Have you learned all the basic magic techniques?" Although Sun Sija was very old, he spoke in a very easygoing manner and politely introduced himself before asking questions. "You can all see this." Zheng Yi was shocked. "You are just a magic apprentice. I can knock you down with just my little finger, let alone my grandfather." The NPC girl said to Zheng Yi contemptuously. "Linger, don't be rude. Even if you have reached the level of an intermediate magician, you should not look down on others. Only humility can take you further." Sun Sija was very dissatisfied with the girl's attitude. Zheng Yi was also dissatisfied. Even though he was only level 10 now, he would not allow a little girl to look down on him like that. "You don't even have to lift a finger. Let's play a normal game. I want to see how strong a mid-level magician like you is." Zheng Yi was not afraid at all, and his words were just like his previous life when he was the most arrogant. The intermediate mage mentioned by the NPC was probably around level 30, but Zheng Yi was only level 10 at this time. A level 30 mage can learn a lot of skills, and in theory he can easily kill Zheng Yi in 1 second. However, the little girl was really going too far. A few words from her aroused Zheng Yi's pride. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. Anyway, he would be resurrected after dying. A normal game. "If you can take my attack, you're awesome," Feng Ling said contemptuously. "Little girl, you are so arrogant. Let me teach you how to behave." Zheng Yi was not angry. Seeing the two men confronting each other, Sun Sija was intrigued for a moment as he saw that the young man, although weak, was not at all timid. "Since you two want to compete, I will be the referee. Just go all out, and I will ensure your safety," Sun Sija said. "I don't know how high the heaven is or how deep the earth is. If I can't even beat you, then these 10 years of study are wasted." Feng Ling casually pulled out a magic wand. There was a breeze lingering around the tip of the wand and its shape was very beautiful. It was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary item. Intermediate Wind Mage, Feng Ling, please give me some advice. Although Feng Ling had been bickering before, she still politely introduced herself before the competition began. Zheng Yi pulled out his bronze staff, waved it a few times, and said casually, "All-round magic apprentice, justice from heaven, please teach me. Get ready and start." Sun Sijia waved his hand and a magic barrier appeared in the courtyard, as if he didn't want the outside world to notice too much noise. 10 bursts of rapid wind blades. Although Feng Ling had an absolute advantage in strength and had spoken contemptuously before, she was not at all careless when she started fighting. Before Zheng Yi could get into the state, Feng Ling had already launched an attack. 10 wind blades shot out from the staff at an extremely fast speed, sealing Zheng Yi's body tightly. As long as any wind blade hit him, Zheng Yi would surely die. Sun Sijia shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. He thought this kid could bring some surprises, but it turned out he was just bluffing. Feng Ling had just released his move and had put away his staff, standing with his hands behind his back, looking as if he was sure of victory. Time paused. Zheng Yi slowly activated the time pause and walked around the wind blades as if he was strolling in a garden. He first grabbed a handful of dust from the ground, painted a big clown face on the wind chime, and then released all his skills. Fireball hits the chest. Water polo hits the crotch. Rock thrust hits the foot. Thunderbolt, lightning strike on the head. The ice blade and wind blade were released directly in front of Feng Ling's eyes. As soon as these magic spells were released, they froze in midair. At this time, Zheng Yi had to either find a place to wait for the time to end, or take out his sword and stab the wind chimes. Zheng Yi thought about it and decided not to do anything too extreme. After all, this grandfather and grandson were not simple people, and he was still hoping to get some hidden mission. The pause was over, and the 10 wind blades emitted by the wind chime all hit the air, and Zheng Yi had long disappeared. Sun Sijia, who was originally shaking his head, was even more shocked. How did that guy dodge this attack? What followed was Feng Ling's scream. Feng Ling, who was confident of victory, was completely unprepared. Suddenly, a wind blade and an ice blade appeared in front of her. The distance was so close that she had no time to react. His chest was hit by the fireball again, his crotch was wet by the water ball, and his feet lost their balance due to the protruding rocks. Feng Ling subconsciously leaned back and fell to the ground, knocked unconscious. Even though she had the strength of level 30, she was caught off guard by several magical attacks and her body could not take it. Feng Ling was lying on the ground in a daze, and a big face appeared above her head. "What do you think, little sister? This is all you can do as an intermediate magician," Zheng Yi said with a proud smile. The wind chimes were stimulated, and a breeze blew on his body. He instantly stood up from the ground, stretched out his hand to summon his staff, and a violent magical wave emerged again. "Okay, Linger, if you lose, you lose. It will be embarrassing if you fight again," Sun Sijia said to stop her. When Feng Ling heard her grandfather's words to stop her, she put down her staff with an unwilling look on her face and turned her face away. "I was just careless," Feng Ling said. "If this were a battlefield, the enemy wouldn't care if you were careless or not." Zheng Yi said this and found a mirror from somewhere and handed it to Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked at her painted face in the mirror and couldn't bear it any longer. She rushed into her room screaming in collapse. "You are very strong, young man. There are not many people of your age who can defeat my granddaughter," Sun Sijia praised. Thank you, thank you. Since you know I'm strong, please tell me what hidden tasks you have." Zheng Yi was modest on the surface, but he was also somewhat proud on the inside. After all, he was only level 10 and had defeated a level 30 NPC. "Hidden mission. I don't have any mission for you," Sun Sijia said calmly. "What? Then why did you ask your granddaughter to drag me here? My time is precious." Zheng Yi looked disappointed. The system gave him a 10% experience bonus. He had already been delayed for more than 10 minutes. It was estimated that the main force had already left the novice village. It seemed that he could not delay any longer. Zheng Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense and turned around to prepare to go out of the city to kill monsters. With his monster-killing ability, he could widen the experience gap in a few minutes while no one was snatching the monsters. Young man, don't leave. You made my granddaughter run away. You have to do research with me today. Although Sun Sijia was old, his steps were extremely fast. Before Zheng Yi could take the second step, Sun Sijia had already stood in front of Zheng Yi. You don't have any mission for me, so I'm just wasting my time here. You wasting other people's time is equivalent to stealing money and killing people. Zheng Yi said. Young man, you are too impatient. Learning more magic knowledge from me will benefit you for the rest of your life. You should take a long-term view. Oh. Come on, I see you know some basic magic, condense the wind element and release it. Sun Sijia began to guide Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi only knows how to use a wind blade, how can he condense the wind element? Activate the wind blade skill, and a wind blade flies straight forward. Sun Sijia shook his head and asked you to release the wind element, not to attack. How can I condense the wind element? I only know how to make a wind blade. Stop talking nonsense. I'm leaving now. Linger, come out quickly. Sun Sijia stopped Zheng Yi and called Feng Ling. Although Feng Ling looked reluctant, she still walked out of the house. Linger, release the wind element. Sun Sijia said directly. The wind chime does not require a staff. Just hold your hand with your palm facing up and a gust of wind will appear. Sun Sijia casually released a fireball towards the wind element on the palm of the wind chime. When the fireball passed through the wind element, it was pulled by the wind. The fire took advantage of the wind and the wind helped the fire. The fireball instantly deformed and shot forward like a jet of fire. It swelled in the wind and unexpectedly became much larger in size. This is the magic fusion technique. Although the conditions are harsh, the power of the spell will increase dramatically after success. Sun Sijia explained after the demonstration. Zheng Yi was also shocked by the scene before him. He had never thought that magic could be played like this. Sun Sijia's operation was as fierce as a tiger. He could play a variety of tricks with just a fireball. This really opened Zheng Yi's eyes. Everyone in the game is working hard on awareness and positioning, so no one is thinking about the basic elements of magic. Besides, when can you feel the magic element in the game? In my previous life, I had practiced ice magic to the pinnacle, but I had never felt the ice element. In the eyes of players, they were just skills with cooling, mana consumption, and casting time, all supported by data. How about it, young man? Do you want to study this magic fusion technique with me? Sun Sijia interrupted Zheng Yi's thoughts and asked. This is indeed very powerful, but I really can't feel the basic elements of magic, let alone release them simply. I only know a few basic magic skills. Zheng Yi was still somewhat tempted, but he also didn't want to hide the fact that he couldn't do it. It would be meaningless for everyone to waste time. I see that you have released 6 basic magic skills: wind, fire, thunder, water, ice, and earth. As long as you can release magic, it proves that you have mastered the basic elements. As for whether you can feel it, that requires some tips. Sun Sijia said. You mean I already know how to do it? And I don't know it yet. Sun Sijia nodded and continued, if you don't know how to do it, I will teach you later. Let me first tell you what magic fusion skills are. Zheng Yi nodded when he heard this. Although the level in the early stage of the game is very important, it will be impossible to get it back if such an opportunity is missed. The level will be caught up sooner or later, but the teaching of a master is not available every day. Zheng Yi obediently brought a stool to the old man, and then he sat down on the ground casually, raised his head and waited attentively for Sun Sijia to explain. Sun Sijia was very satisfied with Zheng Yi's attitude. Instead, he said to his granddaughter Feng Ling, look at this young man. He has such talent and is willing to learn from him. I hope you won't be complacent. Only by learning from him can you go further. After another lecture, Feng Ling didn't dare to refute her grandfather's words. She could only turn her head and make a face at Zheng Yi. Sun Sijia ignored the naughty wind chimes and started explaining on his own. The elements of magic are closely related to many things in life. Simply put, the basic elements of magic are all around you, and magic fusion techniques are related to phenomena in life. Wind can help fire, water can conduct electricity, soil and water can form mud, and so on. However, magic elements are extremely unstable. If you want to fuse two magic elements, you need extremely strong mental control ability. Therefore, when you first practice, it is best not to fuse the skills directly. Instead, fuse the two basic elements first. Otherwise, it will easily cause an explosion and the main body will also be backfired. If the mental strength reaches a certain level, then it can even fuse 3 or more elements together. You can imagine how powerful it will be then. It's not that Zheng Yi hasn't thought about these things, but in the game, these ideas are difficult to achieve. Occasionally, magic skills will resonate on the battlefield. It's just that the size of the magic power and the strength of the skills are very critical. If there are two attributes, one strong and one weak, the weaker one will often be suppressed, so how can we talk about fusion? I've thought about this, but it's too difficult to realize it. Zheng Yi replied. It is certainly difficult for two people to merge. It either requires great tacit understanding, or one party needs to be much stronger than the other, and then use precise control to merge with the weaker party. But it will be much more convenient for you. After all, you have so many attributes. Although it is difficult to master all the spells, if the magic fusion technique is successful, even if you are a mid-level magician, your strength can be comparable to that of a high-level magician. Sun Sijia became more and more excited as he spoke. Magic had been popular for many years, but there were almost no people who dared to try to learn all the branches. Even the job transfer temple no longer encouraged players to learn multiple branches. His magic fusion skills were already very proficient in theory, but he lacked a practitioner. After all, not everyone was willing to study these things with an old man, not to mention that not everyone was qualified to be favored by this old man. I am willing to study magic with you, but my strength is still low and I need some time to practice. Can you make a study plan and I will set aside some time every day to study? What do you think? Zheng Yi asked tentatively. Sun Sijia nodded and said, I understand. It's a good thing for young people to have some sense of purpose. Today I will teach you how to feel the magic element. You can come over when you are free. When Zheng Yi left Sun Sijia's courtyard, the experience bonus period had long passed, and the first batch of teams on the leaderboard had already reached around level 13. There are more and more players in Baihu City. Baihu City is very large, and there are teleportation arrays in various major locations. Of course, it costs some copper coins, but if you have more time, you can just run around in the city by yourself. After Mr. Sun's instruction, Zheng Yi has been able to feel the existence of magic elements, but it is unrealistic to condense the magic elements into shape in a short period of time. In any case, Zheng Yi benefited a lot. He never thought that he could find the feeling of cultivation by playing a game. In my previous life, I had practiced ice magic to the highest level, but I never saw the magic elements jumping around like I do now. Zheng Yi always had a feeling that after his rebirth, the NPCs in the Holy Land had changed somewhat, becoming more humane, and both the boss and the NPC seemed to be much stronger than he remembered. Zheng Yi put aside all distractions and ran directly out of the city. The potion was already prepared, but who would have thought it would take so long? The monster area outside of White Tiger City has been basically filled up, and now the mainstream population is focusing on hunting down level 10 coyotes. Zheng Yi was originally the first one to leave the village, but now he has to compete with the fourth group of players for monsters. The efficiency of robbing a few coyotes was too low, so Zheng Yi had to move towards a more advanced monster area. Although my level is not high, when it comes to the number of skills, I can match many others. When Zheng Yi arrived at the level 14 monster area, there were finally fewer players around, and only some organized teams were killing monsters. For Zheng Yi, a level 10 individual player, the surrounding monsters were enough for him to transition. Big Bad Wolf level 14 HP 3000. Zheng Yi found an inconspicuous corner. After all, he had been releasing various types of magic continuously, and it would be too conspicuous if he stood in the open. Primary spells are almost all instant, and the cooldown time for each system is about 3 seconds. Zheng Yi now has 7 skills, which can be released in turn, which can be said to have no CD. With graceful movements and smooth skill transitions, Zheng Yi quickly got into the game. But the good times did not last long. Zheng Yi's monster killing speed was too fast, and he inadvertently killed monsters in the middle of the monster area. The monsters around several fixed teams were robbed, and they immediately pointed the finger at Zheng Yi. "Hey, kid, are you going too far?" a soldier shouted at Zheng Yi. "This kid is a bit too much. He brushes faster than our team." The captain of another team also echoed. Zheng Yi was awakened by a noisy conversation. He was so engrossed in killing monsters that he completely forgot about the people around him. Since others had spoken, Zheng Yi didn't want to cause trouble, so he chose to leave without saying a word. "Go. Take off your equipment first. I think his clothes and weapons are pretty good." A mysterious man with a hidden ID actually knocked down 3 teams of people from the same guild, and even threatened to kill them every time I see them. Such deeds are most popular among gamers. In just over 10 minutes, the video became a hot topic on the gaming forum, and people continued to spread and forward it. Faced with threats from 15 strong men, the brave boy chose to do this. The brave young man, who was not afraid of power, used his numbers to bully the minority, and ended up becoming a laughingstock. God of War Guild. That's it. Articles like this are everywhere in the forum. Because the Holy Land has received so much attention, all major video sites have also made the battle video a hot search. It was because of Zheng Yi's domineering behavior that a large number of people were attracted to settle in the Holy Land. Everyone thinks that the sanctuary is fair. Even if the other side has more people, as long as I am strong enough, I can defeat 1,000 of them alone. After all, who in the game doesn't have a dream of taking the head of a general in an army of millions? In fact, most guilds choose to develop quietly. After all, the level in the early stage of the game is the key. Whoever reaches level 31st will have the opportunity to create the first guild in the entire server. The later development depends on the operation and strength of the guild, but people often have a deep impression of the first place. Only by taking the lead in one place can you have the opportunity to lead everywhere. It was the quiet development of most guilds that gave an individual player the opportunity to stand out. Others could not recognize the figure in the video, but the people of Jiutang recognized him at a glance. He snatched the first kill of his guild's silver boss in the novice village and had the hatred of the spirit of the protective formation when he left the village. Although he was the first to leave the village, there was no unfamiliar ID on the leaderboard. It was really surprising that he killed 15 players from the same team at such a low level. Although level cannot represent overall strength, it will affect a person's basic attributes, learned skills, and even the equipment they wear. Either win this person over or kill him as soon as possible. The president of Jui Hall, Ibo Yuntian, spoke slowly to his subordinates while leveling up. At this time, they were already leveling up to level 18 thieves, and Ibo Yuntian's level was about to reach level 15. The attitudes of other guilds towards Zheng Yi are polarized. Some people like this kind of brave man very much and try their best to win him over. Some people think that this kind of person will definitely not cooperate with team activities, so they either choose to stay away from him or choose to trample Zheng Yi under their feet at all costs when there is a conflict of interest. Zheng Yi did not have time to read the articles on the forum as he had already wasted a long time. It happened that the 3 teams of the God of War Guild were asked to leave, and the refresh rate of the surrounding monsters was just enough for him to upgrade. By killing monsters 4 levels higher than before, and doing it alone, Zheng Yi's level quickly reached 12. During this period, no one from the God of War Guild came back to cause trouble. Just when Zheng Yi wanted to change a monster area, there was a space fluctuation not far away, purple electric current tore through the space, and the boss of the big bad wolf monster area was refreshed. Many players around noticed something strange, but not everyone understood that it was a sign of a boss spawning. When others reacted, the boss had already entered Zheng Yi's shooting range. Several long-range spells were fired, and the skills just arrived and grabbed the aggro the moment the boss refreshed. Accurate judgment and extremely fast reaction ability were the key to Zheng Yi's repeated success in his previous life. Grey Wolf level 15, silver HP 50,000. 5W health points don't seem to be much. Zheng Yi's damage when attacking ordinary monsters is about 200-300, and his skills only cause about 150 damage to the boss. Fire skills will have some extra bonuses when attacking boss. Earth skills have the lowest damage, but can interrupt the boss's attack rhythm. With the precedent of Zheng Yi destroying 3 teams alone, the people around him were unable to gain the monster's aggro. Although they were envious when they saw the boss, no one dared to step forward to snatch it. After all, no one wanted to offend such a ruthless person. Zheng Yi was at ease. It was not difficult for him to deal with only a silver boss. Although the boss was very fast and the damage was high, with his positioning and control, the blood bottle was enough for him to maintain a safe bloodline. During this period, many people sent invitations to form a team, hoping to get a piece of the pie with Zheng Yi, but they were all rejected by Zheng Yi. The main attack methods of the boss are pouncing, grabbing, and biting. When the health drops to 50%, it will howl like a wolf and begin to summon the surrounding monsters for help. Dozens of big gray wolves rushed towards Zheng Yi together, which was really hard to resist. After all, the speed and number of the monsters made it impossible to avoid all attacks even with the best positioning. Ha ha ha, brothers, it's time to kill him now while he's still sick. The God of War led a group of people and appeared out of nowhere. There were wolves chasing him in front and players surrounding him from behind. If he stopped, Zheng Yi's health would not be able to withstand a round of attacks from these people. This Ares guild is really patient. They actually waited for so long just to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Hush, if that guy dies, we can take the opportunity to seize the ownership. The surrounding players stopped killing monsters and started watching the fun. Some said that the God of War guild was shameless, some were waiting for an opportunity to snatch the boss, and some were waiting for someone to die so that they could lose the dropped items. Although Zheng Yi was somewhat surprised by the appearance of the God of War guild, he was not worried at all. They were just a group of rabble. If he did not have the skills to group monsters, he would not have to move so hard. I told you that I would kill you every time I saw you, but you are really not afraid of death. Zheng Yi was not afraid at all, and led the wolf pack directly towards the direction of the God of War guild. Brat, I admit that you are strong, but you are a mage after all. Even if our PK level is not as good as yours, as long as we can hold you back for a second or two, the wolves will be able to kill you instantly. The God of War said proudly. Zheng Yi did not answer, but adjusted his speed to keep the distance between the wolf pack and the God of War guild consistent. Zheng Yi was getting closer and closer to the God of War guild, and the wolf pack was about to catch up with Zheng Yi. Both sides were within the shooting range. The God of War guild naturally would not hold back and directly launched a long-range attack on Zheng Yi. The wolf pack even pounced directly at Zheng Yi. Time paused. Both sides' skills all stopped in the air, and the wolves also maintained the posture of attacking. Zheng Yi calmly went around to the back of the Ares guild troops and casually threw a few magic skills behind the Ares guild priest. The time pause ended, and the skills of the God of War guild members missed their target, while some hit the wolves that were rushing towards them. The wolves lost their target and missed their attack. They discovered that Zheng Yi was behind the God of War guild and started another round of attack, but this time the target was indeed the person blocking their way. Something unexpected happened on the battlefield ahead, and the priests in the rear were not spared either. Without any preparation, all the skills released in advance by Zheng Yi hit the target, and several priests were killed instantly. You took the initiative to kill War God Nana, War God Ruru, and War God Sister. This team member has the right to launch a legitimate counterattack against you. Zheng Yi's hidden ID appeared above his head, and his name had turned red. Damn, I was careless and forgot they haven't attacked me yet. Look, that guy's name is Justice from Heaven. Zheng Yi was just in high spirits when killing monsters, so he robbed the monsters from the 3 surrounding teams. Zheng Yi wanted to keep the peace, but was targeted by the captain who was greedy for money. Boy, you can leave if you want, but take off your equipment. Otherwise, I will kill you every time I see you in White Tiger City. One of the soldiers among the 3 teams that surrounded them spoke arrogantly. Zheng Yi, who was about to leave, stopped when he heard this. Zheng Yi had heard such words too many times in his previous life, kill everyone you see, and he had been bullied too many times. In the world of the sanctuary, fists always have the final say. Everyone only cares about the results, and no one cares about the means of winning. In the current situation, 3 teams are making things difficult for me. Although the other 2 teams did not mention the equipment issue, since someone started it, it is obvious that these people will not let me go. Besides, no one would feel sorry for Zheng Yi. Connections and resources are also a kind of strength, and no one would care about a poor guy. A man is innocent but is guilty of possessing a treasure. Without strength, he cannot even protect his own things. This is the world of the sanctuary. However, this is also the reason why sanctuary became so popular. The real world has too many constraints and restrictions, which led to most people later resolving the victory or defeat in the game. You can PK in the sanctuary after leaving the novice village. No matter whether you are the attacked or the attacker, as long as you die, there is a chance that an item or equipment on your body will drop randomly, unless it is a special bound item. Even a sacred artifact can be dropped. So even if you are wearing the best clothes, you still need to pay attention to safety when walking in the wild. PK without reason will turn you into a red name. The chance of a red-named player dropping items after death will increase, and the higher the kill value, the greater the chance. Unlike previous games, red-named players will not be hunted by NPCs in the city, but if the player attacks an NPC, a bounty may be issued. It's okay if the bounty is issued by a player, but if it's issued by an NPC, the person being rewarded will most likely be in danger of death. Oh! Which piece of my equipment do you like? Zheng Yi turned around. Although both the level and the number of people were unfavorable to him, it was not Zheng Yi's character to escape, not to mention that there was also the threat of a bunch of minions. Haha, you're quite sensible. Take off everything you're wearing. Then you might as well kill me. Zheng Yi spread his hands and said shamelessly. The leading soldier frowned, very dissatisfied with Zheng Yi's answer. Boy, you may not understand the horror of being hunted by a guild. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, I will use you to establish the prestige of our guild. The leading warrior said viciously. God of War, God of War, God of War. Zheng Yi didn't care about the opponent's threat at all, but read the IDs of the players surrounding him one by one. Brothers, kill him. The leading warrior, God of War, gave the order to kill, while Zheng Yi stood quietly where he was. Looks like we're going to build a God of War guild in the future, right? Zheng Yi said as he waited for the warriors to attack. Then he shook his head and said, what a pity. We've offended the wrong person right from the start. I'm afraid we won't be able to build the God of War guild. The God of War thrust out a sword. Zheng Yi dodged the attack by leaning sideways and rubbed the opponent's sword with his hand. -10. War God World launches a malicious attack on you. Fighting back will not increase the kill value. All 5 members of the God of War team turned yellow, and Zheng Yi also smiled. The explosion rate in the sanctuary is very low in the early stage. Killing monsters is one way, and fighting to support fighting sometimes brings greater benefits. The other 2 teams were also members of the God of War guild, as could be seen from their ID prefixes. Seeing their leader launch an attack, they also followed suit. Facing the attack from 15 players, Zheng Yi didn't care at all. He used the advantage of his shoes to increase his movement speed. He dodged the long-range attacks while releasing skills to kite the warriors. Zheng Yi's attack is very strong. Although the opponent also has some pretty good equipment, he still cannot withstand Zheng Yi's attack. The priest's healing power simply could not keep up with Zheng Yi's output. At this time, the God of War guild was caught in a dilemma. A group of people were fighting one person, but they could not get close to Zheng Yi at all, and his long-range attacks were avoided by his flexible movements. The most important thing was that the players who were leveling up nearby, seeing PK happening at the beginning of the game, also gathered around to watch the fun, and some players even started recording videos. Who is that guy? Great positioning. Look at his skills, how come he knows all kinds of spells? I only learned one type, and he won't even let me learn the second type. Damn it, one person fighting 15, and he actually beat those soldiers so badly. The more people around them talked about it, the more panicked the members of the God of War guild became. In the early stages of the game, the guild had not yet been established, and a group of friends took the same ID prefix, all hoping to make a name for themselves in the Holy Land. I wanted to build up some morale by relying on our large numbers, but I didn't expect to run into a tough opponent in the first PK. Zheng Yi has a lot of blue bottles, and his skills are released in turn as if there is no CD. The opponent's warrior can still withstand a few attacks, but once the warrior retreats with low health, the squishy skin behind him will not be able to withstand it. After a few rounds, the members of the God of War guild were falling one after another, but but Zheng Yi was becoming more and more courageous. If Zheng Yi was still just an ice mage at this time, without the support of skills, he would not be able to fight against many enemies alone even if he had good positioning. After all, everyone's skills were very limited in the early stage, so most people would rarely have major conflicts before level 20. The only person who could cause some trouble to Zheng Yi was the leader of the God of War Guild, God of War World, because he had a warrior's charge skill. The charge skill is a warrior's signature skill. It can instantly charge to the enemy at a distance of several meters and stun the enemy. It is the warrior's main skill to close the distance. However, after being hit once, Zheng Yi relied on the advantage of his equipment to withstand it. After that, every time the CD of the opponent's charge was cooling down, Zheng Yi would save the earth magic rock spike for him. Once the God of War uses the charge skill, Zheng Yi will release a rock spike between the two. Every time the God of War charged, he was interrupted. He felt very upset and all his strength was useless. In the end, all of Ares World's teammates returned to the city for free, and Ares World knew in his heart that it was Zheng Yi who deliberately left him to the end. I advise you to find a class. Playing games has no future. Zheng Yi said to Ares of the World with disdain. The God of War did not expect that the other party would stop killing people and start verbal attacks. What do you mean by I? You people from the God of War Guild, be careful when you leave the city, because from now on, I will kill you every time I see you, remember? I'll fight you. Charge. Rock protrusion. The God of War was knocked to the ground again, and as lightning struck, the God of War turned into a white light and left the battlefield. After actively killing someone, your name will turn red, and you can no longer hide your ID after your name turns red. Because of Zheng Yi's momentary negligence, he actually forgot that the God of War Guild, which had returned, had not yet caused any harm to him. Zheng Yi, who killed 3 priests instantly, had his ID turned red, and his hidden ID was also exposed. Zheng Yi appeared behind the God of War Guild too suddenly, causing all of the God of War Guild's skills to hit the wolf pack, and the wolf pack's target became the God of War Guild. The priest was killed instantly, and the wolves' attack suddenly changed, catching the God of War Guild off guard. Zheng Yi didn't have time to worry about whether his ID was exposed or not. He couldn't hide it for a lifetime anyway. At this moment, he hated that he didn't have a group attack skill, otherwise he would have made them into fools. Zheng Yi calmly released his skills one by one. The panicked members of the God of War Guild fell one by one, and the wolf pack's attack gradually subsided because of the God of War Guild. I have to say, you guys are very courageous and patient. You actually waited here for so long. I said I would kill you every time I see you. You still dare to come out and show off with full health. Zheng Yi said while releasing his skills, killing people with a heartbreaking look. Zheng Yi saved the God of War to the last. Although the wolves had survived the first wave of attacks, there were still many of them. In order to make himself safer, Zheng Yi started the Qin King's tactic of circling the pillar. The so-called King of Qin circling the pillar means that Ares World is regarded as a pillar. If the wolf pack wants to attack Zheng Yi, they have to pass through Ares World. As a player, Ares World naturally cannot allow the wolf pack to attack. This resulted in the God of War not only having no time to attack Zheng Yi, but also having to help Zheng Yi attack the wolf pack. Moreover, without the priest to heal him, he could only rely on blood bottles and positioning. Even if Zheng Yi did not take action, it was only a matter of time before he died. My dear brother, God of War, I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous. Even though my teammates died twice, you still helped me clean up the wolf pack without any grudges. I want to thank you sincerely. Zheng Yi kept moving around and talking nonsense, which made the God of War so angry that he almost vomited blood. Stop talking nonsense. Who wants to help you? We have a grudge against each other. Sooner or later, we will take revenge. The God of War gnashed his teeth and said. Really? Zheng Yi smiled and released a rock spike at the feet of the God of War Tianxia. The God of War Tianxia was busy dealing with the wolves and had no time to dodge. After being hit, he fell flat on his face. The wolves pounced on him without any hesitation, and finally the God of War was unwillingly bitten to death by the wolves. Wow, these guys are really unlucky. So many things exploded. The old man even had his sword exploded, Zheng Yi said with emotion. Without the obstruction of the God of War Guild, the remaining wolves naturally had to rely on themselves. Zheng Yi began a new round of pulling and clearing monsters, and from time to time he had to harass the boss to prevent it from recovering health in the rear. When Zheng Yi finally cleared out the wolves, the boss had actually recovered 5% of its health. There was no time to be discouraged, because some players around saw Zheng Yihong's name and the boss was half dead, and they began to get restless, and they might attack him at any time. I hate evil, so if anyone provokes me, don't blame me for revenge. The people from the God of War Guild are an example. Zheng Yi shouted to the players watching the fun. Sure enough, after the loud reminder, the players who were originally ready to make a move began to have concerns. Who would want to provoke such an evil star? Not to mention the strength of this justice from heaven, even if they managed to kill it, I am afraid that the boss would not be able to stop. Seeing that no one came forward, Zheng Yi intensified his attack on the boss. The attack method of the low-level boss is very simple. As long as you master its pre-swing movements, you can basically move in advance. Although the boss Grey Wolf has powerful attack power, he couldn't catch Zheng Yi, the loach. Finally, after his health dropped to 30% and he went berserk for a while, he was defeated without any danger. Zheng Yi calmly began to clean up the battlefield. He first picked up the hat that dropped from the boss, as well as a priest's skill book, continuous recovery, a few gold coins, and the rest were potions and the like. Naturally, the items dropped by the God of War Guild cannot be missed, including several white equipment and some potions. The most valuable item is the weapon of the God of War, a bronze-level longsword. Zheng Yi enjoyed the boss experience alone, and by killing so many wolves in the wolf pack, his level finally reached 13. I took a look and saw that the first batch of teams were still at level 15, but they were expected to reach level 16 soon. Although he still wanted to continue fighting, when he looked at the time, Zheng Yi decided to log off and take a break. After all, the holographic helmet is not as good as the game cabin. You have to log off and take a break after using it for a few hours, otherwise you will not be able to bear it both physically and mentally. If there are special circumstances in the game that prevent you from logging off, you can only rely on your own physical fitness and willpower to support yourself. Zheng Yi first returned to the town and set up a stall to sell the golden sword he had obtained. He also put a high price on the priest skill book and left a note below saying that he would only exchange it for the mage skill book. He also put some random prices on the rest of the items dropped by the God of War Guild. As for the silver level hat dropped by Boss Grey Wolf, we can only wait until the next time we go online to identify it. Zheng Yi quit the game, and the system will take over the stall. After taking off his helmet, he felt his head was a little swollen, and it was already bright outside. Happy times are always short, and in the blink of an eye, an entire night has passed. It would be great if I had a gaming pod. I could stay online longer, have a better gaming experience, and it wouldn't put a strain on my body. How can I get ahead of others if there's a difference in online time? Zheng Yi skillfully tore open a box of instant noodles and began to mumble to himself. Zheng Yi, who had lived alone for a long time, was still too lonely. Looking at the instant noodles that had just been poured with hot water, Zheng Yi smiled bitterly helplessly. I got slapped in the face again. In his previous life, Zheng Yi relied on the Holy Land to escape poverty and achieve a well-off life. He had obtained everything he wanted and lived a fulfilling life. I started this life with a super artifact, and thought it would be more powerful than the previous life. But who would have thought that on the first day of the server opening, I wouldn't even make it to the level rankings. Although his level was lowered a lot, Zheng Yi knew that he had gained a lot. He learned the magic fusion technique, which would be his ultimate weapon. There was a loud knock on the door, which scared Zheng Yi, who was eating noodles. There shouldn't be any deliveries. Could it be that someone hired a killer again? This shouldn't be possible. He shouldn't have offended any big shots yet. Zheng Yi muttered and looked out through the cat's eye. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. This look made Zheng Yi feel very disappointed. The person who came was more terrifying than the killer. It was his landlord. Zheng Yi's house lease has been due for half a month, and today is the deadline given by the landlord. Since he has used all his savings to buy a gaming helmet, the arrival of the landlord at this time is undoubtedly more terrifying than a death-chasing ghost. Zheng Yi didn't dare to open the door, so he could only pretend that no one was in the house. Unexpectedly, After knocking for a while without success, the landlord took out the key and opened the door directly. When their eyes met, what they were greeted with was the anger of the fat landlord. "You little bastard, why don't you open the door at home? Pay up now, or get out if you don't have money." The landlord was probably in his 50s, his fat body moving up and down as he spoke. "Can you give me one more day, just one day?" Zheng Yi pleaded. The landlady stretched out her index finger and swung it left and right a few times. "No, the bill for the rent you owe has been deposited into your interstellar card. You can't buy anything until the rent is paid off," the landlady said harshly. "This world is very realistic and cold. All people can only rely on interstellar cards for consumption. If there are unpaid bills, the income from the interstellar cards will automatically be used to pay the bills first, otherwise the account will be unusable." Eventually Zheng Yi was kicked out of the rental house. Fortunately, Zheng Yi didn't have much to pack, and there was only one box of instant noodles left. He has no money to pay for the house, but he has money to buy gaming equipment. He is so young and not doing his job properly. After throwing the gaming helmet to Zheng Yi, the landlady locked the door heavily and said to Zheng Yi with disdain, "What do you know? This is my main job from now on. If you give me one more day, I can buy your shabby house." Zheng Yi said unconvinced. "You've been bragging for 2 years, but you haven't achieved anything." The landlady looked Zheng Yi up and down and continued, "Why don't you come with me? Come live at my house, and I'll take good care of you." Zheng Yi was shocked by the look in the eyes of the landlady, and his goosebumps fell all over the floor. He took his gaming helmet and ran out of the building without looking back. Zheng Yi walked aimlessly in this free city with his only property, the gaming helmet. "There are tall buildings all around me reaching into the sky, but I don't have a place there, and I feel a little sad inside." In his previous life, he did not delay at all when starting the game. He sold all the miscellaneous items in the game and collected enough star coins to pay the rent. After his rebirth, he gained so many benefits that he became a little inflated for a while. In addition, his memory was still stuck in his previous life, so he forgot that he would be asked to pay the rent the next day. "If I had known earlier, I would have just sold some of the things in the game first." Zheng Yi muttered to himself in frustration, holding the gaming helmet. In fact, according to the things sold at the stall in Zheng Yi's game, it is easy to pay the rent. However, at this time, the Holy Land has not yet opened the business of exchanging star coins with real life, so the things sold cannot be directly converted into cash. If the landlady had given him another half-day, Zheng Yi would not have ended up on the streets. But in the current situation, even if I had money, I wouldn't dare to go back to live there. After all, the feeling of being stared at by an old lady is quite uncomfortable. "Auntie, if one day I don't want to struggle anymore, I will come to you then. After all, I always eat instant noodles, and my stomach is not very good. Eating some soft rice can nourish the stomach." Zheng Yi has begun to make fun of himself, muttering to himself about jokes about eating soft rice. The interstellar card has been frozen and the rent is 3,000 star coins in arrears, but luckily I still have 50 star coins in cash in my pants. In Zheng Yi's opinion, the money in the star card is spent too quickly, so it is better to keep some cash to remind himself of his current difficult living conditions. Zheng Yi has never seen his parents since he was a child. After receiving 12 years of compulsory education, although his grades were excellent, he still gave up the opportunity to enter a good university. After all, he could not afford the high tuition fees. After struggling in Liberty City for several years, he finally decided to invest all his savings into the game, Sanctuary. Just because of a sentence in the promotional video of the Sanctuary, in the Sanctuary, everyone can be a king. Facts have also proved that the Sanctuary game has indeed changed the world's pattern and even more so people's lives. Zheng Yi took the remaining 50 star coins and resolutely walked into the public network service hall. Many years ago, people called this place an internet cafe. The network provision of 5 star coins per hour is just enough for Zheng Yi to play the game for 10 hours. 10 hours is enough for Zheng Yi to sell the equipment in the game, and then he will naturally have money. Zheng Yi did not use any public equipment but directly connected his gaming helmet to the internet. After entering the game, Zheng Yi was shocked by the surrounding environment. He had only been away for 2 or 3 hours, but the White Tiger City was already crowded with players. His stall was surrounded by players, all commenting on the things in his stall. Some cheap white equipment and bronze-level longswords from God of War have been sold, and there are many messages from spectators and buyers in the stall message area. Brat, the God of War guild will always be your enemy. This is a message from the God of War, and below is the purchase record of his own bronze sword. Most of the blank equipment was bought by individual players, while the unidentified Golden Warrior weapon and priest skill book remained quietly in the stall, but many people asked about these two items. Brother, I want this weapon, but the gold coin exchange system is not open now, and the gold coins in the game are not very valuable. Give me your interstellar card number, how about we trade directly in real life? Little brother, I want your continuous health recovery, can you give it to me? I can agree to any request you make. Golden Weapons real-time trading, make an offer, go online for private chat. There were too many messages of this kind, and even more people were watching and waiting for Zheng Yi to come online. Because the price of Zheng Yi was too expensive, even a big guild couldn't gather so many gold coins in a short time. But the temptation of gold-level weapons in the early stage of the game is too great, and no one wants to give up easily. Brother, you are finally online. I don't have any money, but I do have a gold-level staff. Would you like to exchange? Suddenly, a private message caught Zheng Yi's attention. Although he needed money very much, if he had a gold-level weapon in the early stage, he would be able to get through the early stage better and would not be left behind as a lone wolf. Where are you? Zheng Yi replied without hesitation. Zheng Yi and his private people chose a better location, because they all needed to be identified, so they simply met at the door of the identification hall. It's a pity that the skill book was not exchanged. After all, the drop rate of skill books is very low, and most people have friends to play with. In the early stage, most of the skills are used by each other, so there is no extra to exchange. Jian Wuhan was the one that Zheng Yi had exchanged with. At first, Zheng Yi only paid attention to the gold-level staff and did not pay attention to this ID. It was not until they met that Zheng Yi remembered who this person was. Jian Wuhan, ranked 4th in the ranking of top combat gods in the previous life, was a master of swordsmanship, and in the later period he even transcended the constraints of skills. If it weren't for the abnormal equipment in the first 3 pieces, his ranking might have been higher. Zheng Yi looked at this man who was stronger than himself in his previous life, and felt mixed emotions. Only a truly strong man could reveal gold-level equipment at this time, right? Although I was not ranked high in my previous life, my strength was still recognized. This time, with all the mage skills and super artifacts at my disposal, I will definitely ascend to the top of the God of War list. Hey, brother, why are you gritting your teeth when changing equipment? What are you doing? Jian Wuhan interrupted Zheng Yi's thoughts. It's okay, come on, let's exchange. Zheng Yi came back to his senses. There was no problem with Jian Wuhan's quality. If he agreed to exchange it, there would definitely be no mistakes, so Zheng Yi directly clicked on the transaction interface. But when Zheng Yi saw the staff on the trading interface, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. His sword was a level 10 gold equipment, but the other party traded it to him was a level 15 gold staff. Aren't you at a disadvantage? It doesn't matter. I've seen a lot of your videos on the forum. Brother, you're a big shot, so let's just make friends. Jian Wuhan said generously. Okay, since Brother Jian is so generous, I won't be polite. If I find anything good in the future, I will definitely compensate you. The two men shook hands, smiled at each other, and walked into the appraisal hall together. There were already quite a few gold coins in Zheng Yi's backpack. After paying the appraisal fee, there were still about 20 gold coins left. This was a huge sum of money in the early stages. It would be great if he could exchange it in reality. Water-turning magic stick. Gold quality. Level, 15. Occupation, mage. Attack, 262-90. Intelligence, plus 50. Spirit, plus 50. Additional attributes, water magic damage increases by 10% and cooldown is reduced by 5%. Additional attribute, magic value increased by 500. Additional attribute, the effect of using water magic increases by 20%. Big Wolf's Little Red Riding Hood. Quality silver. Level, 15. Occupation, mage. Defense, plus 30. Intelligence, plus 35. Spirit, plus 35. Additional attribute, Temptation of the Wolf. Because of the special and eye-catching color of the hat, it is easier to attract the hatred of monsters in the wild. Additional attributes, the power of the Wolf King has a deterrent effect on big gray wolves and weak herbivores. Water Staff, although the attributes are all related to the water system, the increased basic attributes are very high, and a lot of magic points are added, which strengthens its endurance. The Little Red Riding Hood of Big Bad Wolf looks like a beret, which feels a bit cartoony when worn. It is said to be a nostalgic Easter egg. Although it is not satisfactory, I am an all-round mage after all, and I can use any mage attribute. It's just that the magic system used in the early stage should focus on the water system. It is estimated that Jian Wuhan was willing to use level 15 gold equipment to replace his level 10 gold equipment because the attributes of the staff were not fixed. Brother, how did you identify your sword? Zheng Yi asked Jian Wuhan. Although the level is a bit behind, the properties are really top-notch. It even has a chance to ignore defense. Brother, where is your staff? Jian Wuhan said excitedly. Zheng Yi pretended to be melancholy and shook his head, saying, "Hey, I'm a fire mage, but the attributes I identified are all water. Fortunately, the basic attributes are good." Zheng Yi knew that Jian Wuhan was a man of loyalty, so he spoke in this way deliberately to make Jian Wuhan feel a little guilty, so that he could get a favor for free. "I'm sorry, brother. It looks like I'll have to compensate you in the future," Jian Wuhan said cheerfully. Zheng Yi also smiled when he heard this, waved his hand to indicate that it didn't matter, and patted Jian Wuhan on the shoulder to confirm this friendship. The most valuable gold equipment was exchanged, and the blank equipment was sold for gold coins. Now Zheng Yi only has the priest's continuous blood recovery to exchange for money. It's just that most people won't spend a lot of money to buy skill books, especially the more basic skills. After all, when everyone's level is generally higher, the value of these basic skills will be greatly reduced. If I had known, I would have sold the weapons for money. Zheng Yi replenished his medicine and walked towards the strange area outside the city, muttering to himself. "Hey, what time is it? Grandpa has been waiting for you all morning." Just as Zheng Yi was about to leave the city, the sound of wind chimes rang out behind him again, urging him to find Sun Sijia to study magic fusion techniques. "Little sister, didn't your grandfather tell me to arrange my own time? Besides, I'm really busy right now, how about letting me go today?" Zheng Yi greeted with a smile. "No, Grandpa said that he has developed a new move for your situation, so you can get there quickly," Feng Ling said. New moves. When Zheng Yi heard that there were new moves to learn, he immediately became excited. If he could learn a few new skills for free, he would be able to take off on the spot, not to mention the extremely powerful magic fusion skills. "Stop talking nonsense and go." Feng Ling directly released a wind-type acceleration magic to the two of them, and Zheng Yi indeed felt that his movement speed had increased a lot. When I came to Sun Sijia's courtyard again, the old man was already waiting there impatiently. "Come on, little brother. Are you familiar with what I taught you last time? Today I have specially researched several plans for you to experiment with," Sun Sijia said. Zheng Yi smiled and nodded. "Please tell me, Mr. Sunday. I will study hard." Magic fusion techniques can follow the 5 elements or go against the 5 elements. If they follow the way of nature, there will be a main and a secondary order, and they will complement each other. If they go against the 5 elements, there will be conflicts between the elements, causing unstable explosions. The confrontation between magic elements is not as simple as using water to put out fire or using earth to cover water. An explosive effect will occur when they restrain each other. You are just beginning to learn magic fusion, so it is recommended that you start practicing by following the 5 elements to avoid accidentally hurting yourself by elemental explosions. Okay. Zheng Yi kept nodding in response. No matter what he started practicing first, he would be the one who benefited. The most important thing was how Sun Sijia taught. First, gather the fire element in your palm, then wrap it with the wind element, and use the wind element to move the fire element. Sun Sijia first said the steps one by one. Zheng Yi nodded, and according to Sun Sijia's last instruction, he quickly gathered the fire element. But the good times did not last long. When the wind element continued to be released, the fire element dissipated directly into the air due to insufficient energy endurance. Don't be impatient. Take your time. Because your mental power is not very strong now, distracting yourself from controlling multiple attributes will lead to insufficient energy supply. Keep practicing and let your body form a habit. After your mental power increases, everything will fall into place. Sun Sijia taught Zheng Yi tirelessly because Zheng Yi was the best person to prove his theory. Mages should not hate each other just because of their different types. Water and fire have always been incompatible. Ice, water, and fire mages are the most discordant and have always been competing with each other to determine who is superior. As for the more mysterious light and darkness mages, they are like natural enemies. As a player, Zheng Yi naturally does not have the prejudices that NPCs have. There are only hostile players. It is impossible for him to dislike others just because their attributes conflict with his own. After practicing hard for an hour, Zheng Yi was finally able to release two elements at the same time. However, it was still a bit difficult for Zheng Yi to control the wind element to drive the fire element to rotate. It's too difficult to practice attribute mutual generation. How about trying attribute reversal first? Zheng Yi couldn't help but glance at the time. Although it might be very powerful that he had mastered the fusion technique, he didn't have much time left. If he didn't make some money within these few hours, he would have to sleep on the streets at night. Since you want to, then give it a try. However, you may get hurt easily due to the opposite properties, so you need to be careful. Sun Sijia did not obstruct Zheng Yi, but only advised him to be cautious. In fact, any two or more properties can cause an explosion, but the amount of the properties must be the same, and each property must be compressed to the limit. An explosion will occur after the properties rub and collide. Sun Sijia continued to explain. Zheng Yi has a lot of experience in magic element explosions. After all, he was once a top representative of the ice system. The master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to you. Zheng Yi began to try a practice with opposite attributes. With the previous experience of releasing elements, Zheng Yi quickly released the elements of water and fire, but the amount of elements was always difficult to control. Moreover, it is already difficult to release the two elements. If Zheng Yi wants to continue to compress them to the extreme, it is almost impossible for him now. As the fire element was extinguished by the water element again, Zheng Yi fell into a state of madness. 2 hours of high concentration made Zheng Yi's eyes bloodshot. Zheng Yi never thought that he could be in this state in the game. Just release the water element and try your best to compress it. Seeing Zheng Yi like this, Sun Sijia was afraid that he would lose heart and hurriedly said. It was not difficult for Zheng Yi to simply compress one attribute. Soon, the water element was compressed into a coin-sized sphere by Zheng Yi. Sun Sijia released the fire element, feeling the strength of Zheng Yi's water element begin to compress, and soon a fireball similar to Zheng Yi's water element was formed. Sun Sijia summoned with his left hand, and the water element in Zheng Yi's palm flew over. Sun Sijia used his mental power to combine the two compressed attribute balls together. Soon there were fluctuations in the air, and in an instant there was an explosion. Neither of the two elements disappeared, but bloomed in the air like fireworks. Zheng Yi naturally knew that the water element he released was not much, but it could produce such an explosive effect, which was several times more powerful than ordinary water balls and fireballs. Is this the inverse of attributes? It seems not bad. Zheng Yi showed a satisfied smile. The initial elemental effect can be doubled. What if it is a collision of two ultimate skills? What if it is a collision of multiple ultimate skills? What if it is a collision of forbidden spells of various systems? This time Zheng Yi gained a lot. Although he did not learn the attribute generation, he has a high talent for the attribute opposition. The reason why Sun Sijia recommended connecting the attributes first was mainly because he was worried that Zheng Yi would not be able to control the energy well and would hurt himself after the explosion. Zheng Yi's idea is just the opposite. As long as the attributes can explode, the higher the damage, the better. As for his own safety, he can solve it by pausing time. Although the cooldown time of time pause is not short, this method can definitely be used as a killer move, so the two can be used in conjunction. Moreover, Zheng Yi discovered that as his level increased, not only the duration of the time pause skill increased, but its cooling time also continued to decrease. According to this reduction speed, if you reach level 100, time pause may cool down in a few minutes, or even shorter. After all, there is a cooling reduction bonus from equipment attributes in the later stages. Zheng Yi can now barely release 2 explosion effects with opposite attributes, and once successful, the power is quite impressive. However, it will not only consume his entire mana bar, but also make his mental strength fall into a state of exhaustion. When your mental strength falls into a state of exhaustion, your ability to release skills, move, react, etc. will be reduced, so you dare not try it unless it is a critical moment. Zheng Yi left Sun Siege's courtyard and opened the level ranking list again. The top 10 were still around level 16. Fortunately, the upgrade speed slowed down after level 15. Although he had wasted a lot of time, he was still only 2 levels away. It's just 2 levels. I have to take it seriously. Zheng Yi muttered to himself. This time Zheng Yi chose the north gate. There was a small mountain range a little further north of Bayou City, where lived a group of bandits whose levels ranged from 16 to 20. There are 4 bosses in the bandit camp. Since the mountain range is far away and there are too many minions spawning at the foot of the mountain, few people go there to level up during the novice stage. After all, except for the basic skills, all skills in the sanctuary must be learned through skill books, or inherited from NPCs. In the early stages, everyone's means of attack are too simple. Zheng Yi also noticed this and decided to take some risks and go to the bandit camp alone. The fact was just as Zheng Yi expected. When the north of the city reached the level 15 monster area, the number of players decreased a lot. Everyone knows that humanoid monsters are not easy to fight. They have high attack and intelligence, and it is easy for one move to cause a chain reaction. Monsters that are close to them will have chain hatred. Arriving at the foot of the Thieves' Mountain, Zheng Yi had to be careful. There were many monsters at the foot of the mountain, and without group attack skills, it would be very troublesome if he was surrounded by monsters. Bandit Sentinel level 15 HP 2000. Bandit level 16 HP 2500. There are 2 main monsters at the foot of the mountain. The Sentinels are highly agile, fast, and have lower health and defense. However, once attacked, they can quickly summon nearby bandits, so they are very annoying. The main attack of the bandits is with the machetes in their hands, which have slightly higher attack power, but average movement speed. Most of them gather in groups of 2 or 3, and occasionally 1 or 2 will act alone. Zheng Yi mastered the maximum distance of his spellcasting and mainly targeted the bandits to avoid alerting too many monsters. -395. -384. -415. -395. -536. -376. Zheng Yi had a total of 6 skills, and he just finished releasing 1 round when a bandit fell down before he even reached him. The damage of thunder and fire to the bandits is slightly higher, but no matter what, they are within their killing line. After all, he is only level 14 now. If he changes to the water-turning staff at level 15, his attack power will be taken to a higher level. The bandits would rush out in groups of 3 or 5 when one of them was attacked. If he remained where he was and cast spells, 2 of them would fall down when they reached Zheng Yi. If there were more than 2, he would need to move and pull them apart. Although there are some troubles, fortunately the experience is good. After rough calculation, if you want to reach level 15, you need to defeat about 600 bandit minions. Even if Zheng Yi's movement and reaction are extremely fast, it still takes 5 seconds for him to release 6 skills. In addition, he needs to find a new target every time he clears a monster. In total, it takes about 8 seconds to kill one monster. In other words, if Zheng Yi wants to achieve the most efficient speed, he needs to be as error-free as a robot and repeat the mechanical monster killing process for 4,800 seconds, which is 1 hour and 20 minutes. Come on. Let the bandits come harder. Zheng Yi tried to get himself excited and yelled at the bandits at the foot of the mountain. Originally, he just wanted to mobilize his emotions, but he didn't expect that all the bandits, including the bandit sentinels, would look at him. 1/3 of the monsters were aroused with hatred. Zheng Yi naturally did not dare to fight hard, and hurriedly ran to the back. He ran a long way before he broke off the hatred. What's going on? In my previous life, these monsters were all like idiots. They wouldn't pay any attention to me unless I attacked them. How come I just shouted and alarmed so many monsters? Zheng Yi put his hands on his knees and breathed heavily. As a mage, he was not suitable for long-distance raids. The sanctuary after Rebirth seemed to become too real, and it was many times smarter than the previous life. Although the game in his previous life was real, he could still feel that he was playing a game to some extent. But after his rebirth, Zheng Yi had only one feeling, that is, he had come to another real world. Without time to think, Zheng Yi returned to the foot of the mountain. This time he was much more cautious and began to kill monsters efficiently. Even in terms of intelligence, it is just a low-level monster and is vulnerable in front of the serious Zheng Yi. With sufficient potion support, the experience bar is rising rapidly. When Zheng Yi finally reached level 15 after spending more than an hour, he finally understood why he had been delayed for so long. The top 10 were only level 16. Because after level 15, the experience points required doubled, but the experience points gained by continuing to fight bandits and minions decreased. If you continue to fight bandit minions to level up, you will need to kill about 1,800 of them to reach level 16, and this is when you are fighting monsters of higher levels alone. Most people are leveling up with a full team. The experience value of a single monster is much lower than their own, and the speed at which monsters are spawned is actually not much faster than their own. At this time, the first person on the level list has reached level 17, and his ID is a warrior named, a pot of wine among flowers. Zheng Yi was very familiar with this person. In his previous life, he was a player who recharged crazily. Since he changed his job to a berserker, in the early stage, his damage was particularly high. However, in the later stages of the game, because of its excessive pursuit of high attack, its own defense cannot keep up, and it is often kited by long-range players, so it gradually fades out of everyone's sight. If it can have more displacement skills, or balance its attributes a little, it will be a most difficult enemy. Only one person has reached level 17. It seems like I'm still pretty fast. Zheng Yi directly changed to the water-turning staff, and his attack power instantly went up a level. About 4 skills were enough to kill a minion in seconds. Occasionally, 1 or 2 minion would lack a bit of damage, but they could usually be dealt with a normal attack. What Zheng Yi cares most about in Bandit Mountain Range is certainly not that no one is snatching monsters, but the 4 bosses on the top of the mountain. After reaching level 15, he just followed the monsters and went up the mountain. Zheng Yi cleared the monsters along the way and soon arrived at the first boss location. I thought it would be a humanoid monster like a bandit leader, but it turned out to be a black panther. Zheng Yi was also a little surprised. He remembered that in his previous life, there were 4 leaders of this mountain, stationed at 4 nodes of the mountain range. For some reason, the 4th leader has turned into a leopard now. Normal carnivorous beasts are all above level 40, but this leopard should not be a full-grown adult and is only a level 20 bronze boss. The refresh time of the monsters around the boss will be longer, which is also to make it easier for players to fight the boss. After all, if you just want to upgrade, the monster areas outside are enough for players to clear. Baby Black Panther level 16 quality, bronze HP, 80,000. Zheng Yi looked at the sturdy Black Panther from a distance. It didn't look young at all. It seemed that the boss was eating at this time, and a large piece of raw meat was being torn by it. There was a team of bandit patrols and several bandit swordsmen around the boss. Zheng Yi counted about 30 monsters. The bandit monsters are not afraid of the Black Panther. It seems that this Black Panther should have replaced the 4th boss. It has 80,000 HP and is obviously an agile and high-attack boss. This is the type of monster that mages fear the most. It is already difficult to fight a boss of similar level alone, and the fact that their types are mutually exclusive makes it a big challenge for Zheng Yi. While Zheng Yi was carefully clearing out the monsters, he was thinking about how to fight the Black Panther. If he had more ice skills, plus control and deceleration effects, it would not be difficult to kill this highly sensitive and high-attack beast. Unfortunately, he only had a few basic skills. The only thing that can play a controlling role is the rock spike, which has a chance to make the enemy fall, but it seems to be difficult to work on these 4 beasts. Lightning strikes do have a higher chance of paralyzing the enemy, but the cooldown time is 10 seconds. You can do a lot of things in 10 seconds, and it's not a 100% paralysis effect. How to increase the success rate of the paralysis effect and how to avoid the Black Panther's attack during the cooling time of the lightning skill, these 2 points will be the key to determining victory or defeat. The bandit monsters did not have much impact on Zheng Yi and were quickly eliminated one by Zheng Yi. The refresh frequency near the boss was about 10 minutes, and even if the boss did not fight back within 10 minutes, he probably could not kill it. That is to say, starting from the 10th minute of fighting the Black Panther, it will be the most difficult stage of the whole process. Not only do you have to consider how to deal with the boss, but you also have to clean up the refreshed monsters. This is a gentle terrace on the mountain, the area is not too large, and there are no major obstructions. When 2 people meet on a narrow road, the bravest one wins. The worst that can happen is that you will lose some experience points. Zheng Yi didn't have time to think about it. He calmed himself down and started attacking. Fireball. -380. Water polo. -375. Release 2 skills in succession. The fire element has higher damage. Most beast elements are afraid of fire. However, the water ball, because of the blessing of the staff, can do almost as much damage as the fireball. On the other hand, the Black Panther also realized the enemy's invasion. He threw the large piece of meat in his mouth aside, roared to the sky, and rushed directly towards Zheng Yi. Rock protrusion. -480. The timing of releasing the rock spike skill was very accurate. It happened to be the place where Black Panther jumped and landed. The sudden change of the ground caused Black Panther to lose its center of balance, and it landed directly on its face, so it actually dealt higher damage than the fireball. Lightning strike. -569. Because the Black Panther was lying on the ground, he was paralyzed after being struck by lightning and was unable to get up for a while. Thunder. -367. Ice blade. -369. Wind blade. -350. Zheng Yi kept his distance while attacking. When the last wind blade was released, the Black Panther had stood up and pounced on Zheng Yi again. It was paralyzed for nearly 3 seconds. The body is in an abnormal state, which makes it easier to trigger the paralysis effect. Zheng Yi quickly came to a conclusion, which, although not necessarily completely accurate, gave him a general idea. The Black Panther was very smart. After falling down only once, he never jumped too high again. He could reach a distance of more than 10 meters in 2 steps. Because of its fast speed, the direction was mostly straight. Zheng Yi took advantage of this and always brushed past the Black Panther. After avoiding the attack, he would distance himself in the opposite direction. It took some time for the Black Panther to turn around each time. The casting time of a few tenths of a second was almost instantaneous, and several skills were connected seamlessly, making Black Panther furious. Zheng Yi used his high awareness and positioning to consume 20% of Black Panther's health, but this boss was no pushover either. After several minutes of fighting, although the Black Panther was angry, he slowed down, lowered his center of gravity, and began to move forward slowly, pressing Zheng Yi step by step. Zheng Yi frowned and thought it was not good. If the Black Panther attacked blindly without any plan, Zheng Yi would still have a chance. At this time, the Black Panther was using static to control dynamic movement. No matter whether he went left or right, he could not be faster than the Black Panther. His only choice was to retreat. However, the area of the buffer zone is not that large, and if you keep retreating, you will reach a dead end in no time. Zheng Yi hesitated and slowed down his retreat. In just a moment of hesitation, the Black Panther suddenly pounced on him. Even though Zheng Yi reacted very quickly and rolled over to avoid the attack, his body was still grazed by its claws. -786. Just by brushing the edge, he actually took away half of his health. If he had been bitten, he would have been killed instantly. He quickly drank a red bottle of blood medicine. His blood volume was slowly recovering. While the Black Panther hadn't turned around yet, he quickly retreated some distance. It would be great if there was an instant recovery potion. Zheng Yi looked at his blood volume increasing little by little and was somewhat dissatisfied with the potions sold in the store. Potions sold in stores usually restore 150 to 300 HP immediately, and then 700-1000 HP within 10 seconds, with the range depending on the level of the potion. Seeing his health of more than 1500 gradually filling up, he finally relaxed a little. As long as he was not bitten, he should be able to withstand 2 attacks with claws alone, provided he took a bottle of blood medicine in between. Black Panther adjusted the direction and pressed forward again to force Zheng Yi back. At this time, there was a wave in the air, and the first batch of monsters that had been eliminated were about to refresh. It never rains but it pours. The boss has become smarter, but why are the monsters joining in the fun? While complaining, Zheng Yi narrowly avoided the Black Panther's attack. Looking at the monsters that appeared after the air fluctuations, he actually came up with a clever way to deal with the Black Panther. It probably took Zheng Yi 3 or 4 skills to deal with the bandit monsters. After clearing out the first spawned monster, the air immediately began to fluctuate again. Because the bandits and monsters shared the firepower, Black Panther's attack frequency increased greatly, but this time he fell into Zheng Yi's trap. Zheng Yi deliberately moved himself to the position where the monsters were about to spawn. The Black Panther pounced with all its strength, but Zheng Yi dodged it. The Black Panther, which was supposed to land, crashed into the newly spawned bandit swordsman. Haha, a good hunter always behaves like a prey. Zheng Yi used a little trick, and the Black Panther collided with the refreshed monsters, and its sharp claws immediately pierced into the chest of the bandit Daobing. Monsters in general games are immune to each other, but the sanctuary is built to be realistic, so in addition to players forming teams, even monsters in the same camp can accidentally hurt each other, with the exception of some ranged skills. The Black Panther used all his strength in this pounce, and the bandit swordsmen were killed instantly, while Zheng Yi, who was standing by, gained this ownerless experience. Zheng Yi took advantage of the time when the Black Panther was stiff after attacking and used a set of skills on the Black Panther again. Roar. The Black Panther was furious. It had been domesticated in the mountains since it was a child. Although it ate living things every day, it had no resistance. This was the first time it encountered such a difficult invader. The angrier the Black Panther was, the more excited Zheng Yi became. Anger not only makes people lose their heads, but also makes the monster, which is not smart to begin with, even more clumsy. Just as Zheng Yi expected, after the Black Panther roared angrily, it gave up any tactical advance and started to rush forward. After all, it's just a useless little dog that can only bark. Zheng Yi moved calmly while releasing skills that had finished cooling down, and kept provoking the Black Panther. The Black Panther has been raised by humans for many years and has become somewhat human-like. It seemed to understand Zheng Yi's sarcasm and its attacks became more ferocious. However, due to the excessive force, its speed was reduced a lot. Zheng Yi always wanders around the place where the bandit swordsmen are about to refresh. Black Panther has become cautious after accidentally injuring his teammates several times, but his health is not optimistic anymore. Finally, after the Black Panther went berserk for a while, it was safely eliminated by Zheng Yi. After dealing with the surrounding monsters, Zheng Yi began to clean up the battlefield. The bronze boss did not bring any surprises to Zheng Yi, but his experience did increase a lot. No wonder I haven't reached level 17 after being on the leaderboard for so long. I've killed so many monsters and even killed a bronze boss, but my experience hasn't even reached level 16. Zheng Yi complained as he picked up the gold coins scattered on the ground. Zheng Yi's experience has now reached level 15 and 71%. Although he has not caught up with those on the leaderboard, Zheng Yi is confident that he has caught up with the tail of the first group of teams. The Black Panther dropped very little, just a bronze leather armor, some potions, and a good amount of gold coins. Although the leather armor is of a good level, it is not as good as the gold equipment he has on him, so Zheng Yi can only put it in his backpack as a backup. After taking a look at the mountain range, which was the same as he remembered but with a different boss, Zheng Yi decided to continue going up, as only changes could bring unexpected rewards. Although the fourth in command was replaced by Black Panther, the strength of the two is almost the same. I wonder what difference will be made if they continue to move forward. Bandit Lancer level 18 HP 5000. Continue moving forward and the monster has turned into a spearman. Although it is a melee fighter, it has a very long attack range. When it is dying, it will throw the spear. If the distance is too far, it will sprint with the spear. In short, this is one of the monsters that Justice hates the most. The monsters became denser the further up he went. With Zheng Yi deliberately moving slowly, he finally reached level 16 when he reached the second boss. Bandit third boss level 18 quality, silver HP, 100000. After leveling up, Zheng Yi did not delay and went straight to the boss. The boss here was no different from the one in his previous life, but the strength of the third in command seemed to be much stronger than before. The third in command was in a courtyard. There were several patrolling soldiers guarding outside the courtyard, and only the boss himself was inside the courtyard. This gave Zheng Yi some psychological comfort. "Old 3, where is your old 4? After Zheng Yi carefully cleared out the outer patrol soldiers, he casually released a fireball at the boss, and couldn't help asking about the whereabouts of the fourth in command. "How dare you, you idiot, come here and make trouble? You will be killed." The third in command of the bandits was tall but a little bloated. He held a two-handed axe in both hands and ran towards Zheng Yi. For Zheng Yi, among the 4 bosses in the bandit camp, his favorite one is the third one. Although he is extremely powerful, he is very clumsy and so slow that he can only be beaten by a kite. The only thing you need to pay attention to is his ground-shaking skill, which can make enemies within a 2-meter radius fly into the air. After they fly into the air, the axe can kill them instantly. With the experience from the previous life as a reserve, the third in command is just a durable sandbag. As for the Earth Shock skill, the starting posture is too obvious, and you have to lift your legs high every time. With Zheng Yi's agility, he can easily create distance. Although the third in command had a lot of health, he fell faster than the Black Panther. Zheng Yi didn't use his full strength at all. The bulky monsters were the favorite type of mages and archers. The third in command's two-handed axe fell down, and a skill book floated quietly on the ground, and the rest were some potions and gold coins. The third master's two-handed axe quality, silver attribute, unidentified. You don't even need to look to know that this is equipment for soldiers, and it is of no use to Zheng Yi now. Earthquake, Earth Control skill, which activates its own power to activate the surrounding Earth attributes, causing a knockback effect on the surroundings, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Warriors and Earth mages can learn it, warriors can trigger it with their own power, and Earth mages can trigger it by activating the surrounding Earth elements. This skill didn't appear in the previous life. The third in command was originally a warrior-type monster. Unexpectedly, the skill that appeared could be learned by Earth mages, and Zheng Yi was able to learn it. After level 16, more experience is required to upgrade, and the experience limit will reach 10% after defeating the third boss. You have to know that Zheng Yi's skills have almost no cooldown. Most players of the same level only have one skill. Even if a team of people kill monsters, their efficiency may not be better than yours. Zheng Yi didn't dare to waste time. After all, he didn't have much time left. His top priority was to get more equipment before getting off the plane and return to the city early to exchange them for some real star coins. When Zheng Yi cleared out all the monsters and came to the third boss, he finally understood why the fourth in command was not in his original position. It turned out that the fourth in command and the second in command moved in together. It is worth mentioning that the second in command was a pretty female bandit, but unexpectedly she ended up with the fourth in command. I didn't expect the bandit circle to be so chaotic. Why did I use the word also? Zheng Yi said to himself out of habit. The fourth boss is an assassin-type monster. Stealth attack is his main means of attack. His defense is weak and his health is not high. The toxin on his dagger is very strong and can put people into a poisoned state. The second in command is a priest, and was originally protected by elite bandits and monsters around him. Now that he has gotten together with the fourth in command, all the bandits and monsters should have been cleared away. The two heads were originally sitting opposite each other at a stone table in the courtyard. When they heard Zheng Yi talking, they realized that someone had invaded. "You bold lunatic, how dare you come here and make trouble? You will die." The fourth leader quickly pulled out a dagger from his waist and shouted at Lu Yuan. "If you guys are really brothers from the same mountain. Can't you be a little more original in your words?" Zheng Yi couldn't help laughing. But the boss couldn't understand Zheng Yi's humor. The fourth in command disappeared from Zheng Yi's sight, while the second in command waved the staff in his hand, and all kinds of buffs were directly attached to the fourth in command. Zheng Yi's eyes were solemn. The changes in the Bandit Mountain range had undoubtedly added a lot of difficulties to the early stages. Fighting two silver bosses at the same time was imaginable how difficult it would be. Bandit 4th leader level 16 quality, silver HP, 50,000. Bandit second in command level 18 quality, silver HP, 100000. Assassin class professions are naturally nemesis to mages. Zheng Yi could still deal with the fourth in command, but now with the addition of a priest to heal him, it is really difficult to deal with him. Zheng Yi did not look for the hidden fourth command, but chose the tactic of besieging Wei to save Zhao and directly launched an attack on the second command. The cooldown of the fourth boss's stealth skill is extremely long, which Zheng Yi knows very well. If he can withstand the first attack after he appears, then Zheng Yi will not be afraid even if he has extremely high agility. Fireball, Water Ball, Wind Blade, Thunderbolt, Ice Blade. As Zheng Yi moved, he used his attack skills towards the second in command of the bandits. Since he did not stay in the same place, it was difficult for the fourth in command to find an opportunity to attack. As a priest, the second in command can restore his own blood, but the system will naturally not set up an immortal boss. Although a lot of blood is restored every time, the blood bar is still gradually decreasing, and because he is always restoring his own blood, he has no time to attack. After a brief confrontation, Zheng Yi actually achieved complete suppression. "You bastard, how long are you going to wait before you attack? Do you want to wait until I'm dead before you attack?" The second in command was beaten without the ability to fight back and immediately became furious. Two bosses together are indeed difficult to deal with, but if the relationship between the bosses is special, it will lead to the current situation. The roar from the second in command immediately made the fourth in command lose his composure. There was a wave in the air and the fourth in command made a hasty move, but both the distance and angle were imperfect. Zheng Yi was mentally prepared. When he felt the murderous intent coming towards him, he immediately released the skills he had prepared. Earthquake. The newly learned range control skill came in handy, and the fourth boss's dagger was broken when it was a few centimeters away from Zheng Yi, and his entire body was completely floating in the air. Zheng Yi felt the power of the Earth Shock skill. If it was a huge monster, the effect would be weakened, and the enemy might not even get into the air. However, for skinny assassin-like enemies, it was a perfect restraint. Zheng Yi was not polite to the fourth in command who was floating in the air. He swung his water-turning staff and hit him directly on the head. Although the damage was not great, it was extremely insulting. Rock Protrusion. While Zheng Yi was keeping some distance, he used the Rock Thrust skill on the fourth in command who was about to land. "You bastard, you are so useless. How could I be so blind as to fall for you?" The second in command looked at the fourth in command with disdain and shouted loudly. Zheng Yi listened to the conversation between the bosses with some embarrassment. This didn't feel like a game at all. They were clearly a real couple living together. After his rebirth, the sanctuary became too real. The fourth in command couldn't bear the loss of face, so he turned all his anger towards Zheng Yi. He moved his body around, and the dagger with a cold glow attacked more fiercely. "Hey, you two are arguing, why are you taking it out on me?" Zheng Yi dodged the attacks while continuing to release skills to attack the second in command. Apart from a few verbal attacks, he basically chose to ignore them. He simply took the attacks that he couldn't avoid and relied entirely on blood potions to survive. The fourth in command repeatedly failed to attack the vital points, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. It was not because he had consumed a lot of physical energy, but because he was afraid that his woman would despise him. "They are useless, not even as good as the soldiers under my command." The second in command was constantly attacked and finally could not help but complain again. Curse. The second in command no longer maintained his own health, and began to counterattack Zheng Yi's attack. A black light enveloped Zheng Yi's body, and his health began to drop continuously. -35. -40. -38. Although the amount of blood lost is not much, it is still a big threat to Zheng Yi who only has more than 1,000 drops of blood. The problem is that this skill cannot be avoided by moving. "I say, fourth brother, are you not good at that? You were scared like this by a woman. It looks like she dislikes you." Although Zheng Yi was under a lot of pressure, he still did not forget to stimulate the fourth in command. After Zheng Yi's observation, he found that intelligent characters such as NPCs and bosses would be affected by emotions, which did not exist in his previous life. Making the enemy angry is a good tactic, especially when they are disliked by their own people. Zheng Yi's words really hit the sore spot of the fourth in command. After his face twitched a few times, thick black mist emanated from his body, and his eyes turned blood red. With his blood volume almost unchanged, he went straight into a state of frenzy. Most bosses will have several states when their health drops to a certain level. Some will directly fall into weakness, at which time their attack, defense, and speed will be greatly reduced. Some will choose to self-destruct, but only a few monsters will choose this path. The most common state is to enter a berserk state. This state is the exact opposite of a weak state. All values will reach their peak, but the duration will generally not be too long. After going berserk, the boss will definitely fall into a weak state. Entering the berserk state too early and failing to eliminate Zheng Yi directly would also mean that the fourth in command had lost his trump card. Zheng Yi prepared his only 3 control skills. Lightning Strike was a probability-based paralysis control, Rock Rush depended on the timing of his release, and the only relatively reliable earth-shaking skill required the enemy to be close enough to him. After the fourth in command went berserk, he was like a madman, leaving all distractions behind him. He easily dodged all the skills released by Zheng Yi. When he was a few meters away from Zheng Yi, he jumped up and pointed the cold dagger directly at Zheng Yi's chest. The fourth boss was also an expert. He knew that Zheng Yi had the skill of earth-shaking, so he jumped and attacked on purpose. Moreover, the timing of his attack was just after Zheng Yi released the skill, so there was no time to dodge this attack. In desperation, Zheng Yi had to release the time pause. The fourth in command's body stopped in midair, and the second in command's curse was also ready. If there was no time pause, he would surely die from this attack. I still don't have enough skills, and my life-saving skills are not enough. It's a bit far-fetched to fight 2 silver bosses alone. While Zheng Yi was summarizing his shortcomings, he released the basic attributes of the elements in his hands. The water element plus the fire element, when the 2 elements were successfully compressed and fused, Zheng Yi actually felt no pressure, and then released the thunder element. After fusing the 3 elements again, he found that there was still strength left, and then added the wind element into the fusion. After the 4 elements were compressed and fused, Zheng Yi felt that his mental strength was not enough, so he did not continue to add it. He threw the unstable attribute ball directly at the second-in-command priest. Zheng Yi looked at the magic fusion technique that appeared and stopped in midair, still feeling a little uneasy. After drinking 2 bottles of blue medicine, he ran behind the second-in-command and threw out another set of skills. Then he ran to the corner of the yard and waited quietly for the time pause to end. This is the first magic fusion skill. I'll use you to test its power. Under normal circumstances, Zheng Yi couldn't even control the 2 elements well, but in the time-paused state, the fluctuations of the magic elements seemed to be stilled, which reduced a lot of difficulty for Zheng Yi. If my mental strength was not insufficient, it would not be impossible to merge the 6 attributes together. After Zheng Yi released all his skills in another round, he distanced himself without hesitation. The time pause ended, and the attack that the fourth in command thought was sure to hit landed on empty space, while the second in command who was hiding in the back suddenly faced a series of attacks. The elemental ball composed of 4 elements instantly exploded on the second in command, followed by several small skills. Minus 67,423. Minus 478. Minus 325. Minus 764. Minus 235. A series of damage came out from the top of the second in command's head. The attribute balls of 4 properties actually directly knocked off more than half of the second in command's health. Combined with the blood consumed before, the second in command's health bar has dropped to about 30%. Because the fourth boss jumped into the air and attacked with all his strength, after the dagger pierced the air, his whole body was carried a considerable distance by inertia, and there was an incredible expression on his face. At this time, the fourth in command's rage time finally ended. After entering a weakened state, all values were reduced, and he temporarily lost the threat to Zheng Yi. Damn it, come and save me, how can this guy have such high damage? The second in command screamed in horror. The vivid expression on his face didn't look like a bunch of data at all, and as a boss he did talk a little too much. Even Jesus can't save you, I said. Zheng Yi spoke in a firm tone, waving the staff in his hand and launching a series of attacks. The explosion effect of the attribute ball was very strong. The second in command seemed to be seriously injured. Not only did his reaction speed decrease, but he also suffered more damage than before. The fourth in command was also anxious when he saw this, but after his various attributes decreased, he had no way to deal with Zheng Yi. He could only watch his woman's blood volume decrease little by little. To make matters worse, the blood-adding effect of the second in command was greatly reduced. It seemed that the severe injury effect was triggered and the healing effect was reduced. Less than 30,000 HP was not enough in front of Zheng Yi. In just a few tens of seconds, the second in command was on the verge of death. Moreover, it seemed that as a priest, she did not have any hidden skills. In his previous life, the second in command relied on his elite monsters for output. At that time, there were many monsters and the second in command had the skill to recover health, so it was not easy to kill them. But now the two silver bosses joining forces seem to be indeed stronger, but the soldiers have been transferred away. Once the output of the fourth in command no longer poses a threat, it is not an exaggeration to say that the overall strength has been weakened. Although the fourth in command had recovered from his weak state, Zheng Yi simply ignored him. So the second in command cursed, "You dead ghost are unreliable," and fell to the ground unwillingly. A skill book and a priest's short staff exploded, and there were also quite a few scattered gold coins. Zheng Yi was not in a hurry to pick it up, after all, he was the only one here. After dodging the attack of the fourth boss again, he struck a pose that he thought was very handsome, pointing his staff directly at the fourth boss. "Damn it, it's your turn this time. You can't even protect your own woman. You are really useless." Zheng Yi used his own method to inflict a serious mental attack on the fourth in command. The fourth in command was naturally furious, but unfortunately he no longer had the strength to enter a violent state again. Zheng Yi relied on his positioning and continuous attacks to beat the fourth in command without any chance of fighting back. As an assassin, the fourth boss had weaknesses in defense and health. When his health dropped to 30%, he could no longer bear the blow from Zheng Yi's words, and his body swelled up, so he chose to self-destruct on the spot. Zheng Yi had experienced the skill of self-destruction in his previous life. The more blood and the stronger the ability of the boss, the more powerful the self-destruction. Some bosses can even use their own vitality to be reborn after self-destruction, although their strength will be greatly reduced after rebirth. The fourth in command obviously did not have the ability to be reborn, and was completely furious by Zheng Yi. Terrifying energy fluctuations emanated from the fourth in command's body, generating a very strong suction force with him as the center. Zheng Yi didn't dare to resist and tried his best to keep some distance. Although the distance was far, he was still hit by the aftermath of the explosion. After quickly drinking a bottle of red medicine, he could only leave it to fate. The strong impact caused Zheng Yi to roll a long distance on the ground in a panic. When his body stopped, his blood, which was already thin to begin with, was reduced to a thin layer. Damn it. If this damn guy had blown himself up earlier, I would have died here. Zheng Yi couldn't help but swear after surviving the robbery. Although it was thrilling, we won after all, and the next part was the most enjoyable part, which was cleaning up the battlefield. First, I picked up the items dropped by the second in command. The short staff was of silver quality, and the skill book was also the priest's skill, curse. Neither of the two items can be used by me. Although I am unlucky, there is nothing I can do about it. Continue to look at the items dropped by the fourth boss, a silver quality dagger, an assassin's skill book, backstab, and gold coins and potions scattered on the ground. Ah, these two are really poor. They put in so much effort, but in the end, only this little thing popped up. Zheng Yi was very dissatisfied with the spoils, but it was also expected. After all, the first few bosses were just appetizers, and the final big boss was what Zheng Yi was looking forward to. There was also the treasure chest in the bandit's vault, and he wondered what surprises it might contain. The Bandit Mountains are definitely a treasure land in the early stages, and the treasure chest in the vault can only be opened once, and it will be empty when you come back next time. Although the boss will refresh after a period of time, the drop rate will be much lower. This is why Zheng Yi would take time out to come here even though he was wandering on the streets. After checking the time, Zheng Yi found himself in an awkward situation. The money he paid could allow him to use the network for more than an hour, but after clearing out the small monsters and reaching the big boss, he barely had enough time to fight him. Alas. Only money can make money. Poverty will only make people poorer. Zheng Yi felt helpless about his situation. It is impossible to return to the city now. If I miss this opportunity, this place may be discovered by other players before I find a place to stay. I had no choice but to send the weapon skill book out on the World Channel. Staff of Redemption, Poisonous Dagger, Two-Handed Axe of the Third Master, Black Panther Leather Armor, Backstab, Curse, Selling Star Coins, Discounts for Packages, Payment First Then Goods, If you cheat, your whole family will die MMMMMM. While Zheng Yi was clearing out the monsters, he was also speaking on the World Channel. Although it costs some game coins to speak on the World Channel, it is also the most time-saving method. Such a large number of silver-level equipment and skill books naturally attracted the attention of large guilds, and Zheng Yi soon received many private messages. However, Zheng Yi had no good feelings towards those big guilds, and each of them relied on their reputation to ask Zheng Yi to deliver goods first and then pay, which made Zheng Yi feel very unhappy. After several private messages failed to reach an agreement, an ID called Sunny Day caught Zheng Yi's attention. I want all of these. I'll pay you first. If you're in Liberty City, it'd be best if we trade face to face. I can find you wherever you are. You don't want to be a traitor, do you? Zheng Yi didn't dare to reveal his identity easily. The game character was virtual, but it would be very dangerous if his real identity was exposed, especially after he became famous. He had suffered this in his previous life. I'm a girl, how can I have the ability to rob other gangs? 3 pieces of silver equipment, 3 skill books, and 1 bronze leather armor. I'll charge you 10,000 star coins for the whole package. Okay, send me the address. The price Zheng Yi gave was very fair. If he wasn't in urgent need of money, the price might have been higher. Anyway, the current difficulties were overcome. After sending the address to the other party, Zheng Yi continued to kill the elite bandit monsters. La la la, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. 10,000 star coins have gone into my pocket. After Zheng Yi found a buyer, he completely relaxed and hummed a little tune while clearing out the bandits. However, the experience required for upgrading was too much, and he was still a long way from reaching level 17. The top 10 on the level ranking list have all reached level 17, and there are countless people at level 16, with Zheng Yi only ranking in the middle. It's better to keep a low profile so as not to attract jealousy. Zheng Yi closed the ranking list and said with relief. Time passed by minute, and Zheng Yi's internet fee was soon used up. He had no choice but to quit the game and wait quietly for the buyer to arrive. Sister Qing, is that guy a liar? How could someone who could drop so many top-quality equipment come to the public network service hall? It's a pity that you had to come here by yourself. Girl, if it weren't for your skills and weapons, who would be willing to come to this poor area at dark? 2 young girls came to the network service hall where Zheng Yi was. One of them was a short-haired beauty with heroic spirit. She was the Sunny Day who contacted Zheng Yi to buy equipment. Her real name was Yin Qing. The other one was her good sister, LV Tianwei, whose game ID was Wei Wei Shiyu. Yes, thank you, big sister. From now on, I will follow you closely and take care of you wholeheartedly. Lu Tianwei hugged Yin Qing and said with a smile. Okay, I told you to wear more clothes when you come to this area, but you don't know what your body shape is. I don't know what you eat to grow so well. Yin Qing tightened the coat she had specially put on. Although the weather was very hot, she still felt a little reluctant to come to such a poor area. Yin Qing has a standard figure, with every part of her body well proportioned. Her short hair makes her look heroic. Even though she dresses in a more neutral style, her beauty cannot be concealed. She can be said to be the type that appeals to both men and women. Lu Tianwei is 2 centimeters shorter than Yin Qing. She has a cheerful and passionate personality, and an even hotter figure with a slender waist and long beautiful legs. A simple t-shirt and a pair of hot pants perfectly show off Lu Tianwei's figure. No wonder Yin Qing blamed her for her outfit. There is a huge gap between the rich and the poor in Liberty City, and the slums are notoriously chaotic. Although there are righteous people in the slums, most of them are people who hate the rich. The scarce resources and difficult life have driven many people insane. They do things without considering the consequences. Even the peacekeeping forces that are there to maintain order are lax, and some even condone the chaos in the poor areas. Of course, no matter how chaotic the poor area is, there are a few taboos that cannot be violated. First, you cannot cause trouble in the rich area. Second, you must never conflict with the peacekeeping forces, otherwise the only outcome will be death. But when people from rich areas come to poor areas, they have to ensure their own safety. Yin Qing recruited a lot of girls and decided to do something big in the Holy Land. The reason why he was so anxious to collect equipment was because he knew the importance of the early stage. Yin Qing simply cannot compete with the big guilds for many resources, and it is rare to find someone with a similar price who has not yet cooperated with the big guilds. This opportunity is worth it even if it involves some risks. The two girls walked into the hall, where there were many bad youths who, like Zheng Yi, had spent all their money but refused to leave. They were chatting and smoking in groups of 3 or 5. "Hey, there are such hot girls in our movie." Only then did Lu Tianwei feel scared. She held Yin Qing's arm tightly with both hands and walked quickly towards the agreed network port number. Zheng Yi was naturally attracted by the two beauties. Even when the two women came in front of Zheng Yi's eyes had not left Lu Tianwei. Pa. Another pervert. Seeing that Zheng Yi was a little stupid and looked like an easy target to be bullied, Lu Tianwei took out all her previous resentment on Zheng Yi. "Haha, I'm sorry, but my sister is naturally beautiful and has a great mind. It's natural for people to yearn for her. It's normal for people to look at her a few more times. Don't be surprised." It's not like Zheng Yi has never seen the world, but he hadn't eaten for a day, so his reaction was a little slow. That's why he couldn't control his gaze when he saw the beautiful woman. "Are you going to sell the equipment?" "We didn't bring any equipment with us. You can go online and trade the items to my people. I will transfer the money to you directly after you receive the equipment." Yin Qing got back to the point. She didn't want to waste any more time. This place was really uncomfortable. Why not just use public equipment? What if I trade it to someone else and you don't acknowledge it? "We have come to this shabby place, how can we come here to cheat you?" Lu Tianwei said angrily. Lu Tianwei's voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of many people around her. The words "broken place" seemed to trample on the dignity of many people. Zheng Yi didn't feel anything. After all, he had lived an upper-class life through hard work in his previous life and had tried all kinds of luxurious things. But it was different for other people in the room. "Wei, stop talking." Yin Qing winked at Lu Tianwei, and then said to Zheng Yi, "We have come all the way here, which has shown our sincerity. Don't worry, we will pay you as soon as the goods arrive." Zheng Yi also noticed the nervousness of the two girls. Having lived here for many years, Zheng Yi naturally knew the chaos here. Although it was the first time they met, Zheng Yi did not want these two beauties to encounter any regrettable incidents here. "Well, my internet fee is gone. Could you please renew it for 1 hour first?" Zheng Yi felt a little embarrassed as he spoke. It was really too embarrassing to tell his predicament in front of two beauties. Yin Qing frowned slightly, took out 100 star coins and handed them over, saying, "Hurry up, I don't want to stay here for long." Zheng Yi didn't say anything more. He didn't want to stay in this noisy place for too long. After paying an hour's internet fee, he quickly logged back into the game. Because he really couldn't bear to leave the Bandit mountain range. After all, he had already fought his way to the top of the mountain, and the only thing left to defeat was the final big boss. After adding the friend ID given by Yin Qing, he directly used the in-game mail system. Although he had to pay some gold coins as handling fees, it was convenient. Zheng Yi had a lot of game coins anyway, and they could not be redeemed now. In less than a minute, the other party sent a private message saying that the goods had been received. Zheng Yi saved the screenshot of the chat and went offline directly. But after Zheng Yi finished the game, he was dumbfounded. The two beauties who were standing in front of him had disappeared. Damn it. It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Zheng Yisin was disappointed. His equipment was still good enough for the fight, but the feeling of being cheated was really unpleasant. When Zheng Yi was feeling upset, the noise outside the public network hall attracted his attention. Following the sound, they came outside and found several young men who looked like gangsters, pushing their financial sponsor and trying to take the two away. "Hey, let go of those two girls. Zheng Yi is not full of justice, it's just that his own account has not been settled yet." After all, he is still waiting for this little bit of rice to be cooked. Stop meddling in other people's business. Are you tired of living? The thugs shouted at Zheng Yi. Boy, I'll give you another 10,000 if you help us. Yin Qing saw that the people watching the fun were all indifferent, and only Zheng Yi had a chance to help her, so she hurriedly invited him to help. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I, Zheng Yi, have been full of a sense of justice since I was a child. I will protect these two people. Zheng Yi rolled up his sleeves and walked forward step by step, looking like a hero in the eyes of the two girls. Facing Yin Qing's sudden price increase, Zheng Yi had no resistance at all. He didn't care about the enemy's numbers. He just thought that the bill had not been settled yet. If the star coins were not received, he might have to face the old landlady. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I, Zheng Yi, am born with a sense of justice. Zheng Yi shouted at the gangsters. Zheng Yi walked towards the thugs with his hands rolling up his sleeves. Just from his aura, he looked like a martial arts master. Anyone who dares to rape a woman in public is naturally not a good person and will not be afraid just because Zheng Yi walks with the wind. You little bastard, you dare to meddle in other people's business. I think you are tired of living. The leader of the gang said. Following a gesture from the leader of the gang, except for the two gangsters who were controlling the two women, the rest of them rushed towards Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi is not actually very good at fighting. He just entered society early and has no backing since childhood. So in order to avoid being bullied, he can only fight desperately. Faced with several thugs rushing towards him, Zheng Yi felt a little timid, but for the sake of his dinner and accommodation, he had no choice but to fight. Cutting off someone's financial resources is equivalent to murder. I don't care who you are. Zheng Yi shouted, mainly to give himself courage. Facing the gangsters' punches, Zheng Yi dodged a few times in an orderly manner, and his counterattacks hit the target hard. Just when Zheng Yi thought he had the upper hand, the gangsters surrounded him by relying on their numbers. I told you to hide, let's see how you hide this time. The thugs started pulling and pulling, leaving Zheng Yi with no room to dodge, and his chest and back were beaten by the thugs. Zheng Yi, who was at a disadvantage, could only hold his head with his hands and curl up on the ground, allowing the thugs to kick and beat him, and the surrounding was filled with the thugs' laughter. Yin Qing and Lu Tianwei were originally immersed in the joy of being rescued, but the next moment they looked at Zheng Yi being beaten on the ground with pity on their faces. It turned out that heroes saving damsels in distress only exist in movies and TV dramas. Beat them to death. If anyone dies, I'll take responsibility. The gang leader shouted wildly. It seemed that he was not afraid at all of the onlookers around him taking pictures and leaving evidence. He even raised his middle finger and looked around, showing disdain for everyone. Time passed minute by minute. After beating Zheng Yi for a while but seeing no sign of Zheng Yi wailing or begging for mercy, the thugs suddenly felt bored. After kicking him a few more times, they left in disappointment. After all, their leader had said that after he had enough fun with the two beauties, he would share them with his men to have a taste. Trash. The thugs spat and said disdainfully to Zheng Yi lying on the ground. Zheng Yi curled up on the ground in a mess, but he was observing the gangsters through the gaps. Although he was in great pain from being beaten, he had protected his vital parts well and did not suffer any fatal injuries. The thugs grabbed the two women and were about to leave, but Zheng Yi suddenly jumped up, picked up a brick on the ground, and rushed straight towards the thug leader. The thugs had just beaten up Zheng Yi, and as a warning to others, they naturally thought that there would be no more threats around them, so Zheng Yi easily succeeded. Zheng Yi pushed the gang leader to the ground, pressed his knee directly on his chest, picked up a brick in his right hand and smashed it on his head. Fortunately, the bricks were not tough due to weathering over time, otherwise the gangster would have lost half his life. After Zheng Yi succeeded in his attack, he threw away the cracked brick, raised his fist and started hitting the gang leader in the face. Let you go crazy, let you go crazy. Zheng Yi didn't care about the thugs who rushed over from behind him. He grabbed the collar of the gang leader tightly and no matter how the others hit him, he just used his fists to hit the person under him. Finally, a gangster found a baseball bat from somewhere and hit Zheng Yi on the back of the neck, which made Zheng Yi lose his fighting ability. Before he fainted, he glanced at Yin Qing and Lu Tianwei and found that there was no one around the two women, but the two of them did not run away like fools. Damn it, I'm in the front team fight, and these two idiots don't deal damage but go back to the city. They are such bad teammates. Zheng Yi thought to himself, his lips just moved but no sound came out, and then he collapsed to the ground and fainted. Shit, this is impossible. He was just reborn and was planning to be a big shot, but now he's dead. Zheng Yi opened his eyes, but felt that everything in front of him was dark. He could only think in frustration that he was dead. Hiss. As Zheng Yi's body twisted, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Although the pain made Zheng Yi grimace in pain, he was very happy in his heart, because the pain proved that he was not dead. Crackle. Zheng Yi accidentally knocked a water cup to the ground, and the sound of glass breaking led to the sound of the door opening. Are you awake? A soft female voice asked. Where is this? Why can't I see anything? Zheng Yi said in a hoarse voice. Zheng Yi heard someone talking to him, and then he realized that he might be blind. He immediately became emotional and struggled to get up. Don't move, there's an 4 in your hand. Oh you. A soft female voice said, and then she let out a cry and retreated. Zheng Yi waved his hands around and felt something soft. He wanted to find out what it was, but when he leaned forward, he missed and fell to the ground. Beauty is a disaster, beauty is a disaster. I was ready to make a big splash, but I was struck by lightning at the opening and was screwed by 2 little girls. It's really unfair. Zheng Yi was on the verge of mental collapse. The ups and downs in his life happened too quickly. If he had known earlier, he would rather not have those tens of thousands of star coins. Who could have thought that the situation would be so serious? The room started to get noisy, as if several more people came in, and all the voices were women's. Little sister, what's wrong? Sister, you are finally here. He seems crazy, he keeps yelling and touching me. The female voice that was beside Zheng Yi said. That bastard, where did he touch you? I'm going to chop off his hands. Sister, aren't you two inviting a wolf into your home? Said another female voice that I had never heard before. Well, if it weren't for him, Wei Wei and I might not be able to come back. He caused the current situation and we are not unrelated. Even if it is a wolf entering the house, I have the obligation to heal his injuries first. Zheng Yi remembered this voice, it was Yin Qing who spent money to buy his equipment. After Yin Qing finished speaking to the people in the room, she turned to Zheng Yi and continued, Don't be afraid, it's safe now. This is my studio, and these are all members of our guild. The doctor said that you only have superficial injuries, and since we are in a hurry, we can only take you back to the studio to recover. As for your eyes, you are not really blind. Because of the heavy blow to the back of your neck, your brain suffered a severe concussion. There is some blood clot in your brain that is pressing on your optic nerve. As long as you rest for a while, when the blood clot disappears, your vision will automatically recover. You will live here during your recovery, and we will cover all the expenses. Your communicator is damaged, so I will buy you a new one. I have already brought you the gaming equipment, so if you have any questions, you can ask directly. Yin Qing answered all the questions in a row, and Zheng Yi calmed down. He sat on the ground blankly, feeling dizzy, and there was no place on his body that didn't hurt. Where is the toilet? I want to pee. Zheng Yi suddenly said. After going to the toilet, Zheng Yi finally calmed down. After all, he was not permanently blind, and all the beauty said they would be responsible for him. As for how the blind Zheng Yi judged that these people were beauties, except for Yin Qing and Lu Tianwei, he judged the others entirely based on his imagination based on their voices and body sense. After getting beaten, I ended up surrounded by beauties. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Zheng Yi thought to himself as he lay leisurely on the bed after being fed by a little girl. According to Zheng Yi, he only fainted for 1 night. The doctor said that he might be in a coma for 1 or 2 days. It seems that this has something to do with the fact that he suffered a lot since childhood and has a good physical foundation. But these women were really brave enough to bring the unconscious me home without worrying about anything happening if someone died. Zheng Yi didn't blame them for disregarding their own safety. After all, when the peacekeeping troops arrived, the 2 women did not give up on themselves and took the initiative to assume responsibility. This was considered to be a show of affection and righteousness. By the way, my little beauty, you still owe me 20,000 star coins. Zheng Yi suddenly said. At this time, only the girl who had taken care of Zheng Yi the earliest was left in the house. The others had already gone online to upgrade the game. After all, this was also a studio, and they planned to form their own guild in the future. You almost lost your life, yet you still think about those star coins. Don't worry, your money is not a big deal. Anyway, I provide you with food and shelter now. Big sister said she will give it to you when you recover and leave. The little beauty said softly. Zheng Yi was not worried that they would default on their debts. After a quick thought he knew that it was definitely because they did not have sufficient funds in the early stages, so naturally the later they paid the bill the better. By the way, little sister, what's your name? Zheng Yi was in the dark and could only keep finding words to ease his inner anxiety. My name is Liang Rui. Since my game level is the lowest, I will be the one taking care of you these days. Liang Rui said softly. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I was a little flustered because I suddenly became blind. I didn't mean to touch you there. Zheng Yi said as he raised his right hand and grabbed the air twice, making Liang Rui's face turn red. Forget it. My elder sister said you are not a bad person. I will forgive you for your bravery. Liang Rui said generously. By the way, can you help me connect the gaming equipment? It's better to play some games than just lying there. The doctor told you to rest. It's better to have no doctor than to trust all doctors. Just trust me. Go quickly. You can go back to play later. Add me as a friend. I'll call you in the game if there's anything. Just come over then. Zheng Yi said without question. Liang Rui thought about it and agreed. After all, she was bored staying here, and the game had just been launched. Even if she was assigned as a logistics staff, she didn't want to be left behind by her sisters. With the help of Liang Rui, Zheng Yi finally returned to the game. There was no change after entering the game. As long as he was not brain dead, there was no difference between him and a normal person after entering the game. Liang Rui's game ID is. Zheng Yi added her as a friend after he came online. After greeting each other, Zheng Yi prepared to continue fighting the boss. Some players have already arrived at the foot of the Bandit mountain range, and Zheng Yi has been left behind again after being unconscious for a night. That's fine. Only those who keep quiet can make a fortune. Since God doesn't want me to be in the limelight, I'll just upgrade as fate dictates. Zheng Yi opened the level ranking list and found that the highest level had reached level 18, while he was only level 16, less than half of the experience. It was estimated that the people on the level list were almost online 24 hours a day. Why are you online? Didn't you ask Liang Rui to watch you? Yin Qing added Zheng Yi as a friend because she had purchased equipment before, and the private chat window with the ID Qing Tian popped up soon. I'm bored. At least I can see things in the game. Just keep busy. I'll call you if there's anything. Zheng Yi didn't want to waste any more time. If the players at the foot of the mountain rushed up, it would be very troublesome for him to defeat the big boss. He estimated that the small bosses at the foot of the mountain could also delay them for a while. What he feared most was that the news would spread. After all, who doesn't want to lose equipment when defeating the boss when playing games? After checking his backpack, he found that there were enough potions. There were many monsters outside the big boss, so Zheng Yi cleared them out as quickly as he could, even at the cost of wasting some potions. Time was more important than anything else in the current situation. The leader of the bandits is a very mighty muscular man, with a big sword on his shoulder, like a martial saint. According to the background of the story, he was also a general, but later he became a bandit because of the frame-up of a villain. The story has some meaning of the heroes of Liangshan, but this mountain is not a place for heroes who rob the rich and help the poor. Bandit boss level 20 quality, gold HP, 200000. Zheng Yi remembered that the bandit chief was only a silver boss in his previous life. He did not expect that even he had evolved. His health of 200,000 was exactly twice that of the second in command. Moreover, based on his memory from his previous life, the bandit chief was not comparable to the other small bosses in terms of strength, speed, and flexibility. Wow, I thought I would walk the old road again, but I didn't expect that the asphalt road has become a mountain road. It's challenging and interesting. Zheng Yi is naturally not afraid of the boss level becoming stronger. The stronger the enemy, the more excited Zheng Yi will be. Fireball. Water polo. Wind blade. Ice blade. Thunder. Zheng Yi took advantage of the distance and released a round of skills as usual. The bandit leader was hurt. He swung his sword in the air, dragged it diagonally on the ground, and rushed towards Zheng Yi quickly. The bandit leader's close-range attack is very powerful, and he can even swing his sword energy from a distance. No matter what kind of attack it is, with Zheng Yi's health of more than 1,000, he simply can't withstand a second blow. If the opponent's attack happens to be a critical hit, he may even be killed instantly. Fortunately, in the Sanctuary game, there are very few skills that lock onto targets, and most attacks can be avoided by movement and skills. Even if the boss is very strong, it is theoretically possible to kill it without taking any damage. How dare you, you idiot, come to my village and make trouble? You deserve to be killed. The bandit leader swung his sword horizontally, and the attack distance instantly reached 3 meters away. Moreover, a blade of air shot out with the sword, and the power was far beyond expectations. Damn, there really are new moves. The moves have all been updated. Can't you change your opening remarks? Faced with the sudden sword energy, Zheng Yi lay on the ground in a panic and just barely dodged it, while still muttering to himself. The big boss took advantage of the situation and showed no mercy. He chopped Huashan with his sword from the sky. His already tall and mighty body leaped up, and the sword drew a perfect arc in the air. If the sword hit the target, Zheng Yi would be split into 2 halves. Zheng Yi felt a murderous aura while lying on the ground. He rolled over and narrowly avoided the knife. The aftermath of the knife hitting the ground actually caused Zheng Yi several hundred points of damage. Using a big move right at the start, awesome. Awesome. Using the momentum from the aftermath of the move, Zheng Yi rolled a few times and stood up. He drank a bottle of blood medicine, muttering to himself while using his skills. The stronger the attack, the greater the stiffness. Look, I'm getting beaten. Zheng Yi directly chose to go around and hit the boss's head with his skills accurately, while the boss was still pulling out the big knife that was chopped into the ground. It must be said that Fa Rongqing and others did cause some trouble to Zheng Yi, but it was just a small episode. At this time, Zheng Yi's equipment was only of upper-middle quality, but he had an outrageous number of skills. When the average person had 2 or 3 skills, Zheng Yi had 8 skills. This was also Zheng Yi's greatest reliance. Fa Rongqing is also a mage, but he only has 2 skills to release in turn. You have to know that he is at least a small boss, so mage skills will definitely be given priority to him, which shows that he lacks skills in the early stage. In fact, it is no wonder that the system is like this. After all, the early bosses and minions are relatively weak. If the skill explosion rate is too high, the monsters will become useless. Monsters in the early stages cannot be too strong. After all, there are still many people who have never played the game, and not everyone has a fixed team and good combat awareness. After Zheng Yi defeated 3 enemies in a row, Fa Rongqing could no longer bear it and waved his hands and shouted, "Sir, don't kill me, don't kill me. I admit my mistake. I didn't recognize the real man. I shouldn't have planned to attack you. Please spare us a way out." Zheng Yi didn't expect this to happen. He wanted to snatch the boss by relying on his large number of people, but found that he couldn't beat him and begged for mercy. As the leader of a team, it was really amazing that he could do this. Boss, you. Fa Rongqing's subordinates never expected that their boss would behave like this. Even the nanny in the team seemed to feel very embarrassed and couldn't help but question Fa Rongqing's behavior. "Shut up and beg for mercy from Big Brother," Fa Rongqing said firmly without any explanation. Seeing that the other party had stopped, Zheng Yi was too lazy to pay attention to them and started to fight the bandit leader. At this time, the boss was finally in a weak state. Since they didn't want to cause trouble anymore, Zheng Yi was not afraid of any tricks they might use. "I thought that Fa Rongqing's subordinates would be dissatisfied, but I didn't expect that the survivors were very obedient. Although they didn't say anything to beg for mercy, they all stopped and moved away." The boss that entered a weakened state was quickly eliminated by Zheng Yi. A burst of colorful light flashed, and a large number of items exploded on the ground. Fine iron thick back machete. Quality, gold. Level, 20. Warrior class wearable. Unidentified. Blade Chi, swing the weapon to send out an air blade that can cause damage to enemies within a straight line of 3 meters in front of you. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. It can be learned by warrior professions at level 20. The warrior class's long-range skill book is truly a rare and top-quality item. You must know that the weakest point of the warrior class is their short arms. With this skill, you can more or less increase your long-range attack capabilities, making it difficult for your opponent to defend against it. Splitting Mount Huashan with force, concentrate strength on the weapon and quickly exert all the strength to cause heavy damage to the enemy in front. Movement speed will be reduced by 70% within 3 seconds after use. The cooldown time is 1 minute. It can be learned by warriors at level 20. The boss had used the skill of splitting Huashan Mountain with force before, and it was indeed very powerful. If Zheng Yi hadn't reacted extremely quickly, he would have been killed instantly by this move. It was also a powerful single-target skill for a warrior. A gold-level weapon, 2 top-quality skill books, a lot of potions and gold coins. Although there was nothing Zheng Yi could use, it was still a great gain. After picking up the spoils, Zheng Yi looked at Fab Ronking and others with some doubt. Although these people were jealous of the top-quality items on the ground, they did not step forward. Just with the leader's words, the team members were so obedient. This kind of execution ability is really rare, even the top guild in the district cannot do it. What do you mean? Zheng Yi couldn't help asking. If you don't plan to wait for the boss to refresh, we're going to level up here and wait for the boss to refresh before fighting it again. F.A. Ronking said with a smile. Well, it's up to you. The boss here will take at least 6 hours to refresh, and the second refresh rate will be much lower. The other party smiled at him, and Zheng Yi returned the smile. If Fab Ronking had not given a reminder when he attacked before, which won Zheng Yi some favor, Zheng Yi would never have been able to leave any person alive. Although it was unknown why Fab Ronking took the initiative to beg for mercy, Zheng Yi did not want to offend too many people. Although the two sides had fought, they were not mortal enemies after all. If both teams were wiped out, there would be nothing to talk about except fighting when they met in the future. In that case, you guys stay outside to kill monsters. I'm going to enter the teleportation array and leave. Don't follow me in, or I'll be considered looking for trouble. Zheng Yi didn't waste any time and went straight into the room behind the boss. All the property of the entire Bandit Mountain range was in the warehouse inside the boss's room. Of course, people in the game will not move all their property away, so a treasure chest is set up. The things in it are all random, and the level of the treasure chest is generally based on the level of the boss. Unlike the treasure chests in dungeons, the treasure chests in wild maps can only be opened once, and after that they will be permanently empty. Zheng Yi came to the treasure chest, rubbed his hands excitedly, and opened the treasure chest directly. How Gram Salam, come out. Top quality equipment. Zheng Yi closed his eyes and muttered to himself, thinking that he still needed to learn some metaphysics about the box. Ding, congratulations on getting 100 gold coins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Arc. The system only prompted twice, which was one less time than when it was turned on in the previous life, but the quality was obviously much better than in the previous life. Arc, induce lightning elements to form arcs in front of the body, causing damage to up to 15 targets. The more targets there are, the lower the damage. A lightning mark is left on the targets, increasing the effects of other lightning skills by 30% within 10 seconds. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. It can be learned by lightning mages at level 20. Shit, it's actually a group attack skill book, I got it. Zheng Yi couldn't help but get excited when he saw the skill book. Group skills are undoubtedly the best for killing monsters. Although their power is not as strong as that of single-target skills, they can attack more targets at the same time, and most of them have a short cooldown time. The cooling time is 10 seconds. If you wear some equipment that reduces the cooling time in the later stage, and use other skills to fill the blank period, you can kill groups of monsters continuously. Those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. A few girls can't defeat me at all. There was no teleportation array in the room. After getting the things, Zheng Yi directly activated the skill of returning to the city. As for Fab Ronking and others, he didn't have time to think about them. Boss, why didn't you continue to attack? If we cooperate well, we should have a chance. F.A. Ronqing's younger brother asked with some dissatisfaction. F.A.B. Ronqing shook his head and said in a bad mood, "It's useless. He has too many skills and knows all kinds of spells." The boss was furious and couldn't kill him. If we don't stop the loss in time, our losses will be very heavy. I know you all feel embarrassed, but we are here to make money. As a studio, we must not offend capable big brothers first, and secondly, we must know how to stop losses. This person can kill the gold boss alone, so he is not someone we should mess with. F.A. Ronqing explained his actions to everyone, and at the same time, a friend request popped up to Zheng Yi. "Brother, we are Fishing Net Studio, let's cooperate more in the future." F.A.B. Ronqing sent a voice message to Zheng Yi in a gentle tone. When Zheng Yi reduced the health of the big boss to less than 50%, other players finally climbed up to the top of the mountain, and it seemed that there was more than one team of players. After all, we have wasted too much time. At least give us another half an hour. Zheng Yi thought in a somewhat unhappy mood. Boss, look, someone is already killing the final boss. No wonder the small boss below didn't drop any good stuff, it turns out that this kid had cleared it out first. Boss, what should we do? Should we rob? Brother, look at his ID. This guy is the popular, Justice from Heaven, on the forum. It's better not to mess with him. There were 10 people who reached the top of the mountain together. They happened to be 2 teams with balanced professions. As soon as they reached the top, they started pointing fingers at Zheng Yi. There was no concealment in the words like, stealing the boss, and it seemed that he did not take Zheng Yi seriously at all. It was not until someone saw Zheng Yi's ID that the scene quieted down. Seeing this, Zheng Yi also began to control his output. After all, if he continued to fight, the boss would soon go into a berserk state. If this group of people wanted to snatch the boss at that time, it would easily cause a lot of trouble for him. My brother, as the saying goes, we share half when we meet. Can we form a team and each take what he needs? The leading mage, whose ID is Law Unforgivable, said. Zheng Yi glanced at him and rejected him directly. Brother, as the saying goes, first come, first served. Can you please stop disturbing me while I continue to kill the boss and let's live in peace? As soon as Zheng Yi finished speaking, his teammates could no longer hold back and started to get ready to snatch the ball. Boss, look, his name is still popular. Killing him will definitely lead to a big explosion. I agree. This guy is too disrespectful. If we kill him and rob the boss, we will make a fortune. That's a golden boss. In the video on the forum, all those who tried to snatch the Wolf King boss were wiped out by him. Boss, should we be more cautious? The 2 teams were talking a lot, not taking Zheng Yi seriously at all. They spoke very loudly and it was unclear whether they were trying to put pressure on him intentionally. Can you guys keep your voices down while you discuss strategy? You really don't take us seriously, do you? Zheng Yi couldn't help but say. Haha, sorry brother, we're not targeting you. It's normal to fight for the boss in games. We plan to kill you when the boss is furious. We're reminding you in advance. If you leave now, we can avoid attacking you. F.A.B. Ronqing said calmly. Oh, then should I thank you for reminding me? If you want to be a whore and pretend to be a saint, just go for it if you want to rob the boss. Let me remind you that the experience points you get from death are quite a lot. Zheng Yi was not afraid at all. Although the other side had more people, he could tell from their equipment that they were not an elite team. If things really got out of hand, he could just pause time and run away. Haha, you are worthy of being a celebrity on the forum. You always speak with confidence. F.A.B. Ronqing was not angry. He praised Zheng Yi but gestured with his hands to signal his teammates to disperse and form a battle formation. As the enemy surrounded him, Zheng Yi's movement was greatly restricted. He had to dodge the boss's attacks while guarding against sneak attacks from other players. What bad luck! What bad luck! First it was the old landlady, then the 2 girls who bought the equipment, and now I've fallen into a woman's den again. I was tricked by women in my previous life, and now I'm dragged down by women again in my new life. It turns out that women only affect my attack speed. While fighting the boss, Zheng Yi thought to himself that although he felt happy being surrounded by beautiful women, he always felt that women only brought bad luck, at least to himself. The boss quickly entered a state of frenzy. His muscular body emanated a red aura. All his attributes were enhanced, and his swing of the sword could leave a series of shadows in the air, which was cool but also affected people's judgment. Boss, shall we start fighting? Wait 10 seconds and let the boss consume him first. Fa Ronking loudly stated the tactics. You are really shameless. 10 of you fight against 1, and you let the boss consume me first. Zheng Yi had already prepared to fight back, but when he heard the opponent's tactics, he couldn't help but say shameless. The boss's fury effect usually lasts about 30 seconds, and some super strong bosses will last longer. Waiting for 10 seconds before taking action is undoubtedly the best time point. Zheng Yi has more than 1,000 drops of blood, so as long as the opponent seizes the opportunity and hits one of his skills, he can be killed instantly. However, due to the lack of control skills in the early stage and Zheng Yi's strong combat awareness and positioning, Fa Rongqing's side chose to let the boss take action first, which was also extremely cautious. The opponent was cautious, and Zheng Yi could not just sit there and wait for death, so he pulled the violent boss towards the opponent's priest's location. Even though there were warriors in front of the priest, seeing the boss being led over still caused chaos. No more waiting, kill him. Fa ruthlessly gave the order. I have to say that the two teams had strong execution capabilities. When they were not allowed to take action, everyone was able to hold back, but once they were told to start, everyone attacked at the same time. For Zheng Yi, the long-range attacks in the early stage are easy to dodge, and if the warrior does not have the charge skill, he will be a sitting duck. The only thing that gives Zheng Yi a headache is the assassin, and the invisible enemy is always the most difficult to deal with. The soldiers behind him rushed towards Zheng Yi, and the bandit leader also chased Zheng Yi with a big knife. Bows and spells were already in the air on both sides. No matter how you looked at it, Zheng Yi was doomed. When the bandit leader raised his sword again and prepared to chop down, Zheng Yi was so brave that he moved in the opposite direction and rolled to the diagonal back of the boss. He not only avoided the attack of the boss, but also dodged the long-range attack. The opponent's warriors were stopped in place by the attack of the boss. A burst of murderous aura came, and the opponent's assassin seized the opportunity to attack Zheng Yi. 420. Although Zheng Yi had already noticed it, he still took the opponent's attack head-on, and unexpectedly he got a critical hit. Earthquake. The earth magic was used directly, and when the assassin was about to attack again, he was interrupted by the levitation skill. Zheng Yi calmly took a bottle of blood medicine first, then used a 2 yen, followed by a fireball, a water ball, a wind blade, and an ice blade. Before the little assassin could launch the second attack, he turned into white light and returned to the city for free. This is considered self-defense. I don't want to be in the red list all the time. Zheng Yi didn't feel nervous at all, and even took the time to pick up the shoes that the assassin dropped. Brother, you know it's normal to fight for the boss in games, but if you can't, and you hit a wall, you have to pay a higher price. Zheng Yi said coldly to Fa Ronking with a smile on his face. Zheng Yi didn't reply to Fa Ronking's message, but after thinking about it, he still accepted his friend's request. After all, as a studio, they will definitely purchase some equipment and other things in the future. After returning to the town, Zheng Yi first replenished a series of potions, and then rushed directly to Sun Siege's yard. The magic fusion technique he had used before had made great contributions. If it weren't for the huge damage caused by the explosion of the magic ball that combined 4 attributes, it would have been really troublesome to fight against the second-in-command and the fourth-in-command together. I used to think that learning magic fusion skills in the early stages was a waste of time, but now it seems that not only is it not a waste of time, but it is very beneficial to my development. Sun Siege's greatest strengths are his theoretical knowledge and his attainments in fire magic, while Zheng Yi, who has many attributes and now understands the power of fusion techniques, naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. What level ranking? Once I master the fusion technique, I can catch up with you guys whenever I have time. Zheng Yi habitually muttered to himself. Zheng Yi quickly arrived in front of Sun Siege's courtyard and shouted loudly into the house, old son, I'm here. Let me tell you, today I used the fusion of 4 attributes. It was so cool to beat the monsters. Zheng Yi walked towards the house while talking loudly. Before he could finish his words, Feng Ling made a gesture to him to keep quiet. Zheng Yi had to swallow back his unfinished words. "What's wrong?" Zheng Yi asked in a low voice. "Someone is here to see Grandpa. They are talking inside the house. The person who comes is a very serious person. If you shout like this, be careful that he will pick a fight with you." Feng Ling replied in a low voice. Zheng Yi was very curious about who was the person who could make the lively and mischievous Feng Ling so scared. "Oh, then I'll wait outside for a while." "Huh? Every time I call you over, you're always so shy. Why are you so proactive this time? You must have tasted the sweetness," Feng Ling said with a smile. "When have I ever stopped taking the initiative? I was busy with something, so I rushed over right after I finished it." Zheng Yi defended himself. The reason why the sanctuary is real is that the NPCs in the game have their own things to do. Everyone has his or her own network of relationships, friends, family, lovers, and enemies, and NPCs will also pay a price for their own choices. The tasks that players receive are all real-time events, so they can live in the sanctuary as if it were another world. Sometimes, you may gain more by pleasing an NPC than by fighting monsters with all your might. Zheng Yi was not idle while waiting, but practiced his ability to control elements in the courtyard. Zheng Yi is most familiar with the ice element, so this time he chose to use the ice element as the main element and the water element as the auxiliary element, using the water element's continuous endurance to increase the size of the ice element. The more he immersed himself in it, the more interesting Zheng Yi found it to be to manipulate magic in this way. With a deeper understanding of the various elements, he seemed to become more proficient in the skills. I never dared to think that I could practice magic in the game instead of just using rigid skills. After Zheng Yi practiced for a while, the door of the house opened from the inside. An old son and an old man with a serious expression walked out together, and they did not seem happy. The serious old man glanced at Zheng Yi in the courtyard, then turned to Sun Sijia and said, "Are you accepting a disciple?" "Haha, we're just studying magic fusion techniques together," Sun Sijia said with satisfaction when he saw Zheng Yi practicing very seriously. "If you had wasted less time on this, your magical attainments would not have stagnated." The strange old man frowned slightly, seeming to be extremely disdainful of this magic fusion technique. Sun Sijia spread his hands, obviously not wanting to delve deeper into this topic. The old man also shook his head and prepared to leave. Such a pure ice element. When the old man passed by Zheng Yi, the temperature around him suddenly dropped. Zheng Yi, who was also an ice mage in his previous life, couldn't help but sigh. His strength is average, but his eyesight is good. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but look at Zheng Yi once more. "Of course. When it comes to ice magic, I do have some experience." Zheng Yi stopped practicing and said confidently. "Ha ha ha, old son, it's quite interesting that you're looking for this young man. With such strength, he actually dares to say in front of me that he has some experience in ice magic." Old Sun also smiled slightly, thinking that Zheng Yi was just joking. After all, this kid has never been a serious person. What's so funny? I've only been learning for a short time. If you give me more time, my strength may not be worse than yours. Zheng Yi felt that he was being looked down upon and couldn't help but feel a little angry. The strange old man also had a stubborn temper. When he heard Zheng Yi's unfriendly tone, his expression became serious again. "You don't have much ability, but you have a bad temper. If you don't know how to respect your elders, I will teach you how to behave." The strange old man raised his right hand, regardless of whether he was bullying or not, as if he wanted to teach Zheng Yi a lesson. "You are so old, but you still can't control your temper. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for bullying the weak?" Sun Sijia said speechlessly to his old friend. "So what if the big bully the small? If these young people don't learn a lesson, they don't know what is high and what is deep." Sun Sijia took a step forward and stood in front of Zheng Yi. He smiled and said to Zheng Yi, "This is the famous ice mage in White Tiger City. He and I were once called the Ice and Fire Twins. Call him Senior Wu." The person with a serious expression was Wu Han, the #1 ice mage in White Tiger City, and his temper was as cold as his attributes. "Senior Wu, do you want to teach your students?" Zheng Yi looked at the ice elements gathered by Wu Han. He did not look murderous, but probably wanted to teach him a lesson. I don't have Lao Sun's patience. I can't say I'm teaching you. I'm just bullying you. Wuhan also spoke the truth. Since you are free, how about this? I saw you were very disdainful of the magic fusion technique before, so why don't I use the magic fusion technique to let you teach me? Zheng Yi was not the type to be bullied, so he couldn't help but shout. Zheng Yi thought clearly that as long as Wuhan agreed to take his attack, he would be invincible no matter what the result was. After all, he was using the weak to defeat the strong. Okay, you are quite proud. I won't take advantage of you. If your magic fusion attack can break my defense, then I will teach you a magic and give you a task. Wuhan said happily. Old Wu, what you are doing is too dangerous. With his current strength, he is simply going to die. Otherwise. Sun Sijia interrupted. Wuhan waved his hand to signal Sun Sijia not to say anything more, and directly placed a circular ice shield around himself. Needless to say, its defensive power was very strong, and it would be difficult to break with Zheng Yi's attack power. However, Zheng Yi naturally had a plan. The magic fusion technique was the skill with the highest damage at this stage. If Wuhan did not dodge, Zheng Yi was confident that he could break that defense. Seeing that Wuhan had already set up his defense, Zheng Yi took out the water-turning staff with one hand, preparing to launch another explosive attack with the attribute ball. Although Zheng Yi could not see through Wuhan's strength, he must be above level 80 just from his aura. The defensive skill Wuhan used was not advanced, it was just an ordinary ice shield. However, with the increase of strength and the enhancement of equipment effects, a simple defensive magic could not be broken by a magician of level 10 or so. Zheng Yi's only hope lies in the fusion of attributes. Under normal circumstances, Zheng Yi can barely control two attributes. In order not to expose the time pause, he has to use the two attributes to cover up his tracks. As the two basic attributes were compressed, Sun Sijia nodded with satisfaction. Wuhan was also waiting for the attack with great interest, although he knew that an attack of this intensity was useless. Time paused. With the use of time pause, the basic attributes of magic released by Zheng Yi also stopped their rhythm. Zheng Yi did not dare to waste time, and hurriedly released other magic elements to start compressing them. When the compression of the fourth element was completed, Zheng Yi began to feel dizzy again. It was obvious that his mental strength was not enough. No, this old man is too strong. I can't let him look down on me. Zheng Yi was eager to win, so he concentrated and tried not to faint, and another element was released. Finally, Zheng Yi compressed all 6 of his magic elements, and he himself was in a shaky state and could fall down at any time. Wind, fire, water, earth, ice and thunder, the 6 basic attributes were compressed together. The small attribute ball exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The entire attribute ball was extremely unstable. If it were not within the time stop effect, it would have exploded long ago. Zheng Yi did not choose to jump shot, but instead held up the formed attribute ball and moved forward step by step, and finally pressed it on Wuhan's ice shield. There was no time to retreat, and Zheng Yi fainted. The time pause ended, and Wuhan's eyes were still fixed on the distance. Who would have thought that the previous place was already empty? In an instant, he felt the threat from the front of the ice cover. Before he could react, the attribute ball exploded. Impossible. Wuhan shouted in surprise, and was then engulfed by the colorful explosion. Zheng Yi, who was lying on the ground, was blown away by the explosion. If Sun Sijia had not been quick-witted and protected Zheng Yi with a layer of fire element, Zheng Yi would have been resurrected. Sun Sijia was also amazed by the power. Although he had studied it for so many years and asked magicians who were curious about learning all kinds of magic for help, in the end he could only fuse 2 attributes. Because the power was very ordinary and it was particularly energy-consuming, no one was willing to study it. It was even more difficult for several people who knew different types of magic to cooperate. The slightest mistake would render their skills ineffective or even backfire. Unexpectedly, a magic apprentice was able to release them today. The light of the explosion quickly dissipated, and even the powerful Wuhan looked a little embarrassed. If it weren't for his superb strength and extremely fast reaction, and the fact that he could have released stronger defensive skills at the moment of the explosion, he would probably have suffered minor injuries. This kid does have some talent, but he can't faint after releasing one move on the battlefield. Wu Han said with a little embarrassment, and his words also implied some approval of Zheng Yi. Old Wu, aren't you ashamed to say this? Can you not see how strong he is? Sun Sijia had to be loyal to his beloved disciple whom he had found with great difficulty. But how did he manage to integrate the other 4 magical elements in an instant? Moreover, he was so far away from me before, but he sent the attack to me in an instant without me noticing. Could it be that he has some kind of spiritual magic talent? Wu Han once thought that it was mental interference that caused him to make a wrong judgment, but no matter what, Sun Sijia felt that he did not want to admit defeat. Faced with Sun Sijia's contemptuous look, Wu Han finally raised his hands in surrender. I admit defeat. Is it okay for me to admit defeat? Although this guy's victory was strange, after all, his strength was enough to break my defense. He won. Wu Han said arrogantly. Let's not count. We won in the first place. And you are so arrogant. If you could ask for advice with an open mind, why is your strength limited to this? Sun Sijia retorted to Wu Han. Okay, fine, I admit defeat. Wu Han turned his face away and said unwillingly. Seeing his old friend being humiliated, Sun Sijia couldn't help but smile, and stretched out his hand and said rudely, give it to me. What? Still playing dumb? You promised to teach me the skill book for your apprentice, and you also promised to publish the mission scroll to the public. Sun Sijia said sarcastically. What do you mean your apprentice? Didn't you just say that we're just people who study magic fusion techniques together? Wu Han expressed his contempt for Sun Sijia's shameless behavior. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that he defeated you using the magic fusion technique I researched. Wu Han didn't want to continue arguing. After all, he was too arrogant. I have a lot of ice magic. If I just teach him one at random, he might not like it when he wakes up and blame me for being perfunctory. When he wakes up, take him to my place. I will ask him in person what he wants to learn and entrust that matter to him. Wu Han said in a cold voice again. You have a conscience, so I won't keep you here. Sun Sijia said proudly. Wu Han walked out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around and said, I'm telling you in advance, that thing is very dangerous. If he dies because of it, I will not be responsible at all. Don't worry, he won't die. Sun Sijia waved his hand, signaling Wu Han to leave quickly. Wu Han finally couldn't stand his smug look anymore, turned around and left the yard without looking back. When Zheng Yi woke up, it was already dark in the game. He checked the time and found that he had been unconscious for nearly 3 hours. Oh, my precious time. Why is the start so bad? Zheng Yi complained in annoyance after getting up. It is crucial to gain some advantages in the early stages of the game. After all, there are many equipment and skills that are level restricted, and obtaining higher level items earlier will undoubtedly widen the gap. Are you awake? You're such a sleeper. The sound of wind chimes suddenly came, startling Zheng Yi who was feeling frustrated. Why are you here? By the way, what was the result of the bet? Zheng Yi asked. You win. Feng Ling replied. Zheng Yi hurriedly checked his backpack and found that there were no skill books or anything like that in it. He glanced at the task list, which was still empty. Didn't he say that if I lose, I have to give him some skills? Is that old guy cheating? Zheng Yi said excitedly. Grandpa, please come and explain to him. I'm so tired, I need to take a rest. Feng Ling was very impatient with Zheng Yi's question. It was obvious that the care during the coma had exhausted all her patience. I plan to formally accept you as my apprentice. Of course, since you have learned all kinds of magic, I will not prevent you from continuing to learn from masters of other magic. However, you are mine in terms of the fusion of fire and magic. Sun Sijia walked into the room and did not answer Zheng Yi's childish questions. Instead, he directly said that he wanted to accept him as a disciple. Zheng Yi's performance during the day was extremely impressive, and he was able to make the old man Wu Han feel humiliated. There are not many such talented juniors in White Tiger City, and they are so interested in magic fusion techniques. If you miss him, there will be no second one. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. Zheng Yi was stunned for less than a second after hearing this, then he knelt down and kowtowed. A real man can bend and stretch. How could Zheng Yi miss such a good thing? After learning fire skills from his master, he should have no worries, not to mention that there are some unknown magic tricks. Zheng Yi, who was well aware of the power of magic fusion skills, naturally understood the importance of having a famous teacher. Although Sun Sijia did not seem to be the strongest, he was known as the Ice and Fire Heroes, together with Wuhan, which showed that his talent must be extraordinary. It was just that the direction of his research had changed. Sun Sijia became more and more satisfied with Zheng Yi. He made a prompt decision without any hesitation. As soon as he said he would accept Zheng Yi as his disciple, Zheng Yi had already kowtowed to him. Just for such trust, he had to teach him everything he knew. By the way, master, didn't that old man Bing lose to our skills? Why didn't I see any skill book? After Zheng Yi stood up, what he was most concerned about was his own skill book. Oh, don't worry. You'll be fine. I don't know what type of skills you want to learn, so we agreed to wait until you sober up and go to his place to choose. There is one more thing. Old Wu needs an ice plant recently, and the plant is in a secret realm. Since it is a low-level secret realm, if someone of too high a level enters, it will cause the secret realm to collapse. Since he is busy with his work, he came to ask me if there is anyone suitable to recommend. Sun Sijia said. Does that mean I've been recognized and this task is given to me? Zheng Yi was naturally very happy to hear that there was a task. Most of the monsters in that secret realm are level 25 to 30, and where there are treasures there must be powerful monsters guarding. With your current level it may be difficult for you to return safely. I advise you to be cautious about this matter. Sun Sijia has begun to worry about his beloved disciple. It's okay, master. It only takes me a short time to reach level 20. The deadline he gave for the task shouldn't be that short, right? Zheng Yi naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Well, since you want to go, I'll ask Old Man Wu to give you more time. Sun Sijia said very protectively. Master, you see my skills are too simple, and I have been unlucky recently. I haven't even got a single skill book for a mage. Do you think I'll be fine? Zheng Yi rubbed his hands with a filthy look on his face, trying to get some benefits from Sun Sijia. You're really a jerk who wants something right after becoming my disciple. Sun Sijia was speechless to Zheng Yi. Let's just talk about this between us. I'm your apprentice, but I can't even cast a decent fire magic. Are people laughing at me? They're laughing at you. Zheng Yi put his arm around Sun Sijia's shoulders and began to brainwash him, but seeing that Sun Sijia seemed unmoved, he could not help but continue. Look. The apprentice of the Ice and Fire duo can only use the fireball spell. It seems that the reputation I once had was just a false reputation. Pop. Sun Sijia smiled and patted Zheng Yi on the back of the head. This kind of low-level provocation was of course useless. Okay, don't try to provoke an old man like me. Come with me. I haven't taught anyone in many years. I'll go and see if there are any skill books. Sun Sijia walked towards his room with his hands behind his back. Zheng Yi followed closely and soon arrived at Sun Sijia's cabin. The cabin was very simple, with a large workbench and a large piece of white paper on the table. The paper had all kinds of incomprehensible symbols and formulas, probably something like research on magic fusion. There is a bookshelf next to a simple single bed. Although it is filled with books, there are no skill books or the like. Sun Sijia also searched for several rounds and finally found a fire skill book at the bottom. There really aren't many left in stock, but the skill book seems to be beyond your ability to learn with your current strength. It's really difficult. Sun Sijia was holding an ancient magic book in his hand. Zheng Yi took a look from afar and saw that it was a forbidden fire spell called 9 Dragons Coming to the World. It's okay, it's okay. I'll keep it for a rainy day. Zheng Yi snatched the skill book from Sun Sijia's hand and put it directly into his backpack without giving him a chance to refute. Boy, are you afraid that I'm stingy? Sun Sijia shook his head and smiled bitterly. With so many books, there should be more. It can't be just this one. Zheng Yi was not giving up and kept searching on the bookshelf with a money-grubber look on his face. Don't look for it. If you want to learn something, I will teach you directly. Sun Sijia said helplessly. Zheng Yi stopped searching, turned around and stared at Sun Sijia with glowing eyes, making Sun Sijia's scalp numb. You old fool, why didn't you teach me earlier if you could just teach me? Zheng Yi thought to himself, but said sweetly, then I'll have to trouble you, master. Let's start now. This brat doesn't even know how to feel sorry for the old man. Sun Sijia said this with a big smile on his face, as if he was very satisfied with Zheng Yi's studious attitude. When Zheng Yi and the other arrived at the yard, Sun Sijia did not waste any time and said directly to Zheng Yi. Fire magic is the most powerful type of magic. Its advantage is high burst damage, but its disadvantage is that it lacks endurance. However, it can kill the enemy instantly, so why would it need endurance? You only know one spell, Fireball, so I will teach you, Big Fireball, first, so that you can get used to the casting process. Zheng Yi's eyes were slightly stunned. He thought that the so-called teaching was just the teacher tapping his forehead with his index finger, and then he would automatically learn the skills. He didn't expect that Sun Sijia actually started to teach him how to cast spells. Sun Sijia did not use his staff. He stretched out one hand and the fire element gathered in his palm. The fireball grew bigger and bigger, and finally he threw it into the sky, illuminating the dark night. Fireball is the basic technique of fire magic. You have experience in fusing magic elements. You only need to gather the fire elements into a ball. This is too easy. Watch me. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi also began to release the fire element, and the fire element quickly formed a big fireball. However, when Zheng Yi released it into the air, he found that he could not throw it out at all. After throwing it out after some effort, it fell to the ground before flying a few meters due to gravity. It turned into sparks without any power and finally dissipated in the air. This. Zheng Yi was confused. Using this kind of strength to fight the enemy was a complete joke. Sun Sijia looked at Zheng Yi, who was puzzled, with a smile on his face, as if he was very happy to see his apprentice suffer a setback. Master, what's going on? I have successfully released it, why is there no attack power at all? Zheng Yi asked in confusion. Your performance is at most the release of elements. It's pretty good to be able to achieve this level for the first time. Sun Sijia commented. Master, it's the middle of the night, please don't keep me in suspense. Zheng Yi stepped forward, put his arm around Sun Sijia's shoulders, and started to act funny. You still have to start from the basics. Take out your staff, feel the fire element first, and then chant the spell with me. Recite a spell. Of course, the strength far exceeds the magic itself, and the proficiency must reach a certain level before it can be released directly like I did before. However, even the most talented top magicians need to chant spells to release forbidden spells or some powerful magic. Sun Sijia said as a matter of course. I'm just playing a game, you don't have to really teach me magic, right? Zheng Yi complained in his heart, but said with a smile, just chant the spell. Master, please show me. Sun Sijia was very serious when talking about magic. He opened his hands and finally muttered, Great God of Fire, listen to my prayers, fire elements obey my orders, great fireball. As Sun Sijia chanted the spell, another huge fireball took shape. This time, he did not throw it directly into the sky, but continued to explain to Zheng Yi. You need to use your mental strength to guide the launch. Once you lock onto the target, the magic will be launched naturally, instead of using brute force to throw it. Although Zheng Yi felt that chanting the spell was very childish, he still nodded vigorously, as if he had a new understanding of magic. You try it. Sun Sijia said to Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi waved his staff with his left hand, stretched out his right hand and began to condense the fire element, chanting a spell, Great God of Fire, listen to my prayers, the fire elements obey my command, the great fireball. At first, the fireball was very solid, but Zheng Yi was smart enough to recite the spell a little faster, and the formed fireball instantly disintegrated and dissipated in the air again. This. You must master the rhythm and use your mental strength to feel the pulse of the fire element. Don't treat the spell as a task. Sun Sijia reminded. Zheng Yi's definition of mental power was very vague. He could only keep thinking about the fire element in his mind. When he recited the spell again, he still didn't feel the beating of any element. In the end, his skill failed again because of distraction. Sun Sijia did not urge him and simply sat down at a stone table nearby, occasionally giving some pointers. Zheng Yi also showed patience and practiced over and over again. Finally, when it was dawn, when he was chanting the spell, he felt the fire element jumping with it, and a big fireball gathered and formed in the palm of his hand. Don't be anxious. Use your mental power to lock me, and then use your mental power as a guide to release me. Sun Sijia reminded softly. Zheng Yi calmed himself and, following Sun Sijia's reminder, locked his eyes on it, and gave the order to launch directly based on the practice he had established with the fireball in his mind. The big fireball flew out obediently, but its flying speed was not very satisfactory. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the elementary magic, big fireball. When the fireball got close to him, Sun Sijia flicked the fireball with one hand and it disintegrated directly. The good news was that the fireball exploded instead of dissipating directly. Although it did not cause any damage to Sun Sijia, it at least proved that the skill was successfully released this time. You are a talented kid. Seeing you laughing all the time, I didn't expect you to be able to concentrate on learning. Keep it up. Sun Sijia praised. Zheng Yi was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of releasing magic. Chanting spells was different from directly releasing skills. It seemed that chanting spells was more closely connected with the magic itself. No wonder some magic requires a progress bar. It turns out that the system is chanting the spell for us. Zheng Yi understood. Are there any other magic tricks? Teach me a few more. Zheng Yi said greedily. Sun Sijia raised his big hand and patted Zheng Yi on the head, scolding, practice this big fireball for me first. The higher the proficiency of the same skill, the greater the power. You just learned to crawl, and you want to run. Seeing that Sun Sijia had no intention of continuing to teach, Zheng Yi hurriedly said, Master, you have not slept all night, so take a rest. I will go out to find some monsters to hone my skills. Sun Sijia nodded and said, Come to me after lunch and I'll take you to see Old Wu. After saying this, Sun Sijia went straight to his room. Zheng Yi gained a lot from this trip. Although his level fell behind again, he gained a new understanding of magic. I don't know if the path I've chosen is right. Zheng Yi said to himself while shaking his head. Zheng Yi took a special look at the skill bar, and fireball did not appear in the skill bar, even though the system had clearly prompted him to comprehend it before. After leaving the city, Zheng Yi chanted the spell again and released it again, which made him feel relieved. After all, who would want a whole night's hard work to go to waste? If you want to hone your skills, it is best to find monsters with low agility. While Zheng Yi was thinking about where to spawn monsters, he also started to pack his backpack. Only then did he remember that he had not yet dealt with the explosives he had obtained from defeating the bandit leader. After thinking about it, he still felt that making money was the primary goal now. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Zheng Yi did not contact anyone else, but directly opened Yin Qing's dialogue box. My beautiful financial sponsor, I have a golden warrior weapon and 2 warrior top-grade skill books. Would you like to accept them? After Zheng Yi listed the equipment, he also sent the equipment information. Not long after, Yin Qing replied cheerfully with one big word, receive. Do you still owe it this time? Zheng Yi naturally wanted to settle the bill quickly, after all, he was in urgent need of money. Let's not talk about this for now. I have a boss here. Are you interested in fighting him? Yin Qing changed the subject. Is there such a good thing? Of course we have to fight the boss. How should the dropped items be distributed? Zheng Yi didn't even ask what level the boss was, and thought directly about distributing the items. Distribute according to demand. The mage equipment will be given to you. Come first and talk about it. Yin Qing did not hesitate and sent a coordinate directly. Zheng Yi was very familiar with the area around Baihu City. He could roughly tell what kind of boss it was just by looking at the coordinates. This should be the area of giant lizard monsters, and the monster level was about 20. With the current average player level at 17 to 19, there should be a lot of people in this monster area. Since there is a boss, there must be a lot of people fighting for the monsters. Yin Qing was able to inform herself. It seemed that the ownership of the monster was not in her hands, otherwise she would have made a fortune in silence. Zheng Yi sent another message while hurrying on his way. How many people are fighting for the boss? Who owns the monster? How much health does the boss have? Ah. So professional. Have you been here before? Yin Qing asked in surprise. Haha, I've been there before. Zheng Yi was not wrong, he had indeed been there before, but this before was not in this life. There aren't that many people gathered here, probably only a few hundred. This lizardman is quite strong and can release group toxins. All the people who fought it before were poisoned to death. All the major guilds are calling for people, and no one dares to step forward for now. Yin Qing replied quickly. I need 5 minutes. How many people do you have now? Do you have the confidence that you can hold back the hatred during this period? Zheng Yi glanced at the map and roughly calculated the time he would need. If no one messes up, it should be fine. Yin Qing replied. Yin Qing had only asked Zheng Yi tentatively. After all, she had bought equipment from him before, and his game ID was very popular on the forum, so she thought he should be very interested in the boss. I didn't expect Zheng Yi to let them go up and fight the boss directly. He must have great confidence, right? Otherwise, who would dare to give such orders before anyone arrives? Then Lu Yuan was pulled into a team. There were 5 people in the team including himself, which was exactly one of the 5 standard professions. Because everyone focused on upgrading in the early stage of the game, the development of hidden professions was rare. Qing Tian, a female warrior, level 18, is the boss of this studio. Yin Qing. Wei Wei Shiyu, a nurse, is level 18. She went with Yin Qing to buy equipment for Zheng Yi. Her real name is Lu Tianwei. Her proud figure left a deep impression on Zheng Yi. Yi Mei, a female assassin, is level 18. She should be from the studio. I wonder if she was among those who came to watch the fun before. Arrow of Cupid, a female archer, level 18, also from the studio. There is no mage in the team, probably because he deliberately left a place for himself. Everyone is at the same level, which means they usually level up together. Sister, is this the blind guy? He's only level 17. Why did you kick my third sister to the second team for him? The female assassin named Yi Mei didn't care about Zheng Yi's feelings and said directly in the team channel. Xin, be polite and don't talk nonsense. Level doesn't fully represent strength. Yin Qing scolded. Zheng Yi ignored what the girls said. Playing games is all about strength. Although level does not completely represent strength, it is indeed the most intuitive thing. Are there just 5 of us? Zheng Yi asked. There are still 3 people in the second team, and there are only 7 people in the studio for now. Yin Qing said a little embarrassedly. Oh, go and grab the aggro. When the boss releases the poisonous fog in the range, green fog will appear behind it in advance. You have 2 seconds to escape the range. It will be released once every 5% drop in health. Just be careful. Zheng Yi introduced the characteristics of the monster while hurrying on the way. Well, this boss has just been refreshed not long ago, right? Have you fought it before? Lu Tianwei had seen the power of the poisonous fog. The blood added by the nurse in the early stage was not enough to reduce the health of teammates. Maybe he's just bragging. Everyone can say nonsense. I also know that the boss will go berserk when his health reaches 30%. The girl with the ID Yi Mei spoke rudely again. Little sister, I haven't offended you, why do you always attack me? Zheng Yi said speechlessly. Okay, I'm going to kill the monster. Everyone, please cooperate. Xin, please stop being rude. Yin Qing interrupted the conversation. If they continued to delay, other guild members would gather and it would be difficult for them to gain any benefits. Just grab the ownership. I'll be there in 2 minutes. The lizardman's normal attacks are also very strong. Don't be careless. The nurse will continue to restore health for the teammates who are in the torn state. Zheng Yi added again. Received. Lu Tianwei replied happily. Everyone was in a state of watching the fun as a group of beauties rashly attacked the boss. After all, many people had already experienced how powerful the boss was. The large-scale poisonous fog made everyone leave a large open space around them. No one wanted to die inexplicably. When Zheng Yi arrived at the scene, he squeezed into the inner circle with great effort and found that the boss had lost 3% of its health. Zheng Yi shook his head. The output capacity of this team was really average. No wonder he had never heard of such a studio in his previous life. Pay attention, the boss is about to release poisonous fog. The warriors will retreat, and the archers and I will stand at both ends of the boss and take turns attacking. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and continued, oh, and the assassin's sister should not be greedy. Zheng Yi's arrival immediately raised the team's output to a higher level, and soon reduced the lizardman's health by 2%. A green mist flashed behind the boss, and then a large amount of poisonous mist was released. The onlookers were waiting for the team to be wiped out, but they didn't expect that the soldiers and assassins had already evacuated to a safe location. The archer Cupid's arrow stood opposite Zheng Yi, and took turns releasing attack skills according to Zheng Yi's command. The lizardman swayed left and right for a while and didn't know who to attack. Sisters, please pay attention. This is the most dangerous moment. Keep your health at a safe level. Zheng Yi reminded them. It only took away 5% of the lizardman's health. It shouldn't go into a berserk state, right? Yin Qing asked doubtfully. Yin Qing rushed forward again to calm down her hatred, but she didn't understand what danger Zheng Yi was talking about. No matter how strong the boss is, it is still AI. The most terrifying things are these people watching. The reason why no one came to snatch the boss just now is because everyone was waiting for us to be wiped out by the poisonous fog. Now that we have safely avoided the poisonous fog for the first time, some people will naturally be unable to hold back. Zheng Yi knew very well that people's hearts were treacherous. He had seen too many cases of snatching the boss. Things turned out just as Zheng Yi had expected. First, the lizardman caused the tearing state, and the continuous blood loss increased the pressure on the nurse. Fortunately, Lu Tianwei followed Zheng Yi's arrangement and kept the continuous blood recovery skill in her hand. The watching players also started throwing skills into the field. No one wanted to be the first to get the kill, but occasionally a skill would accidentally injure someone, which would cause a lot of trouble for the team and disrupt the attack rhythm. I've memorized the IDs of those who are naughty. Don't let me meet them in the wild. I don't care which guild you are from. Zheng Yi switched the chat to the public channel and warned loudly. At first, it caused laughter among the onlookers, who all thought that Zheng Yi was just swearing in anger, but gradually people recognized Zheng Yi's ID. Is that person the one who got the first kill of the boss in the novice village and snatched the guardian spirit boss from the crowd? Although I didn't reveal my ID in the novice village, I was still recognized. Is it him who single-handedly wiped out 2 teams of the God of War guild in those pinned posts on the forum? Zheng Yi falling from the sky, yes, that's him. The players began to talk about it. No one expected that this boy would sneak into a group of beauties. As the surrounding players recognized him, all the troublemakers stopped. Assassin sister, now you know how powerful your brother is, right? Zheng Yi said proudly. Because of Zheng Yi's shout, the number of players making trouble decreased a lot, but there were still many people who didn't believe in it. After all, the boss was right in front of them. Although they didn't have the strength to kill it, they would definitely be jealous when they saw others dropping the best items. Most of the sneak attackers are ranged professionals. They hide in the crowd and release skills randomly. Most of them just attack once and then move to another place. Well, you don't want to be ashamed, right? Zheng Yi said on the public channel. Seeing that someone was still causing trouble, Zheng Yi simply stopped his attack and focused on looking for the ID of the attack prompted by the system. Chrysanthemums bloom all over the mountain. My hands are cold. Sister, you are so white. Since Zheng Yi was in the team, he was only defending himself against those who had already launched the attack. They did not dare to use their skills frequently, but Zheng Yi had no worries. Zheng Yi revealed the IDs one by one, and when he found one, he would start to attack. The people being beaten wanted to fight back, but they were no match for Zheng Yi's magic machine gun, and 2 or 3 of them fell down in an instant. I revealed my ID. If you see it, please stay away. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if I accidentally hurt someone. Zheng Yi said loudly. With Zheng Yi's tough style and extremely strong ability to kill instantly, once a new ID is announced, the surrounding players will consciously stay away from that person, and there is actually no one left to cause trouble. How is it? Little sisters, tell me how awesome you are. Zheng Yi subdued the troublemakers around him and once again joked in the team channel. Sister, is this person sick? The archer, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but said helplessly. Maybe some powerful people have some special habits. Lu Tianwei laughed out loud when he heard this. It could also be that you're just too ugly, so you've had low self-esteem since childhood and need other people's praise to satisfy your vanity. Yi Mei couldn't help but add another stab. May justice come from heaven. I will restrain my teammates and hope you can also respect us. Yin Qing did not mention her sisters this time and was obviously speechless about Zheng Yi. A bunch of little girls don't have a sense of humor, so just keep quiet and fight the boss. Zheng Yi felt that he was boring, so he simply chose to keep silent. After all, they were partners. He wanted to make some jokes to get closer to them, but maybe he had been alone for too long and was used to talking to himself all the time. Now, when he suddenly teamed up with so many people, his jokes might not be particularly funny, right? As Zheng Yi became more serious, the lizardman's health bar dropped faster. Just when the lizardman's health dropped to 50%, the big mouth on its head suddenly opened and bit Yin Qing's arm, who was standing in front of it. Then the body began to spin rapidly, as if to twist his arm off. Seeing her elder sister's health bar dropping rapidly, Lu Tianwei hurriedly used all her blood-adding skills. The players around who were watching the fun were waiting for this moment, and those who were not careful started to make a commotion again. In the end, Yin Qing was killed instantly by the boss due to the interference of the surrounding players. When the Big Sister team members saw their big sister being killed in seconds, they shouted in unison. In the early stages of the game, nurses generally do not have resurrection skills, so after death they can only return to the city to resurrect. While losing experience, they will also have a certain period of weakness depending on their level. Now is not the time to call me Big Sister. Think about who will fight the boss. Zheng Yi frowned slightly. It seemed that Yin Qing was the reassurance of these girls. Once something happened to Yin Qing, no one among these people would be able to step forward and take on the responsibility. It's all your fault. You clearly knew what the boss's attack methods were, but you didn't tell me earlier. Otherwise, how could my sister be killed instantly? Yi Mei took over Yin Qing's position to fight the monster, but her mouth was full of complaints. Zheng Yi was speechless. It was wrong to speak, and it was also wrong to keep silent. He really was not suitable to have contact with women. Everyone calm down. The command is handed over to justice from heaven. Everyone must obey unconditionally. Yin Qing said in the team channel immediately after returning to the city and reviving. I'm leaving the team, and you bring in the third team. After saying this, Yin Qing withdrew from the team on her own. Zheng Yi admired her quick and decisive attitude. With Yin Qing's withdrawal, the mage who was previously assigned to Team 2 rejoined the team. She was an ice mage, the profession Zheng Yi was most familiar with. Her ID was Yulingbing. In the early days when equipment was scarce, no one knew how she managed to get a beautiful blue robe. She held a low-grade ice staff in her hand. She had a tall and slender figure with curvy figure. Her skin was as white as snow, but her face was as frosty as ice. Zheng Yi only took a quick glance and Yi Mei was in danger. Assassins have low defense and thin blood, so how could they withstand the attack of the boss? Now his blood volume is like an elevator and he may follow Yin Qing's footsteps at any time. If some foolish person makes trouble, there will be basically no way for him to survive. Yi Mei retreats, I will attract the aggro. Everyone stop attacking within 5 seconds, and the nurse should not add blood. Zheng Yi said quickly in the team channel. Although the team members were surprised, they still did as Zheng Yi said. They just didn't know how a mage could hold the boss. The boss's hatred level is determined based on the team's output. Zheng Yi asked everyone to stop attacking in order to stabilize the boss's hatred within these few seconds. Various basic spells were fired in turn, and within 5 seconds, all kinds of spell attacks were fired. The frequency of the attacks shocked everyone present. Sure enough, the lizardman rushed towards Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi moved and pulled calmly. Unlike Yin Qing and others, Zheng Yi didn't care about the players watching the fun around him. He just pulled to where there were more people, and the whole area was in chaos for a while. Everyone resume output, the nurse just needs to take care of the others. Assassins should not be greedy. Please report what skills the Ice Mage has learned now. Ice Blade, Ice Shield, Ice Arrow, among which Ice Arrow. Yulingbing was interrupted by Zheng Yi before she could finish her words. Save your Ice Arrow skill. Use it when I tell you to. Zheng Yi's movement didn't give the lizardman any chance. Every time the boss had a sprint attack, Zheng Yi relied on the onlookers to resist it, causing everyone to stay away. This was much more effective than the verbal threats before. Ice Arrow, shoot the boss's legs. Zheng Yi reminded loudly, and Yulingbing did not hesitate and directly released his skills, accurately hitting the boss's legs. Ice arrows will slow down the enemy's movement speed. How could Zheng Yi not know this? In the early stages, this skill can be considered an excellent skill. With Zheng Yi's pulling, the lizardman entered a frenzy but did not cause any trouble. As his blood volume continued to decrease, the lizardman finally entered a weak state after the frenzy. Zheng Yi smiled slightly and glanced at the two big guilds behind him that were ready to take action. It was too late to seize the boss now. Great God of Fire, listen to my prayers. Fire elements obey my command. Great Fireball. Zheng Yi specially switched the speech channel to the public channel, and at this moment he began to chant magic spells at a certain frequency, looking like a high-end wizard. Everyone only saw a huge fireball flying towards the weak boss, and the next moment a powerful explosion sounded, and a huge amount of damage instantly killed the boss. 67,981. Faced with the lizardman's explosion, the two major guilds that were about to seize the boss stopped in their tracks, and the surrounding players were stunned. The strongest profession in the Holy Land is actually a mage. 67,000 damage for a fireball. Are you kidding me? The fireball kills the boss instantly. Is this a bug? Brother, I have to say, you are really awesome. Zheng Yi looked at the boss with satisfaction as it died. Everything was under his control. On the surface, he released a big fireball, but in fact, he used time pause directly at the moment when the fireball was released after reciting the spell. The next step was naturally to create an unstable attribute ball. The health of a level 20 agility attack boss is approximately 200,000. Based on Zheng Yi's experience and assessment of his own damage, the boss in a weakened state cannot withstand the reverse fusion attribute ball of his 4 attributes. The huge fireballs that concealed people's attention and the impressive spellcasting style of release broke the player's traditional concept of the game, causing the ignorant masses to believe that the strongest profession in the sanctuary was the mage. After all, apart from the final instant kill, the machine gun-like casting speed and the behavior of pulling monsters after the warrior's death deeply shocked the hearts of the players. However, the two major guilds behind him that had been planning for a long time had long been noticed by Zheng Yi. One of them was the Tanlong Guild, and the other was a guild that Zheng Yi had not paid much attention to in his previous life. Seeing that most of the player IDs began with Red Dust, it was likely that their names would be related to Red Dust in the future. The reason why these two guilds chose to take action last was very obvious. First, they wanted to use Zheng Yi and others to test the boss's attack method. Secondly, if they could grab the hatred at this time and handle it well, the boss would not even recover blood, and they would be able to reap the benefits. But who could have thought that the boss would suddenly die with so little health left? Since the boss was dead, no one wanted to continue being the bad guy, so they all stopped and could only watch the explosion in silence with envy. What was even more shocked were Zheng Yi's teammates. They thought that since their eldest sister had died and returned to the city, the attempt to kill the boss would definitely end in failure. However, they did not expect that after all the twists and turns, they would find a way out. This man of justice who came from heaven was like a god descending to earth. He actually created a miracle by his own strength, which stunned everyone. Even Yi Mei, who had a bad attitude before, had to exclaim in admiration, "Brother, you are pretty awesome. Don't just stand there, collect the spoils, and then do what you need to do." Zheng Yi ordered. Gathering up the spoils. Finished. Yin Qing, who was trying desperately to get on with his journey after getting rid of his weakness, asked in surprise. Yes, we finished the fight. Unfortunately, there aren't any mage equipment left. Since we agreed in advance to distribute them based on demand, I don't want the stuff anymore. Zheng Yi said speechlessly. After my rebirth, I fought many bosses, big and small, but my luck didn't seem to be very good, and nothing I needed dropped. Maybe God is fair, allowing Zheng Yi to learn such powerful skills and have a brighter future, but correspondingly he also lost some luck. Sister, this guy used a big fireball to hit the boss, reducing its health to 67,000, and instantly killed the boss. Lu Tianwei said excitedly. Instant kill. Yin Qing found it hard to believe what she heard. After all, who could deal such high damage in the early stage of the game? Are you still going to take the equipment? Hurry up and give me a price. I still need to upgrade. If my level is too low, people will look down on me. Zheng Yi urged in the team channel. There was a moment of silence in the team channel. In the end, the person who tied the bell had to be the one to untie it, and Yi Mei spoke first. How can a grown man like you hold such a grudge? Didn't I always tell you that you are so awesome, big brother? I was short-sighted before. Although Yi Mei's tone did not contain any apology, he did say some soft words. Now that we have defeated the boss, let's all go back to the city and talk about it, to prevent others from getting jealous and causing trouble. Yin Qing ordered. Zheng Yi was about to return to the city with his team when he was stopped by a player. Heavenly Justice, can we have a chat? A player with the ID, Gan Lang Tianhan, said to Zheng Yi. Something. Zheng Yi replied. It's nothing serious, it's just. If you have nothing else to do, we can talk later. Zheng Yi immediately started to return to the city. AI brother, I am the vice president of the Tanlong Guild. I would like to ask if you are interested in joining us. Tanlong Tianhan quickly added. Zheng Yi did not cancel his return to the city. He shook his head and replied calmly, not considering it for now. Tanlang Tianhan looked at Zheng Yi, who disappeared on the spot, feeling somewhat unhappy, and said angrily, no matter how strong a person is, he can't resist the human wave tactics in the end. It's just data. A mouthful of spit from each person will drown you. Tanlong Tianhan complained about the two games, swung the weapon in his hand to vent his anger, then turned around and left with his gang members. Zheng Yi successively rejected the Jui Hall and Tanlong Guild, the two guilds that were ranked first and second in his previous life. It was not because Zheng Yi was arrogant or had a high opinion of himself. It was just that although these two guilds were large and the treatment was good, there were also many requirements and restrictions. Guild membership was basically no different from going to work. There are good things to turn in and group activities to participate in. The purpose of normal leveling is to be able to stand up and sacrifice at the critical moment. Although Zheng Yi is confident that he can enter the guild and reach a high position, this feeling of being inferior to others is not the life that Zheng Yi wants. After returning to White Tiger City, Yin Qing quickly reunited with everyone else. When she saw the level 20 gold-grade thick-backed machete and 2 books on the warrior's top skills that Zheng Yi took out, Yin Qing's eyes lit up with excitement. What price do you plan to sell it for? Yin Qing was very cautious and did not make an offer first. After all, she had offended Zheng Yi once before. Since you guys are still loyal and didn't abandon me, I'll round up the amount to 40,000 star coins, but you can't default on the payment this time. Zheng Yi did not raise the price too high. If he sold it, he could at least get an extra 10,000 star coins. But it might be because he was under someone else's roof, or maybe it was also because the other person was a beauty. Okay, it's a deal. Let's trade first. Yin Qing agreed readily, and couldn't wait to get the new equipment and skills. Zheng Yi was already living in the other person's studio, so he was naturally not afraid of the other party cheating, and he happily made the deal directly. Go offline and have a meal first. Liang Rui has already brought the food to you. The money will be transferred to your interstellar card later along with the 20,000 star coins from before. After Yin Qing got the equipment, she said happily to Zheng Yi. Well, thank you for taking care of me. Yin Qing exchanged a few words with Zheng Yi, and Zheng Yi simply quit the game. After exiting the game, Zheng Yi heard people chatting in the room, seemingly discussing something in the game. While the house is quite lively today. Zheng Yi smiled and sat up from the bed. Although he was still in severe pain all over his body, he was able to move on his own. Aren't you here to see my fierce brother? Come here, let me see how fierce you are, ha 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 ha. Zheng Yi heard a familiar voice. Who else could it be but the little girl who had been against him in the game? Zheng Yi felt a chill on his body, and the thin blanket covering him was lifted up, and then a pair of small hands touched his chest which was wrapped in gauze. "Hey girl, if you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. I'm a serious person, don't stop." The small hand on Zheng Yi's body slowly slid down, and finally pressed hard on a bruise on his abdomen, causing Zheng Yi to bend into a shrimp shape in pain. "Ha ha ha ha, are you really that fierce?" A loud laugh faded away, and the little girl fled the scene after succeeding. "Yi Mei, right. When my injury heals, I'll keep you awake at night." Zheng Yi yelled angrily. Zheng Yi's face looked hideous in pain. The temporary loss of his eyesight left him with no power to resist. He could only keep this hatred in his heart. The girl just now was called Du Xin. She has always had that kind of personality. Don't be fooled by her bold appearance. She is actually a very good girl. Liang Rui covered Zheng Yi with the quilt again, and did not forget to whitewash her good sister. "Who is better than you?" Zheng Yi found a comfortable position and leaned against the head of the bed, and began to tease. Forehead. Liang Rui obviously hadn't thought about this question. She was speechless for a moment and began to feed Zheng Yi silently. Zheng Yi had never been served like this since he was a child, and he felt a little strange in his heart. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? "Zheng Yi, the money has been transferred to your interstellar card, a total of 31,000 star coins, 1,000 of which is the labor fee for helping to defeat the boss this time." Yin Qing's sudden arrival broke the quiet beauty. "Didn't they say that it was distributed according to need? Why are you being so polite about the labor fee?" Zheng Yi said politely. "Didn't it drop what you need? You look like you're short of money. If there's a boss during your recovery, come and help. If there's equipment for the mage, it's yours. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. If it doesn't drop what you need, I'll pay you for your work. How do you think?" Yin Qing suggested. "Well, all right. Although what you gave me is a little, it is still a way of repaying your kindness in taking care of me." Zheng Yi didn't want to owe anyone a favor, even though he was injured because of Yin Qing in front of him, but in this free city, even if others turned around and ignored him, he would not be morally condemned. Here, whether doing good or bad, everyone has to pay the price for their choices. That's settled then. Yin Qing and Zheng Yi confirmed their cooperation, and then said to Liang Rui, "Rui, I'm sorry to trouble you recently." "It's okay, big sister. Just work hard to upgrade. Leave the other small things to me," Liang Rui said gently. Yin Qing did not stay for long, probably because she was busy upgrading online, and the room became quiet again. "We are both young people, why are you willing to do these logistical work?" Zheng Yi was the first to break the silence. "In a team, there must always be someone in the front and someone in the back. I'm not very smart, so I just do what I can," Liang Rui said slowly. "You are such a good girl," Zheng Yi exclaimed. The meal ended quickly. Zheng Yi took a short rest and then went back into the game. "But I still have a mysterious gift that I haven't claimed. I don't know what skills that old man Wuhan can give me. As for that mysterious secret realm mission, although it is a bit beyond my level, I should be the first person to enter the secret realm, and the benefits will naturally be beyond my imagination." After Zheng Yi entered the game, he first opened the external network to check his account balance. 28,000 star coins. It seems that as soon as the money came in, the money owed to the landlord was deducted. I wonder if the landlord will feel disappointed when she sees that I suddenly have money, Zheng Yi said to himself. Zheng Yi no longer cared about whether he had more or fewer star coins. After all, this was just the beginning. He would only become richer and richer in the future. After getting over this hurdle, his future life would be a broad and long road to success. Zheng Yi happily came to Sun Xija's courtyard again, and waited obediently for Sun Xija to take him to see Wuhan. While waiting, he did not forget to practice the fireball technique. After repeated practice, Zheng Yi has gained some experience. Just like when Sun Xija released the fireball for the first time, the spell is not the most critical part of the release. The most important thing is to master the frequency of the element's beats and the form in which the releaser wants to release the skill. This is a very mysterious feeling. Whenever he releases it with higher proficiency, Zheng Yi can always feel more. Zheng Yi originally just wanted to kill some boring time while waiting, but he didn't expect that he would be so absorbed in the practice that he didn't even realize that Sun Sijia had been watching him for a long time. Master, when did you come out? Zheng Yi finished his practice and was immersed in it for a long time before he noticed Sun Sijia standing beside him. Zheng Yi, who had realized the mysteries of magic, couldn't help but respect Sun Sijia even more. Good progress. It seems that you have figured out some tricks of release. Sun Sijia said with satisfaction. Well, I seem to have seen the process of the formation of the big fireball, and the jumping of the fire element in it. Zheng Yi did not see it with his own eyes, but the process was vivid in his mind. Good, good, this means your mental strength is growing. This is a good start. The principles of any type of spell are similar, but each type has its own mysteries. There are many talented people on the Holy Land continent, but there is no one who can practice all types of magic to perfection. Seeing that Zheng Yi was very talented, Sun Sijia immediately began to cherish his talent. Although all-round magic could better exert the magic fusion technique, he did not want his beloved disciple to end up being mediocre in all aspects. Master, don't worry. Your apprentice will definitely not become a mediocre person. Even if he is not good at other subjects, at least with your guidance in the fire subject, he will be able to achieve something. Zheng Yi heard Sun Sijia's worry, and while boasting, he did not forget to flatter him. Let's go to Old Wu first. That old guy has a weird temper. He will get impatient if we wait for too long. Sun Sijia no longer worried about Zheng Yi's development direction, and directly brought the topic back to the right track. After speaking to Zheng Yi, he walked out of the yard leisurely with his hands behind his back. Zheng Yi originally thought that when traveling with his master, he would at least have to fly with a sword, or at least use some magic. He didn't expect Sun Sijia to just walk forward so slowly, which made Zheng Yi very anxious. When the two came in front of Wuhan, Zheng Yi's patience had completely disappeared, and he even became a little irritable. As a magician, you must stay calm at all times. A moment of anger will cause you to lose the best time and effect of casting spells. Sun Sijia seemed to have anticipated that Zheng Yi would lose his temper, and without even turning his head, he woke Zheng Yi up with just one sentence. In fact, it's not that Zheng Yi has no patience, it's just that he wasted too much time on leveling up in the early stages, and now he's wasting it on the road, which makes him feel a little sorry for the time. Zheng Yi nodded, but before he could say anything, Wuhan spoke first. If you want to teach your apprentice, go home and teach him. Don't show off in front of me. Tell me, kid, what kind of skills do you want to learn? Wuhan went straight to the point, without exchanging pleasantries with the two of them, and directly stated what Zheng Yi was most concerned about. I want a group attack skill, preferably with higher damage. It would be best if it can also have some control. Of course, the faster the cooldown time and release speed, the better. Zheng Yi stated his requirements with a smile. Wuhan's face twitched, and he pointed at the gate in the direction of Sun Sijia and said with a half-smile, "Take your apprentice with you, and go back to where you came from." "Take your apprentice with you, and go back to where you came from," Wuhan said with a half-smile. Sun Sijia was also a little embarrassed. It was not that he did not have the magic that Zheng Yi requested, but magic with such many functions must be high-level magic. A junior magician of level 17 had neither the qualifications nor the ability to learn it. Senior Wu, what's wrong? Am I asking for too much? If you don't have any, that's fine. Just teach me a powerful group attack skill. Zheng Yi was a very powerful ice mage in his previous life, so how could he not understand ice skills? No matter what kind of group attack skills, the damage is lower than the single attack, and ice skills are mainly based on control, so the damage and control are usually 50-50. Judging from his current level, there are not many group skills that can be learned. Skills of too high a level are not useful to him now. Zheng Yi is not willing to do anything that would only quench his thirst by looking at the plums. I'll teach you a move called Ice Rain. The range of this skill can be changed according to the strength of the user. Ice blades in the range will fall densely, and visually it looks like rain, so it's named Ice Rain. Wuhan thought for a while and said. Zheng Yi nodded quickly. The skill Ice Rain was not a low-level skill, and its range was fixed at 4x4. Now that Wuhan introduced the skill in this way, it proved that although his level was not high enough, he had a way to learn it. Zheng Yi has learned skills of around level 50 at level 17, so what is there for him to hesitate about? He nodded his head like a chicken eating rice, and he was afraid that Wuhan would regret it. Because your strength is too low, I have turned Ice Rain into a growth-type skill. Its power will gradually show as your proficiency and strength increase. After Wuhan explained, he reached out and tapped Zheng Yi on the forehead, and then he heard the system prompt. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the skill Ice Rain, taught by the senior Grand Mage. Zheng Yi was stunned and looked at Wuhan in surprise, then turned to look at Sun Sijia. After opening the skill bar, a pattern of blue ice cones like rain appeared in it. Master, what's going on? Why doesn't Senior Wu need to chant spells to teach us skills? Zheng Yi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Sun Sijia spread his hands with an innocent expression on his face, while Wuhan looked at Sun Sijia in surprise, and then his gaze fell on Zheng Yi. Recite a spell. Wuhan asked doubtfully. Sun Sijia smiled slightly and nodded in response. Wuhan shook his head, threw a scroll to Zheng Yi, and said seriously, I should have told you about the situation. Although the monster's level is not too high, you are no match for it now. The scroll can only be used once. Take care of yourself. You go out first. Wuhan said a few words and sent Zheng Yi away, and a new task appeared in Zheng Yi's task bar. Find the Han Ling fruit, in the secret realm and give it to Wuhan. Use the scroll to teleport to the Han Dong secret realm. This secret realm can only be entered by a single person below level 25. After death, the secret realm will be automatically exited. The scroll is unique. The task reward is. Zheng Yi left Wuhan's courtyard. After reading the mission, he was confused. Why give people missions without telling them the rewards? Besides, I just heard that one of them taught me a spell. I hope the NPCs can teach me skills directly so that I don't have to worry. Looking at the new Ice Rain skill in the skill column, Zheng Yi couldn't help but smile. A group attack skill. A magical skill for early leveling. Ice Rain summons ice elements to form ice cones in the area. Dense ice cones fall from above, causing continuous damage to monsters in the area. Attacks have a chance to slow down enemies. The effect lasts for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds and consumes 200 mana. Player, Justice from Heaven. Level, 17. Experience, 161502/380000. Occupation, All-Round Mage. Life, 1860. Mana, 3862. Strength, 48, affects physical attack power. 1 point of strength increases attack power by 5 points. Intelligence, 380, affects magic attack power. 1 point of intelligence increases magic attack by 5 points. Spirit, 460, affects mana, resistance to mental effects such as enchantment and illusion. Agility, 95, affects the character's speed and dodge. Stamina, 80, affects the character's health, sustained combat capability, ability to travel, etc. Attack, 380 to 415. Defense, 285. Zheng Yi took a look at his attribute column and felt quite satisfied. However, the equipment on his body was a bit too messy, especially the protective gear. There were even blank plates on his body. It's a shame to have so many gold equipment. I sold so much, but I'm still wearing the same clothes as a beggar. Zheng Yi shook his head in self-mockery. Zheng Yi quickly went to the pharmacy to restock his potions. This time he bought only blue potions, and the only red potions in his backpack were some leftovers from killing monsters. It's not that Zheng Yi doesn't want to carry red medicine, it's just that the space in his backpack is limited. If he wants to kill monsters for a long time, he can only ensure that there is enough blue medicine. The leveling location Zheng Yi chose this time was the Skull Cave. The monsters in the Skeleton Cave all started at level 20 and were divided into 3 floors. The monsters on the second floor were level 23, and the monsters on the third floor were directly level 25. There are only 2 elite monsters guarding the entrance to the lower level in the first 2 levels, and a big boss will spawn on the 3rd level. Zheng Yi's target is not the boss, but the monsters in the Skeleton Cave. With the group attack skill, attacking the monsters in groups is definitely the fastest way to level up. The monsters in the skeleton cave are densely populated and the refresh time is short, which is perfect for players to level up. Of course, it is for strong teams or individual players. After all, the hordes of skeleton soldiers are not made of tofu. The skeleton cave is not difficult to find, and the cave is not as dark as imagined. The system thoughtfully inlaid unknown luminous stones on the cave wall. There are already several teams of players spawning monsters at the entrance of the cave. After all, for players who are already at an average level of 18 to 19, a level 20 skeleton is not considered a higher level monster. Zheng Yi's target was naturally not the cave entrance. As he cleared out the monsters along the way and went deeper into the cave became wider. And because the monsters inside were too dense, the number of players also decreased. It was not until Zheng Yi walked to a gap and saw the crack in the wall that he smiled. Fortunately, this place still exists. Zheng Yi sighed. Looking around and finding no other players, Zheng Yi didn't waste any more time. He first attracted the hatred of the monster in front of the gap, and then started running madly. The little skeletons in the skeleton cave were not very fast, and their active attack characteristics did not require Zheng Yi to fight them one by one. Soon, a large group of skeleton soldiers followed behind him. Seeing that all the nearby monsters were pulled over, Zheng Yi directly dived into the crack in the wall, and then released an ice rain at the entrance of the crack. The skeleton soldiers were attacked and tried harder to squeeze into the gap, but only one could get in, and the skeleton soldier stuck in the gap couldn't swing his weapon at all. In this way, Zheng Yi took advantage of the terrain and completed the monster blocking. In fact, this position is used to help low-level players escape hatred. After all, if someone accidentally breaks in, followed by a bunch of skeleton soldiers, they are basically doomed to die. Under normal circumstances, players below level 20 will not have group attack skills at all, and players above level 20 will definitely fight higher-level monsters. So even if they know there is a monster jam point here, who would bring a large group of monsters over and then clear them one by one? In this way, Zheng Yi started to kill monsters in batches. After clearing out one batch and cleaning up the battlefield, basically another batch of skeleton soldiers would refresh. This seamless and refreshing feeling was really addictive. During this period, even when Yin Qing and others invited him to fight a bronze boss, Zheng Yi declined. Of course, if it was a gold boss or above, that would be a different story. The good times did not last long. When Zheng Yi's level reached 18 and his experience level was 70%, the flow of people in the skeleton cave began to increase. Not only could he only pull a few monsters each time, but the players in the surrounding teams even began to boycott Zheng Yi, who was pulling monsters everywhere. Zheng Yi didn't want to cause any trouble, so he could only leave the first floor of the skeleton cave quietly. There was northwest such good place to hide monsters on the second floor of the skeleton cave. After all, the system would assume the strength of anyone who could kill all the way to the second floor, and would not prepare a place for people to escape from hatred. There were a few players spawning monsters at the entrance of the second floor cave. Zheng Yi found a place where more than 10 skeleton monsters spawned and began to upgrade silently. Since he had less red medicine, Zheng Yi could only use Ice Rain to control the field and use single target attacks to get through the vacuum period of the Ice Rain skill. I have to say that the Ice Rain skill is excellent. The chance of triggering the slowing effect is very high, which greatly reduces the difficulty of movement. If you reach level 20 and learn Arc, the efficiency will definitely increase a lot with the coordination of two group attacks. Without a fixed place where monsters were stuck, Zheng Yi was clearing out the monsters while moving deeper into the cave. Although it was not as stable as before, his efficiency was still acceptable. Although the boss on the third floor did not produce any top-notch items, it was the master of the cave after all, so it was still nice to fight him after upgrading. When Zheng Yi arrived at the third floor, 2 hours had passed and his level finally reached level 19. He took a look at the leaderboard and saw that there were already many people at level 20, but he was still so inconspicuous. Well, why is this skeleton monster on the third floor so strange? Zheng Yi looked at the level ranking list and suddenly found that the skeleton monsters around him had turned black and were constantly fighting with the normal white skulls. Damn, a mutant skeleton monster. Zheng Yi muttered to himself. The weirdness of the third floor of the skeleton cave made Zheng Yi hesitate for a while. When Zheng Yi used the ice rain skill to smash it down, something even stranger happened. When a normal skeleton elite monster fell, the experience gained was not increased at all, and his own skills could not cause any damage to the black skeleton soldiers. Finally, after carefully reading the system prompts, Zheng Yi finally found the answer. This target is a player summon. Since your PK mode is peaceful, you cannot cause damage to this target. Summoning creature. Is there a summoner-type mage player nearby? Zheng Yi began looking around in confusion, trying to find the player. There is no summoner among the basic professions. Obviously, Zheng Yi met a player who successfully activated a hidden profession. As far as he can remember, there were no famous summoners in his previous life, and this kind of undead mage is even rarer. After Zheng Yi moved around and searched for a while, he finally found the player in the middle of the third floor, but the result was far beyond Zheng Yi's expectations. It's her. This shouldn't be the case, Zheng Yi said to himself. The player who caused this phenomenon was none other than Jishui Yulan, the leader of the third guild, Wangqing Guild, in the previous life. Zheng Yi clearly remembered that she was an ice-hidden profession mage in the previous life, and the effect of any ice magic would be increased by 30%. Although he is also an ice type and has a passive enhancement, he is still suppressed by Zheng Yi. Therefore, this person is full of hostility towards Zheng Yi, and even issued an order to the guild that Zheng Yi must be killed on sight, which made Zheng Yi very helpless for a while. Now Jishui Yulan suddenly changed her career, which made Zheng Yi a little confused. Why did so many things change after his rebirth, making him feel familiar but also a little strange? A circle of skeletons summoned by Jishui Yulan stood around them. They also discovered Zheng Yi who had arrived here. After looking at Zheng Yi, they chose not to pay any attention to him, as if they were full of disgust towards men. Zheng Yi finally understood why she was able to make the skeleton soldiers rebel. It turned out that there was a curse in her skill. Once a monster was cursed, it would be resurrected as her summoned creature once it died. However, the attributes of the resurrected monsters will be weakened, and they will lose all autonomous consciousness and completely obey the commands of the controller. Although her abilities have been weakened, the number of monsters that die while gaining experience is terrifying. Once she starts upgrading in one place, the number of creatures she can summon will only increase. Who can match this kind of endurance? This is called fighting to support fighting. Zheng Yi turned around boredly and found that the third floor was full of skeleton monsters summoned by her. Every time normal monsters refreshed, their hatred was instantly snatched away by them, leaving him with no chance to level up at all. Zheng Yi's goal was to reach at least level 20 in the skeleton cave. It would be a waste of time to go out and find a new leveling place now. In the end, he couldn't help but speak to Jishui Yulan. President Yulan, can we discuss something? Can you leave some monsters for me to level up? Zheng Yi said in a gentle tone. Jishui Yulan frowned and looked at Zheng Yi, and replied in a cold tone, don't try to get close to me. What qualifications do you have to ask me for territory? Is it just because you are famous in the forum? You are just a clown. Zheng Yi was a little surprised that Jishui Yulan recognized him. He didn't expect that the forum had such a great influence. However, the contempt in her words made Zheng Yi very unhappy. She did have the ability to occupy an entire cave by herself, but it was a bit overbearing. I'll discuss this with you. If you disagree, you don't have to say anything hurtful, right? Is this the quality of the Forget Love Guild's president? Zheng Yi said unhappily. Jishui Yulan was stunned again. Although she had gathered some people, the guild had not been officially established yet, so she did not make it too public. Even when she sometimes reported the name of the guild when fighting for the boss, she never said who the president was. She didn't expect that he knew that she was the president of the guild. Who are you? Who is the person behind this? Jishui Yulan obviously misunderstood that Zheng Yi had a powerful force behind him, otherwise how could he have grabbed so much limelight on his own within a short period of the server opening? Me. I am who I am, a firework of different colors. Sometimes, I get angry just looking at myself. Zheng Yi said with a smile. Go away. I want to train to level 23 here. If you want to make trouble, no matter how powerful your forces are, I will not be polite to you. Jishui Yulan was in no mood to argue with Zheng Yi, and her tone returned to coldness. Originally, It would not be a big deal to leave a leveling place, but Jishui Yulan's commanding tone made Zheng Yi very unhappy. Can you kill me if I don't leave? Zheng Yi also put away his smile and said seriously. What? Want to try it? Jishui Yulan straightened the staff and grabbed the void with her left hand. All the summoned creatures around locked their eyes on Zheng Yi. Ha ha ha, you bitch, you really think you're someone important? I'll beat you until you call me daddy. Zheng Yi has already turned on the PK mode. In a one-on-one duel, Zheng Yi has never been afraid. Even if the opponent is from a big guild, even if the opponent is the number 1 on the battle power list, if they don't give Zheng Yi face, they will skin him alive even if they can't beat him. Otherwise, how could he have lost his life in his previous life? Jishui Yulan never expected that the opponent would recognize her identity and dare to provoke her, and even called her a stinky bitch. Court death. Jishui Yulan spat out 2 words in disgust and directly controlled her summoned black skeleton to launch an attack. After actively enduring an attack from the skeleton soldiers, Zheng Yi began to counterattack. He first released a ranged ice rain directly under Jishui Yulan's feet, and then did not release other skills, moving back and forth among the summoned creatures like a loach. Jishui Yulan obviously has a lot of skills, but most of them are curses and continuous blood loss skills. Apart from focusing fire on summoned creatures, she doesn't have any instant kill ability, so Zheng Yi is not worried about dying suddenly. The reason why Zheng Yi chose to fight with Jishui Yulan for a while was, firstly, that he wanted to see what hidden skills she had, and secondly, he did not want to expose that he could easily kill her in seconds. Otherwise, a time pause plus a magic fusion skill would be enough to kill Jishui Yulan, not to mention a level 21 mage. Even a level 21 boss would be in trouble. The reason why Zheng Yi is not afraid of offending anyone is precisely because he possesses the magical skill of time stop. After several rounds of fighting, Zheng Yi discovered that Jishui Yulan did not have any killer moves for the time being. It seemed that in the early stages of her hidden profession, she relied on killing monsters and then controlling their bodies to deal damage. In general, her endurance is very strong, but her burst ability is slightly insufficient. If she is given enough time to collect summons, she will be a very strong force in team battles and boss battles. If Zheng Yi remembered correctly, her hidden profession should be called Ghost Mage, but what was different from what Zheng Yi remembered was that the Ghost Mage could not transform so many monsters in the early stage. Moreover, professions such as the Nether and the Necromancer will only appear in the later stages of the game. After all, the game progress has not yet reached that stage. Zheng Yi didn't want to spend too much time thinking about this. As long as it was basically the same as his memory, some minor changes would not be a big deal. After continuing to fight with Jishui Yulan for a while, Zheng Yi also felt that it was meaningless. He had too few high-level skills, and the medicines the opponent took were all instant blood recovery potions. In addition, the black skeleton kept blocking skills, so it might be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Time paused. Zheng Yi directly activated the time pause, and Jishui Yulan froze in the action of casting a spell. Zheng Yi walked up to her and walked around her. He couldn't help but sigh that the president of the big guild was really rich. Even though the equipment was so hard to drop, he was able to wear such a top-quality robe, and his staff was also a gold-level weapon. She is pretty and has a great figure, but she is too cocky. Why does she have to pick a fight with your father Zheng when she can pick on anyone else? Zheng Yi took a look at Jishui Yulan's total health. Although her equipment was more complete than his, she was just a fragile mage after all, and her health was only about 1,000 more than his. The 2 elements of fire and ice appeared in the left and right hands respectively. After being compressed, the 2 hands were directly put together. A ball with 2 opposite attributes was formed instantly and gently pushed to the back of Jishui Yulan's head. My mental strength has really improved a lot, and my control over the elements has also been strengthened a lot. Oh, by the way, let's throw another big fireball to cover up my tracks. Zheng Yi smiled and talked to himself, and before the pause was over, he hurried to Jishui Yulan and recited the fireball spell again. Everything was ready. Zheng Yi ran to a distance and waited quietly for the timeout to end. After waiting for about half a minute, everything returned to normal. Jishui Yulan was still chanting her skills, and saw a huge fireball flying towards her. But just as he was about to dodge, the scene in front of him turned gray, his blood volume was instantly depleted, and he fell to the ground. As Jishue Yulan died and returned to the city, the transformed black skeletons around her also turned into ashes, and the entire third floor suddenly became empty. Since Jishue Yulan's sin value was not high, she did not drop any equipment, only a few bottles of potions. Jishue Yulan looked bewildered after returning to the resurrection point. Her health was clearly at the safe line, and she was very sure that the fireball had not hit her yet. Is there a cheat? Jishue Yulan couldn't help but wonder. Justice from heaven, justice from heaven. Jishue Yulan was like a possessed person, constantly muttering Zheng Yi's ID. She thought for a long time before coming back to her senses. Then she issued a world announcement, causing the entire world channel to explode. Jishue Yulan, reward of 20,000 star coins/time, kill the male mage with ID, heavenly justice, you can find the Wangqing Guild to claim it with the video recording, no limit on the number of times. Forget Love Guild. I've never heard of it. What kind of head can be worth 20,000 star coins? Justice from heaven. Is he the one who is quite popular on the forum? The one who PKs several teams alone, fights for the boss in front of several forces, and kills the low-health lizardman with a big fireball not long ago. Oh. If it's him, maybe it's really worth the price. It looks like I've offended some important person. The poster is a girl. Could it be that she cheated on her and is no longer responsible? You dare to say anything? Even if you kill him for 20,000 star coins, no one may dare to take it. But if you kill you for 10 star coins, there will be a lot of people who will take it. Since there is a free speaking opportunity every 5 minutes in the world channel, there are many players gossiping on it, but if you want to keep on chatting, you will have to spend gold coins. The reason why the bounty order caused the world channel to explode was precisely because Jishue Yulan was flooding the screen with messages. He single-handedly swiped the screen to attack all players in the server. One can imagine how much gold coins he consumed and how angry he was. Boss, what's going on? Just tell us where the guy is. There's no need to announce a bounty to the world, right? Yeah. Boss, how did that kid piss you off? The Wangqing Guild's voice channel also started to discuss things, and seeing that their boss was angry, they all volunteered to join the battle. Hurry up and level up. Don't attack that guy if you meet him. The development of the guild is more important. After the guild is officially established, we must kill him and make him quit the service. Jishue Yulan's goal is to set up a big guild. The reason why she didn't bring people to seek revenge directly is mainly because she is not sure about Zheng Yi's strength. He can kill her people in an instant, so what can the people in the guild do? What's more, the video of Zheng Yi fighting against many enemies at once is still a hot topic on the forum. After comprehensive consideration, Jishue Yulan issued a high reward. It is not necessary for anyone to actually kill Zheng Yi, just for people to keep harassing him. It is inevitable that people from other forces will be tempted. This will not only restrict Zheng Yi's development, but will also indirectly affect the overall upgrade progress of other guilds. God's justice, for the sake of the development of the guild, I will bear this today, and I will make you pay 100-fold in the future. Jishue Yulan clenched her fists, suppressed her anger, and gradually disappeared among the vast number of players. After killing Jishue Yulan, Zheng Yi walked around the third floor of the Skull Cave and found that the boss had been killed, and Jishue Yulan offered a bounty for him in the world channel, so Zheng Yi had to be careful. After all, he had just used the time stop function. If members of the other guild came to seek revenge, even if he could deal with them, he would still have to take a lot of risks. Forget it, I'd better go to the secret realm to make up for the one level I'm missing. Women really only bring bad luck. How could I run into her while leveling up? What bad luck? What bad luck? Zheng Yi started to return to the city while cursing. He didn't care about the feud with Jishue Yulan, because he had already gotten used to this kind of life with enemies everywhere. It's just that when I was just reborn, I wanted to keep a low profile and develop for a while. I didn't expect that before I reached level 20, I had offended almost all of the first 3 guilds. Although the other 2 were trying to recruit me, I would definitely be seen as a thorn in their eyes if I didn't want to join. The first thing he did when he returned to the city was to hide his ID, then he replenished his potions as quickly as possible, and then he found a hidden corner and directly activated the secret scroll. After a burst of light, Zheng Yi directly entered the secret realm of the cold cave. The secret realm was surrounded by ice. The cave was much more spacious than he had imagined. Zheng Yi had not encountered any monsters yet in the place where he was teleported. Zheng Yi is now at level 19 with a little more experience, and according to his master Sun Xixia, the levels of the monsters in this cold cave are all between 25 and 30, so it seems that he must be extra careful. The cave is very wide, but there is only one way forward for now. There are many secret places like this in the Holy Land. Even Zheng Yi in his previous life could not have entered every secret place. Now he can only grope forward cautiously. After walking a short distance forward, he saw some ice spirit monsters floating in the air. Zheng Yi carefully checked their properties and found that they were indeed level 25. Cold Cave Ice Spirit level 25 quality normal HP 4000. The Cold Cave Ice Spirits are obviously the lowest level monsters here. The appearance of the ice spirits is similar to hexagonal ice cubes, each about the size of a basketball. At this time, there are at least hundreds of them on the road that Zheng Yi must pass. There are 2 cold cave nests in the corner. An ice spirit will be born from them every once in a while. The speed of the birth depends on the number of ice spirits nearby. The more ice spirits there are around, the slower the birth speed will be, or even stop. Conversely, the speed will increase. The 4000 HP of a level 25 monster is not considered high, probably because such monsters live in groups, and this is a single-player copy, so while controlling the number of monsters, the attributes are also balanced. The vigilance of the cold cave ice spirits was not very high. Zheng Yi used a single skill to attack one of them, and only 3 or 4 would trigger a chain of hatred each time. This just suited Zheng Yi's wishes. After all, the level difference between Zheng Yi and them was too big, and there was only one chance in the secret realm, so it was better to be safe. The attack method of the cold cave ice spirit is ice spikes, which are all transformed by the ice spirit itself, sending out half-meter-long ice spikes. After hitting, there will be a deceleration effect. After the hit is missed, the ice spirit will return to its original state. Each ice spirit will release an attack approximately every 5 seconds. However, the movement speed of the ice spirit is not slow. Being too close to the cold cave ice spirit will reduce the movement speed, so this trade-off should not be underestimated. For Zheng Yi, this place is simply a paradise for leveling up, with monsters of appropriate levels, infrequent attacks, and moderate amounts of health. As long as he does not destroy the cold cave nest, the ice spirits here will be infinitely refreshed. Ha ha ha, this is not the secret realm of the cold cave, this is clearly the secret realm of the treasure cave. Zheng Yi laughed loudly towards the sky, causing a series of echoes to come from the cave. As time went by, Zheng Yi gradually understood the strength of the Binglings, 6, 7, and finally he had to pull more than 10 at a time. Unfortunately, the attribute of Ice Rain, a group attack skill, is also ice, so the damage effect on ice spirits is somewhat discounted. Even so, with the addition of small skills to fill the damage, the monster killing efficiency is still very fast. Because the monsters were at a very high level and Zheng Yi had exclusive experience, in less than an hour, Zheng Yi finally reached level 20. Zheng Yi, who reached level 20, couldn't wait to learn the arc skill in his backpack. Arc, induce lightning elements to form arcs in front of the body, causing damage to up to 15 targets. The more targets there are, the lower the damage will be. A lightning mark will be left on the targets, increasing the effects of other lightning skills by 30% within 10 seconds. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Although Electric Arc does not have continuous damage like Ice Rain, it is an instant skill after all, and 15 targets are already a lot. It can also increase the effects of other lightning spells. The only drawback is that the cooling time is a bit long. But when Zheng Yi pulled Bing Ling over again, he first used the Ice Rain skill to control the situation, and then used the Electric Arc skill to deal damage. The amount of damage on the full screen made Zheng Yi dizzy. When the duration of the Ice Rain skill ended, the Cold Cave Ice Spirit had only about 1/3 of its health left, and its efficiency was improved by more than a little. The damage of the Electric Arc exceeded Zheng Yi's expectations. The subsequent Lightning Strike and Thunderbolt were able to kill a monster instantly with one skill. The 30% increase in lightning effects was really not a mere decoration. In comparison, other single-target skills cannot achieve the effect of harvesting, but fortunately, the Ice Rain just ended for 2 seconds, and the arc was cooled down again. I used the arc again directly, and more than 10 ice spirits were cleared instantly. This is called monster farming, this is called perversion, ha 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 ha. Even though Zheng Yi already has many abnormal moves, they are all achieved by relying on time stop. However, the cooldown of time stop is too long, and the attribute fusion ball consumes too much mental energy, so skills are still the most practical. If I get a lightning group attack skill, an arc, or a thundercloud, I can just lie down and count the experience points. Zheng Yi was muttering to himself while continuing to pull monsters without stopping. However, after the monster killing efficiency increased, another problem arose, that is, the monster refresh could not keep up. It would be nice if there were more cold cave nests, Zheng Yi complained. After clearing out the last batch of ice spirits in front of him, Zheng Yi decided to explore forward. He estimated that there could not be only 2 cold cave nests in the entire cold cave. The fact was just as Zheng Yi expected. After turning a corner, he saw another area of ice monsters, with about the same number as before. After Zheng Yi's investigation, he found that there were 4 strange areas of the cold winter ice spirits, each of which had 2 cold cave nests that gave birth to the ice spirits. Zheng Yi did not destroy the cold cave nest. After each round of monsters, he ran to another monster area. The monster refresh speed was just enough for Zheng Yi to clear them out. From the server opening to level 20, Zheng Yi had never had such a great time killing monsters. In the final analysis, it was all thanks to his master Sun Xija, or perhaps to Fengling's dog, Hani. After all, if it weren't for it, Fengling wouldn't have noticed him. After just a few hours of killing monsters, Zheng Yi climbed into the top 10 of the level list. The good leveling places in the big map were all overcrowded, and the monsters that were difficult to kill were too time-consuming. The experience points of monsters of the same level are not much different, so the quality of the leveling area depends entirely on the monster mechanisms and types. Some monsters have high defense and thick blood. Although the corresponding attack will be lower, it will undoubtedly consume a lot of players' time. It is more suitable for people who pursue stability in general equipment. Monsters with high attack and low health are more suitable for players who have good equipment awareness and pursue efficiency. Monsters like the Cold Cave Ice Spirit in the Secret Realm have thin health, low attack frequency, and concentrated refreshes. The most important thing is that one person can enjoy it alone. It can be said to be a paradise in paradise. Zheng Yi spent the whole day killing the Ice Spirit in the Cold Cave, because through observation, he found that the monster, Ice Tooth Beast, that continued to move forward was fast, had a very high attack frequency, and had a health volume of as much as 8,000. In comparison, although Bing Ling has less experience, she is more efficient. By the time dinner came, Zheng Yi finally couldn't hold on and went offline. Fortunately, the secret realm would only become ineffective after death, and it would not be affected while offline. When he went offline, Zheng Yi's level was already 23 with 68% experience, ranking 9th in the level ranking list. The first place had reached level 24. His ID was, a pot of wine among flowers, and his hidden profession was, berserker. It was a very powerful hidden profession in the early stage, with very strong burst, attack, and endurance. However, due to the flourishing of all kinds of skills in the later stage, it became a little mediocre. After having a hearty meal, Zheng Yi did not dare to waste time. He told Liang Rui that he was doing a special mission and asked her not to disturb him unless it was necessary. If there was anything, they could communicate in the game. Then he went straight into the game. Zheng Yi knew very well that there was only one chance to enter the secret realm, so even though it was rather monotonous to keep brushing ice spirits, he persisted. Finally, after more than an hour, Zheng Yi's level reached 24 and his ranking rose to 6th place. Moreover, his hard work for the day was very rewarding. Not only did he earn a lot of gold coins, but most importantly, he got a skill book called Ice Thorn. Ice Spikes gathers ice elements and sends out ice spikes half a meter in front of the enemy. Upon hitting the enemy, it will cause a knockback effect. The effect is limited by factors such as the enemy's size and strength, and a deceleration effect. The cooling time is 8 seconds. It can be learned by ice mages at level 25. What Zheng Yi lacks most now is skills. If he can enrich his skills, he can show his advantages as an all-round mage. The ice spikes have a small attack range and are a close-range skill, but it is an instant skill that can effectively prevent enemies from getting close, making it a life-saving restrictive skill. Zheng Yi did not destroy the cold cave nest, allowing it to continue to breed ice spirits, while he continued to move forward and prepared to begin formally exploring the secret realm. Ice-Tooth Beast Level 26 Quality Normal HP 8000. The Ice-Tooth Beast is snow white all over and looks like a wolf, with 2 sharp fangs that are particularly prominent. Its hair is like steel needles. It is not big in size and is obviously an agile attack-type monster. The distribution of Ice-Tooth Beasts is not dense, but their hatred range is very wide. If you are careful, you can pull them out one at a time and defeat them one by one. The Ice-Tooth Beast is different from the Cold Cave Ice Spirit. It attacks very frequently. The damage caused by scratching with its claws and biting with its mouth is ridiculously high. Moreover, its attacks will trigger bleeding effects. It moves very quickly, which puts a lot of pressure on Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi did not dare to be careless and began to clear them one by one. Fortunately, fire magic had a miraculous effect on ice beasts, especially the fireball spell. Not only was the damage much higher than other skills, but each hit would also make the ice beast sluggish for a while. Having found the trick, Zheng Yi quickly changed his tactics. He used fireball to pull the monster in each time, and then used rock spike to limit the Ice-Tooth Beast's forward speed. Then he began to chant Big Fireball. With the help of other small skills and positioning, he could basically kill the monster without any damage. If a special situation such as a miss occurs during the process, Zheng Yi will use the Earth Shock skill when the Ice-Tooth Beast gets close. Since the Earth Shock skill has a long cooldown time, if there is no cooldown, he will simply withstand 1 or 2 attacks. Although the leveling efficiency is not as fast as that of brushing Ice Spirit, this trip is to complete the task after all. If something unexpected happens because the leveling is delayed for too long, it will be a loss for Zheng Yi. Experience can be gained at any time, but Wuhan's trust cannot be easily obtained. Wuhan had said before that he was in urgent need of materials, and the reason why he did not set a time limit for himself was out of consideration for Sun Xixia. The faster he completed the task, the more satisfied Wuhan would be. Plus, with his relationship with his master, there would naturally be a lot of benefits. After all, the task reward was not reflected in the literal words, and in the end it all depended on Wuhan's mood. Although the Ice-Tooth Beast can gain good experience, it cannot be used in groups, so its efficiency is much lower than that of the Ice Spirit. Fortunately, Zheng Yi did not plan to use it to level up. He cleared the monsters all the way and moved forward. The Cold Cave secret realm is much larger than he imagined. It was not until we walked out of the Ice-Toothed Beast area that a fork in the road finally appeared in the Cold Cave. The entrances of both roads were slightly narrower than before, but the directions were opposite. The fork in the road was very deep and could not be distinguished by eyesight or echo. No one could guarantee which road was the correct one. Zheng Yi directly chose the road on the left and started moving forward. After walking about 100 meters, the cave suddenly opened up, and an irregular circular hall appeared. In the center of the hall lay a slightly larger Ice-Toothed Beast. Ice-Tooth Lord Level 28 Quality, Silver HP, 300000. Zheng Yi glanced around the hall and found that there was no other exit. It seemed that this was a special boss area. If he turned around and took another path now, he could avoid a battle. But who is Zheng Yi? He couldn't even find the boss, and now there is a silver boss in front of him. How could he let it go? Judging from the experience of fighting the Ice-Tooth Beast, the attributes of its lord must have increased rather than decreased, and 300,000 HP is considered to be normal. Zheng Yi did not hesitate and directly began to chant the spell of Big Fireball. 868. A huge fireball directly hit the Ice-Tooth Beast Lord. After an angry roar, his eyes locked on Zheng Yi, who was standing at the edge of the cave. The Ice-Tooth Beast Lord was more than twice as fast as the monsters. He rushed forward suddenly and caught Zheng Yi off guard. The circular hall was not very conducive to pulling, and the passage at the entrance was long and narrow. If his speed was not as fast as the boss, pulling in a straight line would undoubtedly be courting death. Rock Protrusion. A rock protrusion only made the boss pause for a moment, and then it pounced directly on Zheng Yi when it was still 5 or 6 meters away. Its ferocious momentum and 2 sharp fangs seemed to kill Zheng Yi instantly. There was no time to think. When the boss just jumped up, Zheng Yi released a range skill, Ice Rain, under his feet, and then rolled to the side quickly. As soon as Zheng Yi left the spot, the boss rushed over. After missing the attack, the boss turned around and kicked again with its hind legs, rushing towards Zheng Yi again. Zheng Yi narrowly avoided the first attack of the ice-tooth beast, and after using the Ice Rain skill to control the situation, he did not expect that the boss was very agile and turned around and rushed towards Zheng Yi again. Zheng Yi had no choice but to use the Earth Shock skill. The strong vibration of the ground caused the boss, which had just landed, to float in the air again. Zheng Yi didn't dare to be greedy and took advantage of the boss floating in the air to quickly increase the distance. However, the cave was too smooth and there were no obstacles blocking the boss. Zheng Yi could only rely on predicting the movement to deal with the boss. The most feared thing for professions like mages is agile monsters. The slowing effect of the Ice Rain skill is not very obvious against the Ice-tooth Beast Lord, and the Rock Thruster skill is too low level and is basically ignored by the boss. The only skill left is the Lightning Strike, which has a slight chance of paralyzing the boss for 1-2 seconds. Zheng Yi also paid attention to the details and used Electric Arc before each lightning attack. Although there was only one boss, the lightning damage increased by Electric Arc was still good. It just so happened that the cooldown time of both skills was 10 seconds. After getting over the initial panic, Zheng Yi gradually mastered the attack rhythm of the Ice-tooth Beast boss. The attack methods are generally grabbing, pouncing, and biting. If the pounce is at a long distance, there will be a charging action, and the direction will change no more than 3 times at a short distance. Since we have just reduced the boss's health by about 10%, it is still unknown whether he has any other skills. Although it was a bit difficult to fight against the Ice-tooth Beast Lord, Zheng Yi did not regret it at all. Since his rebirth, it was too easy for Zheng Yi to clear the boss all the way. He relied on time pause every time. If this continued for a long time, he would inevitably become dependent on it. The reason why he was able to rank among the best in his previous life relying solely on ice magic was precisely because he was helpless and had no one to rely on. Every battle was a life-or-death struggle, and every choice was made with extreme caution. That experience is Zheng Yi's most precious thing. He cannot throw away the most precious thing just because he possesses a super artifact. After all, no matter how powerful the super artifact is, it is still an external object. Only one's own strength truly belongs to him. The Ice-tooth Beast Lord was still chasing hard, but he was no longer a threat to Zheng Yi, who had mastered the rhythm of his attack. In order to speed up the attack, Zheng Yi even controlled the reverse fusion of the 2 attributes while moving, and each unstable attribute ball could cause high damage. When the boss's health was almost running out, it went berserk for about half a minute, and then it was like fish on a chopping board, allowing Zheng Yi to slaughter it. The Ice-tooth Beast Lord finally fell to the ground, and a silver-level belt and 2 whiteboard equipment, as well as a lot of potions and gold coins exploded. Ice Belt. Level 25. Quality, Silver. Wearing profession, Mage. Physical defense, plus 210. Magical defense, plus 210. Intelligence, plus 50. Additional attributes, Ice resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute, Ice attribute skill damage plus 10%. Ice set 1/5. Zheng Yi took a look at the attributes of the equipment. Since it was silver quality equipment, it did not need to be identified. Although the attributes were average, he did not expect that it was actually a suit. He just didn't know what the attributes of the suit were for the time being. After searching the hall and finding no other exit, Zheng Yi had to go back the same way, walk to the fork and continued towards the passage on the right. On the way back, Zheng Yi discovered a problem. It seemed that in this secret realm, except for the cold cave ice spirit, no other monsters would refresh. It was estimated that if the cold cave nest was destroyed, the monsters in this secret realm would become less and less if one was killed. Not long after walking through the passage, we saw new monsters. Unlike the previous ice-toothed beasts with sharp mouths and fangs, this time they were actually some little foxes with snow-white fur and a cute appearance. They looked extremely lovable. Cold Cave Ice Fox level 27 quality, normal HP, 7000. The health volume of the Ice Fox is slightly lower than that of the Ice-tooth Beast, but it aroused Zheng Yi's vigilance. If it was his first time entering the Holy Land, he might be confused by the appearance of the fox monsters and think that they were all cute pets. But foxes are actually more difficult monsters in the sanctuary. High-level fox monsters are not only capable of mental attacks, but their speed and damage are also astonishing. If they are controlled by the charm skill, they may even become its thugs before they can escape. Moreover, high-level fox monsters are divided into two factions, one specializing in agile attacks and the other specializing in spells. The level of the cold cave ice fox in front of him was slightly lower, and it certainly wouldn't have any exaggerated skills, but if several monsters released mental shocks together, it would also reduce his reaction speed, and he would be easily killed instantly in a trance. What Zheng Yi was worried about really happened. The ice foxes were very alert. As soon as Zheng Yi attacked one of them, several surrounding ones also rushed over. Although the ice fox is very fast, it is slightly smaller in size, so it does not look as threatening as the ice tooth beast. But when Zheng Yi was about to release the skill, he felt a sharp pain in his brain. When he came to his senses, the ice fox had arrived in front of him and began to scratch him with its sharp claws. It's really a mental shock. Fortunately, the skill status does not stack. Zheng Yi grumbled and took several attacks. He quickly released Ice Rain to control the situation, hoping that the slowing effect of Ice Rain would work. He took advantage of the stiffness of the ice fox after the attack to distance himself. After drinking a blood bottle, Zheng Yi began to counterattack. Fortunately, the ice fox's mental shock had a long cooldown, and its defense seemed to be very low, especially it was very afraid of fire. At this time, Zheng Yi hated himself for not learning some decent fire attribute group attack skills. If Zheng Yi could learn the book, 9 Dragons Coming, now, he would be able to dominate the entire Handong secret realm. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Fireball became Zheng Yi's main output skill. As Fireball was continuously released, Zheng Yi discovered something surprising. The Fireball spell is released by chanting a spell, and apart from consuming magic power, it has no cooldown time. However, if you keep releasing the Fireball spell, you will feel mentally exhausted. Although the consumption of mental energy can only be restored through rest, continuous recovery will have a training effect on mental energy, which is a good way to increase mental energy. No wonder there is no Fireball skill in the skill column. No wonder Wuhan was so surprised when he heard that I learned the spell chanting. It seems that my worship of my master is not in vain. Zheng Yi tasted the sweetness and used the Fireball technique even more vigorously. As he became more and more proficient, the speed of his release became faster and faster. One day ago, Wuhan's office. Wuhan looked at Zheng Yi, who was sent away by him, and said to Sun Sijia with some emotion, "Old son, you actually taught him to chant spells. Have you forgotten that he is an outsider, immortal? Don't you know that this is a forbidden law?" Sun Sijia smiled slightly and said, "Whatever. You and I are both this age. What does it matter if we pursue something for a lifetime? I haven't lived a miracle, but I hope to create one." "It's unreasonable, you lunatic, you are really a lunatic," Wuhan said helplessly. Zheng Yi took the initiative to clear the monsters, and soon the ordinary cold cave ice foxes were cleared out. Continuing to move forward, Zheng Yi saw 2 forks in the road again. With his previous experience, one of them must be the ice fox boss. Zheng Yi still chose the fork on the left, perhaps because it was a low-level secret realm. Players with average strength could choose to skip the boss, but Zheng Yi would definitely face the challenge head-on. Sure enough, the passage on the left was the road leading to the boss. In the middle of the cave that suddenly widened, a snow-white ice fox was wandering around. Ice Fox Lord level 29 quality, silver HP, 250000. The health of the Ice Fox Lord is 50,000 lower than that of the Ice Tooth Beast Lord. Needless to say, its defense will also be lower, but its attack will definitely be much higher than that of the Ice Tooth Beast. Special attention must be paid to bosses with high attack power, because the tolerance rate will be much lower. Once the boss seizes the opportunity, Zheng Yi will be killed instantly with his low health. Zheng Yi hid in the dark at the entrance of the cave, and prepared 2 fusion balls in advance. He used the reverse fusion technique to launch a sneak attack. 13,420. A huge amount of damage appeared above the Ice Fox Lord's head, and the boss locked onto Zheng Yi in an instant. Zheng Yi ignored the boss's lock and threw out a huge fireball. The Ice Fox Lord dodged the incoming fireball very nimbly and was obviously disgusted with fire. Seeing that the boss did not pursue him, Zheng Yi was about to continue releasing his skills when the Ice Fox Lord made a move. More than a dozen ice blades appeared out of thin air and flew straight towards Zheng Yi. Ah! The boss of this agile attacking ice fox monster is actually a magic damage one. Zheng Yi muttered to himself in confusion. Zheng Yi was very focused when fighting the boss, so even though the Ice Fox Lord's attack was unexpected, Zheng Yi was ready to respond as soon as the ice blade appeared. The battle between two magic professions is a test of awareness and positioning. Although Zheng Yi's level is not as good as the Ice Fox Lord, when it comes to combat awareness, I'm afraid this level of boss is simply incomparable. Zheng Yi and the Ice Fox fought each other and gained the upper hand. The health of the boss was also steadily decreasing. However, when the health of the Ice Fox Lord dropped to 80%, his skills began to diversify. Tracking icicles. The Ice Fox Lord suddenly released a short icicle, which moved quickly on the ground. Although the skill was inconspicuous, it greatly restricted Zheng Yi's movement. Maybe others don't know what the use of this icicle is, but Zheng Yi knows it very well. Although the icicle is only more than 10 centimeters high on the ground, once it touches the enemy, it will freeze the person into an ice cube. Normally, it can only control for a few seconds, but if the opponent's level is higher than yours, and you happen to have no resistance to ice attributes, then the control time will be much longer. The Ice Fox Lord is 5 levels higher than Zheng Yi, and his damage is extremely high. If he is frozen by the icicle at this time, he will basically be killed instantly. Not only is tracking the icicles on the ground a headache, but the ice path released afterwards is also very troublesome. Ice path, after it is released, a trail of ice and snow will be left behind along the route the user has walked, and enemies will be slowed down when passing through the path. After the Ice Fox Lord released 2 restrictive skills, he began to run around randomly on the field. The ice path would last for 5 seconds after it appeared. The Ice Fox boss was extremely fast, and with the cooperation of the tracking ice pillars, Zheng Yi's movement was restricted. Zheng Yi had no choice but to temporarily stop attacking and concentrate on moving. Tracking the icicle lasted for about 15 seconds, so Zheng Yi was not in a hurry. As long as the icicle disappeared, the ice path would not threaten Zheng Yi at all. But something surprising happened again. After 15 seconds, not only did the tracking icicle not disappear, but the Ice Fox Lord actually released another icicle. 2 tracking ice pillars appeared in the already small venue, and there were also ice paths left everywhere by the Ice Fox Lord to slow down the situation. Even Zheng Yi was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. 10 seconds later, the first ice pillar expired and disappeared, and the boss's ice path skill time finally ended. There was only one icicle chasing Zheng Yi, and he suddenly felt relaxed. After the tension just now, Zheng Yi's spirit was more concentrated. While moving quickly, he used instant skills to accurately counterattack. Although the Ice Fox had many skills, its accuracy was far inferior to Zheng Yi's. The boss would release a combination of double icicles and ice paths every once in a while, but Zheng Yi also figured out a way to crack it. Whenever the boss released an ice path to try to disrupt his movement, Zheng Yi would release the Ice Rain skill. Zheng Yi hid in the range of his own Ice Rain. The boss would naturally not be stupid enough to walk into the enemy's attack skills. Although the Ice Rain did not last as long as the boss skills, it still reduced a lot of pressure on Zheng Yi. In the end, the Ice Fox Lord was unable to withstand Zheng Yi's fierce bombardment and fell down unwillingly, dropping a pair of protective pants and a skill book. In fact, the Ice Fox Lord is very strong. His strength is not in his burst, but in his control ability. If Zheng Yi is hit by the tracking ice pillar even once during the battle, he will be killed instantly. If Zheng Yi was not a mage, but a melee profession, such as an assassin or a warrior, then with the ice path and tracking icicles, he would have no chance of encountering the boss throughout the whole process, unless his movement speed was extremely high and he could take a detour to pursue the boss. However, at such a low level, no matter how high his agility was, how high could it be? Zheng Yi ignored the gold coins and potions on the ground, and the first thing he picked up was naturally the skill book. Tracking ice pillar. Use mental power to lock the target, release condensed ice pillars to track the enemy. Once the ice pillar hits the enemy, the ice attribute will instantly burst out to freeze the enemy, and the enemy will receive a small amount of ice damage. The control time depends on the level of both parties and the enemy's resistance. The casting time is 2 seconds, the ice pillar exists for 15 seconds, and the cooling time is 1 minute. can be learned by ice mages at level 25. Tracking icicles is a good control skill, and the icicles that appear on the ground are not conspicuous. It is easy to hit the enemy in a melee. As for why the boss can make the skill last for a long time and the cooling time is very short, it is probably due to the surrounding environment or its own characteristics. Ice trousers. Level 25. Quality, silver. Wearing profession, mage. Physical defense, plus 170. Magical defense, plus 170. Stamina, plus 50. Additional attributes, ice resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute, ice attribute skill damage plus 10%. This is another piece of the ice suit. It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, a complete set of the ice suit will appear in the secret realm. Zheng Yi continued to pick up the gold coins and potions, and turned to go to the next monster area. Zheng Yi was ready to continue to do a big job, but there were no monsters in the other passage, and the passage was much longer than before. Soon the passage finally came to an end, and unexpectedly, I walked out of the cave. Outside the cave was a glacier cliff, and two giant-looking monsters were lying on the ground and snoring. Zheng Yi didn't dare to make any sound and calmly began to observe the surroundings. Finally, not far behind the two giants, he found a crystal-clear small tree. The tree was about 1.2 meters tall and had 3 blue fruits on it. That should be the handling fruit that Wuhan mentioned. Zheng Yi thought to himself. Cold Cave Giant level 30 quality, silver HP, 500000. Zheng Yi scouted two giants, a level 30 silver boss, with a health of 500,000. There were two of them, and it was unknown whether they were brothers or a couple. Of course the boss had to be fought, but Zheng Yi decided to get the handling fruit first. Only after the purpose of this trip was achieved could he let go and do a big fight. The two giants were sleeping soundly, and their huge snoring echoed in the valley. Zheng Yi quietly walked out of the cave and slid slowly along the ice on the surface of the cliff, fearing to make any sound. Perhaps they thought that no one would invade here, or perhaps the two giants were indeed sleeping too soundly. Zheng Yi had already arrived in front of the handling fruit, but the two giants still didn't notice him. Zheng Yi naturally would not miss this opportunity. He rubbed his hands nervously and then reached out to pick it. However, Zheng Yi underestimated the handling fruit. As soon as his hand touched the fruit, a chill invaded his body. Then he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, as if his blood had become solidified. Zheng Yi silently activated the fire attribute, and his body felt a little better. However, just as his body recovered, he suddenly felt a murderous intent. The two giants were actually awakened, and their 4 eyes as big as copper bells were staring at Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi hurriedly put the cold spirit fruits he had obtained into his backpack, but he did not dare to pick the remaining 2. After all, the two giants had already awakened, and if he was frozen to death, he would probably be killed instantly. When the cold cave giants saw that one of the cold spirit fruits had been stolen, they all roared in anger and hammered the ground with their strong arms to express their anger. The tremors spread throughout the valley. Cracks appeared on the ice beneath our feet, and the glaciers on the cliff seemed about to collapse at any time. Hey, stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me you will be buried alive. Zheng Yi shouted and hurried away from the cliff, fearing that he would die. Zheng Yi left the handling fruit tree, and the two giants stopped pounding the ground. They both stood up and rushed towards Zheng Yi. The giant who stood up was very tall, and his legs were even taller than Zheng Yi. Fortunately, the giant's speed was not fast, and he should be a pure power monster. Although a single giant is slow, the valley is not that big after all, and the attack range of the two giants is very far, making Zheng Yi's speed advantage not so obvious, and he may even be blocked in the corner at any time. With the level 6 suppression and the giant's skin being really thick, Zheng Yi began his scraping journey. Looking at the fist that was 2 times larger than a basketball, Zheng Yi believed that even if the cold cave giant was not known for its damage, he would not be able to withstand its blow. Zheng Yi still used the old method, using ice rain to control the field, combining electric arc with lightning strikes and thunderbolts to deal damage, and using fireball during the cooling time. Although Zheng Yi's movements were very flexible, the two cold cave giants cooperated very well. Sometimes, even if Zheng Yi dodged a punch, he would still be knocked to the ground by the vibration of the ground. The fight was full of dangers. 1 hour. 2 hours. The two cold cave giants fought for 4 hours before their health dropped to about 20%. It's not that Zheng Yi has to treat them equally, but the two cold cave giants will use the symbiosis skill every once in a while. If the health difference is more than 5%, the one with lower health will instantly recover to the same level as the one with higher health. If the difference is less than 5%, the recovery speed of the one with lower health will be increased. This kind of symbiotic skill also appears in later bosses, and it is usually used by bosses of the same bloodline. Fortunately, the cold cave giant does not have a particularly large-scale killing move, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. After 4 hours of hard fighting, Zheng Yi's blue medicine was almost running out, and there were only less than 10 bottles of red medicine left. This was even though Zheng Yi had made sufficient preparations before entering the secret realm. It seems that the reason why this single-player secret realm places the first few bosses separately is because there is a fear that the player will consume too much energy and fail due to insufficient supplies. After all, the final cold cave giant is really annoying. Zheng Yiqiang suppressed his fatigue and reduced the health of the two bosses to 10%. Suddenly, the two bosses changed direction and rushed straight towards the Hanliang fruit tree. Zheng Yi was shocked, and naturally knew what these two bosses were going to do. As everyone knows, there are usually monsters guarding around natural treasures. This kind of guarding is not their duty, but to wait for the natural treasures to mature, or to absorb the spiritual energy emitted around them. At this time, the cold cave giant felt that he was about to die, so he would definitely destroy or eat the cold spirit fruit at all costs. If it was destroyed, Zheng Yi would not be too worried. After all, he had already obtained a fruit, and Wuhan did not tell him how much to take. One fruit was probably enough for him. However, if the cold cave giant eats the cold spirit fruit, that would be the last thing Zheng Yi wants to see. You know, Zheng Yi's body would be frozen just by touching the cold spirit fruit. The two ice-attributed bosses must be stronger than himself, and taking the cold spirit fruit will only benefit them. If the cold cave boss recovers health or advances after taking the medicine, Zheng Yi will have no choice but to run away. After all, his medicine is almost used up, and he can't use his staff as a weapon and hit it hard. As expected, the cold cave giants did not disappoint Zheng Yi. One of the giants who ran faster pulled up the fruit tree by its roots, picked one of the cold spirit fruits with 2 fingers, and threw it to another giant the next second, while he picked the other one and planned to eat it directly. Seeing that the 2 Hanliang fruits were about to be eaten, Zheng Yi hurriedly used time stop. One of the cold spirit fruits was frozen in midair, while the other one had already reached the mouth of the cold cave giant. Zheng Yi did not dare to delay and did not rush to get the Hanliang fruit. Instead, he climbed to the giant's shoulder and began to brew magic fusion skills facing his open mouth. Zheng Yi's limit is the fusion of 6 attributes. Although it is very powerful, his mental strength has been overdrawn and it is difficult to release. Therefore, he decided to fuse every 3 attributes into an unstable attribute ball, with 1 attribute ball for each giant. Zheng Yi placed the attribute ball next to the boss's mouth, and finally put the 2 cold spirit fruits into his backpack. After doing all this, Zheng Yi was close to exhaustion. The overdraft of mental strength, coupled with several hours of high-intensity fighting, challenged his own limits all the time. The time pause ended, and the 2 giants were still wondering how the cold spirit fruit disappeared, but the 2 attribute balls had already entered their bodies through their mouths. Boom. The explosion inside the body caused more damage, and the 2 bosses were directly blown to the ground. Although they were not dead, they were at the mercy of others. The 2 cold cave giants fell to the ground at the same time. Zheng Yi had no intention of showing mercy. After a fierce bombing, he finally completed the mission successfully. A white light flashed, and Zheng Yi successfully reached level 25. Looking at the 2 pieces of silver equipment and a skill book on the ground, as well as a pile of gold coins and potions, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Ice robe. Level 25. Quality, silver. Wearing profession, mage. Physical defense, plus 360. Magical defense, plus 360. Intelligence, plus 50. Additional attribute, ice resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute, ice attribute skill damage plus 10%. Ice boots. Level 25. Quality, silver. Wearing profession, mage. Physical defense, plus 150. Magical defense, plus 150. Agility, plus 50. Additional attributes, ice resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute, ice attribute skill damage plus 10%. There are 5 pieces in the ice set, and 4 of them have been collected now. However, there are no other forks in this cold cave secret realm. Zheng Yi thought about it and suddenly remembered the place where the ice spirit of the cold cave was before. He did not destroy the cold cave nest, so it seemed that the last piece should be there. Zheng Yi was not in a hurry to go back, and continued to pick up the skill books, gold coins and potions on the ground. Symbiosis, choose a friendly target to symbiosis with. When you are hurt, if the selected target has higher health than you, the damage will be deducted from the symbiosis target. If the symbiosis target has lower health than you, the damage will be borne by the releaser. Symbiosis lasts for 30 minutes and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Any profession at level 30 can learn this. Zheng Yi's eyes widened. Symbiosis was a perverted skill usually only seen used by twin bosses. If he used the symbiosis skill on his own meat shield, then wouldn't he be equivalent to a meat mage? Imagine that a mage is at the front of the team, and the enemy finds that no matter how they attack, the mage will not lose blood. Who would have thought that the damage would be transferred to the soldiers at the rear? Friendly target, ha ha ha, sent it. Zheng Yi originally thought that his luck after Rebirth was a little weak, but he didn't expect that a cold cave secret realm would bring him a great harvest. Zheng Yi quickly returned along the same route and found that a lot of ice spirits had been refreshed. It was naturally very easy for Zheng Yi, who was already level 25, to clean up the ice spirits. When all 4 cold cave nests were destroyed, the last piece of the ice suit indeed dropped. Ice headdress. Level 25. Quality, silver. Wearing profession, mage. Physical defense, plus 150. Magical defense, plus 150. Spirit, plus 50. Additional attributes, ice resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute, ice attribute skill damage plus 10%. Zheng Yi put on all 5 pieces of the ice suit, and the suit attributes were instantly activated. Ice suit, 5 out of 5 ice zone, with itself as the center, forms an ice zone within 5 meters. Enemies entering the zone have their speed reduced by 15% and their attack speed reduced by 15%. The damage of the enemy's ice attribute skills is additionally increased by 15%. The effect lasts for 5 minutes, and the cooldown time is 30 minutes. After all, it's just a level 25 suit skill, so it's better than nothing. Zheng Yi was not satisfied with this set of skills. After all, the cooling time was too long, and the added effects were all passive. After all, he was not a full-time ice mage now, and he only had 3 ice skills, not to mention the tracking ice pillar that had exploded before. Player, Justice from Heaven. Level, 17. Experience, 161502/380000. Occupation, all-round mage. Life, 1860. Mana, 3862. Defense, 1040. Strength, 79. Intelligence, 520. Spirit, 512. Agility, 230. Stamina, 185. Attack, 680 to 720. Skills, Fireball, Waterball, Rock Burst, Wind Blade, Thunder, Ice Blade, Lightning Strike, Earthquake, Electric Arc, Ice Rain, Ice Spike, Icicle Tracking, Ice Area, Suit Skill. Zheng Yi took a look at his attribute column. What he was most proud of was his skills. Having so many skills at level 25 was something that many rich and lucky people could achieve. He had at least surpassed 95% of the players. If you include the Fireball that is not displayed in the skill bar and the 9 Dragons Descent that is sealed in his backpack, no one in the entire server can compare to him. Zheng Yi carefully searched the Handong secret realm again and found that there was nothing left to take away except the Hanliang fruit tree. But Zheng Yi thought about it and decided not to move the fruit tree. It is not easy for such natural treasures to take shape, and it is unknown how many years it has taken for the 3 fruits to grow. It would be a bit too much to uproot the fruit tree. Giving up on the handling fruit tree, Zheng Yi started to return to the city with satisfaction. The first thing to do after returning to Baihu City is to hand in the task. I don't know what kind of reward Wuhan can give. It would be great if he could give me a top-notch skill. In Zheng Yi's mind, mission rewards are ranked. Top-notch skills are the best rewards, equipment is the second-class reward, experience is the third-class reward, and gold coins are the last. Equipment is ranked second because most equipment can only be carried for a while, and the top-quality equipment almost always has to be obtained by defeating boss. Skills are something that can stay with you for a lifetime. Although skill books can be purchased, some top-quality skills are priceless. Zheng Yi quickly came to Wuhan. Wuhan was handling some official business and was a little surprised to see Zheng Yi returning. "Hello, Senior Wu. I got back what you wanted," Zheng Yi said politely. After all, there would be rewards to be received later. "Well, it's much faster than expected. The kid has grown a lot after this trip," Wuhan praised. "Hey, here you go." Zheng Yi quickly placed 3 handling fruits on Wuhan's desk. The brief contact made his body a little stiff. "I didn't expect the handling tree to bear 3 fruits. 1 is enough for me. You can keep the other 2 for yourself," Wuhan said slowly. "Well, what use do I have for this thing?" "Senior Wu, you can keep it." Zheng Yi was afraid that Wuhan would take this cold spirit fruit as a reward, so he quickly declined. "Stupid boy, this cold spirit fruit is a low-grade top-grade ice attribute fruit. Eating any one of them can increase your resistance to ice. Since you don't want it, thank you for the reward, Senior." When Zheng Yi heard that this was a good stuff, he hurriedly put the handling fruit away before Wuhan finished speaking. Wuhan smiled and shook his head, then put away the remaining cold spirit fruit and continued, "You only need to take 1 of these fruits. If you take too many, the effects won't stack up." Zheng Yi nodded and looked at Wuhan with anticipation, waiting for him to continue, but after Wuhan finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to work. After waiting for a while, Zheng Yi couldn't help but remind him, "Ahem, Senior Wu. Huh? Why haven't you left yet? Is there anything else?" "That's right," Zheng Yi suddenly had an idea and continued, "I ran some errands for my master the other day, and he was so happy that he gave me a top-quality fire skill book. What do you think of this skill book?" Seeing that Wuhan did not mention the mission reward, Zheng Yi could not help but start making up stories and took out the skill book of 9 Dragons Coming and handed it to Wuhan. Wuhan suddenly realized and laughed, "Boy, no wonder I said you are so cunning. I don't have many skill books in reserve, and I don't have that much free time to teach you in person, so I'll just give you an ice staff." After Wuhan finished speaking, he took out an ice staff and placed it on the table, continuing, "This staff is what I used when I was young. I hope you will cherish it." Zheng Yi left Wuhan's mansion with satisfaction. The staff he received as a reward for the mission made Zheng Yi extremely satisfied. I don't know if it was Wuhan's deliberate arrangement, but the wearing level of the staff is exactly level 25, and the grade is actually golden epic equipment. Yongbing. Level 25. Equipment level, epic. Magic attack, 860 to 940. Intelligence, plus 200. Spirit, plus 200. Additional attributes, ice attribute skill damage increased by 25%. Additional attribute, ice attribute skill cooldown time reduced by 25%. Additional attribute, all ice skill range increases by 25%. Additional skill, Eternal Ice, can be released on the enemy or yourself. When released on the enemy, it causes 2 stages of damage and freezes the enemy. When released on yourself, you can freeze yourself and resist huge damage within 5 seconds. It's so powerful. Level 25 epic equipment, I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even in my dreams. Zheng Yi said to himself excitedly. Glancing at the time, Zheng Yi realized that he had not been offline for a whole day. Now that the mission was over, he felt exhausted. When he quit the game, it was already late at night, but for Zheng Yi, it didn't matter whether it was dark or not, because Zheng Yi's eyesight had not yet recovered. After a few days of recuperation, his physical injuries were almost healed. When he fumbled out of bed, Zheng Yi found that he could actually feel a chair in front of his body. Cautiously exploring forward, I found a chair about one step ahead. It should be where Liang Rui sat when she was feeding her children. After nimbly avoiding the chair, Zheng Yi could still feel the distance of about half a meter in front of him. Unlike the embarrassment of the previous 2 days, this time he walked into the bathroom with ease. At first, Zheng Yi thought his eyesight had recovered, but after fumbling to turn on the light in the bathroom, Zheng Yi was still in the dark, but a scream was heard from the bathroom. Ahoo! Zheng Yi was also startled by the sudden scream. His previous ability to sense his surroundings suddenly disappeared, and then he heard the sound of water in the bathroom. Don't be afraid, it's me. It's me. It would have been fine if Zheng Yi didn't say anything, but as soon as he started talking, the people in the bathroom became even more panicked. The sound of the shower disappeared and the person inside rushed out quickly. Before Zheng Yi could react, the bathroom door was opened quickly and knocked Zheng Yi to the ground. Zheng Yi lay on the ground, dazed and exhausted from a whole day of overworked monster killing. He actually fell to the ground and fell asleep. While sleeping, Zheng Yi felt countless bubbles rushing into his mind, and his brain gradually became clear from a turbid state. When his mind could no longer contain any bubbles, Zheng Yi finally regained consciousness. After Zheng Yi woke up, he wanted to get up quickly and find something to eat, but the conversations around him made Zheng Yi give up the idea of getting up. Sister, you really can't blame me for this. Our house only has 2 bathrooms. He is an outsider, but you gave him the largest bedroom. You have been wronged and have to live in the small house. I only came to this room to take a shower because the weather is too hot and he is in the game anyway, said a female voice that Zheng Yi would never forget. It was the female assassin, Du Xin, who had always been against him. I said, his injury was caused by me, and he is blind now, so of course we should prioritize his convenience. I don't blame you for this, but you should change your impetuous personality. Yin Qin criticized in a serious tone. Xin, you too, he's blind, even if he goes in, what can he do? He can't see you anyway. Another female voice echoed, and Zheng Yi recognized it as the priest, Lv Tianwei, in the game. I suspect he did it on purpose. Why would a blind man press a switch for no reason? Maybe he has recovered his sight now. Du Xin continued to insist. Don't always call him a blind man. Actually, he is a nice guy. Zheng Yi was very familiar with this voice. It was Liang Rui who took care of him every day. Zheng Yi felt happy when he heard someone speaking for him. It seemed that not all of these women were short-sighted. I have made an appointment with a doctor, who will come to check him out in a while. If his eyesight is really restored, I will ask him to leave. This person is very powerful, so don't make enemies with him during this period. After Yin Qin finished speaking, she walked out of the room, and everyone else fell silent. After a long while, a cold female voice suddenly said, Big Sister has always wanted to make the studio stronger and bigger, but it is definitely not possible to rely on just a few of us. Although it is inconvenient for him to be here as a grown man, just one action of snatching the boss has made our studio famous. I feel very conflicted about letting him leave now, so sisters, please put the overall situation first. The cold female voice spoke in an orderly manner, and Zheng Yi also recognized that it was the ice mage, Yuling Bing, whose real name should be Han Bing. Sister is right. It's too tiring for my eldest sister to support the studio alone. With the one on the bed, our studio has indeed gained confidence. Another female voice sounded, and Zheng Yi began to doubt how many people were in his room. The female voice was that of the archer Fang Ying. This guy looks pretty good physically. How could he have been knocked unconscious for several hours after being hit by a door? Is he pretending? Du Xin changed the subject, not wanting to admit that the studio still had to rely on an outsider to support it. He slowly moved forward and actually began to pull up Zheng Yi's eyelids. Zheng Yi could only relax his muscles and let it do whatever it wanted to his body. Fortunately, his eyesight had not recovered, so even if Du Xin looked at his eyes, he couldn't see anything. Du Xin, what are you doing? You're making trouble. Yin Qin came back at the critical moment, bringing with her the doctor she had made an appointment with. Sister, I'm just checking his eyesight. Du Xin stuck out her tongue and said awkwardly. Doctor, please help me see if his eyesight has recovered. Okay. The doctor agreed and opened Zheng Yi's eyelids again. He used a medical flashlight to observe Zheng Yi's pupils. After fiddling with it for a while, he shook his head and said, "The pupils did not change at all under strong light. You don't have medical facilities here. It is recommended that the patient be hospitalized for observation. If he does not recover within a short period of time, it is recommended that he undergo surgery to remove the blood clots. Otherwise, it may cause irreversible damage to him over time." The doctor's words were very pertinent, and the room fell into a brief silence after he gave his conclusion. How many star coins would it take to cure him? After a moment of silence, Yin Qing asked directly. Depending on his recovery ability, if surgery is required, it will cost around 200,000 star coins. Okay, take him to the hospital for treatment. Yin Qing replied. Sister, that's all our working capital. If I cure him, I'll have repaid the debt of gratitude for saving his life. Besides, surgery is not necessary. But big sister. Okay, no need to say more. We can't harm others for our own benefit. Apart from death, the most terrible thing is losing eyesight. Yin Qing said in a firm tone. Since Miss Yin requested it, I will ask someone to prepare for hospitalization. The doctor naturally didn't want to miss this piece of fat meat. The most expensive thing in Liberty City is medical care. The poor do not deserve to get sick, and those who do not have star coins can only wait to die. I'm not going anywhere. What's the matter? You've only provided meals for a few days, and you can't afford it anymore. Zheng Yi suddenly spoke up, interrupting the doctor. Zheng Yi's sudden speech startled everyone in the room, and no one knew when he woke up. Du Xin, who had said something bad about Zheng Yi, especially turned red. How can I not afford food? I'm just worried that it will delay your treatment. Yin Qing explained quickly. If there is one person who most doesn't want Zheng Yi to leave now, it is her. After all, it is too difficult for a small studio to make a name for itself. Yin Qing is unwilling to just rely on hard work to earn gold. If we talk about this illness, if we want to delay it, I'm afraid it would have been delayed a long time ago. Zheng Yi sat up and leaned against the head of the bed. After a few hours of rest, the feeling of being in control of everything appeared again. This time the range of perception was much larger than before. All the people in the room were within his perception range. Everyone's every move is under control. Even when Zheng Yi's consciousness is focused on someone, he seems to be able to see that person's expression clearly, but the picture is still a little blurry. Is this the legendary release of spiritual power? Zheng Yi thought in surprise. It's too late to give any excuses now. If I really make you blind, I will take full responsibility. Yin Qing looked guilty and didn't know how to explain. Just your words, I won't go to the hospital. Also, if anyone wants to take a shower in my room in the future, please ask me first, even though I'm blind. Zheng Yi said bluntly, and the second half of the sentence was directed at Du Xin, making Du Xin's face even redder. I will take care of these things, and such incidents will not happen again in the future. Yin Qing said firmly. After Zheng Yi's repeated emphasis, it was confirmed that he did not need to go to the hospital for treatment. He will temporarily live in Yin Qing's studio. As a special foreign aid of the studio, if he helps the studio complete tasks or kill boss, he will get star coins from Zheng Yi according to the income. After Zheng Yi and Yin Qing reached a verbal agreement, everyone finally dispersed. Liang Rui prepared some food for Zheng Yi, and after a simple meal, Zheng Yi entered the game again. After entering the game, I opened the character panel immediately and saw myself wearing a silver suit and holding an epic staff. I felt a sense of pride. I was not as awesome as I am now when I was level 25 in my previous life. After bragging for a while, Zheng Yi decided to go find his master Sun Sijia first. Since it was such a magical thing that the fireball could be released continuously, it would be better for Zheng Yi to confirm it with his master first. Master, your disciple is back. Zheng Yi quickly arrived in front of Sun Sijia's courtyard and shouted happily. Why are you yelling? Grandpa never came back after going out with you today. Feng Ling was sitting in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for Sun Sijia. Oh. Did the master go out to play somewhere? Zheng Yi bent down and touched Feng Ling's puppy, Honey. Grandpa has never been away from home for so long in these years. Will he abandon me like my parents did? Feng Ling changed from her usual lively and cheerful self to a melancholy look. No, I'll go out and help you look for it. Feng Ling can be considered as a mentor in any case. After all, it was she who brought herself to Sun Xizha, and after becoming his disciple, he treated Feng Ling as his sister. According to Sun Xizha's brief description, Feng Ling's parents are both very famous magicians, but the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The two have been busy with official duties outside, and Feng Ling grew up with Sun Xizha since she was a child. Maybe Feng Ling only misses her parents, but she is dependent on Sun Xizha. I'll go with you. Feng Ling stood up and said excitedly. You stay at home, in case the master comes back suddenly, so that he won't be worried about you again if he can't see you. Zheng Yi settled Feng Ling and promised again and again that he would bring Sun Xizha back, then he set off in a hurry. Looking for someone in this holy land is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The most powerful person Zheng Yi knows is Wuhan. At that time, he went to accept the mission with Sun Xizha. When he came back to hand in the mission, he did not see Sun Xizha. Moreover, Wuhan's expression did not seem to show that he knew that Sun Xizha was missing. In any case, Zheng Yi decided to find Wuhan first. After all, in terms of power and connections, Wuhan is the best candidate. Boy, why are you here again? Being too greedy is not a good thing. Wuhan was still sorting out documents. Seeing Zheng Yi coming again, he was the first to speak. Senior Wu, I came here because of my master. After he came to your place, he did not go home and has been missing for a whole day. Zheng Yi said straight to the point. Oh. Old son is missing. Wuhan put down the documents in his hand and looked at Zheng Yi in surprise. Zheng Yi didn't say anything, just nodded. Wait for me here. Wuhan changed his usual calmness and rushed out of the house at an extremely fast speed. Zheng Yi didn't know what Wuhan meant, so he could only find a chair and sit down quietly and wait. A long time passed and Zheng Yi wanted to leave, but he was afraid that Wuhan would bring news and not see him. In desperation, Zheng Yi closed his eyes and began to release various magical elements to practice fusion techniques. When Zheng Yi felt the magical elements again, it seemed that the vibrations of the elements were clearer, and each element brought Zheng Yi a different feeling. The domineering thunder and lightning, the scorching heat of the fire element, the endless flow of the water element, the lightness of the wind element, the coldness of the ice element, and the heaviness of the earth element. After some understanding, Zheng Yi felt that each element seemed to be closer to him and easier to mobilize. Do I really have spiritual power? Zheng Yi's feeling became stronger and stronger. Ever since he discovered that he could release the fireball technique continuously, it seemed that his mental strength was really increasing, as Sun Xizha said. Whenever he felt tired, as long as he recovered, he would be able to release skills more persistently next time. Wuhan's return interrupted Zheng Yi's practice, and his expression was extremely solemn, as if something bad had happened. Senior Wu, has my master met with an accident? Zheng Yi asked tentatively. Wuhan shook his head, sighed and said, he is alive and well now, but it is difficult for you to see him again. What do you mean? Zheng Yi asked. Because he touched a taboo. Wuhan looked at Zheng Yi with complicated eyes. Please let me know, Senior Wu. It's all because of you, kid. The same thing goes for old Sunday. How could they make such a mistake? Zheng Yi was inexplicably blamed, and didn't know what to say for a moment. We are not allowed to teach the Eternal Ones how to chant and cast spells, but old Sun ignored the rules and crossed the red line. Wuhan explained. Zheng Yi understood immediately after hearing it. The immortals must be the players. After all, although players will lose experience when they die, they can always be resurrected. However, the main NPCs are all unique. Master taught me to chant the spell, but no one else knew about it. How could it be possible? Zheng Yi asked in confusion. God knows everything. Your master is now imprisoned in the White Tiger City prison. Although he is not sentenced to death, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out for a while. Wuhan shook his head, and there was less sadness in his words than before. Zheng Yi keenly noticed Wuhan's change and hurriedly asked, Senior Wu, please tell me if there is any way to save my master. Wuhan looked at Zheng Yi in surprise and couldn't help but smile. There is a way, that is to become one of ours. Become one of yours? Zheng Yi was a little confused. Zheng Yi obviously didn't understand what become one of ours meant. After all, according to the master-disciple relationship with Sun Xixia, Zheng Yi had already been one of theirs. Become yours? Am I not one now? Zheng Yi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Wuhan shook his head and said, there are 4 cities like this in the Holy Land continent, symbolizing the 4 sacred beasts guarding the 4 directions. There is also a main city in the center, which we call the Holy City, where an omniscient and omnipotent God is stationed. Wuhan briefly introduced the main cities in the Holy Land, and then continued, you should know all these things. Although the Holy City has not yet been open to the public, it is only a matter of time. The main task of the several major cities is to guard the Holy Continent. Every 1,000 years, the seal of the demon clan will loosen, and a large number of monsters will appear at that time. The gods of the Holy City will summon you, the immortals, to be the main force of this war. But not every immortal is qualified to be our men, and because Old Sun strongly recommended you, and you accidentally learned how to chant and cast spells, we are now recruiting you to become the White Tiger City envoy. Are you interested? The envoy from White Tiger City. He sounds very powerful. Zheng Yi was originally still worried about Sun Xixia, but after listening to him, he felt that this was a trap. A title itself is not very powerful, but with this identity, you will get a lot of benefits. Wuhan continued. What's the price for getting the benefit? Zheng Yi doesn't believe in free lunch. Working for White Tiger City, some things that the official cannot do will all be handed over to you. After all, the immortals are summoned by the God, and there are many things that are inconvenient for us to do. Wuhan answered patiently. Zheng Yi naturally knew a lot, including the later battles between gods and demons. The so-called gods in the Holy City were just a full-level NPC. As for why Wuhan said that the immortals were all summoned by gods, it was probably just a system setting. In his previous life, Zheng Yi had no chance to establish a relationship with the NPCs, and the NPCs in his previous life did not seem to be that smart. Everyone had a bitter face, so how could they recruit any messengers? However, even a fool could tell that this was a good thing. No matter how powerful the guild was, it still had to look at the city lord's face. Working for an NPC would naturally give you a different status and position. What's more, it could help Sun Xixia get rid of the crime. In fact, even if you don't threaten me with my master, I will agree to Senior Wu's request. I promise you, please let my master go. Zheng Yi said righteously. Your master has crossed the red line. Even if you become one of his own, he still has to accept the corresponding punishment. However, he has good relationships with people, so he won't suffer much. Wuhan continued. Then you were laughing before. Master has been your friend for many years. You were still laughing when he got into trouble. Zheng Yi said helplessly. I was just laughing at your insight. As a mage, insight and a sharp mind are crucial. I guess I didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Now go and do your work. I'll make arrangements for Feng Ling and will let you know if anything happens. Wuhan said casually. Is that all? Zheng Yi was surprised by this casual attitude. There wasn't even an initiation ceremony, which was a bit hasty. Then what do you want? Oath of blood? Or recognition of master by drop of blood? Wuhan finally returned to his usual coldness when he saw Zheng Yi agreed. He waved his hand impatiently and signaled Zheng Yi to leave. Wuhan ordered everyone to leave, so Zheng Yi naturally didn't want to stay any longer. After thinking about it, he decided to tell Feng Ling first to prevent her from worrying about Grandpa's son. When Zheng Yi walked out of Wuhan's residence, the system prompt sound finally sounded. Ding, congratulations on being recognized by White Tiger City and appointed as the White Tiger City envoy. The system prompt was incoherent, and Wuhan did not explain what rights the White Tiger City envoy had. Zheng Yi just thought that he was accepted as a younger brother by the White Tiger City and was asked to run errands when he had nothing to do. Alas, I thought the peasants had risen up and were singing, but I didn't expect to become an errand boy in Bayou City. It's the time and the fate. Zheng Yi complained sadly. What Zheng Yi didn't notice was that there was an additional White Tiger City logo in front of his ID, and this logo was something that could not be bought with any amount of money. Zheng Yi came to Sun Xi's courtyard and found that Feng Ling and Hani were not there. He didn't know whether they had gone out to look for Sun Xi, or Wuhan had already arranged someone to notify Feng Ling. In desperation, he could only leave a note, telling Feng Ling not to worry and to go directly to Wuhan if she had any problems. After finishing everything, Zheng Yi finally had time to do his own things. He was online for 3 or 4 hours but didn't kill any monsters, plus he was unconscious for several hours last night. Although Zheng Yi is still in the top 10 list, he has dropped from 1st to 5th. The competition is extremely fierce. Level 30 is a very important level, because there will be a Sworn Brotherhood copy at level 30, and the final boss in it has a chance to drop a gang building order. All forces are waiting for the gang establishment order to appear, so that they can be considered as a whole. The first one to establish a gang will undoubtedly gain huge benefits. The first is the gang's popularity, and the second is various rewards, which are all very helpful to the gang's growth. This is one of the reasons why the competition in the level rankings is so fierce. If you reach level 31st, you will have more opportunities to understand the dungeon, and your chances of clearing it will be much greater. After all, the explosion rate for the first clearance will be the highest. It seems that I won't be able to see my master for a while, so I should improve my strength as soon as possible. Zheng Yi said to himself as he walked towards the pharmacy. The owner of the drugstore saw Zheng Yi from afar and actually came to greet him outside the store in person. He said with a smile, "My lord, the envoy has come. Are you here to buy some medicine?" Zheng Yi was shocked. He hadn't even begun to understand his identity as an envoy, but how come the pharmacy owner already knew about it? Although Zheng Yi was surprised, he pretended to be calm and nodded, "If I want to buy weapons, I will go to the weapons store, right?" The pharmacy owner didn't care about Zheng Yi's attitude. He said loudly to the NPC selling medicines, "Since your excellency has visited our store, all medicines will be sold at a 40% discount." Zheng Yi didn't expect that the White Tiger City messenger had such an effect. He could actually let the NPC give him a discount. Every time he had a full backpack of high-level medicines, a 40% discount could save him a lot of money. Zheng Yi naturally couldn't miss such a good thing. After purchasing a bunch of high-end medicines with satisfaction, he began to wander around Baihu City. Zheng Yi was surprised to find that all the NPCs in Baihu City seemed to know his identity as an envoy. Business people gave him discounts, passers-by showed respect, and even the soldiers guarding the city saluted him. Zheng Yi naturally knew the level of the soldiers defending the city. The soldiers on the periphery were all masters as high as level 50-60, and the elites in the city were above level 80. They were usually impartial and selfless. He did not expect that they would be so respectful to the identity of the envoy. Are all the missions given by the White Tiger City messenger going to die? Zheng Yi suddenly felt a little uneasy because he was respected by so many people. "Zheng Yi, are you there? We found a ruin here, do you want to go in and explore with us?" Zheng Yi was still worried about the side effects of his identity as the envoy of White Tiger City when Yin Qing suddenly sent him a message. There are indeed many relics in the Holy Land, most of which are the remnants of wars in the Holy Land continent over the years. Masters have died in many ruins, and after a long time, they have gradually been invaded by monsters and monsters. Naturally, there are many treasures waiting for players to explore. Even though Zheng Yi had traveled to many places in his previous life, he did not dare to boast that he knew every place. This relic is one of them. "Okay, send me the coordinates, I'll come over now." "Has anyone entered the ruins?" "We haven't found any traces yet. This place is very remote, with a cave entrance on the edge of a cliff. If the system hadn't prompted us that we had entered the ruins, we would have thought it was just an ordinary cave." Yin Qing replied. "Oh, what levels are the monsters inside?" Zheng Yi asked as he set out on the road to the ruins. "The monster at the entrance is level 30, and the boss inside is probably even higher." Yin Qing quickly replied. Zheng Yi was relieved after hearing this. It turned out that the monster's level was relatively high, so Yin Qing and others asked him to join them. It is not easy to fight monsters of higher levels, let alone in an unknown cave. The location is indeed a bit remote. It will take me about half an hour to get there. You can level up at the entrance of the cave now, and try not to go deeper. Zheng Yi roughly calculated the time and replied. Most maps in the sanctuary can only be navigated by running, and only a few main cities can be teleported to each other. It is not until the later stages of the game that teleportation points are set up in camps all over the battlefield, so running around in the early stages is really a tiring task. Mounts in the early stages of the game are very expensive, and they are just ordinary horses. Most people choose to use their feet instead, and Zheng Yi is no exception. It is not because of a lack of gold coins, but because it is really a torture for a mage to ride a horse. The mage's physique is very weak, and the long-distance bumpy ride on the horse is really painful. Zheng Yi is just waiting for an opportunity to catch a top-quality monster as a mount, the kind that is both stable and fast, and even has a bonus to its own attributes. More than 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Zheng Yi's judgment was very accurate. According to his speed, he could arrive in about half an hour. Zheng Yi, it's bad. A group of people are coming here. It seems they have discovered this place. What should we do? Yin Qing suddenly sent another message. At this time, Zheng Yi still had at least 7 or 8 minutes of journey. For places like this that he had never been to before, the system usually had prompts. Once that team discovered the ruins, they would naturally intervene. Take a look at their team's level and see if their IDs are hidden. Zheng Yi quickly replied. There are 5 people in the team, with a full range of professions, 3 men and 2 women, all at level 24, and all their IDs are hidden. Yin Qing quickly replied. Zheng Yi knew that Yin Qing and the others were not outstanding in level, their levels were all between level 23 and 22, and only Yin Qing was level 24, and his PK level was only average. If they really fought, even though they had more people, they might not be the opponent's match. Level 30 ruins are not that easy to explore. Let them go first and you wait for me outside the cave. Although the opponent might have found a lot of treasures first due to the difference of a few minutes, how could the output of a team of level 24 players be higher than Zheng Yi? In the end, they were still surpassed. When Zheng Yi arrived at the coordinates, Yin Qing and others were so anxious that they were jumping for air, but they still obeyed Zheng Yi's command and did not enter the ruins of the cave. Because a team can only have 5 people, there are a total of 6 girls in Yin Qing's studio. Liang Rue is usually outside the team, helping everyone to assist and add blood. Of course, everyone will also give some monster ownership to Liang Rue and help kill them, so although Liang Rue has the lowest level, she is not far behind. Disband the team and reorganize it. Warriors, nurses, archers and ice mages join my team. Zheng Yi said without hesitation when he arrived at the entrance of the ruins. Hey, are you seeking revenge? Why don't you let me join the team? Assassin Du Xin said excitedly. Do we have a grudge against each other? Zheng Yi asked back. Otherwise I'll go to Team 2 and be in a group with Rue. Ice Mage Han Bing said quickly when he saw the awkward atmosphere. It matters which team you're on. Do you want me to draw lots for you? We can go in after the people in front of us have defeated the boss. Zheng Yi was speechless. Even if Du Xin had offended him before, she would not take revenge on her by subdividing the team. What Zheng Yi needed was a team with extreme output. Although the assassin's melee burst is very high, it is limited to explosive power. Her ability to kill monsters for a long time is not as strong as that of the mage. Putting her alone in the second team with the nurse is mainly to let Liang Rue concentrate on her blood volume. This team division is the most suitable for the current team. Zheng Yi was too lazy to explain. Those who understood would understand, and those who didn't understand would be accused of hypocrisy. Okay, follow the instructions. When there are more people, we won't divide them into Team 1 or Team 2. Everyone has the same goal. Yin Qing stopped everyone from discussing the issue of dividing into teams. The team was quickly reorganized. Zheng Yi ignored Du Xin's rolling eyes and walked directly to the front of the team. The opponent's level is equal, so they must be a fixed team. They must have a high degree of tacit cooperation, so even if they are only level 24, it is no problem to kill level 30 monsters. Your level is relatively low, so pay attention to safety first. My output will be very high, Wei Shiyu, keep an eye on my health. Zheng Yi led the way in front and gave orders without any emotion. Although Zheng Yi was a lone ranger in his previous life, he had a deep understanding of various professions and his super high awareness made it easy for him to command several people. After entering the cave, although you can barely see things clearly, the visibility is still very low, giving people a feeling of oppression. Zheng Yi released the fire element from his left hand, and there was some light around him. There was not a single monster within dozens of meters of the cave entrance. It seemed that they had been cleared out by the team in front in just a few minutes. The monsters in this special place have a characteristic. Since it is not a leveling monster area, the monster refresh cycle is very long, and some even refresh once a week. Zheng Yi was not in a hurry. No matter how fast the opponent was, they would definitely be caught up by his team within 2 minutes. At that time, it would be a test of quick eyes and quick hands. If the opponent used force against him, that would be exactly what he wanted. Sure enough, after walking for a while, the sound of monsters being fought ahead gradually became clearer, and Zheng Yi also tensed his nerves and continued to move forward. Warrior Sunny follows behind me, the second team of assassins stays invisible to protect the 2 nurses, and the mage archer team stands in the middle against the wall. Zheng Yi quickly deployed the tactics, but when he saw the female warriors from the opposing team, he couldn't help but stand there in a daze. How could it be her? How did I meet her again? Zheng Yi muttered to himself. How could it be her? How did I meet her again? Zheng Yi muttered to himself. Who? Do you know this team of people? Yin Qing, who was following behind Zheng Yi, asked in a low voice. A former friend. Zheng Yi replied subconsciously. The first time Zheng Yi met her in his previous life was on the ring, in an official PK competition. Her strength was considered very strong, but she still lost to Zheng Yi in the top 64 elimination round. Winning or losing a PK match is normal for the game, but after the game she became obsessed with Zheng Yi and wanted to challenge him every few days. At first Zheng Yi was very troubled, but as time went by he actually developed feelings for her. However, she was very clever and always kept Zheng Yi in a state of wanting but unable to get what he wanted. As the saying goes, what you can't get will always cause you trouble, and Zheng Yi was getting deeper and deeper into trouble. Until one day, she pushed Zheng Yi into the bottomless abyss and cheated Zheng Yi of all his belongings, but Zheng Yi naively thought it was a test. Didn't you say you love me? Didn't you say you could give me everything you have? Then give me everything you have. That's what she said at the time. It was because of her that Zheng Yi felt that women only brought bad luck, and it was also because of her that Zheng Yi no longer had any friends in his previous life. Fortunately, his skills and awareness were still there, which allowed him to bounce back step by step. This is why Zheng Yi cares more about skills and only than about equipment. But even though he finally stood at the top of the sanctuary, he still didn't take revenge on her. She is the female warrior in the team in front of him. Her ID is Yue Xinghen, and Zheng Yi never knew her real name. Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi. Yin Qing's call interrupted Zheng Yi's thoughts. Yeah. Zheng Yi agreed without knowing what was going on. Should we not go in? Or should we just sit back and reap the benefits? Yin Qing asked. Zheng Yi did not answer. He thought he had let it go, but he did not expect that his heart would still be in turmoil when they met again. What happened? If it's a friend, how about cooperating? Yin Qing suggested. We can't reach a cooperative relationship for the time being, so go ahead. Zheng Yi finally came to his senses. No matter what kind of relationship they had in the previous life, this meeting was just a coincidence. As long as he pretended not to know each other, then the final fate would naturally end. Zheng Yi did not turn on the PK mode, but rushed forward and released an ice rain at the place where monsters were densely packed, and then released an electric arc at another pile of monsters. The 2 group attack skills pulled all the monsters over. No one else had such a large-scale group attack as Zheng Yi. Just 2 skills focused all attention on Zheng Yi. Brother, aren't you pulling too many monsters? Nanny Lu Tianwei quickly locked her target on Zheng Yi, ready to add blood at any time. Zheng Yi ignored Lu Tianwei's complaints and ran towards the back, pulling the monster's hatred. When passing Yue Xinghen's team, he deliberately stopped for a while, causing all the monsters to rush towards them. Although the monster's target of hatred was not Yue Xinghen's team, they were in an awkward position between Zheng Yi and the monster and would definitely be affected. Giant leg spider level 30 quality, normal HP, 10,000. 20 or 30 giant spiders attacking together is scary no matter how much damage they cause. In addition to their huge size, the giant-legged spiders also have the ability to spin silk. When they were about 3 meters away from Zheng Yi, more than 10 giant-legged spiders spit out spider webs together, covering a wide area. After a brief stay, Zheng Yi had already retreated to the back. The Yue Xinghan team cooperated very well and reacted quickly after a brief shock. The mage in the team happened to be a fire mage, and the spider webs of ordinary monsters could not withstand the fire at all. A firewall was set up in the middle of the team, and the team members quickly stood within the range of the firewall. The spider webs were burned by the flames as soon as they fell, and after avoiding the control, several people quickly ran back. Are you guys stupid? If you want to steal monsters, you have to do it within your means. You're suddenly provoking trouble. Do you want to PK? 2 male members of Yue Xinghan's team shouted indignantly. I'm killing monsters. It's just that the place where you're standing is in the way. If you're scared, you'd better leave immediately. Zheng Yi released his skills calmly, his words full of disdain. Okay, let's kill monsters, right? Let me see how you kill these dozens of monsters. Yue Xinghan said angrily. After the obstruction of Yue Xinghan's team, Zheng Yi's skills became better again. Another round of ice rain plus electric arcs, dense damage emerged on the monster's head. Each round of ice rain can deal 1300 plus damage to a single monster, and the instantaneous single-stage damage of the electric arc can reach 2500 plus. Although after 2 rounds of skills, the giant-legged spider only had 1/3 of its health left, the monster was about to catch up with Zheng Yi. It used another round of silk-spinning skills, and the range almost covered a 3-meter range around Zheng Yi, making it impossible to avoid it. Although your attack power is very high, it only takes 3 or 4 spiders attacking together to kill you instantly. See if you are still showing off. Yue Xinghan had already retreated to a safe area and started to make sarcastic remarks. Scattering, ice area, half-moon slash, ice explosion. Several women in Zheng Yi's team also released skills to help. Archer Fang Ying directly used scatter attack. Although the damage range was large, the arrows only attacked 5 targets. Ice Zone is a skill of Zheng Yi's ice suit. It releases ice attribute elements to the selected location, which can reduce the movement speed of monsters passing through the area and cause slight freezing damage. Ice Explosion is a new skill that Han Bing has learned. It releases ice element seeds at monsters, which will explode after 4 seconds, causing explosive damage to surrounding enemies. As the only fighter in the team, Yin Qing stood directly in front of Zheng Yi and used the half-moon slash. Silly girls, stop and retreat immediately. Zheng Yi was so focused that he even forgot that he was not fighting alone. He could have continued to pull the enemy back and taken away this wave of monsters after his 2 skills had cooled down. The monsters had already reached the vicinity of the team, and a few women suddenly helped to fight back, making it too late to retreat, especially for Yin Qing. Even though she was a warrior with more health, she could not withstand a round of attacks from dozens of monsters. Zheng Yi pulled Yin Qing behind him and rushed forward 1 meter, instantly arriving at the feet of the giant-legged spider. Earthquake. The giant-legged spider did not float into the air, but was shaken by the earth-shaking skill and became unstable, but it quickly stabilized its body. At this time, Zheng Yi's arc skill has 3 seconds left to cool down, and his ice rain skill has 8 seconds left. 8 seconds may seem short, but at this moment it seemed as long as a century. The monster only needed 1 second to kill Zheng Yi instantly. In order to save Yin Qing, Zheng Yi put himself in danger. When Zheng Yi was about to be doomed, the staff in his hand suddenly flashed with blue light. Eternal Ice. Zheng Yi's body turned into an ice block. Although Zheng Yi lost his mobility, the spider couldn't even knock the ice block. The skill, Eternal Ice, was released on himself, and the high defense strength was beyond Zheng Yi's imagination. The 5-second attack was completely withstood, and the moment the ice melted, the arc that had just finished cooling was released directly. After an electric arc was released, some giant-legged spiders with lower health fell down, and Zheng Yi rolled over to create some distance again. 3, 2, 1. The cooling of the ice rain finally ended, and he released the ice rain directly under his feet, while Zheng Yi continued to retreat. Zheng Yi's entire set of equipment has ice attribute bonuses, 75% skill damage, and a 25% range increase attached to the weapon. This is why Zheng Yi can kill a group of monsters in seconds with 2 or 3 sets of skills when he is over level 5. As another round of ice rain was released, dozens of giant-legged spiders fell down one after another. Pack up the spoils and move on. Zheng Yi was not at all proud of clearing out dozens of small monsters, and simply chose to ignore Yu Xinghen's team. Because Zheng Yi felt that as long as he ignored the moon and star marks, he would never be hurt again in this life. Zheng Yi had already stepped forward to pick up the spoils, while the others were all stunned. They had seen mages fighting monsters in groups, but they had never seen a group of people fighting so many monsters. And it seems that if there were no teammates getting in the way, Zheng Yi wouldn't even need to use his life-saving skills. We were the first to get in here. Isn't it a bit unethical for you to snatch the monsters like this? Yu Xinghen recovered from her shock and put a hat on Zheng Yi and the others. We have already gathered at the cave entrance. If we follow the first-come first-served rule, you are the last to arrive. Does that mean it is moral to give all the monsters to you? Zheng Yi said without turning his head. Yin Qing and the others finally came to their senses. Without saying anything more, they followed to pick up the spoils. The drop rate of the giant-legged spider is pretty good. Although there are no top-quality equipment, there are a lot of potions and gold coins, as well as some blank equipment. Compared with the monsters in the wild map, this is already a big drop. If you don't want your team to be wiped out, I advise you to leave now. This ruins monster will refresh again later, and we are only fighting it for the first time. Zheng Yi took 2 steps forward, and finally couldn't help but say one more word to remind him. Destroy the team. Just you. Do you think we are those stupid spiders? The assassin in Yu Xinghen's team said disdainfully. Haha, do we need us to destroy your team? He alone is enough, a bunch of guys who are so secretive that they don't even dare to reveal their IDs. Bickering is naturally Du Xin's strong point. What? Don't think you can win just because you have 2 more people. The mage in Yu Xinghen's team was also very dissatisfied. Yu Xinghen waved her hand to signal the team members not to speak, and the 2 people who had been indignant before shut up obediently. We are hiding our true identity. Isn't the one in your family the same? Yu Xinghen pointed at Zheng Yi, who had hidden his ID, and said. Seeing that the other party was pointing the spearhead at him, Zheng Yi shook his head and walked directly into the depths of the cave. Yin Qing and others did not say anything more and followed him. Even if you don't reveal your ID, I know who you are. You are the famous Justice from Heaven on the forum, right? I've also seen these chicks around you in the video. Do you feel particularly accomplished among so many chicks? Yu Xinghen saw that Zheng Yi ignored her and started to mock him loudly. Yin Qing and others frowned when they heard this. Their women's intuition told them that the relationship between Zheng Yi and this woman was not simple. Zheng Yi had said before that he and Yu Xinghen were friends, but it seemed that Yu Xinghen didn't know Zheng Yi. However, Zheng Yi intentionally or unintentionally did not want to have a conflict. According to Yin Qing's impression of Zheng Yi, if anyone wanted to steal Zheng Yi's monsters or finances in the game, it would be almost like asking for his life. He dared to snatch the boss in public, and offended all the major guilds for a monster. No matter how many people were on the other side, he would dare to challenge 2 teams alone. Why on earth would such a person take such good care of the 5-member team in front of him? You can follow me if you want, but if you want to steal the monsters, don't blame me for being rude. Zheng Yi said this without any threat and walked straight into the depths of the cave. In the next few waves of monsters, Yu Xinghen's team just hid in the back and watched the fun, but they never left. Zheng Yi was clearing monsters on his own, but he didn't pull as many as the first time. Each time he pulled in groups of about 10 or so. Even so, the speed of monster spawning still amazed everyone. After clearing out several waves of giant-legged spiders, forks finally appeared in the cave ruins, and each fork was much wider than the previous one. Hero, which way are you going? It's okay if we don't go with you, right? Yu Xinghen said, breaking the silence. Zheng Yi did not answer. With a sullen face, he chose the middle road, and the others quickly followed. This old Zheng is not quite right today. Du Xin complained to Liang Rue in a low voice. What's wrong? Are you saying that you are stronger? Liang Rue replied in a low voice. Xiao Rue, you are really stupid. I can tell from the looks of it that he has a special relationship with that female warrior. I can't tell the relationship, but that woman is a bit annoying. Liang Rui continued. You two stop chatting. Don't you realize that you are surrounded? Zheng Yi had already stopped walking, and a huge fireball was released towards the top of the cave. The firelight illuminated the surroundings, and everyone realized that the surroundings were covered with spider webs, and the densely packed small spiders on the spider webs were moving towards everyone. Fire Spider Level 30 Quality Normal HP 7500. The evil fire spider is about the size of a fist, with red spots like eyes all over its body, and its method of attack is to spit silk. A small spider spitting silk is not scary, but there are hundreds of evil fire spiders around Zheng Yi and others, and there seems to be a trend of gathering more and more. The evil fire spider was very smart. It did not spit silk directly at Zheng Yi and others, but blocked the surrounding retreat routes first. This not only increased the range of the evil fire spider's movement, but also restricted the movement space of Zheng Yi and others. I found that these little monsters are not very friendly to us archers. Fang Ying, the arrow of the god of love, suddenly sighed. In the later stage, it would be nice if arrows had various attributes. It's very satisfying to shoot monsters like this with explosive arrows. Zheng Yi comforted Fang Ying, the archer in the team, while preparing his skills. Big Fireball. Regardless of the consumption of his mental energy, Zheng Yi released fireballs one after another, and soon created a gap in the front, but the evil fire spider was also spitting silk very quickly. The evil fire spiders are spinning silk and moving forward. They are obviously good at positional warfare. You guys escape from the gap first, and we will pull the monsters into a line. Zheng Yi quickly analyzed the evil fire spider's preferred combat style and quickly came up with tactics. When everyone rushed out from the gap, they understood why this monster was called the evil fire spider. It turned out that it was not the monster's own attribute of fire, but when the spider silk touched the body, it would not only cause people to lose blood, but also cause a burning pain. Zheng Yi and others quickly passed through the gap in the spider web, but the speed of the evil fire spider's silk was very fast. Apart from the flame, even the warrior's weapon would find it difficult to cut it directly, not to mention blunt weapons such as magic staffs. Spider webs themselves are afraid of fire, but the spider webs spit out by the evil fire spider have some fire-resistant properties. Zheng Yi's fireball technique also seems a little weak in the face of more and more spider silk. Because there were so many evil fire spiders, they eventually blocked Zheng Yi and his companions' retreat route. Moreover, the spider webs kept increasing and gradually formed a cocoon shape. Zheng Yi and 7 others were trapped in a small space. As the spider silk became thicker, the oxygen became thinner. Although it is in the game, players can still die due to lack of oxygen, falling, etc. caused by the special environment. It's not good for the game to be too realistic. I'm trapped by a group of little spiders. Lu Tianwei was bent over by the pressure and couldn't help complaining. Sister, what should I do? I'm already feeling dizzy. Du Xin waved the dagger and kept cutting the spider silk, but to no avail. Yin Qing became anxious when she heard everyone's complaints. She was swinging the thick-backed machete in her hand desperately, but the space was too small and she couldn't produce much effect. When everyone's bodies touched the spider silk, a burning pain spread throughout the body and their blood volume began to slowly drop. Zheng Yi, what should we do? Think of a solution quickly. Yin Qing asked anxiously. Zheng Yi was also helpless at this time. He didn't have much fire magic, and other types of magic were also useless against the resilient spider silk. The constant use of fireball caused his mental power to be consumed extremely quickly, but the benefits were pitifully small. Evil fire spiders are everywhere. This terrain is really suitable for them. It is not easy to break through. Zheng Yi replied. Zheng Yi kept thinking of various methods in his mind, but they were all rejected one by one. Suddenly, a hot air blew on his face. It turned out that Yin Qing beside him sighed. Wind. Zheng Yi suddenly had an idea, the magic fusion technique of forward fusion. Before, Zheng Yi always used the explosion produced by reverse fusion to fight the enemy. Because he had never tried forward fusion, he forgot about this trick for a while. Wind plus fire, wind borrows the power of fire, and fire helps the power of wind. If these two properties can be perfectly integrated, can they break the spider web? You guys hold on to the spider web and give me some time. Zheng Yi made way and ordered the women to hold up the falling spider web, while he sat cross-legged among the women. After taking a few deep breaths, Zheng Yi concentrated his mental strength completely, placed the staff on his legs, released the wind element with his left hand, and prepared a big fireball with his right hand. The wind element began to flow according to Zheng Yi's heart, and finally gently formed a small tornado. Zheng Yi continued to feel the frequency of the two elements' beatings and began to make subtle adjustments. His two hands were getting closer and closer. When they were about 10 centimeters apart, the wind element began to entangle with the fireball. The moment when the two elements intersect is the most critical moment of the entire process. If you are not careful, the two elements will dissipate and you may even be backlashed, which will not only cause harm to yourself but also damage your mental strength. The wind element began to spread, wrapping the big fireball and starting it to rotate. The fire element burned more and more vigorously when it encountered the wind, and the fuel was Zheng Yi's magic value. Zheng Yimin's magic value was instantly reduced to 0, and the two elements finally completed the final fusion. He endured the dizziness in his head and used all his strength to throw out the integrated magic. The rotating fireball gets bigger and bigger after it leaves the hand. The combined power of the two attributes is far more than 1 + 1 is equal to 2. When the spider silk encountered the fusion technique, a big hole was easily burned out, and under the continuous pulling of the wind element mixed in it, the spider silk actually began to rotate. The feeling of suffocation disappeared instantly, and the spinning fireball, dragging a thick spider web, spiraled into the sky. The evil fire spider that had crawled along the spider web and was nearby was the first to suffer. Its health, which was less than 10,000, was instantly reduced to 0 by the fusion skill. This move actually killed 20 or 30 monsters in seconds. Although the skill was extremely powerful, Zheng Yi also paid a heavy price for it. At least now he couldn't use it a second time, and a dizzy feeling came over him. What are you standing there for? Run! Zheng Yi stood up despite the dizziness and led the women to run deep into the cave. The women finally reacted to Zheng Yi's shout, quickened their pace and followed closely behind Zheng Yi. The evil fire spider was briefly shocked by the magic fusion technique, but it quickly recovered. However, it was no longer possible for it to encircle the group. Spider silk fell behind everyone, and eventually Zheng Yi and the others escaped. Zheng Yi and others ran forward for several hundred meters until they could no longer see the evil fire spider and then stopped. I didn't expect that the evil fire spider, which is not very high in level and has not much health, almost wiped us out. Yin Qing said. Yes. It feels so good to be able to breathe. Lu Qianwei patted her proud chest and said with a heavy breath. It really hurts when spider silk touches my body. It feels like being whipped. Liang Rui still has lingering fears about the damage caused by spider silk. You were whipped? What kind of whip? Do xin, if you don't behave properly again, I'll let my elder sister take care of you. What's wrong with me? Tell me, tell me. The girls completely forgot about the dangerous situation just now and started to tease each other. If we talk about playing and teasing, do xin is naturally the best. Ladies, isn't it too early to be happy now? After Zheng Yi's high concentration just now, he finally recovered from the boredom of encountering Yuing Xinghan. Although he was very happy about successfully unleashing his magic fusion technique, and was happy to see a few beautiful ladies flirting with him, the situation before him was not very good. A huge evil fire spider was hanging upside down on the ceiling of the cave not far ahead. It was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary monster. Behind it was a huge spider web that blocked the entire passage, making it impossible to sneak away. The women followed Zheng Yi's gaze and finally spotted the monster in front of them. The joy of surviving the disaster disappeared in an instant. Fire Spider King level, 30 quality, silver HP, 300000. There is no way forward and there are pursuers behind us. What should we do? Archer Fong Ying said dejectedly. During the battle against the evil fire spiders, Fong Ying felt that she was extremely useless. Although a single arrow had decent damage, it was too weak to deal with such a large number of small monsters. Now that she had encountered a boss, her mentality was somewhat exploded. Zheng Yi rubbed his dizzy head and said with a frown, if it's just a boss, it's easy to deal with. Look behind you. The girls turned their eyes back again and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The dense group of evil fire spiders actually followed them. Facing the evil fire spiders that were chasing them, Zheng Yi's scalp was tingling. If these were all giant-legged spiders, Zheng Yi would not be afraid. On the contrary, these monsters, which are generally not aggressive but have extremely strong restrictive power, are the most troublesome. The main thing is that they are very small and are all on the top of the cave wall. Once they attack, their coverage area is extremely wide. The reason why everyone was trapped in the spider web before and did not suffer any subsequent harm was because the evil fire spider was small in size and its attack was relatively simple. But now it's different. There is the evil fire spider king ahead. Once trapped again, it will be easy to be attacked by the boss. Zheng Yi doesn't believe that the boss has a single attack like the monsters. At least those 8 sharp spider legs are definitely not for decoration. Zheng Yi, what should we do? Liang Rui had the most contact with Zheng Yi, and was the first person to ask when encountering difficulties. What else can we do? Didn't you see how fierce he was for a moment? Now he looks exhausted standing there. Du Xin was facing a desperate situation, but he still did not forget to tease Zheng Yi. Everyone, attack with all your might. If we can kill one more monster, we'll gain more experience. Yin Qin was helpless. He had already prepared himself for death and was only thinking about how to reduce the losses. Assassin sister, are you prejudiced against men? You are about to die and you are still talking nonsense here. Zheng Yi forced himself to cheer up and had already thought of a countermeasure, but he felt very unhappy with the little girl Du Xin. I'm just telling the truth, there's no bias at all. Du Xin retorted. The group of evil fire spiders was getting closer and closer, and the effects of everyone's long-range attacks were average. Fortunately, the boss did not wake up, otherwise the situation would be even more urgent. After I release the fireball, you will all raise your arms and stand straight with your legs together. Zheng Yi did not continue chatting with Du Xin, but suddenly said something incomprehensible, and then began to brew magic in the direction of the boss. Big fireball continuous release. Zheng Yi waved his staff and a series of fireballs flew out, heading towards the huge spider web behind the boss. It would be nice if I could have a fire staff. Zheng Yi thought. Although Eternal Ice is an epic equipment, it is an ice-type bonus after all. Although its basic attack is high, it has no bonus to fire magic. After releasing 5 fireballs in a row, Zheng Yi finally reached his limit and the feeling of dizziness suddenly became more intense. A huge fireball flew past the boss and hit the spider web behind it in a series of strikes. Brother, you're still trying to provoke the boss at this time. And you even missed the target. Du Xin turned around and complained. Time paused. Zheng Yi didn't have time to explain too much to them and directly activated the time pause. At this time, the group of evil fire spiders had entered the attack range, and some had even begun to spray spider silk. The boss was also awakened by the passing fireball, but everything stopped in midair. Except for Du Xin, the others obediently raised their arms and put their legs together. The reason why Zheng Yi asked everyone to pose like this was because the gap created by the fireball was limited, and after time was paused, Zheng Yi could move everyone away. Zheng Yi didn't dare to waste time, and directly held Yin Qing and Lu Tianwei under his armpits. Due to his low strength, he could only drag the 2 of them forward. Because there was no damage, and as a teammate, he would avoid accidental injury due to too much force, so the time pause did not end. This was also something Zheng Yi had tested before. Zheng Yi didn't care about the soft touch at all. He quickly threw the 2 people out of the gap in the spider web, then turned around to rescue the others. Since Du Xin did not obey the command, rescuing her was the most troublesome. First of all, it was very difficult to drag her, and she was almost hung on the spider web. After rescuing everyone, Zheng Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked back at the group of spiders and the evil fire spider king with a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. When I come back from inside, I will kill all of you. Zheng Yi spitted and cursed loudly. As Zheng Yi crawled out of the gap in the spider web, the time stop effect disappeared. Everyone returned to normal and found themselves stacked on top of each other, with Zheng Yi right on top. What's going on? Where's the monster? Several women raised the same question. Keep your voice down and go quickly. Zheng Yi rolled over from the gentle embrace and hurriedly moved forward cautiously. Perhaps because they were out of the evil fire spider's hatred circle, the spider group did not catch up again, and the boss fell asleep again. What happened just now? How did we suddenly get here? Yin Qing couldn't help but ask. Everyone was at a loss, but Zheng Yi had given the order before, so it was obvious that this group transfer was his doing. Facing everyone's gaze, Zheng Yi had no choice but to make up an answer. This is the space magic I learned, group teleportation. I asked you to raise your arms and legs together. It is mainly to reduce the floor space occupied. After all, the range I can teleport is not large. Facing the doubtful eyes of the crowd, Zheng Yi continued, Du Xin was criticized here. She was the only one who didn't cooperate and made the move, which caused everyone to fall to the ground and almost failed to transmit. Forehead. Faced with Zheng Yi's sudden criticism, everyone forgot to doubt and focused all their attention on Du Xin. I'm sorry, Du Xin said apologetically. If he died because of a mistake, Du Xin would not be too scared, but if he caused the whole team to be wiped out, that would be the last thing Du Xin wanted to see. It's okay, but this is a wake-up call. Our team's execution needs to be strengthened, and future battles will only be more difficult. Yin Qing patted Du Xin on the shoulder and comforted him. Did you hear that? Be good in the future and listen to your brother so you won't suffer any loss. Zheng Yi patted Du Xin on the head and said with a smug smile. Screw you. With Du Xin's previous personality, he would definitely try to push Zheng Yi away, but this time he just moved his head away and seemed to have no strength to even say a word of resistance. Okay, let's keep going. It's strange that we haven't found any treasures after being in the ruins for so long. Zheng Yi did not make any further ridicule and walked forward happily as if nothing had happened. However, as soon as he took a step, his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. I'm a little exhausted, so I may need to rest for a while. You guys go ahead and explore the way. After releasing the magic fusion technique, he released the fireball technique continuously, which caused Zheng Yi's mental strength to be overdrawn, but this was not the reason for his weak legs. The main reason was that he had to transport several women back and forth. Zheng Yi didn't care that he was only handsome for 3 seconds. He closed his eyes and began to rest, looking like a meditating magician. It would be great if the magician's power could be higher. This little body is too weak. Zheng Yi couldn't help but complain in his heart. Zheng Yi asked the women to go and investigate first, while he began to meditate to restore his mental strength. The magic value can be restored by taking medicine, but the mental strength can only be restored by meditation. As for the others, Zheng Yi was not sure. It is natural that he is not clear about it. After all, he is the only wizard in the entire Holy Land who possesses spiritual power. Zheng Yi was meditating, and soon more than half an hour had passed. When Zheng Yi opened his eyes, he found that everyone had not returned yet. Although the cave was much wider, if there was any sound of fighting, it should have been heard by everyone. For some reason, no trace was left. Will these girls take the treasure for themselves? Zheng Yi stood up and said to himself. But on second thought, this possibility is very small. Generally, there will be some equipment or items scattered in the ruins. Some are in treasure chests deep in the ruins. Some will be swallowed by monsters and will drop after the monsters are killed. Some items are even directly left in a corner. The final treasure is naturally guarded by the most powerful boss. Other ordinary items are not enough to make people escape. Besides, these people can escape the monks but they cannot escape the temple. Zheng Yi quickly opened the address book and found that several people were still online, but when he sent a message, it showed, the other party is in a special area and cannot connect to the communication. There was no sound of fighting, and no one died and returned to the city, so there was only one answer: the group encountered a relic maze. The ruins maze is a very scary setting. Various mechanisms will be triggered inside, and there are many forks in the road. Some people with bad luck may even be trapped for several days, and eventually die due to the triggered mechanisms and have to return to the city. Faced with the maze of ruins, Zheng Yi did not dare to be careless. He could only hope that the women would not separate, otherwise it would be difficult to get out of here. After Zheng Yi walked forward for a while, he saw many forks in the road ahead. The entrance of each fork was the same, and the cave was 1.2 meters wide and only about 2.5 meters high. Zheng Yi did not dare to enter rashly. He observed the cave entrances one by one and shouted the names of several women at each entrance, but received no response. In fact, Zheng Yi knew better than anyone that the entrance seemed to lead to a very far place, but once you entered, the entrance would be closed immediately. So it didn't matter which path you chose, as it depended half on luck and the other half on your own strength to solve the various problems inside. Zheng Yi sighed secretly. It seemed that there would be some casualties among the team members during this exploration of the ruins. Just as Zheng Yi remembered, after entering the cave, the entrance was sealed. The ruins maze is so cruel. Either you get out alive or die and return to the city. There is nothing to think about as long as there are no forks in the entire passage. You just need to keep moving forward. Of course, if you are unlucky enough to step on a mechanism, you can only hope for the best. As for avoiding triggering mechanisms, it is basically difficult to do because every piece of ground may be a switch that triggers a mechanism. This is the element of luck mentioned earlier. Zheng Yi obviously didn't have good luck as he stepped on 2 or 3 spikes in a row. Fortunately, Zheng Yi reacted quickly, and although he suffered some damage, he replenished it in time with the blood bottle. But these spikes are obviously not the most threatening things. The sudden blockage of the passage and all kinds of attacks such as fire, ice, arrows, etc. are unpredictable and endless. Even though Zheng Yi had extremely quick reactions, he was still surrounded by dangers and nearly died in this maze of ruins many times. Zheng Yi didn't know how long he had been walking until Yin Qing and the others all logged off. Then Zheng Yi found a safe place and quit the game. I don't know if it was because Zheng Yi had difficulty moving or because the room he lived in was the master bedroom of the entire house, but when Zheng Yi took off his helmet, he found that everyone had already gathered in the room. You also entered the maze? Yin Qing asked directly as Zheng Yi took off his helmet. Zheng Yi nodded. Although his eyes had not yet recovered, he knew the approximate location of everyone, and his mental strength seemed to have increased a lot. What should we do now? Although no one has died yet, they are too scattered now, and the medicine is always limited. Once the medicine runs out, everyone will have to wait for death. Yin Qing continued. How did you guys disperse? Zheng Yi asked curiously. Didn't you ask us to go ahead and scout the route? With so many entrances, it would be faster for each of us to go through one. We originally planned to walk 100 meters and then turn back, but who would have thought that the entrance would be automatically closed as soon as we entered the passage? Lu Tianwei's chest heaved with anger, as if she blamed Zheng Yi for all the blame for entering the maze. Most of the mechanisms in the ruins maze won't kill you instantly, so as long as you react quickly and have enough medicine to recover, the level 30 ruins are mostly entry level, and the corresponding mazes won't be too big. If you really can't succeed, the worst that can happen is you'll just lose some experience. Once you get out of the maze, you should be not far from the treasure. Zheng Yi had no other choice but to give everyone some encouragement. That's all we can do. Everyone, log off every hour and report your current location and any situations you've noticed. Since no one can communicate with each other in the maze, Yin Qing can only come up with this dumbest but most effective method. Everyone logged into the game again and began a journey of torture in the maze. Because the maze was a completely closed passage, they could not use external objects to identify their location. There are many forks in the passage, and every once in a while a mechanism will change the entrance and exit of the passage, causing the place you once walked through to become a dead end. This also greatly disrupts the way remembering of some players with good memory. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. 4 hours later, when everyone quit the game again, everyone had run out of patience and wished that a spike would take them away. Everyone was at a loss and decided to eat first before making a decision. This was also the first time Zheng Yi had eaten at the table in a long time. Because Liang Rui was also in the game today, most of the meals were takeout. I ate at the same table with a bunch of beauties. Although I couldn't see them with my own eyes, I could still hear the laughter of the beautiful girls around me, and I was in a very happy mood. Zheng Yi used his mental power to feel everyone's words and actions, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. I have an idea. When the game goes online, everyone stay where they are. As soon as I go offline, you will follow me. I will show you the way and we will reunite later. Zheng Yi said. After Zheng Yi finished speaking, he quickly finished the food in the bowl and returned to his room as if he knew the way there without anyone helping him. Sister, do you think this guy is blind? Lu Tianwei covered her snow-white chest. It was a bit cool to wear because of the hot weather. But when she saw that Zheng Yi was not bumped at all like an ordinary person, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The doctor has checked it, there shouldn't be any mistakes, and his eyeballs are not very agile, maybe masters have some special abilities. Yin Qing didn't know how to explain it, so she could only classify Zheng Yi's behavior as a special ability. Zheng Yi thought of using his mental power, and after returning to the game, everyone went online one after another. Because it had been agreed offline before, no one moved and just waited quietly in place. Zheng Yi sat down calmly and used the meditation method taught by Sun Xizhe to quickly enter a meditative state. As the meditation state progressed, Zheng Yi once again felt his mental power. After a brief familiarization, Zheng Yi began to try to release his mental power. It has to be said that after a period of training, Zheng Yi's mental power has grown greatly. Releasing his mental power to explore the surroundings does not seem to consume much mental power. Soon Zheng Yi had control over the area within a dozen meters, including the mechanisms that were invisible to the naked eye because the passage was pitch black. When Zheng Yi expanded the range to 50 meters, the extension of his mental power seemed to have reached its limit. No matter how hard Zheng Yi tried, his mental power could not expand at all. But the range of 50 meters is enough to find companions. The first person searched was actually the enemy Du Xin, and another was a member of Yu Xinghen's team. Zheng Yi naturally didn't care about their life or death. He directly determined Du Xion's position, and then used his mental power to plan a route. Mental power can penetrate walls, but Zheng Yi's body cannot. It took Zheng Yi nearly 1,000 meters to travel a distance of 50 meters in a straight line, and he finally found Du Xian safely. After successfully meeting up with a member, Zheng Yi followed the same method. If he couldn't find the person, he would move a distance and continue searching. Finally, after several offline confirmations, he successfully assembled all 6 people in the studio. But I don't know if it was fate or destiny, but in the process of searching for members, they actually met Yu Xinghen. Yu Xinghen naturally would not miss this opportunity and followed Zheng Yi and others closely and refused to leave. I just don't know why there are only 2 people left in their team. According to Yu Xinghen herself, it was because they had encountered the evil fire spider before. In order to cover each other's escape, the team members died or scattered. Later, they entered the maze and were separated by the reversed entrances and exits. In the end, only herself and the nanny were left. Maybe it was because people of the same sex repelled each other, or maybe they noticed something unusual between Zheng Yi and Yu Xinghen. The girls were not very friendly to these 2 outsiders. More people means more care. I promise that we don't want any of the treasures in the ruins this time. How about that? Yu Xinghen was obviously unwilling to return to the city like this, and hurriedly promised everyone. For some players, temporary gains and losses are not too important. Going through the ruins process completely will be of great help when entering the ruins in the future. Yu Xinghen obviously thinks so. Zheng Yi, you decide whether to take her with you. Yin Qing threw the difficult question to Zheng Yi. After all, up to now, he has been the main force in exploring the ruins. I won't kill people who are not hostile to me. I'll follow you if you want to, but as you said, it's best not to touch anything, not even a gold coin. Zheng Yi spoke in a cold and merciless tone. Okay, no wonder you have so many beauties around you, you look so cool when you're cold. Yu Xinghen said in an admiring tone. Zheng Yi was obviously stunned by what he said, thinking to himself, I licked you so much in my previous life, but what I got in return was betrayal and deception. Now I'm cold to you and you say I'm cool. Let's go. Fortunately, this is an entry-level ruin. The maze is not that big, but it is still the size of 6 or 7 football fields combined. It will take some time to get out. You guys should follow closely. Zheng Yi did not reply to Yu Xinghen, but he spoke more unconsciously. Moreover, the information he was going to convey had already been said offline before, and it was obvious that he was speaking to 2 outsiders at this time. The girls in the studio were not stupid either, they all noticed something strange. Du Xian's eyes were even a little playful, which made Zheng Yi dare not look directly at her, and he hurriedly led the way. Zheng Yi led everyone forward while exploring. There were some scattered items in some blind corners of the maze, and Zheng Yi led everyone to pick them up one by one. Although the treasures are not of the highest quality, they are also things that are not often seen outside. Some potions can also add very strong buffs. Although the duration is not long, it can also increase survivability or instantaneous burstability. This relic is really interesting. These things are placed there directly. Isn't there a guardian beast or something like that? Yin Qing picked up a small pile of coins again and said curiously. Don't worry, you'll have a fight soon. Have you forgotten about the evil fire spider just now? Zheng Yi reminded. Oh, forget it, forget it. It's better to take it easy. It would be perfect if I could pick up some skill books or top-quality equipment. Yin Qing quickly changed her words. Don't worry. The system will not let people get top-quality stuff easily. Be prepared to fight the boss in the end. Zheng Yi ignored the items he picked up and turned to move on to the next location. Zheng Yi. Do you have a map of this place? Why are you so familiar with the surrounding roads? Yuing Xinghen suddenly asked. When Zheng Yi heard the familiar voice calling his name, he suddenly stopped. Although he did not turn around, everyone still noticed something strange. It's just a hunch. If I had been here, could I have left something for you? Zheng Yi would naturally not reveal the secret of spiritual power. It's not us at all. We are not qualified to pick up things. Yuing Xinghen said with a somewhat aggrieved tone. Yo, some people have forgotten the pain after their wounds have healed, and think they can get out of this predicament. They are here to talk about grievances in a sarcastic way. You promised not to ask for anything, and no one forced you to do so. Du Xin finally couldn't stand Yuing Xinghen's pretentiousness anymore, and started to retort. Okay, now is not the time to argue, follow me. Zheng Yi interrupted Du Xin and continued to lead the way. That damn Zheng Yi really fell for the green tea trick. Du Xin said unsatisfiedly. Who do you say is a green tea? Yuing Xinghen was not a pushover either. She lost all gentleness when speaking to Du Xin. Just you, what's wrong? Du Xin didn't want to let. Okay, hurry up and catch up, we got separated again. Yin Qing looked at Yuing Xinghen with some disgust, then pulled Du Xin to chase after them. Yuing Xinghen was scolded and was in a bad mood, but he did not dare to be left behind. Without Zheng Yi's guidance, it would be too difficult to get out of the maze of ruins. Miss, they speak so harshly, why don't we just stop following them? The nanny who was traveling with us suddenly whispered. What do you know? That man is a famous figure. The more unpleasant those women say, the more chances I have to get close to Zheng Yi. They are just a bunch of little girls who don't know the world. Humph, they will have a hard time. Yuing Xinghen replied confidently. Yuing Xinghen obviously recognized Zheng Yi. After all, Zheng Yi occupied half of the most popular posts on the forum, and he was recently on the level ranking list. It was impossible for him to keep a low profile. When they walked out of the maze, it was already dawn, and everyone agreed to continue their journey after breakfast. Zheng Yi was not afraid that Yuing Xinghen and the other two would go and steal the monsters. After all, the final boss of this ruins, the colorful spider, was behind the passage of more than 100 meters ahead. When everyone went online again, Yuing Xinghen and the nurse in the team had already gone online, and the others in the team had probably returned to the city long ago. While you're online quite early. Are you afraid of being left behind? You didn't even dare to eat. Du Xin sarcastically said. Yuing Xinghen just smiled, not angry, and didn't answer. However, the nurse in her team, Little Wildcat, was very angry when she heard it. We said we don't share the spoils. We just wanted to help you. I didn't expect you to be so difficult to get along with. The Little Wildcat couldn't help but say. Zheng Yi still had some impression of this Little Wildcat. In his previous life, she had always been with Yuing Xinghen. Although she always protected Yuing Xinghen, her character was still simple and kind, and she didn't have too many ulterior motives. Well, since you two want to fight the boss, then join the second team. If you die accidentally, you will bear the risk yourself. Zheng Yi reminded. Okay, I see that your second team also has 2 people, so it's just right that one priest can heal one person. You don't have to worry about my health. Yu Xinghen said cheerfully. Zheng Yi nodded. Knowing this woman scheming well, he naturally knew that she would not offend everyone because of a boss. On the surface, suffering a loss was her most common tactic. Do Xin, you will continue to be in the second team. Because the level 30 boss has high damage, and you are a melee fighter, your defense is relatively weak. Let Liang Rui keep an eye on your health. This time, Zheng Yi deliberately said a few more words to prevent Du Xin from accusing him of taking revenge on his own. Okay, let's see who has the higher output. Du Xin looked at Yu Xinghen unconvinced and said. With Zheng Yi's simple adjustments, the team was quickly edited, with 5 people in the main team and 4 people in the second team. Home team. Sunny, Yin Qing, female warrior level 24. Arrow of Arrows, Fong Ying, archer level 23. Yuling Bing, Han Bing, ice mage level 24. Justice from Heaven, Zheng Yi, all mage level 25. Wei Wei Shiyu, LV Tianwei, priest level 23. Team 2. Night Phantom, Du Xin, assassin level 24. Rumu Chun Feng, Liang Rui, priest level 22. Moon Star Mark, unknown, female warrior level 24. Wildcat, unknown, priest level 23. 2 warriors led the way, 3 priests targeted their main tanks respectively, the mage and archer followed behind, and the only assassin in the field had already started to sneak around looking for opportunities. The colorful spider is the final boss of this relic. There are no monsters in front of the passage, but after exiting the passage, a faint green mist begins to appear, and everyone's blood volume begins to decrease slightly. The air is poisonous. Everyone, pay attention to your health recovery. Zheng Yi reminded. The boss is huge and its body is as colorful as its name. You don't need to look at the poisonous fog around it to know that it must be highly poisonous. Its rainbow-like body shell is very hard and covered with short colorful thorns. Every time the boss breathes, it exhales a green poisonous mist. The spider legs don't look sharp, but they will leave venom wherever they touch. Several huge treasure chests were sealed in the corners by spider webs, and there were some skeletons on the ground. It was not known whether this group of spiders took over the ruins on their own initiative, or whether these spiders appeared after the owner of the ruins died. Colorful spider level 30 quality, gold HP, 750000. As expected of a gold level boss, it's obviously not known for its physique, but it has 250,000 more HP than the Cold Cave Giant of the same level. Zheng Yi couldn't help but sigh after reading the basic information of the boss. Although this poison only causes a few drops of blood per second, if it is delayed for a long time, the accumulation will be really troublesome. Yin Qing frowned and said. If that's all, it's fine. I'm afraid this poison fog has additional properties. For example, if you're within the range of the poison fog, the effect of the boss's toxin attack will be doubled. Zheng Yi predicted the worst possible outcome. Although Zheng Yi just said it casually, he was right. Although the damage was not as terrible as doubled, it also increased by 20%. How should we defeat this boss? Everyone was a little nervous about fighting a boss of a higher level, especially when facing a gold-level monster. Everyone looked at Zheng Yi with anticipation. Stand in a 150-degree fan shape. 2 warriors stand at the 8 and 5 o'clock positions. The others keep a certain distance to avoid large-scale killing by the toxin. Archers focus on injecting one position and control it by themselves. Ice mages try to control it as much as possible. Assassins look for opportunities by themselves and don't be greedy. Zheng Yi ordered without hesitation. After the tactical instructions were given, the 2 warriors charged forward directly. Their hatred was naturally directed at the main team. The 2 female warriors wielded their swords together, not afraid of the powerful boss at all. Just keep the aggro steady, don't resist the attack head-on, pay attention to retracting the knife and moving around, and use the advantage of the 2 tanks to pull the boss. Zheng Yi released his skills while continuing to deploy the road. After some attempts, Zheng Yi found that the boss was still the least resistant to fire, so he simply gave up other attack skills and kept using the fireball attack. The only thing that can be used in conjunction with the fireball is the tracking icicle. Although the tracking icicle has little effect on the boss, it has a chance to control the boss for a few seconds. In addition, the equipment reduces the cooling time of ice spells, which makes the release frequency of the tracking icicle much higher. The most important thing is that tracking icicles is a hands-free skill. When there are people in front to take the damage, the boss basically has no time to move, so the hit rate is guaranteed accordingly. At first, the boss only released some attacks such as spider web venom, and most of them were single attacks on the warriors in front, so although the damage to everyone was not high, the fight was still relatively safe. However, after the boss's health dropped by 10%, the colorful spider began to become active. Every once in a while, it would use the spider web to hang in the air. After rising to a high place, it would spray a large range of venom attacks to the long-range output. Fortunately, Jingyi's tactics made everyone stand in different positions, and with the three nurses taking care of each other, they were able to escape without any danger. After the boss is suspended in the air, you must break the hanging spider silk before it can come down, so you can only rely on long-range professions to attack. Yuing Xinghen could only stare blankly at the boss swaying around, while Yin Qing, thanks to the blade chi skill that Zheng Yi sold to her, could swing out an air blade attack every half a minute. After each attack, she would look at Yuing Xinghen and smile. The two female warriors competed with each other, and this time Yin Qing had the upper hand. In the end, it was Zheng Yi's huge fireball that broke the boss's spider silk, causing the colorful spider to fall heavily to the ground. Everyone attacked madly for a few seconds like beating a drowned dog, only to see the boss's body glowing with colorful light and his abdomen swelled up. Stop, retreat quickly. Zheng Yi saw that the boss was about to attack and quickly reminded him. But everyone was fighting so happily that they didn't remember Zheng Yi's words not to be greedy for the sword, and when they wanted to dodge it was too late. The colorful spider's 8 legs moved quickly, and as its body rotated, a colorful spider web shot out from its abdomen, instantly entangling several people around it, and then the spider's legs attacked them. The colorful spider's 8 legs moved quickly, and as its body rotated, a colorful spider web shot out from its abdomen, instantly entangling several people around it, and then the spider's legs attacked them. Zheng Yi had always stressed not to be greedy with his weapons, but apparently no one understood. The pleasure of beating a drowned dog, coupled with the competition between women, resulted in several women who attacked in close combat being trapped in the spider web. The toxin in the legs of the colorful spider is very strong. If you are corroded by the venom, entering a poisoned state is a small matter. The most worrying thing is that the priest's blood recovery cannot keep up with the speed of blood loss. After all, everyone's level is suppressed too much. There are 3 people closest to the boss. Yin Qing and Yuing Xinghen are the boss's primary targets of attack. After all, the two were too arrogant before. Priest, pay attention to healing, and do your best to heal the warrior. Zheng Yi's hands did not stop, and a fireball larger than usual appeared, targeting the abdomen of the colorful spider. Fortunately, the boss did not attack the assassin Du Xin first, otherwise, with her health, it would be difficult to pull her back even if the priest tried his best to restore her health. Yin Qing and Yuing Xinghen both have good equipment, and their health has reached 6,000 plus, so their defense is naturally not too bad. Even so, the toxin damage after being attacked is very high, even reaching about 1,000 drops of blood per second. The nurse's blood recovery and my own continuous replenishment of blood bottles stabilized the poison damage. Zheng Yi took a look at the status below Yin Qing's team's health bar, which showed they were in a poisoned state, lasting for 15 seconds. Retreat immediately after escaping from the trap. Move forward after the poisoning state ends and your health is fully replenished. Zheng Yi reminded. At this time, the huge fireball prepared by Zheng Yi had already been launched. Because the boss was attacking 2 fighters, it was too late when he wanted to dodge. Even though the colorful spider's shell is very hard, it is also a characteristic of the species, and its abdomen cannot withstand too much damage. Zheng Yi could feel that the boss Wukong was very powerful, but he was still knocked back a few steps by the blow. After shaking his spider legs a few times in anger, he actually gave up the 2 warriors and chased after Zheng Yi directly. Zheng Yi seemed to be prepared. He calmly threw out 2 small fireballs, but his target was the spider webs on the 2 soldiers. I'll pull the boss, you guys adjust your status, don't add blood to me. Zheng Yi said to everyone while moving around. In fact, the mage's agility is not that high, and the best person to pull the boss is the archer. However, for Zheng Yi, if the archer in the team is trapped and he has to rescue him, it is better for him to do it himself. Although the fireball is small, it is enough to untangle the spider web. However, the colorful spider is very fast, and Zheng Yi's challenge has just begun. The area where the boss is located is not very large, and it also has long-range control skills. Once caught in the spider web, Zheng Yi can't withstand the attack of the poison. Zheng Yi adopted a Z-shaped movement method. Whenever the boss was about to release a skill, he would stop suddenly and change direction. The short stiffness time after releasing the skill was enough for Zheng Yi to create some distance. Just like that, more than 10 seconds passed quickly. Although Zheng Yi looked a little embarrassed, he did not suffer any damage, and he was able to free his hands to use several instant skills. Yuing Xinghen looked at Zheng Yi running left and right on the field, and a strange light appeared in her eyes. With this kind of movement and awareness, plus this impressive damage, I'm afraid he can be considered one of the top masters in the entire Chinese region. Yuing Xinghen thought to himself. Hey, stop being a fangirl, my elder sister has already rushed over. Du Xin just got out of the spider web and saw Yuing Xinghen's appearance, and couldn't help but say. Yuing Xinghen glanced at Du Xin with a disdainful smile on his face. Without answering Du Xin, he charged towards the boss and unexpectedly arrived in front of the boss first. As the warriors recovered, the attack rhythm stabilized again. With the experience just now, no one dared to be greedy. Once they found that the colorful spider was accumulating power, they would immediately move away. Everyone, don't be careless. The boss has 5 colors on his body, but his toxins are only green poison mist. It's obvious that he has not yet released his ultimate move. Be careful of his rage. Zheng Yi reminded. A stable output environment can easily make everyone lose their vigilance. The reason why boss above gold level is scary is not only because of its high attributes, but also its ability to kill instantly. Even if the boss only has 1% of its health left, as long as the team is wiped out, all previous efforts will be wasted. After Zheng Yi interrupted the boss's 2 mid-air web sprays, its health finally reached 30%, and just as Zheng Yi expected, the colorful spider went into a berserk state. The boss in the berserk state no longer emits green poisonous fog. Colorful fog emanates from its abdomen, and liquids of various colors begin to flow out of its body. At this time, the colorful spider gives people the feeling that it has lost its color. The boss that seemed to be fading in color was of course not really fading in color. The colorful venom fell to the ground, a puff of green smoke rose, and holes were actually left on the ground. Stop attacking in close combat, and pay attention to your movement and pulling in from a distance. Zheng Yi hurriedly reminded them when he saw this. However, the speed and attack of the boss in its violent state were enhanced. Just as the 2 female warriors were about to retreat, they were hit by the colorful venom sprayed from the boss's abdomen. Fortunately, the venom was not too much. The health bars of the 2 women dropped by half in an instant, and were still continuing to drop. What was even more shocking was that the venom could even corrode their equipment, and holes appeared on their heavy armor. The sudden damage to their equipment not only exposed some of their private parts, but the more serious problem was that their defense was also reduced. My gold-level armor is damned. Yuing Xinghen retreated while feeling sorry for his equipment. The value of the gold-level armor in the early stage could not be simply measured by money. Now that it was corroded with so many holes, it would be difficult to repair it even after returning to the city. Yin Qing also looked distressed, but she didn't complain. She just moved more carefully. The priest heals the warrior. Fang Ying and Han Bing move in the opposite direction of me and keep a safe distance to attack. Zheng Yi used the fireball again to draw the hatred to himself. At this time, Zheng Yi had taken off the ice suit. Although it was only a set of silver equipment, if it was corroded and damaged, it would not be an acceptable result for Zheng Yi now. Even though Zheng Yi was moving very carefully, the range of the venom spray was too large, and his equipment was constantly damaged. Moreover, his blood volume was dropping too quickly because of the surrounding poisonous fog. What bad luck! Bosses with destructive attributes are the most annoying. I didn't expect to encounter one in the early stage. Even Zheng Yi couldn't help but complain. However, Zheng Yi knew that big risks meant big rewards, and he was already looking forward to the big treasure chests behind the boss. After the colorful spider entered the violent state, not only did its various attributes soar, but colorful poisonous mist continued to emanate from all parts of its body. Although the poisonous mist was not as aggressive as the venom sprayed from its tail, it also increased the blood loss rate of everyone present. Everyone hold on, give up attacking, and don't die. Zheng Yi held the boss and did not forget to comfort everyone. Fortunately, there are 3 priests in the team. Although the poisonous fog is very toxic, everyone's blood volume is still maintained at a healthy level. Because Zheng Yi had instructed in advance not to add blood to him to avoid chaos and the hatred, which would make it difficult to chase the nurse, so no one dared to attack or add blood, and could only avoid the splashing venom on their own. The boss's rampage lasted unexpectedly long. Even though Zheng Yi had good positioning, the sprayed venom plus the large area of poisonous fog around him meant that he could not sustain the attack with just the blood bottle. Chunner, quit the team. Yu Xinghen said to the little wild cat. Chunner should be the little wild cat's nickname. Several girls in the studio looked at Yu and Xinghen with some confusion, not knowing why they wanted to quit the team, but they were all prepared to prevent them from causing trouble. So many people are relying on one mage to pull the monsters. Instead of guarding against me, why don't you go and help? Yu Xinghen rushed forward with a sword, leaving behind a disdainful remark. Chunner, help him recover at all costs. Yu Xinghen ordered. Upon hearing this, the little wild cat did not hesitate at all and released his blood-replenishing skill accurately at Zheng Yi, which reduced Zheng Yi's pressure suddenly. With the recovery of the blood bottle, his blood volume was quickly restored. Zheng Yi looked at the 2 people rushing over with some surprise. He obviously didn't expect that the 2 outsiders would risk their lives to save him. Sister, what should we do? We are not afraid of death. It was Zheng Yi who told us not to attack. Lu Tianwei looked at Yin Qing with some grievance. Yu Xinghen's actions undoubtedly put an unfair accusation on everyone in the studio. Yin Qing shook her head helplessly, raised her thick-backed machete again and said, perhaps we are too dependent on him. We should be more flexible in dealing with battles. If no one helps to replenish blood, even he won't be able to hold out for long, and we're just standing there watching, following orders like robots. Yin Qing was obviously not satisfied with her reaction just now. Although she didn't like Yu Xinghen very much, her decisive style still gave Yin Qing and others a heavy slap in the face. As the boss of a studio, no matter how big or small it is, if you cannot give correct instructions in a timely manner, how far can this studio go? Zheng Yi didn't think so much about it. Although it was easier to deal with the boss with more people working together, in such an emergency situation, he had no time to command everyone. So Zheng Yi, who was used to working alone, would rather face the danger alone. Although Zheng Yi's blood volume was safe, the monster's hatred was drawn to the little wildcat because his attack frequency was not high. This is also the reason why Zheng Yi doesn't let everyone add blood. When fighting a boss, if the sustained damage of the heat that pulls the monster is not high, the monster's hatred will easily be messed up, and the first to bear the brunt is the priest who adds blood. The little wildcat did not have Zheng Yi's positioning, and the boss's venom spray directly dealt full damage to him. His equipment was corroded and basically useless. Fortunately, he had the underwear provided by the system. The little wildcat was hit by venom and was about to add blood to himself, but before he could release his skills, he continued to lose blood and his blood volume was directly reduced to 0. Yu Xinghen ignored his dead teammates, and walked in front of the boss with a heavy sword, trying to draw the boss's hatred towards himself. Perhaps because the time of frenzy was approaching, the colorful spider ignored Yu Xinghen. A spider silk shot to the top of the cave, and the huge body rose up again. Zheng Yi sensed the danger, but it was too late to stop the boss's attack. He could only shout to everyone, "Don't come over here. Back off quickly." Zheng Yi was not very close to the boss, and Yu Xinghen would definitely not be able to escape the attack range. Yin Qing was also moving towards the boss quickly. She seemed to be affected by Yu Xinghen. Although she heard Zheng Yi's instructions, she did not stop. The colorful spider rose into the air, and the colorful colors on its abdomen flashed rapidly. After it expanded again, a large amount of colorful venom sprayed out, an indiscriminate range attack. Except for Zheng Yi, who was well prepared, no one could escape. Time paused. Just as the venom was about to fall, Zheng Yi activated the time pause, although he had secretly made up his mind not to use it easily. After all, frequent use of this skill would easily arouse suspicion. If the matter of the super artifact were to be exposed, there would certainly be a lot of trouble again, but seeing that everyone might be wiped out, we can't just stand by and watch them die. After the break, Zheng Yi worked as a porter again. Although it was a bit hard, after all, he was carrying beauties, so he enjoyed it. After dragging everyone to the safety of the corner, the pause time was about to end. Zheng Yi wanted to take advantage of the situation to perform a magic fusion technique, but the remaining time did not allow it. In order to avoid suspicion, Zheng Yi made a strange pose and shouted in a pretentious manner at the moment when the time pause ended, "Transdimensional mass teleportation." Colorful poison fell from the sky, and everyone returned to normal. Looking at Zheng Yi's funny appearance and themselves who appeared inexplicably in a safe area, they were all a little confused. When do you need to shout to release skills in the game? Yuing Xinghen was closest to Zheng Yi and asked in confusion. Zheng Yi did not answer Yuing Xinghen, but locked his eyes on the boss and put on the ice suit again. At this time, the colorful spider finally entered a weak state, and layers of spider webs gradually wrapped itself up, as if it wanted to use the protection of the spider webs to drag itself through its weak state. Great God of Fire, listen to my prayers, and the fire elements obey my commands, Great Fireball. Zheng Yi chanted the spell of Great Fireball again, as if he was using his actions to clear everyone's doubts that skills can be used by shouting. A fireball bigger than ever before shot out, and everyone regrouped and attacked the boss. Without the colorful spider in its violent state, it no longer caused any waves. The huge spider body fell to the ground, a flash of light appeared, and this time it was a big explosion. Yuing Xinghen was closest to the hot-selling items, but he just looked at the top-quality items on the ground with envy, without any intention of picking them up. Everyone was waiting for Zheng Yi's assignment and they all stood aside waiting. When Zheng Yi came to the boss and prepared to collect the spoils, the boss's body suddenly swelled up again. His abdomen swelled to the limit, and his body exploded instantly, with the colorful venom splashing around again. Zheng Yi's attention was all on the spoils, and it was too late for him to dodge. So much venom was enough to kill Zheng Yi instantly. Zheng Yi had even closed his eyes and waited for death, but unexpectedly a figure rushed over and blocked all the splashing venom. The person who risked her life to save him turned out to be Yuing Xinghen. Before she could say anything, she turned into a beam of white light and returned to the city. The crisis was resolved, but Zheng Yi was still in a daze, wondering why she would risk her life to save him when they first met in this life. In the end, it was a friend request that brought Zheng Yi back to his senses. "Miss, is it worth it? I didn't get any loot and lost so much experience." The little wild cat complained at the resurrection point. Yuing Xinghen didn't seem sad at all. She tapped the little wild cat's head and said with a smile, "What do you know? How can the initial equipment and items be worth as much as a favor?" Zheng Yi looked at Yuing Xinghen in the friend list, and a ripple still appeared in his heart. Has everything changed after rebirth? Has she become kind too? This thought came to Zheng Yi's mind. It's true that the man has feelings and the woman has intentions, Du Xin said sarcastically. Zheng Yi came back to his senses, looked at Du Xin strangely, frowned slightly, and said, "Little girl, you are targeting me like this, have you fallen in love with me, a handsome guy?" After saying this, he showed a playful smile. "TSK. What bad luck. Hurry up and pick up your things." Du Xin had a look of disdain on his face and then began to clean up the battlefield. I have to say that the reward for the first kill of the Ruins boss is indeed generous. There are 4 pieces of equipment alone, one of which is gold level, and the remaining 3 are all silver quality. What attracted Zheng Yi the most on the ground was a floating skill book, which turned out to be a book on the fire skill firewall. The rest are some potions and gold coins. Some of the potions are top-quality instant recovery potions, so it's a big explosion overall. I want the skill book, you guys take care of the rest. Zheng Yi took the skill book in his hand and took a look at its attributes. Firewall, ignites an eternal fire in a specific place. The ignited spark is like the resentment in the mage's heart, which will not be extinguished and will burn fiercely. If you don't escape from it quickly, you will suffer serious damage. The firewall lasts for 15 seconds and has a cooling time of 15 seconds. It can be learned by fire mages at level 25. Firewall is one of the more practical skills of the fire mage in the early stages. Its advantages are that it can be released quickly and has high sustained damage. When killing monsters, it is easy to pull the monsters into the firewall by coordinating with the movement. It can also restrict the enemy's movement during PK. Of course, the disadvantages are also obvious, that is, the range is not too large, and the cooling time and duration are the same. If there is no equipment to reduce the cooling, it can only be released once every 15 seconds. But as long as there are advantages, it's enough. As for the disadvantages, Zheng Yi has many skills, and as the level increases, there will be more and more in the future. Issues such as cooling time and range are not big problems for Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi learned the firewall technique casually, and then released it directly at the treasure chest in the corner. In addition to testing the range of the firewall technique, he could also clear the spider webs on the treasure chest. The range of the firewall technique is also quite good, about 50 centimeters wide and nearly 3 meters long, and the height of the firewall is about 2 meters. It not only blocks the line of sight, but judging from the strength of the fire column, the attack power should be quite good. The spider webs were quickly cleared away, revealing 3 huge treasure chests. Although the surface of the treasure chests had lost its luster, one could still see how glorious they once were. Such a big treasure chest, even if it's all gold coins, it's enough for us to make a fortune. Lu Tianwei said happily. Everyone else in the studio was also extremely excited. Who wouldn't like the feeling of adventure and treasure hunting? Zheng Yi smiled and said with experience, "Don't be fooled by the size of the boxes. There are only 1 or 2 things in each box, and the bigger the box, the better the things in it." "How do you know everything?" Yin Qing asked with some confusion. The Holy Land had just been launched not long ago. Yin Qing thought to herself that she had done a lot of preparation and had checked all the relevant information that could be found, but there was basically no useful information. In contrast, Zheng Yi's understanding of the Holy Land was always beyond people's imagination. Zheng Yi tapped his head with his index finger and said arrogantly, "It's just that my IQ is online. Who do you think is luckier? This kind of treasure chest usually generates treasures randomly when it is opened, so luck is crucial. Big sister, you open it." Yu Lingbing, who rarely speaks, suggested. Of course everyone agreed, and Zheng Yi didn't care at all, since he had never given any surprises in his previous life anyway. Yin Qing also took the lead and walked directly to the treasure chest on the far left, grabbed the handle of the treasure chest, and lifted the lid. When the treasure chest was opened, no light appeared. Everyone looked at it curiously. Yin Qing stood there with an embarrassed look on her face. There were only a dozen gold coins in the treasure chest. The treasure chest looked so big, but it was actually empty. A dozen gold coins were scattered at the bottom of the treasure chest. It really didn't make people happy. "Keep going, at least it's not empty," Zheng Yi said as if it was normal. "Forget it. It seems my luck is not very good today. You guys take care of the other 2. Yin Qing said awkwardly. Everyone must have been looking forward to the last treasure chest in the ruins. Since the first one didn't contain anything good, everyone was under a lot of pressure and for a while no one dared to go forward to open the second treasure chest. "I'll do it. It's just an empty box. What's there to be afraid of?" Seeing that no one came forward, Du Xian volunteered to go to the middle box and directly opened the lid of the treasure chest. The second treasure chest was opened, but still nothing strange happened. Everyone looked inside the treasure chest and couldn't help but laugh. The treasure chest was not empty, but it was even worse than the first one. There was only 1 gold coin. Du Xian jumped into the treasure chest in disbelief, and knocked left and right but couldn't find anything else. "It seems like your luck is not good either, let me do it." Zheng Yi was a little helpless. He thought he was embarrassed enough just for unpacking the box, but he didn't expect these 2 women to be even more embarrassed. Zheng Yi came to the treasure chest on the far right and opened it without wasting time. Everyone held their breath and looked at Zheng Yi nervously, only to see a golden light illuminating Zheng Yi's face. Everyone, including Zheng Yi, rushed to the treasure chest, wanting to see what exactly was that could emit such light. The light faded, and a ring lay quietly at the bottom of the treasure chest. Judging from the golden light it emitted, it should be an epic equipment. In the early days when equipment was scarce, gold equipment was hard to come by, and epic equipment was everyone's dream, not to mention special equipment like jewelry. Zheng Yi also picked up the ring with some excitement. It was an exquisite blue ring, simple and delicate. Reset ring. Epic level. No level occupation limit. Strength, plus 100. Intelligence, plus 100. Spirit, plus 100. Stamina, plus 100. Additional skills, skill reset, active, can actively release the power of the ring reset to reset the cooldown time of all current skills of the owner, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Zheng Yi looked at the ring with some excitement. Its basic attributes could be said to be quite average, but its additional skills were quite powerful. For a mage, one could imagine how strong the damage of a round of skill attacks was. With this reset skill, the burst ability would undoubtedly be enhanced. If there were more powerful skills in the later stages, the value of this ring would be even higher. This. Of course it's for you. Zheng Yi was about to say something to Yin Qing when he saw Yin Qing smile. Before Zheng Yi finished speaking, she gave the answer directly. Yin Qing knew very well that if it weren't for Zheng Yi, she and the others would have died and returned to the city long ago. Therefore, for equipment like this, Zheng Yi will naturally be the main one. Yin Qing believes that as long as Zheng Yi gets enough benefits, he will not leave easily. After all, when they first met, he was still playing games in a public network hall, which showed that Zheng Yi did not have a very good place to settle down in this cold city. After getting Yin Qing's permission, Zheng Yi didn't hesitate and directly equipped the reset ring. After experiments, it was found that all the skills that Zheng Yi has learned at this stage can be reset through the reset ring, but this equipment cannot reset the skills of his own equipment. For example, the weapon skills of the Eternal Ice Staff, the set skills of the Ice Suit, and of course the super artifact, Time Hourglass. Even so, Zheng Yi was still very satisfied. With the reset skill, if he attracted a bunch of monsters, he could release 2 Ice Rain, Firewall and Electric Arc at the same time. Even if the monster was a blood-buying type and could take his 6 group attack skills, he would definitely be able to clear the screen instantly. What are we going to do next? Yin Qing asked. I suggest you level up first. A lot of things will happen after level 30, such as the establishment of a guild, the holding of a tournament, and the fight for various wild map bosses. Level is the more important thing right now. Zheng Yi said casually while thinking about his skill combination. Are you a game planner? How do you know so much about the Holy Land? Yin Qing became more and more suspicious of Zheng Yi's identity. Haha, if I were a game planner, would I be so embarrassed? Zheng Yi came back to his senses and changed the subject awkwardly. Yes, then, Mr. Planner, do you have any recommendations for places suitable for leveling up? Yin Qing continued to tease. There are many mountains in this generation, and most of the monsters in the wild maps are Earth attributed. Although it is relatively safe, the efficiency of spawning monsters is too low. Go to the southwest of Bayou City, and you will see a plain with a group of level 30 wild horses. If you are lucky, you may even catch a mount. Zheng Yi said casually. Yin Qing smiled and shook her head and said, I think you should stop being so modest. Do you plan to follow our policy? I won't go for now. I have a grudge to avenge. Zheng Yi looked back to the way he came. After a few pleasantries, everyone in the studio started to return to the city, but Zheng Yi chose to walk back. Zheng Yi has always been brooding over the loss he suffered at the hands of the evil fire spider. He has no intention of coming to such a relic a second time, so he must avenge himself now. After passing through the ruins maze, Zheng Yi came to the location of the evil fire spider king, again, and carefully observed the area behind the spider web. The ordinary evil fire spiders had dispersed, and only the boss was sleeping on the spider web he built. Fire Spider King level, 30 quality, silver HP, 300000. Zheng Yi carefully came to a place more than 10 meters behind the evil Fire Spider King. Various elements began to appear alternately in his hands, and an unstable magic element ball quickly took shape. Zheng Yi used the reverse fusion technique of 6 magic elements more easily than ever before. The evil Fire Spider King obviously sensed the crisis, and when he came to his senses, the elemental ball had already arrived in front of him. A huge explosion sounded, and the spider web under the evil Fire Spider King disappeared instantly, and its huge body was blown away. 126,784. One reverse fusion skill actually knocked off 1/3 of the boss's health. Moreover, after this period of training, Zheng Yi did not feel dizzy after releasing the fusion skill. It seemed that his mental strength had grown a lot. However, if he wanted to release a fusion skill again in a short period of time, Zheng Yi knew that he could not do it. The evil fire spider is best at using spider silk to limit attacks and burn enemies with the fire attribute in the spider silk. The evil fire spider king went a step further, and what he sprayed out was no longer spider silk, but spider webs, and the spider webs he sprayed out were all dark red. Imagine the burning feeling of touching an ordinary spider web before, and you will know the effect of the spider web. Zheng Yi moved quickly, and after dodging 5 spider webs in a row, the evil fire spider king finally stopped spraying. A spider silk hung on the top of the cave, and its body swung like a swing. The spider silk was automatically cut off, and the evil fire spider king took advantage of the situation to rush forward. 8 spider leg barbs suddenly appeared, with strands of flames attached to them. It looked like it was actually a sensitive attack-type boss. Because there are spider webs on the ground, stepping on them will reduce the movement speed, so Zheng Yi's range of movement is not large. Firewall Ice Rain. As Zheng Yi moved around, he first used the firewall to block the boss's sight and cleared the spider webs on the ground. He then used a large-scale ice rain to control the situation, hoping to trigger a deceleration effect and buy himself some time. Zheng Yi's series of operations made the boss miss its target, but after landing, it quickly locked onto Zheng Yi, and its movement speed was no slower than that of the golden boss, the colorful spider. Tracking icicles, rock spikes, ice spikes. Zheng Yi tried to use control skills to block the boss's steps, and used the ice spike skill every time the boss approached. Although the knockback effect was not obvious, it could at least prevent it from getting close and cause a moment of stagnation. Although the evil fire spider king's attack was fierce, Zheng Yi had a strong combat awareness, and as long as it was not an indiscriminate large-scale attack, the actual damage to him was not much. The evil fire spider king's health was not that high and was quickly reduced to below 30% by Zheng Yi. The boss did not enter a berserk state, but instead used its spider legs to violently hit the ground, obviously summoning its minions. As expected, a large number of evil fire spiders appeared again and rushed out of the cave densely. In contrast, the evil fire spider king retreated quietly and hid behind his younger brothers. For Zheng Yi before, the threat posed by a large number of evil fire spiders was far greater than that of a single boss, especially when a large amount of spider silk was sprayed at the same time. Once caught in the web, there would be no hope of escape. The situation has changed a lot. The reason why Zheng Yi dared to come back was because of the firewall technique. The firewall technique lasts for 15 seconds and has a cooling time of 15 seconds. As long as he stands within the range of the firewall, the spider web will collapse on its own, and monsters will automatically enter the firewall because of hatred. Just as Zheng Yi expected, the extremely high column of fire easily broke the incoming spider silk, and the evil fire spiders that kept rushing in were also rapidly reduced under the suppression of Zheng Yi's skills. The combination of firewall and ice rain, and the occasional electric arc attack, Zheng Yi affectionately called this the triple world of ice, fire, thunder, and lightning. If the girls in the studio saw this scene, they would inevitably feel that they were the ones who held Zheng Yi back. As the last evil fire spider fell, the evil fire spider king had nowhere to hide anymore, and the fate of the boss, who had run out of tricks, was already determined. A flash of white light passed by, and Zheng Yi finally reached level 26, and the evil fire spider king actually dropped a gold-level equipment. It was beyond Zheng Yi's expectation that a silver boss could drop gold equipment. He had come here only for revenge, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. When Zheng Yi passed by the corpse of the evil fire spider king, he observed it carefully, fearing that it would also explode after death. It was said that what exploded was a piece of equipment, but the shape was a bit strange. If it weren't for the light flickering on the ground, Zheng Yi would have thought it was the egg laid by the evil fire spider king. Belly of the evil fire spider king. Gold level. No level occupation limit. The only additional attribute, evil fire spider web, active, can actively release the spider web of the evil fire spider king, with a range of 5 by 5 meters. The spider silk has fire attributes that will cause a small amount of damage, and affect the enemy's spirit with a stinging feeling. Durability 10/10, can be released with one hand. Consumable equipment, the equipment will be automatically damaged when the durability reaches 0. Zheng Yi is no stranger to consumable equipment. Generally speaking, 1 point of durability represents 1 chance to use it. Such equipment usually has special effects, and most of them do not occupy equipment slots. Items like the belly of the evil fire spider king are restricted equipment, which are generally based on control and can be taken out directly during operation. It is convenient and practical, and is more suitable for professions that do not have control skills in the early stages. Zheng Yi happily put away the spoils, no longer reluctant to leave, and directly started to return to the city. Although the journey to the ruins was not as fast as constantly killing monsters to level up, he still gained a lot in terms of equipment and skills. After twisting in the familiar space, Zheng Yi returned to Baihu City. He wanted to log off and rest for a while, but who would have thought that soldiers would come directly to greet him? "Mr. Envoy, the Lord of White Tiger City invites you," the guard of the teleportation array said respectfully. This was also Zheng Yi's first time entering politics, and he was a little surprised by the city lord's sudden reception. There hadn't been any large-scale events in the past, and the city lords were all very mysterious figures. Zheng Yi gave up the idea of logging off to rest, and followed the soldier's guidance, and soon arrived outside the city lord's mansion. After the handover, he followed the guards of the city lord's mansion to the inner hall. Even though Zheng Yi had been one of the top masters in his previous life, he had never been to a place like the city lord's mansion. In addition to receiving special tasks or making special contributions to the main city, only players who meet certain conditions are eligible to enter the city lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, after his rebirth, Zheng Yi got the opportunity thanks to his master's imprisonment. Zheng Yi waited outside the hall for a while and was soon invited into the hall. The palace was very large and looked like an ancient imperial palace. The Lord of White Tiger City sat high on a chair on the steps. Behind the wide chair was a lifelike tiger carved, giving people a sense of invisible pressure. The White Tiger City leader was a little fat, with a standard square face. His eyes were staring at Zheng Yi, who walked in, making Zheng Yi feel a little uncomfortable. There were several people standing on both sides of the hall. Those on the left were obviously military generals, while those on the right were mages and civil servants. After a quick glance, Wuhan was also among them on the right, and his position was quite forward. The hall was very quiet. After Zheng Yi entered, he didn't know where to stand, so he could only walk to the middle of the hall. Seeing that no one spoke, he could only raise his right hand and wave awkwardly. "Hello." Zheng Yi greeted the Lord of White Tiger City. "How dare you? Why don't you kneel down and pay respect to the city lord?" a mighty general shouted. Zheng Yi was startled by the loud noise, but he ignored the general. He was still not used to kneeling before a virtual character. Besides, what era was this? A game actually wanted to enslave him. The reason Zheng Yi knelt down when he became his apprentice was because Sun Xizha taught Zheng Yi a lot of things, and although the Lord of Baihu City had a high position, it was just a pile of data to Zheng Yi. Forget it, forget it. You are not of our race, so you don't need to perform our rituals." The Lord of White Tiger City didn't care. Zheng Yi secretly glanced at the general who had scolded him before. Although he was secretly happy, he did not dare to show it. None of the people in the hall could be afforded to offend him now. "Wuhan, is this the boy you were talking about?" the White Tiger City Lord continued to ask. "That's right, he is Sun Xizha's new disciple." Wuhan stepped forward and answered. "He is quite good, but there is nothing special about him." The Lord of White Tiger City looked at Zheng Yi and commented. Zheng Yi did not say anything. He didn't have the strength anyway and had to bow his head in other people's territory. These people would not do anything just to see him. Among the immortals, apart from him, I have never heard of anyone else who can learn to chant and cast spells. Wuhan continued. This sentence caught Zheng Yi's attention. He didn't know whether it was because no one else could learn it or because no one taught him. After all, Sun Xizha was arrested not long after he taught him how to chant and cast spells. "How is my master now?" Zheng Yi asked the city lord directly without caring about the situation. "He violated the taboo, so he must be punished. As for you, since you have agreed to be the White Tiger City's envoy, you must do your best for the White Tiger City in the future." The Lord of White Tiger City began to speak in official language. It's fine to do it, as long as you don't make things difficult for my master. Zheng Yi said. Although Zheng Yi did not have much contact with Sun Sijia, he has always been a grateful person. It can be said that most of the credit for his achievements after Rebirth is due to Sun Sijia. Haha, the little guy is quite loyal. Don't worry, your master is much happier now than before. He may not even want to go home if asked to. Let's talk about your business, said the Lord of White Tiger City with a smile. Zheng Yi looked at the Lord of White Tiger City doubtfully. Sun Sijia should not be the kind of person who would never want to leave, unless he had something to study about magic. He glanced at Wuhan and found that he was not in a hurry at all. Zheng Yi felt relieved. Mayor, please speak. It is not easy to become the envoy of White Tiger City. I will give you several tests one after another. If you can satisfy me in all of them, then you can truly become the envoy of White Tiger City. The city lord returned to the point and said. Zheng Yi nodded. He had thought that this title came too easily before, but it seemed that it would come sooner or later. How many tests are there? Zheng Yi asked. The Lord of White Tiger City did not expect Zheng Yi to ask a question. He paused and said, then let's do 3 tests. Okay, please tell me, Lord City Lord, you called me here this time, it shouldn't be just to see me, right? There is indeed something I need you to do. There is a snake valley in the southeast. Go there and bring back the snake bone flower from the deepest part. The Lord of White Tiger City said calmly. It was just a simple sentence, but Zheng Yi frowned after hearing it. Normally, players would not pay attention to this kind of flowers and plants designated by NPCs, and they did not have much value. Therefore, although Zheng Yi had been to Snake Valley in his previous life, he did not know the existence of such flowers. What gave Zheng Yi a headache was the environment inside the Snake Valley. As its name suggested, it was full of snake monsters. Moreover, the valley was extremely large, with lush vegetation. There were many camouflaged venomous snakes that would choose to attack by surprise, and one could die if one was not careful. Any rewards? Reward? Isn't becoming the White Tiger City's envoy a reward? Zheng Yi walked out of the city lord's mansion with a helpless look on his face. It was the first time he saw an NPC who gave tasks but no rewards. He didn't expect that the White Tiger City Lord was so stingy. This time it's the snake bone flower. I wonder what I'll find next time. Are NPCs so short of flowers and plants? Zheng Yi muttered to himself in frustration. Before logging off, I usually go to the pharmacy to fill my backpack. Dear envoy, you are here. Please come in, Guzzi, go make tea for the envoy. The pharmacy owner welcomed Zheng Yi warmly, even more enthusiastically than the last time he came. You're welcome. I'll just buy some things and leave. Zheng Yi had been fighting monsters for a whole day and was already a little tired. How could he have the leisure to drink tea in the game? I heard that the envoy is going to Snake Valley, the drugstore owner asked tentatively. Huh? How did you know? Our store needs some snake gallbladders. I wonder if the envoy could bring some back on the way. The pharmacy owner did not answer, but directly issued a task. Do you accept the commission from the pharmacy owner? Commission content: obtain the gallbladder of poisonous snakes in the Snake Valley, no upper limit, the pharmacy owner will buy it back at a high price. Whether. Zheng Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could take on a quest while buying medicine. Since he had to fight monsters anyway, he might as well make some extra money. Without any hesitation, he chose to accept it. After accepting the task, Zheng Yi quickly bought the potion. Just as he was about to leave the pharmacy owner continued to flatter, Mr. Envoy, why not go to the armor shop to have a look? What are you going there for? Zheng Yi asked in confusion. The drugstore owner just smiled and didn't give any answer. Zheng Yi was a little overwhelmed by the NPC's sudden enthusiasm. In order to satisfy his curiosity, Zheng Yi endured the fatigue and came to the protective gear store. Oh! The envoy is here. What would you like to buy? The owner of the protective gear store greeted him warmly. I don't have anything to buy, and the pharmacy owner told me to come here and take a look. Zheng Yi really didn't have anything to buy, and the equipment in the armor shop was generally very expensive, and the best equipment now was only silver-level equipment. Most of the goods in the White Tiger City armor shop come from players. Many players find it troublesome to set up stalls, so they sell directly to the store. After the NPC buys them at a low price, they sell them at a high price. The owner of the armor shop rolled his eyes, quickly reacted, and replied with a smile, "Look at my memory. I heard that the envoy is going to the Snake Valley. Can you bring back some snake skins for me? Do you accept the commission from the armor shop owner? Commission content: obtain the skin of poisonous snakes in the Snake Valley, no upper limit, the boss will buy it back at a high price." Weather. Zheng Yi was stunned, having no idea what was going on. In the past, he had to fight hard to get a mission, but now it was so easy to get missions, and they seemed to be tailor-made for him. He also had no idea how these people knew that Zheng Yi was going to Snake Valley. Zheng Yi accepted the mission and was about to leave, but the owner of the armor shop said to him mysteriously, "Mr. Envoy, why don't you go to the weapons shop to have a look?" "Ah. There are still tasks?" Zheng Yi asked doubtfully. The owner of the armor shop smiled but said nothing. "Oh, Envoy, you came just in time. We are just about to make a batch of bows and arrows, but we are short of bowstrings. May I ask you? I wonder if I could bring you some snake tendons." "Your Excellency is indeed very wise." That's right, that's right." Zheng Yi came to the weapons shop and guessed the content of the task without the boss saying anything. Zheng Yi, who had completed 3 tasks in a row, still found it a little unbelievable. He went to Snake Valley and could complete 4 tasks at the same time. Moreover, the price was so high that he didn't know how high the price was. Zheng Yi thought about it and finally understood that perhaps this was the reason why the Lord of White Tiger City did not give any rewards, and these tasks should be the benefits of the White Tiger City envoys. Seeing that everyone in the studio had logged off, Zheng Yi happily quit the game and prepared to have a good meal and rest for a while. However, after logging off, Zheng Yi did not smell the fragrance of food as usual, and could even hear faint sounds of quarreling coming from the living room. Zheng Yi got out of bed carefully, opened the door a crack, and found several uninvited guests in the room. The quarreling sounds were caused by these people. His mental power was quietly released, and Zheng Yi could only vaguely sense the location of the uninvited guests. There were 5 people in total, and judging from the power fluctuations emanating from their bodies, most of them were street urchins. "In Qing, do you find it interesting hiding here? Your life should be bright and beautiful, not staying in such a small room playing games every day," the leading man said with some excitement. "Feng Tao, I've said it many times, I won't have anything to do with you, let alone become your woman. I hope this is the last time you disturb my life," In Qing said in a cold tone without any fear. "You little bastard, don't think that I won't do anything to you just because your family has a little money. Without the protection of your family, you are nothing. You can try it here and see if you can get out successfully," In Qing said tit for tat. "Haha, no matter how strong the security is, I still walked in with a swagger. I will let you go for now. I hope you better not go out," Feng Tao threatened with a sneer. Zheng Yi was listening attentively, but he didn't expect that his body was too close to the door and he lost his balance. The door was pushed open and Zheng Yi accidentally came into close contact with the ground. "Ah! You stinky bitch, you pretend to be pure and innocent on the surface, but you actually have a man hidden in the room." Feng Tao locked his eyes on Zheng Yi. "Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm blind. I can't see anything." Zheng Yi felt the other party's gaze, which actually contained a hint of murderous intent. It seemed that Feng Tao had killed someone before. "Liang Rui, help him into the house," In Qing reminded hurriedly. "Don't move. Since hitting a woman is not good, just take it out on him." Feng Tao waved his hand and took out his anger on Zheng Yi. Feng Tao's 4 men walked towards Zheng Yi without hesitation. They were rather nonchalant about this blind man with lifeless eyes, and obviously felt that Zheng Yi posed no threat at all. The 4 men were very burly. They came in front of Zheng Yi and punched him directly. However, Zheng Yi seemed to be prepared in advance and easily dodged the punch by slightly tilting his head. Don't hit me, I just recovered from my injury." Zheng Yi dodged the attack and began to beg for mercy, but he showed no mercy with his feet and kicked the first strongman directly in the crotch with all his strength. As the 4 strong men blocked the view, the people behind really didn't know what was happening. They only saw the thug who rushed in the first place, bending over in pain. Zheng Yi was surprised to find that he could fully predict the actions of these people, which seemed to be more accurate than what he saw with his eyes. As soon as the enemy attacked, he was ready to dodge. In addition, he had practiced the random punches and kicks he had learned from years of struggling in the lower-class society, which actually gave him a lot of advantages. Zheng Yi led everyone to the Snake Valley. Along the way, Lu Tianwei talked a lot about Yin Qing, which gave Zheng Yi a general understanding. When Zheng Yi mentioned that the startup capital was relatively shabby, Yin Qing finally couldn't help but speak up. Although my family is very rich, I just don't want others to think that I am someone's daughter. Instead, I want everyone to recognize me through my own efforts. The startup capital is all my private money. Yin Qing said ambitiously. Zheng Yi just smiled when he heard this, and didn't say anything. He led the way in silence. Yin Qing noticed Zheng Yi's disdain and couldn't help asking, "What are you laughing at?" "It's nothing. Children of wealthy families all try to be self-reliant. It's normal, normal." Zheng Yi said as if it was normal. "This is not a trick at all. He just wants to prove himself." Yin Qing was very dissatisfied with Zheng Yi's attitude. "Why do you have to prove yourself? If you have the resources, just use them. It's not a sin to have a rich family. What do you want to prove? Who do you want to prove it to?" Zheng Yi's words left Yin Qing speechless. It was indeed as Zheng Yi said, outsiders would not see her efforts at all, and her family would just think she was being unreasonable. No matter how successful she was, it would be impossible for her to surpass her family's foundation. "You don't understand at all." Yin Qing couldn't refute Zheng Yi and could only say this. "Of course I don't understand, because when I grow up, I have to rely on myself. If I don't work hard to make money, I won't even have enough food to eat. So, what do you do to earn your private money?" Zheng Yi has lived 2 lives and has a clear understanding of the situation. He knows that Yin Qing is the kind of woman who has stayed in a greenhouse for too long but has a strong sense of independence. However, the stronger the woman is, the more likely she is to arouse a man's desire to win on a date, so he couldn't help but retort a few words to Yin Qing. In fact, Zheng Yi is not hostile to the rich. On the contrary, Zheng Yi always believes that one should make good use of the conditions available. Being able to use the current conditions to do something well and to the extreme is the best reflection of one's ability. Yin Qing just wanted to be independent and wanted to build a career on her own. Although the project she chose, Sanctuary, did have good prospects for development, she could not do without the help of her family. At least her private money was not earned by her own hard work. The most difficult issue to discuss in Liberty City is the issue of rich and poor. Zheng Yi was born in a slum, while Yin Qing was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. The two should not have had any intersection, but they met by chance after their rebirth. Fortunately, although the two of them spoke harshly, they did not have any deep prejudice in their hearts. Zheng Yi had succeeded through hard work before his rebirth, so he did not complain about poverty. Yin Qing just wants to prove herself. Although she is smart and capable, she does not discriminate against poor people. Otherwise, there would not be 6 people in the studio, and there will be more people returning to the team later. Yin Qing didn't know how to respond and just followed the team somewhat unhappily. Unexpectedly, Du Xin, who had always been against Zheng Yi, came forward and talked to her calmly. "Don't judge the eldest sister like that. She's actually a very nice person and she works really hard. And the richest one among these people is the second sister," Du Xin said mysteriously. Zheng Yi was a little surprised by Du Xin's attitude. It seemed that he saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and deliberately came out to change the subject. His kind tone made Zheng Yi a little uncomfortable. "Really? Is there anyone here who is richer than the Yin group?" Zheng Yi replied casually. "Although my second sister's family isn't as famous as my eldest sister's, their financial resources are even better. Of course, there's also my third sister Han Bing who has always been low-key. Her family shouldn't be underestimated either." Du Xin spoke more and more quietly, because these young ladies were reluctant to talk about their families. Zheng Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a small studio could be so full of hidden talents. He really didn't know why these girls had such favorable conditions, but their studio was so unsuccessful. "What about you?" Zheng Yi asked casually. Du Xin rolled his eyes at Zheng Yi, then said, "Of course, the one who didn't mention it is that he doesn't have a family. Do you think there are rich people everywhere? People like me may not be remembered even by old friends. But the more I look at you, the more familiar you look to me. I just can't remember where you are right now." Zheng Yi looked at Du Xin in the game carefully and said in confusion, "So old-fashioned. What era is this? Why are you still flirting with girls like this?" Du Xin stopped talking to Zheng Yi, but his mood became the best in the team. There was not much conversation along the way, and everyone soon arrived at the Snake Valley. Snake Valley is a large irregular circular basin. Zheng Yi and others took great effort to find an entrance on a gentle slope. The valley was filled with fog and visibility was very low. There was only a 2-meter-wide passage at the entrance. After walking along the slope for a while, the map indicated that they had entered the Snake Valley. "I thought the Snake Valley would be full of poisonous snakes, but I didn't see any monsters at the entrance. It's strange, there are no snakes in the Snake Valley," Du Xin said. Because Yin Qing was in a low voice in the team, no one except Du Xin broke the silence. "That's true. Look at all the bamboos here. Why not call it Bamboo Valley?" Lu Qianwei also agreed, trying to change the atmosphere. Zheng Yi looked around but didn't find any clues. Because he was a lone ranger in his previous life, an area like Snake Valley where agile monsters live in groups is not something a mage would consider at all. While everyone was puzzled, Zheng Yi was the first to discover the problem. "Be careful!" Zheng Yi shouted. The bamboo near Lu Qianwei actually moved and bit her very quickly, causing her blood volume to drop by about 1/5. Lu Qianwei reacted quickly and ran to the middle of the team immediately, with a continuous blood-replenishing spell attached to herself. Bamboo Snake Level 30 Quality, Normal HP, 7500. Lu Qianwei was bitten but was not poisoned, but the bamboo snake shook its body a few times and hid in the surrounding bamboo forest. Because its body was exactly the same as the bamboo, it could not be found for a while. This monster is agile and good at disguising itself. It should not have any poison. Everyone surround the priest and be careful. Zheng Yi roughly deduced the characteristics of the monsters through their names and attack speeds, which were the result of many years of experience. If we can't find the monster, how can we attack it? Should we chop down all these bamboos? After forming a formation, everyone started to feel embarrassed. These bamboo snakes had such good camouflage that they were difficult to spot in the bamboo forest even though they pretended to be bamboos. If we can't catch one alone, then we'll just use a group attack. Priest, keep an eye on its health. Everyone, use your group attack skills. Zheng Yi said, already prepared. Ice Rain, Firewall, Arc. Zheng Yi directly released his group attack skills in all directions, and sure enough, the surrounding bamboo snakes were attacked and all began to gather around him. The bamboo snake was very fast. Although its attack was single, it was extremely fast and had a long attack distance. Its body could be ejected like a spring. Zheng Yi did not dare to take it head-on. He dodged left and right and hid behind Yin Qing. After a flurry of punches and kicks and the screams of several girls, Zheng Yi finally knocked down all 4 strong men after being hit by several punches. Although the places where he attacked were not particularly glorious, he was still a hero saving the beauty with fewer people against more. "You useless bastards can't even handle a blind man." Feng Tao looked at the 4 thugs he brought with him and said angrily. Feng Tao shook his neck twice, making a crackling sound, and walked towards Zheng Yi with his fists clenched. Just by looking at his steps, it was clear that Feng Tao was a martial artist, and his strength was better than several fighters. "Feng Tao, I've already called the peacekeeping force. If you still want to make trouble, you can continue." Yin Qing saw that Feng Tao was not going to stop, so she quickly spoke up to stop him. In this free city, not only is there a huge gap between the rich and the poor, there are also many gangs, and each of the wealthy and powerful families is a faction. The peacekeeping force is the most authoritative force, responsible for all public security issues in Liberty City. They are cold and ruthless. In front of them, no matter who is right or wrong, as long as there is resistance, they have the power of life and death on the spot. If you are unfortunate enough to attack someone in the peacekeeping force, you will be wanted by the whole city until your death. Normally, the peacekeeping forces do not deal with organizations such as gangs. It is a situation where the officials do not investigate unless the people report it. In secret, the top leaders even allow the existence of gangs. But once gang members cause trouble in wealthy areas, civilians have the right to report it, and the peacekeeping forces arrive at the scene very quickly and don't care who is behind the troublemakers. Therefore, in Liberty City, no one wants to deal with the peacekeeping forces. Feng Tao looked back at Yin Qing, his anger evident in his eyes. He could ignore the security here, but the peacekeeping force was not someone he could afford to offend. You bunch of useless guys, get up quickly. Feng Tao was able to let go of things easily. He scolded a few of his men and turned around to walk out of the house. After Feng Tao and others left, the house returned to peace, but the women were still frightened and couldn't calm down for a long time. Sister, why does Feng Tao always haunt you? LV Tianwei broke the silence and asked first. They just want to use me to elevate their status. After all, their motorcycle gang is the smallest gang with no backing and is ostracized by other gangs everywhere. Yin Qing is very clear about Feng Tao's current situation. I really don't understand. How can you use threats and bribes to pursue someone? You even brought someone to your home to chase him. Du Xin said as he helped everyone clean up the mess on the ground. I wonder what Miss Yin's identity is. Zheng Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Our eldest sister is the only daughter of the Yin family. She ran away from home this time purely to experience life. Lu Tianwei was frank. Tianwei. Yin Qing interrupted Lu Tianwei and signaled her with her eyes not to continue. The Yin family. Could it be the Yin family in the Yin building in the city center? Zheng Yi had enjoyed life in his previous life and had a high level of consumption. Naturally, he knew a thing or two about the top companies. It's just that my family has some money. Now I just want to make some achievements on my own. Don't worry about Feng Tao's matter. He won't have the chance to appear here again. Yin Qing did not give a direct answer, but did not deny Zheng Yi's inference. Children from wealthy families are different. They can have a life of ease and comfort, but they choose to go out and suffer. I don't understand. Zheng Yi sighed, shaking his head. Zheng Yi has been helpless since childhood, and he envied the children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. In his previous life, he had worked hard to create a world for himself, but ended up with misfortune. Sometimes fate is so unfair. By the way, you can't see now, but why do you seem to be better at fighting than when you could see? Yin Qing couldn't help asking. The first time I met Zheng Yi, he was beaten half to death by a few thugs. Today, the 4 strong men are obviously much stronger than the previous thugs. It may be said that he just happened to hit the opponent's vital part once, but he knocked down 4 people in total, which must be a result of his real strength. When God closes a door for you, he will definitely leave a window for you. I am blind, but I have become stronger. I follow my feelings and hold the hand of my dreams. I accidentally learned the martial arts skill of identifying positions by sound. Zheng Yi would definitely not say that he could actually control his mental power, so he could only make up stories. Stop talking nonsense, Liang Rue is getting ready to eat. Yin Qing adjusted her mood and said. Where are the peacekeeping forces? If they come, we won't be able to live in peace. Zheng Yi found a chair and sat down and said. If you really call the peacekeeping force to scare them, both sides will definitely be punished with 80 lashes. If things go wrong, my family will be alerted. Yin Qing spread her hands and said indifferently. It seems that Liang Rue should have prepared the meal long ago, but this uninvited guest just came suddenly. Zheng Yi has become very proficient in using his mental power, so at least he can take care of things like eating by himself. Although he still felt a dull pain from the punches and kicks he received, he couldn't hide his inner joy at gaining spiritual power. I'm going to Snake Valley to do some tasks. Do you want to go? Zheng Yi suddenly asked. When the girls heard the word Snake Valley, they felt a little disgusted. Even if they were playing games, monsters like poisonous snakes were what women hated the most. But in the end, they couldn't resist the temptation. Are we going soon? Where are we meeting? Yin Qing said directly. Gather at the gate of Bayou City and bring potions with you. But it's better to go as a team this time. Let's see who will stay behind. Zheng Yi was not afraid of offending anyone and said directly. The number of people in the studio is also awkward. If Zheng Yi was not there, it would just be an all-professional team of 5. Since Liang Rue is a reserve, she is not considered most of the time. Now with Zheng Yi joining, there is always one more person in the main team, and most of the time, it is difficult for the team to take care of each other if it is not a full team of 5, unless it is a lone ranger as powerful as Zheng Yi. I'll stay this time. Without group attack skills, I won't be of much help against these agile monsters. Archer Fang Ying thought for a moment and said. That's settled then. Take a half-hour break. See you in half an hour. After a few words, Yin Qing and others were still thinking about who should stay, but Zheng Yi had already finished his meal in a flash. The rest time passed quickly, and everyone replenished their medicines and prepared to set off. On the way to Snake Valley, Lu Tianwei roughly told Zheng Yi about Yin Qing's matter. It was probably a decision made after several people discussed it. Although Zheng Yi is not a member of the studio now, he has been helping out. Whether it is for money or for some other reason, at least Zheng Yi must not feel that his life will be threatened here. I didn't expect that my biggest sponsor is actually the daughter of Yin Group. But isn't the startup capital of Yin's daughter a little too shabby? After confirming Yin Qing's identity, Zheng Yi couldn't help but complain. Zheng Yi released several group attack skills. He thought the bamboo snake should be afraid of fire, but unexpectedly, the damage of ice spells was higher. Moreover, after entering the range of ice rain, the bamboo snake seemed to become a little willful. Snakes are afraid of the cold and hibernate in winter. It seems that the Snake Valley is dominated by ice magic. Zheng Yi glanced at the taciturn Han Bing and said slowly. After Zheng Yi pulled the monster away, he ran to the back, while Yin Qing, who was in the front, took on everything, waving his thick-backed machete left and right to fend off the attacks of the bamboo snakes. Zheng Yi's skill was like a fuse, which triggered the monsters disguised in the bamboo forest to move, and bamboo snakes shot over like arrows. The agile attacks made everyone overwhelmed. Fortunately, Zheng Yi's Ring of reset the skills for a round and cleared out the most densely packed first wave of monsters. Otherwise, even if Yin Qing had good equipment, she would not be able to withstand such intensive attacks. Don't worry, if your health can't recover, I still have the life-saving skill, Eternal Ice. Zheng Yi released the skill while signaling everyone not to be nervous. It was wise for Fang Ying to choose not to participate in this mission. This kind of close-range group monster scene is really not suitable for early-stage archers. The attack speed itself is not too fast, and they are not so lucky to have a group attack skill, so they seem a little weak at this time. Assassin Du Xin has high burst and agility, so he can easily block the attacks and counterattack against the fast-moving bamboo snake. He is the only one on the field who can keep up with the speed of the monster. After a brief panic, everyone gradually cooperated well, and everyone advanced step by step with Zheng Yi's Ice Rain, ensuring that all the attacking monsters were within the range of Zheng Yi's skills. As the advance quickened, the monster's attack frequency decreased a lot, and it was obvious that we had reached the edge of the monster zone. Pay attention, be careful of the boss appearing. Everyone was busy fighting the monsters, and only Zheng Yi had the time to give orders. Yin Qing had been using her group attack skill, Half Moon Slash, to attack indiscriminately, regardless of whether it was the surrounding bamboos or bamboo snakes, she would chop them all down. Shortly after Zheng Yigang said to pay attention to the boss, Yin Qing's sword was blocked by something. Giant bamboo snake level 30 quality, bronze HP, 250000. Yin Qing slashed at the thick snake with a knife, but only dealt less than 200 points of damage. Everyone then became aware of the existence of the boss. The body of the giant bamboo snake boss is like a bamboo, but it is much thicker than the surrounding ones. The snake's body is nearly 7 meters long, but its body does not crawl on the ground like ordinary snakes. Only 1/3 of the snake's tail supports the body, and the rest of the body stands upright like a bamboo. The giant bamboo snake's shell is extremely hard. I thought it was a boss that excelled in defense, but I didn't expect its attack method to be so unique. Bamboo Rain. An indiscriminate area attack, with thin bamboo sticks falling from the sky. Not only can they inflict damage, they can also cause stiffness in people and even nail them to the ground. Pay attention to the shadows on the ground and try to move as far as possible, Zheng Yi reminded. Originally everyone was dodging by tilting their heads, and Zheng Yi only noticed the shadows on the ground because of his experience. Fortunately, although the bamboo rain was frequent, it was not dense. After mastering the pattern, the chance of dodging increased a lot. Although the boss was at the bronze level, its level was not low after all. Just as everyone got used to the bamboo rain attack, the snakehead launched an attack from top to bottom. Because everyone was looking down at Zhu Yu's shadow, they forgot about the boss's real body, resulting in no one knowing that this head had come down. The giant bamboo snake bit Yin Qing, who attacked first, like a chick pecking at rice. Although the boss looked like a bamboo, it was a real snake. When the huge mouth opened, Yin Qing finally realized that something was wrong. Eternal Ice. Seeing that Yin Qing had no time to dodge, Zheng Yi had to use Eternal Ice on the boss. The huge snake body instantly froze. Yin Qing also took the opportunity to avoid the boss's bite range and slashed it with a knife. Although the freezing state only lasted for less than 3 seconds, it also made Zheng Yi marvel at the power of the epic weapon. An additional skill could actually freeze the boss and the damage was not bad. It was really rare. The giant bamboo snake was attacked by ice attribute and its state became a little sluggish. The speed of its head swinging slowed down a lot. Everyone finally seized the opportunity and started a new round of counterattack. Han Bing, who is also an ice mage, finally got to show off his skills. Each single attack can cause high damage to the boss and can also limit its attack speed. It is really cool. As a bronze-level boss, its means of attack were too simple. Apart from the bamboo rain, it had almost no threatening skills. The snakehead bite from top to bottom was suppressed by the prepared Zheng Yi. Every time the snake's head bit down, Zheng Yi used the ice spikes appropriately. The half-meter attack distance and its accompanying knockback effect made the boss, which did not like ice attributes, become timid in attacking. Because Zheng Yi's rhythm was so good, the giant bamboo snake fell down with almost no effort. The bronze boss is still too weak, and the items it dropped are really rubbish. Fortunately, the experience is still good. Zheng Yi took a quick look at the items that dropped and commented disdainfully. After passing the bamboo basilisk area, Zheng Yi's experience actually increased by about 10%, and the experience of the others also soared. Are you ready? If you are, then let's go. Zheng Yi saw that everyone had picked up most of their belongings, so he said directly. The women nodded. Although they had won the battle, they all looked unhappy because there were too many snakes here. Zheng Yi had no time to think about these things. Experience and equipment were what Zheng Yi valued. No one would respect a weak person, so Zheng Yi could only choose to move forward. Two-headed rattlesnake level 31 quality, normal HP, 9,000. When everyone arrived at the next strange area, there was a sizzling sound all around. Densely packed rattlesnakes were coiled on the ground, and the sound from their tails made people's scalps numb. How should we fight this? There are so many monsters. If we kill one, the others will rush over as well. Yin Qing said at a loss. It's not that you don't know how to fight, you're just a little scared, right? Zheng Yi said with a smile. I'm not afraid. Yin Qing waved the sword in his hand and said calmly. These are just some low-level snake monsters. There will be more disgusting and terrifying monsters in the future. If you can't overcome the fear in your heart now, you should cancel your account and practice a ranged profession again. Zheng Yi kindly reminded. Because each person can only create one character in the sanctuary, in order to prevent people from choosing the wrong profession, they can log out of their account and recreate a character. This is also to prevent some people from blindly choosing a profession that is not suitable for them, which will cause the loss of players. It's just a bunch of snakes. The reason I chose to be a warrior is to be brave and move forward. Yin Qing said with courage. After Yin Qing finished speaking, he picked up a knife and rushed into the pile of monsters. Everyone was stunned and couldn't react at all. This silly girl, she doesn't need to rush in to prove herself. Zheng Yi said speechlessly. The rattlesnake's attack carries a strong toxin, and its movement speed is astonishingly fast. Moreover, the sound made by the shaking tail is really upsetting. A group of rattlesnakes sensed someone rushing towards them, and their bodies drew S-shapes on the ground. Their tails shook, making a sizzling sound, and they rushed towards Yin Qing at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, the system determined that the monster's poison would not stack. After Yin Qing entered the poisoned state, his blood volume began to drop continuously, and the attacks of other rattlesnakes did not count the poison damage. Lu Qianwei quickly used her blood-replenishing skill to bring Yin Qing, who was in crisis, back to a safe level. Ice Rain, Firewall, Arc. Zheng Yi also began to release skills to support. The two-headed rattlesnake had a slightly higher attack, but its defense was pitifully low. In this fully configured team, Zheng Yi inflicted maximum damage. Everyone's experience points increased like a rocket. As more and more monsters died, the women seemed to have developed antibodies to the snake-like monsters. Every two-headed rattlesnake that came running over brought them tons of experience points. Fortunately, the drop rate of the two-headed rattlesnake is quite good, much higher than that of the bamboo snake. It even dropped several bronze equipment and an assassin skill book, Poisoning. Poisoning, add poison attribute to the weapon, causing additional poison damage to the enemy when attacking, with a chance of making the enemy enter a poisoned state. The poisoned weapon lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Poisoning is not a high-end skill, but it is a necessary skill for assassins. It adds poison to the dagger, causing additional poison damage when attacking the enemy, and there is a higher chance of making the enemy enter a poisoned state. The high-burst assassin profession, combined with poison to increase some sustained damage, can effectively avoid the situation where the enemy is left with only a trace of blood and cannot be killed in seconds when the burst is insufficient. It is more suitable for PK. 30 seconds is enough time for an assassin to do many things. In the early stage of the game, no matter what skill it is, as long as it is a skill that can be learned at the moment, it is an improvement in strength. When the average person has 4 or 5 skills, not everyone is as perverted as Zheng Yi. Du Xin happily learned how to poison and started using it on the two-headed rattlesnake, but the effect was predictable, the damage didn't increase much at all. What a crappy skill. The damage is so low. Du Xin complained. Xin, if we use poison on the venomous snake, isn't that the equivalent of wielding a sword in front of Guangong? Lu Qianwei said with a smile while adding blood. Curse. Lu Qianwei smiled and used the curse skill bought from Zheng Yi. The continuous blood loss was much higher than Du Xin's poison. Several pieces of bronze equipment are level 30, and they are all put away to be processed after returning to the city. After all, there are not many people in the studio, and the equipment must be at least silver quality. Bronze equipment can only be exchanged for some change. Two-headed rattlesnake king level, 31 quality, silver HP, 300000. The two-tailed snake boss is slightly larger in size, and is about 1 person tall when standing upright. Both its speed and attack power are a level higher than those of ordinary two-tailed snakes. Moreover, the two snake heads cooperate very well, and their attacks from both sides make it difficult to defend against. Although the attributes of the boss increased dramatically, there was nothing fancy about its attack method. Yin Qing managed to control the damage steadily, and there was no one else around to cause trouble. This silver boss was actually the easiest to defeat so far. The two-headed rattlesnake king fell down quickly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The monsters in the Snake Valley were too dense, and they had to clear out the monsters and fight the bosses almost without stopping. At this time, everyone was too tired to care about what exploded. I'm a bit lucky today. Zheng Yi had long been accustomed to high-intensity battles. When others were resting, he was the first to come and see the spoils. The silver boss actually dropped gold equipment beyond its level. The probability of this happening was already pitifully small, not to mention that it was a gold-level weapon. Here, you have a great harvest today. Zheng Yi threw the gold-level dagger directly to Du Xin, as if he didn't take the gold-level equipment seriously at all. Two-headed rattlesnake sting. Quality, gold. Wearing level, level 30 assassin. Attributes, unidentified. Zheng Yi doesn't take the gold equipment seriously, but Du Xin is very excited. It's a pity that the equipment needs to be level 30 to be worn. I want to level up and reach level 30 within 2 days. Du Xin shook off his tiredness and immediately perked up. Zheng Yi curled his lips. It was a bit difficult to level up 4 or 5 in 2 days. After all, with his current upgrade efficiency, he was stuck at level 25 to 26 for a day or two. The experience required for upgrading the sanctuary was really too much. However, Zheng Yi is very familiar with the feeling of having equipment but not being able to wear it. He had experienced it many times in the past. Especially in the later stages, it was extremely difficult to upgrade to the next level. If the equipment that exploded had a level limit, a 1-level difference would make a world of difference. Then keep up the good work. Zheng Yi surprisingly did not mock Du Xin. Sister, when did their relationship ease? Lu Qianwei looked at Zheng Yi and Du Xin and asked Yin Qing in surprise. Yin Qing spread her hands, still a little angry with Zheng Yi. Although what Zheng Yi said before was not wrong, how could he treat a girl like that? Yin Qing thought in her heart. After a short rest, everyone continued to move forward. Although everyone felt that they had walked a long way, the size of the Snake Valley was beyond everyone's imagination. The visibility was extremely low, and there were monsters everywhere, so it was easy to get lost. When Zheng Yi and others came to the next strange area, they found that the monster here was actually a human-shaped monster, with the lower body of a snake combined with the upper body of a human. Although the upper body looked like a human, the body was covered with snake scales. Some of them held staffs in their hands, and some held long swords. Snake Warrior level 33 quality, bronze HP 22,000. Snake Mage level 33 quality, bronze HP 20,000. Everyone, pay attention. Don't pull too many monsters into this monster area. Bronze level monsters have a much higher growth rate than ordinary monsters. Zheng Yi reminded. It was also the first time for the others to see that the monsters had levels, and they became more cautious after hearing Zheng Yi's reminder. Zheng Yi signaled everyone not to attack, and he used single-target spells to pull monsters. The bronze-quality monsters were elite monsters, and each one was equivalent to a small boss, not only in terms of health, but also in terms of damage and defense, which were much higher. Zheng Yi first pulled over a snakeman warrior and tested its attack power. With Yin Qing's equipment, he could probably withstand the attacks of 3 snakeman warriors at the same time, but the attack power of a snakeman mage was definitely higher than that of a warrior, so in order to prevent any accidents, Zheng Yi chose the safest way of fighting. Zheng Yi, I think we can pull a few more. Yin Qing looked at her health decreasing slowly and made a suggestion. It's not this warrior that's difficult to deal with. If you accidentally trigger a chain of hatred, how many attacks from the snake wizards can you withstand? Zheng Yi was very sensitive to the harm caused by monsters, and his experience in his previous life always gave him the most accurate guidance, but the tone of his speech once again aroused Yin Qing's dissatisfaction. I know you are very capable, but please don't look down on me just because I am a woman. Yin Qing said with a serious expression. Zheng Yi was stunned. He had no idea what Yin Qing was doing. With her equipment and health, she couldn't withstand the attacks of several snake mages. This was considered contempt. Women are really troublesome. Zheng Yi thought to himself that women always raise issues to the level of gender, but all Zheng Yi thought about was equipment, blood volume, and defense. When it comes to sensitivity to character values, 10 Yin Qings cannot compare to 1 Zheng Yi. Women are such a hassle. If this continues, I'd better go on a mission alone next time so I don't have to worry too much. Zheng Yi thought to himself. However, what made Zheng Yi feel relieved was that although Yin Qing said she was dissatisfied, she did not pull the monsters randomly. Instead, she carried the single snake warrior that Zheng Yi pulled over in an orderly manner. Compared to the 2-headed rattlesnake and bamboo snake mentioned above, the movement speed of the snake warrior and snake wizard is not fast, but their attack power is indeed improved to a higher level. Especially since the snakeman warriors had a large attack range, although Yin Qing showed excellent combat awareness as a warrior, he was still beaten back repeatedly by the snakeman warriors' heavy blows. However, Yin Qing's thick-backed machete is a golden equipment after all, so he is not completely at a disadvantage in a battle of strength. When snakeman warriors attack heavily, there will be a short period of accumulated power. Find a good angle and use your weapon to unload the force. After beating several snakeman warriors, Zheng Yi had already figured out their attack methods. Although he was not a warrior, Zheng Yi still knew a thing or two about knife fighting techniques. Ching still has his own pride in the profession of warrior. Things like using a little force to achieve a great effect or finding angles to relieve force are simply not Ching's style. After helping a few snake warriors get a feel for the situation, Ching also began to accumulate strength like the monster. Each heavy attack from the monster was an evenly matched fight. As expected of you, you're the eldest sister. You're so majestic. Big sister is awesome. Several people in the studio have started cheering, and Ching is also getting more and more courageous. Only Zheng Yi secretly shook his head, focused on output and did not continue talking. The snakemen warriors and snakemen mages were distributed evenly, and soon all the snakemen warriors on the periphery were cleared out. However, the snakemen mages were positioned more densely, and at least 2 of them had to be alarmed each time. If any snakemen mages walking back and forth entered the attack range, they would also join the attack. When the snake mage started to attack, Ching suddenly felt the pressure increase, and Lu Tianwei did not dare to stop adding blood for a moment. Ching and the others had obviously underestimated the bronze-level monsters. If Zheng Yi had not been experienced and had not followed Ching's idea to pull a few more monsters, they would probably have all returned to the city for free by now, although Zheng Yi would not let the whole group be wiped out. Ching, pull back and use your blade chi and split huashan skills to attack from a distance. Zheng Yi gave the order directly without further explanation. At this time, Ching had already realized the naivety of her previous thoughts, but it was embarrassing to admit her mistake. Zheng Yi happened to not mention it, so she followed Zheng Yi's instructions. Zheng Yi's idea was correct. If Ching moved towards the snake mage, the ranged monsters would definitely retreat and keep some distance. Once the monsters retreated and attracted the hatred of other monsters, it would be difficult for Ching to withstand the damage and the team would be in crisis. As expected, as soon as Ching retreated, the snake mage was out of attack range and naturally moved forward. After moving to a slightly safer distance, Zheng Yi and others began to fight from a distance. Ching kept using 2 long-range skills to attack, and in her spare time, she would take a bottle of blood potion and move to avoid the skills of the snake mage. What surprised Zheng Yi was that the attributes of the snakeman wizards were not single. It seemed that like the players, the attributes of each snakeman wizard were very random, and the spells of each system were more than just entry level. Yulingbing, I'll give priority to you when I get the ice spell skill book. If it's any other skill book, I won't be polite. Do you have any objections? Zheng Yi didn't call Han Bing by his real name, but by his game ID, and asked for everyone's opinions. If you need it, ice-type ones will be given priority. Han Bing said indifferently. 2 artillery batteries are always more powerful than 1. Zheng Yi was too lazy to exchange pleasantries and just made an analogy without caring whether the girls could understand him or not. Zheng Yi's premonition was correct. After several snake wizards fell, a skill book called Whirlwind really appeared. Whirlwind, summon wind elements to form a small whirlwind, causing wind attribute tearing damage to enemies in a straight line, and has a chance to trap enemies weaker than itself for 1 second. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. Wind mages above level 25 can learn it. Wind skills are mostly functional in the early stages, and their lethality will gradually increase in the later stages. Although Whirlwind is not a top-notch skill, it is still a relatively practical skill for pulling monsters and group attacks. And ever since Zheng Yi mastered the release of various basic elements, he was surprised to find that he could influence the effects of skills. If Zheng Yi concentrated the elements into a single skill, this skill would become stronger. Of course, the consumption of Zheng Yi's mental and magical power would increase accordingly. Zheng Yi was not polite and directly learned the whirlwind technique. However, he did not dare to use it here because the range of the whirlwind technique was longer than he imagined. If too many monsters were pulled over at once, the situation would not be very good. After clearing out the snakeman mages in this area, he began to clear out the snakeman warriors on another edge. After a long battle, Ching gradually found that he was a little exhausted. Under normal circumstances, players will not feel tired, but depending on their profession, they will have corresponding endurance values. Ching had been fighting with the snakeman warrior with swords, causing his physical strength to decrease rapidly. The long-term continuous fighting resulted in his physical strength failing to recover, and he began to fight with fatigue. Find a good angle and use your weapon to relieve the force. Zheng Yi said the same words again, and when Yin Qing heard it, apart from admiring Zheng Yi's foresight, she felt ashamed and even felt that Zheng Yi was deliberately mocking her. Don't feel embarrassed. There are many skills in the Holy Land. It is normal not to understand them in the early stage. Zheng Yi seemed to see what was going on in Yin Qing's mind, and he spoke to ease the atmosphere. Thank you Zheng Zihua for your advice. Yin Qing replied half-jokingly. I don't know why, but once he entered combat mode, Zheng Yi's expression and demeanor were so serious, not at all like his usual nonchalant look. Everyone, come on. Since the monsters here match the player's profession, the chance of getting a skill book will be greater. And there are so many monsters here, it's not an exaggeration to say that this is a paradise for leveling up. Zheng Yi encouraged everyone. The snakeman warrior also showed his respect and directly took out a book called Charged Heavy Attack, shortly after Zheng Yi finished speaking. Charged Heavy Attack. After a short period of charging, a heavy attack is launched, which can make the enemy enter a state of stiffness and has a chance to interrupt the enemy's spell casting. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Warriors at level 25 and above can learn this skill. Haha, let's see who can beat whom this time. Yin Qing was immediately excited after getting the new skill, and once again competed with the snake warrior. After passing the area of the snake mage and snake warrior, archers, assassins, and priests appeared behind them. This was undoubtedly a strange area with skill books. Monsters of corresponding professions will produce skills of corresponding professions, which is relatively humane. The only drawback is that the skills are relatively single. Due to the special nature of the mage, there are quite a few spells of various types, but it can only be said that there are too few mage monsters and the explosion rate is really too low. Except for a Book of Whirlwind, nothing else dropped. Although Yin Qing was somewhat excited about the new skills, she no longer acted on her own after her previous experience. With Zheng Yi in charge, even bronze-level monsters would not pose any threat to everyone. After clearing out a bunch of small monsters, each department's professional skill book was dropped on average, and even Fang Ying, who didn't come with the Arrow of Cupid, got a share. Consecutive arrows, rapidly draw the bow and shoot 5 powerful arrows in succession, causing extremely high single-target damage to the enemy. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. Archers above level 25 can learn this skill. Blood Escape consumes 10% of the remaining blood volume and forcibly enters the invisible state, which can remove all current negative effects. The first attack after reappearance will cause an additional 30% damage. The cooling time is 60 seconds. It can be learned by assassins above level 25. 3 flowers gathering at the top can restore the health of the 3 people with the lowest health in the team at the same time. The lower the health, the stronger the restoration effect. The cooling time is 15 seconds. It can be learned by priests above level 25. The ones who benefited the most should be Lu Tianwei and Du Xin. The group blood replenishing skill has always been the priest's magical skill. It is only in the later stage that there will be range group blood recovery. In the early stage, it is already very good to be able to restore 3 teammates at the same time. For assassins, the most feared thing is control skills. With the forced control release and invisibility after blood escape, their own survivability has been greatly enhanced, and it also indirectly solves the embarrassment of the assassin's insufficient endurance. Everyone gained a lot from this trip to Snake Valley. On the contrary, Yu Lingbing, who is also a mage, did not obtain any ice skills. However, judging from his expression, he did not seem to care. Everyone continued to move forward, and the bronze-level monsters were completely cleared out. In a large open space, there was a huge snakeman. Just by looking at the power it exuded, you could tell it was extraordinary. Snake Warrior level, Epic level, level 35 HP, 150000. The tall snakeman boss is about 3 meters tall, with shiny scales on his body, and obviously very strong defense. His upper body is filled with explosive muscles, and he holds a 2-handed sword on his shoulders. There is a strong sense of oppression before you get close. The health of 1.5 million fully reflects the strength of the epic boss. This may be the first epic boss that players encounter. After all, most people will not choose such an unpopular and difficult place to level up. Zheng Yi, this epic level boss has so much health. Do we have a chance? Yin Qing suddenly became cautious and said with some concern. Mage. This is not a regular profession. The monsters dropped so many skill books. Will this boss? Zheng Yi muttered to himself. Zheng Yi was not worried about the quality and health of the boss at all. He had already started thinking about what the boss would drop. Will it be anything? Everyone focused their attention on Zheng Yi, and their curiosity was aroused by his words. You should know about the hidden profession, right? Zheng Yi said in a shocking tone. Zheng Yi's words made the eyes of the girls in the studio widen. Hidden professions have always been a legend in the Holy Land. Everyone tried to find some hidden tasks, or find some hidden NPC to obtain inheritance, but almost no one knew how to obtain a hidden profession. In fact, Zheng Yi's idea was not groundless. First of all, there were many skill books in this monster area. Secondly, the magic warrior profession was not a regular job transfer for warriors, and the boss had reached an epic level. It is an epic boss in the early stage of the game. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is equivalent to a divine beast in the late stage of the game. Hidden profession, the girls exclaimed. Maybe. Some hidden professions are obtained through quests, and some special professions bosses will also give out job transfer scrolls. Although the magic warrior is not a particularly rare hidden profession, its attributes in the later stages are very balanced. If you have a high level of comprehension and can comprehend some advanced skills, it can also be considered a top-notch profession. Zheng Yi explained calmly. Are you saying that this boss might give out a hidden class transfer scroll? Yin Qing asked excitedly. Yin Qing changed her usual calm style and seemed to find it difficult to stay calm when she was with Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi understood Yin Qing's feelings very well. After all, who wouldn't be excited when hearing about a hidden profession? He had gone through the same thing in his previous life, but he had experienced it so much that he naturally got used to it. If an epic boss is killed for the first time, the entire server will be notified. So far, I haven't heard of anyone killing an epic boss. The monster is most likely to explode when it is killed for the first time, and the chance of a scroll dropping is probably around 75%. Zheng Yi analyzed based on his experience. Big sister, congratulations in advance on your job change to a hidden profession. Yes. Yes. Our overall strength is going to rise to a higher level. Having this hidden profession will be of great help to the expansion of our studio. Several people were talking at once, as if what Zheng Yi said was not a 75% chance, but a 100% chance. There is no strongest profession, only the strongest player. Special professions only bring some advantages. In the later stages, they are not necessarily much stronger than ordinary professions. Improving combat awareness is the key to increasing strength. Zheng Yi poured cold water on him at an inopportune moment. Planner Zheng, let's talk about how to defeat the boss. Yin Qing seemed to have gotten used to Zheng Yi's straight male behavior. She didn't want to debate with him about the relationship between the strength of the profession and the players, so she went straight to the point. Well, as far as I know, a magic warrior is a profession that can add magic to warrior skills. It can add magic elements to its skills to attack. There is no special strategy for this kind of melee boss, just pay attention to the boss's ultimate move. All bosses will have a starting action before releasing a powerful attack, remember not to be greedy and fight hard. Zheng Yi said it very casually, and it didn't sound like he was going to fight an epic boss. By the way, because the level suppression is very strong, you should try the damage of the monster first. If it takes away more than half of your health with one blow, you should not be the main tank for this boss. Zheng Yi suddenly seemed to remember something and added. I'm not the main tank. I can't handle the damage, so you have to take it. Yin Qing felt that her profession was insulted and couldn't help but refute. Zheng Yi smiled and nodded, it will take a long time, but I can kill it alone. People who don't know Zheng Yi might think he's bragging, but Yin Qing and the others don't have any doubts at all. They call him Planning Mastermind for a reason. The entire boss area is covered by his ultimate move. Flames spread out from the inner circle to the outside, up to 2 meters high, and there are no gaps between the circles of flames, which means that this move is almost 100% accurate. Everyone was thrown into disarray. After working so hard for so long, no one wanted to waste all their efforts. However, Zheng Yi saw a glimmer of hope in this regular attack. The boss's attacks are all transmitted by the two-handed heavy sword to the ground. Each circle of flames will last for about 1.5 seconds before dissipating, and the next circle of flames will generally be ejected in about 2 seconds. This short 0.5-second gap is almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, and Zheng Yi also judged it based on the rhythm of the attack. Because everyone was at a certain distance from the boss, they retreated a lot after seeing such a powerful move. Although they didn't have time to completely escape the range of this skill, it would still take a few seconds for them to be attacked. Watch the moment the flames dissipate and rush to the inner circle. If you can get through, you will be safe. If you can't get through, go back to the city. Zheng Yi said very quickly. Zheng Yi spoke briefly, and everyone was in a panic. They only heard the general idea and were in a state of not quite understanding what he said. Zheng Yi didn't have time to explain in detail. He set an example by rushing towards the boss. There was 0.5 seconds, and there needed to be no deviation at all, and the speed had to be fast. While sprinting at full speed, Zheng Yi silently set the rhythm for himself in his heart. Just as Zheng Yi was about to hit the flames, the previous circle of flames suddenly disappeared, and the next circle of attacks followed, and Zheng Yi also disappeared from everyone's sight. I understand. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Go for it. Yin Qing watched Zheng Yi's demonstration and instantly understood what he meant. Several girls in the studio gathered their drums and rushed towards the flames, imitating Zheng Yi. As for the rhythm and other things, they just let it go. In fact, Zheng Yi could use time pause to get everyone out of danger, but after the previous battle, Zheng Yi saw that the level of several people in the studio was not high. If he had to rescue them every time, he might not be helping them, but destroying them. Although death in the sanctuary will cause a lot of experience loss, only by facing constant life and death situations can one truly develop a sense of combat. Moreover, after his rebirth, Zheng Yi relied too much on the magical skill of time stop, which resulted in Zheng Yi thinking of escaping whenever he encountered difficulties. If this continued for a long time, it would be easy for him to lose the courage to take risks and decisiveness at critical moments. There is another more important reason, that is, the boss still has 30% of its health. As an epic boss, it is inevitable that it will have a killer move in the end. If it uses a skill like self-destruction in the end, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Zheng Yi broke through the circle of fire and didn't care whether the women could pass through. Instead, he directly attacked the boss, using all kinds of control skills in an attempt to interrupt this big move through control. However, the snakeman demon warrior who released this skill was full of energy all over his body, and various skills could only cause some damage but could not achieve the effect of control at all. A few seconds later, of the remaining 4 members of the team, only Yin Qing and Han Bing rushed over. The nurse Lu Tianwei and the assassin Du Xin were both turned into white light and were killed instantly. The flames from the ground were still spreading outwards, and although there were no more flames in the inner circle, the ground was still warm, and everyone's blood volume was slowly decreasing. There are no priests left, everyone keep an eye on your health. Zheng Yi stopped releasing his small skills, and after replenishing his blood volume with a bottle of blood medicine, he began to release various magic elements, preparing to release the reverse magic fusion skill. According to Zheng Yi's estimation, the boss's skill has come to an end, and after releasing such a huge amount of energy, the boss will definitely enter a weakened state. Zheng Yi naturally knows the mechanism of the monsters in the sanctuary very well. How to deal the highest burst damage in a weakened state will determine whether you can successfully get the first kill of the epic boss. The remaining 2 women also took the opportunity to attack, and Han Bing even stood in front of Zheng Yi to protect him. The reverse magic fusion technique took shape quickly. After such a long period of practice and the growth of mental strength, Zheng Yi was able to master the 6 magic attributes skillfully. While leaving room for maneuver, he continued to compress the elements, and the amount of magic elements inputted was also increased. An extremely unstable attribute ball was successfully born, and the boss's skills had just been released. The snakeman demon warrior, who had lost a lot of energy, held the huge heavy sword weakly in both hands, and it seemed that he could only rely on the support of the sword to prevent himself from falling. Zheng Yi pushed the attribute ball towards the boss, and he felt weak because he had output too many magic elements. The weak boss's attributes all fell to the bottom, and it happened to encounter Zheng Yi's strongest attack. A huge amount of damage appeared above the boss's head, and the boss's health bar dropped directly by a large amount. 264,897. The boss's health had long been less than 30%, with only about 400,000 health left, but Jing Yi's attack actually took away more than 260,000 of it. The precipitous drop in the monster's health bar gave the 3 remaining people hope. The weak state would not last too long, so the 3 of them hurried to release their skills. When the boss recovered, its health was only about 8% left, and its two-handed heavy sword was covered with flames. Every swing was more powerful than the previous one. Moreover, the boss seemed to sense the approach of death, and began to become cowardly, using its own water element to slowly recover blood. Zheng Yi naturally would not give the boss a chance to breathe. He continuously used the forward fusion skills of the 2 attributes. This had a short preparation time and strong damage effect, which was most suitable for this situation. A golden light flashed, and the snakeman demon warrior fell heavily to the ground. A pile of trophies on the ground showed the victory of Zheng Yi and others. I thought he would have some special moves or something. After all, it's just a level 35 boss. Zheng Yi put away his staff and walked slowly towards the spoils. Congratulations to the team of player, Justice from Heaven, for completing the first kill of the epic boss, gaining 50,000 reputation, and receiving an additional experience value reward of 500,000. The server-wide system announcement sounded again. Everyone had forgotten about Zheng Yi, but they didn't expect that he would kill an epic boss this time. Zheng Yi had no time to think about what others thought of him. His eyes were already attracted by the spoils. This was really too good of luck. An epic two-handed heavy sword, a scroll for a hidden profession, and a book called Demon God Earthshatter that is released when the boss goes berserk. Hey, this sign, is it an order to establish a gang? Ha ha ha, we're rich, we're rich. Zheng Yi laughed crazily while holding up the order to establish a gang. With Zheng Yi's simple promise, everyone was naturally not afraid of not being able to destroy the boss, but Yin Qing still refused to admit defeat and wanted to go and take on the monster. Do Xin, attack from behind. As I said before, don't be greedy. The rest of you should attack while keeping yourself safe. Don't be afraid of attacking slowly. Safety comes first. If Yin Qing wants to try, then go first. I can only keep you safe this once. Zheng Yi finally gave a suggestion and then started the attack. Zheng Yi started with a super fireball, and then released the newly learned whirlwind technique. As Zheng Yi intended, the whirlwind technique arrived first and caught up with the fireball, and the 2 skills were combined into one. The 2 skills did not exclude each other, but instantly merged into one, forming a huge fire tornado. Although there is a skill called Fire Tornado in fire magic, it is different from that skill this time. What Zheng Yi released is a simplified version of magic fusion skill. What Sun Sijia taught Zheng Yi was to fuse the elements before launching, and Zheng Yi also came up with the idea on impulse. After launching the skill, his mental power did not disconnect. The moment the 2 skills met, the mental power directly pulled the 2 skills together, forming this huge fire tornado. Although it looks like just one skill, it contains multiple damages. According to Zheng Yi's analysis, the damage is definitely higher than the damage of 2 skills hitting separately. After a successful release, Zheng Yi opened the door to a new world and his thinking suddenly became broader. The snake demon warrior became furious after being attacked and rushed directly towards Zheng Yi. Yin Qing had already prepared to take the damage and quickly went forward. Facing the heavy sword wielded by the boss, Yin Qing fearlessly used a charged heavy attack to meet it. The thick-backed machete collided with the heavy sword, and Yin Qing's knife was directly bounced away, and Yin Qing also leaned back directly, revealing a large flaw in front of her body. The boss did not stop, and slashed back with another sword. The heavy sword swept through the air, and suddenly the sword body was ignited with intense flames, and it slashed down towards Yin Qing with great power. Is this the magician? Yin Qing's body was in a stiff state, and he had no chance to dodge at the moment, but his eyes were full of yearning for the magician profession. Eternal ice. Yin Qing's body instantly turned into ice. The boss's fiery slash was blocked by the ice, but cracks appeared on the ice and it could not withstand the second attack. Is this the limit of Yongbing's defense? He is indeed an epic lord. Zheng Yi said to himself. Zheng Yi's emotion did not affect his skills at all. He quickly used various powerful skills to draw the boss's hatred towards himself. Tracing icicles, ice rain. In such a short moment, you can only use one unit skill to control the field, and the other natural choice is the tracking icicle. The tracking ice pillar only controlled the magic warrior for 1 second, but it was enough for Yin Qing to retreat safely. Yin Qing, who retreated to the rear, had her health replenished instantly. The first encounter with an epic monster finally made her realize the gap. Although Yin Qing was a very strong person, she had Zheng Yi as her big brother recently, which made her somewhat unrecognizable about her own strength. Don't be dazed, pay attention to your positioning, attack from a distance, and protect the priest at the same time. Zheng Yi said loudly to Yin Qing. Yin Qing was brought back to reality by Zheng Yi's shout. She quickly ran behind the monster and used her only 2 long-range skills to attack, pulling the boss back and forth. Zheng Yi naturally knew how to cooperate. Whenever the boss was about to approach him, he would stop attacking. Even the epic boss was fooled by the long-range attack. But the monster was not a fool. When its health dropped to about 5, it finally got its way and started a fight to the death. Because Du Xin was the closest when she stole the knife, the boss kept chasing her. Don't panic, don't look back, use your high agility to pull the boss around and run in circles. Zheng Yi reminded him at the right time. When the hatred was not chaotic, the boss's constant pursuit actually accelerated the output of the heavy men, which exhausted Du Xin, who was running all over the field. How dare you, lowly human, make fun of me? Boss suddenly spoke in human language, and it was obvious that he knew the tactics of Zheng Yi and others. Warm-up complete. The boss suddenly stopped, held the sword with both hands and gathered strength. No one knew what it was going to do. A few seconds later, the snakeman demon warrior began to move again, and the heavy sword began to swing left and right of the body, and each sword flower brought out air blades. The primary target was the previous target Du Xin. Du Xin sensed something was wrong and directly entered the invisible state through blood escape. The boss lost his target and began to shoot indiscriminately. Air blades spread out in all directions. The attack range was large and the attack power was strong. Everyone dodged in a panic. Fortunately, the attack did not last too long, but it still almost led to the annihilation of the team. Remember its posture just now, and run away directly next time you see it. The girls also knew how powerful this move was, and quickly nodded in agreement. In the following battles, the boss had endless new moves, and there were no shortcomings whether it was ranged attacks or melee enchantments. Through the fight with the boss, Zheng Yi discovered that this magic warrior had very comprehensive attributes. His sword energy was wind, and his slashing and chopping were generally attached with fire attributes, and he could even occasionally restore some health through water attributes. The epic boss's intelligence is obviously much higher, but the venue here is so wide, and the scattered positions under Zheng Yi's command mean they have no place to use their energy. The boss's health has reached a critical level, watch out for his rampage. After more than 2 hours of intense monster killing, everyone was a little tired, but Zheng Yi was still commanding with great energy. If it weren't for Zheng Yi's reminder, the team would have been wiped out many times. When the health was reduced to 30%, the demon warrior boss suddenly thrust his heavy sword into the ground, a circle of flames spread outward from his body, and his entire body glowed crimson. The boss who enters the berserk state is like a madman, with its snake tail swinging rapidly, leaving many afterimages as it moves. As the boss moved, ripples continued to spread out, and the entire area was filled with its raging aura. The spreading circle of fire could only be avoided by jumping, but this required a high level of rhythm judgment. Except for Zheng Yi, almost no one could avoid it, and the health of the entire team continued to drop. I don't know if the system deliberately leaves room for players, but the effect of the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head is immediately displayed to the fullest. Just when everyone thought that the boss's rampage was about to end, the snakeman demon warrior suddenly glowed red all over his body, swung his heavy sword in a circle above his head, and once again stabbed it into the ground. This time, there was no circle of fire spreading, and the ground began to crack and emit red light. Demon God, Earth Shatter. Flames began to erupt as the ground cracked, and the range was so wide that there was no room to dodge. The level suppression plus the quality made this attack a sure death. The level 30 gang creation order was a must for building a gang. Gold bosses above level 30 had a chance to be produced. Although it was a common item in the later stages of the game, it was priceless in the early stages. Who doesn't want fame when they want to create a gang? The title of the best gang in the whole server not only brings honor to their original subordinates, but also helps to attract some individual players to join. Although the first gang founding order in the previous life was not revealed by Zheng Yi knew it clearly and it was sold at a sky-high price. It can be said that it completely changed a person's destiny. The most abundant thing in the sanctuary is the nouveau riche, which is why the sanctuary has so many loyal players and eventually became popular all over the world. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Zheng Yi laughed. Even Zheng Yi couldn't help getting excited, but apart from Zheng Yi, Yin Qing who was present fell into deep thought, and Han Bing still looked indifferent. Zheng Yi, I have an idea, Yin Qing suddenly said. Zheng Yi frowned and found that Yin Qing was actually staring at his gang-building order. He hurriedly said, no, this gang-building order must be sold. You are used to living a wealthy life and may not have any concept of money. This is a mountain of gold. I can give you money. Can I buy it for you? Yin Qing's eyes gradually became fanatical. Buy. How much do you think this first gang-building order is worth? Zheng Yi said with a playful smile. I can give you 1 million star coins. Yin Qing said unwillingly, but there was no confidence in her words. Zheng Yi shook his head, put the gang establishment order directly into his backpack, and turned to walk towards the other spoils. Mage Transfer Scroll. Warriors can use this scroll to transfer to become a mage. After a successful transfer, they can automatically comprehend the mage skills. The degree of comprehension depends on their own understanding. This profession has a mixed output of magic and physics, and all attributes are balanced. The transfer scroll will disappear after use. Zheng Yi directly threw the job transfer scroll to Yin Qing, and picked up the epic two-handed heavy sword. Since its attributes had not been identified, he was too lazy to study it in detail and gave it directly to Yin Qing. You have contributed a lot, and these 2 items are priceless. The gang establishment order belongs to me, and these 2 items are for you. Zheng Yi said. Yin Qing held the 2 trophies but did not look excited at all. It seemed that he was still thinking about the order to establish a gang. Woman, don't be too greedy. Zheng Yi couldn't stand Yin Qing's gaze and originally planned to keep the skill book of Demon God Earth-Splitting for himself, but seeing Yin Qing's unwilling look, he gritted his teeth and threw the skill book over. Demon God Earth-Splitting. Insert the weapon into the ground, gather the whole body energy, and guide it into the ground through the weapon, causing the Hell Demon God fire to spray outward. The attack range depends on the energy of the releaser. The user cannot move during the attack and is in a dominant state. Any professional level can learn this. Zheng Yi originally had his eyes on this skill because it could be learned by any profession level. After all, the power released by the previous boss was obvious to all, and this skill was definitely a big move. However, since he had obtained the most valuable gang-building order, and this skill had a fatal weakness, Zheng Yi simply gave away the skill book as well. Demon God Earth-Splitting is obviously a special skill. Although the attack is strong, the player cannot move. Since Zheng Yi has a way to dodge the attack, future masters will also have a way to do it. This skill is obviously not suitable for learning by mage-type professions. Warriors have high defense and thick blood. Even if they can withstand a few attacks, they can still use the skill to deal full damage, so Zheng Yi doesn't feel bad. There was nothing in the spoils that could attract Zheng Yi's attention. He searched around and found his mission item, snake bone flour. He distributed all the other miscellaneous things to Yin Qing and the others. Zheng Yi looked at his backpack task bar which was full of snake skin, snake gallbladder, and snake tendon. He thought he could sell them for a good price when he returned to the city. It's another fruitful day. Zheng Yi said with satisfaction. Zheng Yi was relaxed and happy, but the team was unusually quiet and the atmosphere was a little awkward. The mission is completed. I'm going back to the city. Where are you planning to go? Zheng Yi didn't mention the gang establishment order, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. You really can't sell it to me. Yin Qing looked at Zheng Yi with expectant eyes, not looking like a strong woman at all. Facing this expectant look, Zheng Yi's expression turned cold. He shook his head in disappointment and said calmly, "You are not yet capable of becoming a true leader." After saying this, Zheng Yi left the team, directly started the return to the city, and soon disappeared in front of Yin Qing and Han Bing. In fact, it's not that Zheng Yi is unkind. If Yin Qing thinks that being the first to establish a gang is a success, then she is totally wrong. Being the first to establish a gang is definitely an advantage, but it also means being criticized by everyone. Without deep foundation and ability, you will only become a joke. Some people enter the Holy Land to get a better life, while others just want to have fun. Although Yin Qing and others want to make money through games to prove themselves, in Zheng Yi's opinion, they are just children playing house and are not presentable. If Yin Qing and others are ambitious, Zheng Yi can help them without hesitation. After all, it is fate that they have come this far. However, Zheng Yi cannot accept moral kidnapping in this situation. If we have different ideals, we cannot work together. This is the reason why Zheng Yi chooses to be a lone wolf again and again. After Zheng Yi returned to the city, he did not rush to the city lord's mansion, but went to various shops to hand in the tasks first. The 3 additional tasks actually brought him several thousand gold coins of extra income. Although Zheng Yi knew that the level 30 gold coins would soon depreciate, because the Holy Land would soon usher in the exchange of gold coins, now 1 gold coin could still be worth dozens of star coins, but in the future 1 gold coin could only be exchanged for 1 star coin. Looking at his 99.8% experience value at level 26, Zheng Yi felt very uncomfortable. Oh, I should have killed a few more monsters earlier. Zheng Yi sighed as he walked towards the city lord's mansion. At this moment, his mailbox suddenly started flashing, and it turned out that all the messages were sent by people in the studio. Zheng Yi, I didn't expect you to be so greedy for money. Can you be a little more loyal? Du Xian's message was the most critical. I heard that you and your elder sister had a quarrel. In fact, it's really not easy for your elder sister. Liang Rui's messages were mostly caring. Although I am embarrassed to ask, can you help me one more time? Lu Tianwei seemed to be begging. Make an offer. Han Bing, who is usually a man of few words, was the most straightforward. Zheng Yi did not respond to these messages, but simply closed and deleted them all. It's really troublesome to be in a place with a lot of women. It looks like it's time to leave. Zheng Yi's steps became heavier and heavier. He came here by accident. He even found some fun in teamwork, but he didn't expect that he would have to leave in the end. Let's go. Let's go. Not too many people are destined to stand on the top of the pyramid. Zheng Yi muttered to himself as usual. When Zheng Yi arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion, he had adjusted his state and made plans in his mind. He sold the gold coins in his backpack before they depreciated, and together with the tens of thousands of star coins he had earned before, it was enough for Zheng Yi to stay in the most luxurious hotel outside. After the gold coins and real star coins are interchangeable, it will be much easier for you to make money, and you won't have to worry about having no security in your life. The only thing that made Zheng Yi uncomfortable was that he had decided to stay at the beginning, but just a few days later, he had to decide to leave again, and he felt somewhat guilty inside. Shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind, Zheng Yi went straight into the city lord's mansion. Because of his identity as an envoy from White Tiger City, no one stopped him along the way. After being informed, Zheng Yi soon met the city lord of White Tiger City. At this time, they were in a side hall, with only the city lord and Zheng Yi. The city lord was somewhat surprised that Zheng Yi could come back so soon. He took the snake bone flower, handed over by Zheng Yi, and put it in a small vase on the table without even looking at it. Very good. You were able to retrieve the snake bone flower so quickly. Even if it wasn't by your own strength, you must have had a lot of connections. You have completed the first test. The Lord of White Tiger City nodded and said. Zheng Yi didn't know how to answer, he could only look at the city lord silently, waiting for the next words. Unexpectedly, after the city lord finished speaking, he actually started reading official documents silently, completely ignoring Zheng Yi. Ahem. Zheng Yi deliberately made a noise, trying to attract attention. Do you have anything else to say? The White Tiger City lord then remembered that there was another person in the room and asked in confusion. Didn't you say there were 3 tests? What's the next one? Zheng Yi asked straight to the point. Although the Lord of White Tiger City did not mention rewards for the 3 tests, judging from the attitude of the NPC, Zheng Yi has already realized the benefits of being the envoy of White Tiger City. If the lord of the city does not mention the next test, Zheng Yi cannot forget it. After the White Tiger City Lord hummed, he fell into deep thought, as if he had not thought of what the second test was. After a long while, he slowly said, "When an immortal reaches level 30, the 4 main cities will hold a competition. The second test is to participate in the competition as a reserve envoy of White Tiger City and get at least the top 3. After saying this, the Lord of White Tiger City couldn't help but nodded, seeming to be very satisfied with his idea. As soon as the city lord finished speaking, a new task appeared in Zheng Yi's task bar. Emissaries Test 2, participate in the competition held in the 4 main cities and get the top 3 results. You must reach level 30 before participating. After receiving the task, Zheng Yi did not stay for long and left the city lord's mansion directly. For some reason, the White Tiger City Lord gave Zheng Yi the feeling that he was slow to react. He wondered if the city lords of other main cities were the same. If only the Lord of Baihu City reacts slowly, then in future competitions, he may be left behind by other main cities. This is what Zheng Yi is most worried about. All the tasks have come to an end, and all that remains is to quickly reach level 30 and then trigger the plot. Zheng Yi naturally knew about the competitions in the 4 main cities, but he did not get a very good ranking in his previous life and only gained some experience rewards. The arena tournament is for players who have reached level 30. The system will issue an announcement and 3 days later, the 4 main cities will jointly host the first Immortal Arena tournament. Players will participate in the battle on behalf of their respective main cities. The competition is an individual activity, but also a contest between the 4 main cities. If good results are achieved, not only will they receive official rewards, but they will also receive rewards from the lords of their respective main cities. According to Zheng Yi's current level 26 and 99.8% experience, it would take at least 3 days to reach level 30. Although he gained a lot of experience in Snake Valley is not a suitable place for leveling as the monster refresh rate is not high, so he has fallen out of the top 10 on the level list. 6 days, looks like I have to get some equipment. It's not so easy to get away with pausing time in front of everyone. Zheng Yi said to himself. Although Zheng Yi fell out of the top 10 in the level ranking, he still belonged to the first echelon. According to his own calculations, the ring match would be held in about 6 days. The reason why the system chooses to hold it 3 days after the first echelon reaches level 30 is to wait for the late players, so that more people can participate and everyone's strength can be more balanced. Zheng Yi came to the stall area of Baihu City, left himself some gold coins to buy medicine, and then sold all the gold coins. As long as the other party's star coins reached Zheng Yi's account, he could directly trade the corresponding gold coins. Before going offline, Zheng Yi even posted a link to the gang creation order on the World channel. For the gang creation order, please send a private message with the price. We only sell star coins. Zheng Yi had no choice but to choose this form to sell the gang creation order. Star coins have not yet been officially interchangeable with game coins. The auction house in the game can only sell game coins, and large private auction houses have not yet opened. Although shouting to the world will attract some bad elements, it is also the most direct and effective method. I believe that when I go online, I will definitely receive a large number of private messages, because let alone reaching level 30, even if everyone reaches level 35, it is not certain that the gang establishment order will be dropped. After all, gold level bosses are not everywhere, and there is also a large-scale event such as the ring competition coming up soon. After finishing all this, Zheng Yi put his character into stall hosting mode, then he quit the game, prepared for his last dinner with several people from the studio, and faced another round of moral kidnapping. Zheng Yi has already made a new plan. He will leave here after tonight. Although his eyesight has not fully recovered, he has no problem taking care of himself. With the help of mental power, he can feel everything around him clearly. It's a pity that except Yin Qing and Lu Qianwei, he has not seen the appearance of the other women with his own eyes. After all, the appearance of the characters in the game will change more or less. Zheng Yi came to the living room and sat where he always ate. Except for Liang Rui who was preparing dinner, the other women had not yet left. Why did you log off so early? Are you hungry? Why don't you eat first? Liang Rui is kind-hearted. She is the one who spends the most time with Zheng Yi, so even though the issue of the gang establishment order was very awkward, Liang Rui did not blame Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi shook his head and said with a smile, I'm not hungry, let's wait for everyone to come together, I just happen to have something to tell you. Not long after, several girls from the studio went offline one after another. After sitting down, they did not make noise as usual, and the atmosphere at the dinner table became heavy again. Finally, it was Zheng Yi who broke the silence. Although I came here unexpectedly, I have spent quite a while with you all. I believe that the help I have given you is worth the 3 meals a day. I have no objection to you working hard for your dreams when you are young. If it were me a few years ago, I would definitely support you and build the first guild in the district together. But now I just want to change my life. Only when I have enough food and clothing can I be qualified to pursue my dreams. I will leave here tomorrow morning. Thank you for your care during these days. Thank you everyone. After Zheng Yi finished speaking, he devoured the meal as usual, and everyone at the table looked at the men in front of them with complicated expressions. Except for Zheng Yi, the others did not pick up their chopsticks, but just looked at Zheng Yi silently, each with a complicated feeling in their hearts. It can be said that Zheng Yi's arrival changed the studio's situation, and repeated boss battles have greatly increased the strength of everyone in the studio. He is also generous in distributing the spoils. Although he is a bit greedy, he has never been stingy with money. There were so many times when the team was in danger of being wiped out, and it was Zheng Yi who turned decay into magic. But now Zheng Yi says he wants to leave, which is undoubtedly the loss of a great helper. Even though the studio could not always rely on Zheng Yi, no one wants to lose such a big shot. Is it because of the gang establishment order? Yin Qing suddenly asked. Zheng Yi put down the dishes he had already cleared, nodded, then shook his head and said, yes, and no, it proves that we are on different paths, but it's not entirely because of it that I chose to leave. My departure was a matter of time, wasn't it? Zheng Yi had nothing to hide. Although everyone was young, they were all adults. What's more, Zheng Yi had been reborn once, so his thoughts and ideas were extremely clear, and he knew exactly what he wanted. Although the studio looks weak now, new members will join soon, and they are all good experts. Why don't you want to believe that I can run a good guild? Yin Qing became a little excited. You don't have to be the first to establish a guild. Some first places are not so easy to fight for. Being the first in the Holy Land is not as easy as you think. The first is honor, but also pressure. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Before the first one falls, the second and third ones will always be friends. This is the law of survival in the sanctuary. But we are not famous enough. We need the gimmick of being the #1 guild in the Holy Land. Yin Qing said unwillingly. A blacksmith must be strong himself. Zheng Yi looked at Yin Qing with lifeless eyes, and his mental power vaguely captured Yin Qing's embarrassed expression. At least take good care of your eyes. I won't mention the gang establishment order again. Yin Qing said sincerely. Zheng Yi shook his head and said, I can take care of myself now. I became blind and stronger. After Zheng Yi finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to go back to the house, but was stunned by Du Xian's words. Zheng Yi, do you really not remember Xiao Xiaoxin? She still has that bad temper after all these years. Du Xian suddenly said. Xiao Xian. Zheng Yi had some impression of the name Xiao Xiaoxin. She was a childhood friend in the orphanage. Because she was short, she was always bullied, and he had fought for her many times. Over time, Zheng Yi began to treat her like his younger sister, allowing him, who had no relatives since childhood, to feel a sense of family love. But the good times did not last long. Xiao Xiaoxin was luckily adopted by someone, and there has been no news of her since then. Impossible. Even if you really are her, how could you recognize me after so many years? Zheng Yi shook his head. Although what Du Xian said brought back his memories, he still couldn't believe it. After all, he had been looking for his sister for so long in his previous life, but there was no news at all. You don't recognize me, but I've always remembered you. Have you forgotten that day when I lifted your blanket? Isn't there a small birthmark under your belly button that you've had since childhood? Du Xian continued. Zheng Yi then remembered that Du Xian had indeed come to his room after everyone had fought for the boss, and had pressed on his wound after lifting the quilt. However, he did not expect that this little girl had a purpose. If you are really Xiao Xiaoxin, why do you always go against me? Who told you not to remember me? Du Xin said with a smile. Zheng Yi smiled helplessly. Even if he wasn't temporarily blind, after so many years, he couldn't be a psychopath and recognize someone as his sister just because her name contained the character Xin. What's more, girls change a lot when they grow up. When the two of them met, she was just a child less than 10 years old. It's a good thing that she still remembers me. Zheng Yi walked up to Du Xin with a smile, reached out and touched Du Xin's head, rubbing it randomly a few times, just like when he comforted the bullied little Xin. You haven't grown much taller. Zheng Yi said jokingly. Can we not leave? Du Xin said with a sudden sadness. Zheng Yi was stunned for a second, then smiled and shook his head, pretending to be mysterious and said, God must remain mysterious. You have to rely on your own efforts to become stronger. My existence will only make you dependent. Follow your elder sister and work hard. The love between brother and sister has not faded, but everyone has grown up and has their own lives. Zheng Yi can't take a grown-up girl with him everywhere, so following Yin Qing is her best destination. Remember, there is a God standing behind you. Zheng Yi added. Several people in the studio were surprised at the relationship between Du Xin and Zheng Yi. They originally thought that the two were enemies, and Du Xin naturally disliked Zheng Yi. Who would have thought that the two actually had such a connection? Zheng Yi went back to the room without saying much, and the remaining women also began to communicate. Yin Qing and Du Xin had the most complicated feelings, while Lu Tianwei, Fang Ying, and Han Bing did not have too many feelings. They just felt it was a pity that the studio lost a master. The one who was most reluctant to leave was Liang Rui. Zheng Yi was the only one who did not regard herself as a substitute player. Although Zheng Yi had accidentally offended her before, Liang Rui still liked to interact with this somewhat cocky and sunny boy. Although he is very strong, he actually compares himself to a god. This is really arrogant. Han Bing said coldly. Although Han Bing recognized Zheng Yi's strength, he still felt that Zheng Yi was a little arrogant. Although his words are a bit arrogant, he can take down the boss with a single skill and take away more than 60,000 HP. He can survive any desperate situation. This kind of strength can be called a god in the early stages of the game. Although Archer Fang Ying did not participate in the trip to Snake Valley, she still remembered the strength that Zheng Yi had shown before. It turns out that God is also a human being, but he just doesn't do human things sometimes. Lu Tianwei suddenly commented. The originally dull atmosphere was broken by Lu Tianwei's words. Everyone was silent for 2 seconds, and finally everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zheng Yi logged into the game again and first checked his account. He found that all the gold coins had been sold out and there were tens of thousands of star coins added to his account. There was a dense string of private messages in the mailbox, all asking how to sell the gang creation order. Zheng Yi did not rush to check the mailbox, and directly cancelled the stall. Looking at the full box of mail and the gang establishment order in his backpack, he suddenly fell into hesitation. After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Yi quickly left the city and began his crazy leveling mode. The next day, morning. Zheng Yi, get up and eat. Seeing that Zheng Yi was not playing the game online, Liang Rui went straight into the room to call Zheng Yi for breakfast. Unexpectedly, she saw an empty room with the quilt neatly folded, as if no one had been there. Zheng Yi, what do you mean? How can the gang establishment order be mailed to me? Yin Qing also rushed into the room excitedly, but saw that the room was empty, so she swallowed the words she was about to say. Are you leaving anyway? Du Xin also saw Zheng Yi's scheduled email, so she logged off and rushed over. Comfortable. Zheng Yi jumped back high and lay heavily on the soft big bed, unable to help but sigh deeply. After practicing hard all night, just as the day was about to dawn, the special car that Zheng Yi had booked online was already waiting. After sending a scheduled email to Yin Qing, Du Xin and Liang Rui respectively, Zheng Yi chose to leave quietly. Although Zheng Yi had a good impression of the other 3 women, their relationship was not that close after all, so he did not want to embarrass himself. The first email was to Liang Rui, who had been taking care of him. Thank you for your care over the past few days. Although I am the studio's logistics staff, don't forget to practice your gaming skills. If someone bullies you, feel free to call me during the game. There was no farewell or excessive sentimentality, but the words, "call me anytime," fully showed Zheng Yi's attitude. It was a pity that Liang Rui went offline too early because of cooking, so she didn't see the scheduled email first. The second email was sent to Yin Qing, and included a gang building order. Although I am no longer in the mood to pursue my dream, I am still willing to give it a chance. I hope you can exceed my expectations. By the way, you need to reach level 30 to establish a guild, do you know this? Given your level, even if you have the guild creation order, I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity to establish a guild right away, right? Zheng Yi still chose to keep the gang building order and reminded her that she should start leveling up like crazy. Although Zheng Yi was not optimistic about the ability of Yin Qing and others, perhaps it was because he loved her, or perhaps he felt some warmth in them these days, which made Zheng Yi give up this sky-high price gang building order. Women really only bring bad luck. This is what Zheng Yi said after sending the email. The third letter was sent to Du Xin. Although Du Xin recognized Zheng Yi, they had been separated for so many years and they were mostly antagonistic when they interacted with Du Xin. He couldn't adapt to that change for a while. The email to Du Xin only contained one sentence, which was also a message to the little Xin in my memory: remember, there is a God standing behind you. Zheng Yi felt that this sentence was simple and domineering, and should make people feel safe. But Du Xin just smiled with relief after seeing it. It is said that it is difficult to change one's nature even though it is easy to change the country. He didn't expect that Zheng Yi still spoke almost the same as when he was a child after so many years. After reading the email, Du Xin planned to go and formally reminisce with Zheng Yi as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that the place was already empty. Sure enough, those who really want to leave will close the door the lightest. Yin Qing said. Yin Qing was the first to come to her senses and quietly return to her room. The next few days would be a crazy leveling mode. It's worthy of being an esports suite from a large company. Although it's a bit expensive, it's worth it. In life, we should enjoy life while we can. Although Zheng Yi's eyesight has not yet recovered, it does not prevent him from looking around. Although such a suite costs 3,000 star coins a day, Zheng Yi still feels it is worth it. With Zheng Yi's current strength, if he can't earn 30,000 star coins in 10 days, it would be a shame to have started with the super artifact. After leaving Yin Qing and others, although he felt a little lonely, he was completely relaxed in his heart. A free and unrestrained life was what Zheng Yi wanted. The reason why Zheng Yi chose this esports suite is that in addition to the good service, each room is equipped with a holographic simulation cabin. Lying in the holographic simulation chamber can reduce people's fatigue and allow them to stay online longer, which completely meets Zheng Yi's current needs, which is time. In 3 days, Zheng Yi had to reach level 30, and then use the 3 days of preparation for the tournament to acquire equipment. Although he was already very strong, the thing that the Holy Land lacked the least was miracles. With such a huge player base, someone would encounter any adventure, and in such a grand event, all the masters would gather here. Zheng Yi had seen too many geniuses, which was why he was so cautious even though he was so powerful. Zheng Yi felt the sense of reality brought by the holographic simulation chamber. The touch of his body was closer to reality than the game helmet. While marveling at the importance of gaming equipment, Zheng Yi started towards the leveling area. With Zheng Yi's level of 27, the most efficient place for solo play is the level 30 monster area, preferably a place with a very dense population of monsters. Because the levels of the large troops are similar, there are many people in the monster area close to the main city, so Zheng Yi chose a more remote place. Golden Beach is named for its fine sand that resembles gold. It is high tide now, and the beach is full of mutated sea crabs, the size of footballs. The small fishing village is a small village on the seaside. The whole village relies on fishing for a living. However, the crabs have recently turned blue, not only destroying all the villagers' fishing nets, but also eliminating all other species in the nearby sea and occupying the entire beach. The mutated sea crabs have strong attack power and an extremely hard shell. The shell is shiny black and full of sharp edges and spikes, and its claws are as sharp as scissors. The villagers have no ability to clean them up. What? Young man, can you really eliminate all the mutant crabs? The village chief asked excitedly. Of course, there's no problem leaving it to me. Zheng Yi said confidently. Zheng Yi also came here according to his memories from his previous life. Although he had never leveled up here in his previous life, a story about crabs in a small fishing village had gone viral on the forum. It was said that this place eventually became a paradise for life players, chefs to practice their cooking skills, and many gourmet restaurants were opened here. If you can help us solve this problem, the small fishing village will definitely give you the most generous reward. The village chief said seriously. Do you accept the mission to help the small fishing village clean up the mutant crabs? Whether. Zheng Yi naturally chose to accept it without hesitation, and then walked towards the distant beach with the support of the villagers. Mutated sea crab level, 30 quality, normal HP, 9,000. As expected, the golden sand beach was covered with densely packed crabs. Zheng Yi stretched his muscles and prepared to start some big work. The whirlwind technique started, attracting the monsters in a straight line, and then a wall of fire was erected in the way of the mutant sea crab. The ice rain skill controls the field, the electric arc skill makes up for the damage, and Zheng Yi is very smart in constantly adjusting his position, always facing the mutated sea crab. After all, crabs can only walk sideways, so facing them head-on is the best option. Because the mutated sea crabs were too dense, Zheng Yi's single stone caused 1,000 waves, and the chain of hatred was triggered, and all the mutated sea crabs rushed over like a tide. Good guy, we don't have to attract monsters. Zheng Yi sighed. Faced with such a large number of monsters, Zheng Yi could only choose the kite strategy. Fortunately, the monsters were offensive and not very resistant to magic. Their hard shells were only effective against physical attacks. Looking at the full screen of experience points, Zheng Yi thought to himself that he had come to the right place. 3 days later, as a burst of white light enveloped Zheng Yi's body, Zheng Yi finally reached the goal of level 30. Moreover, Zheng Yi discovered that although the mutated crabs on the Golden Beach refreshed slowly, they did not disappear after being cleaned up. In other words, no matter how long Zheng Yi stays here, the troubles of the small fishing village will not be solved. Ding! Because a player has reached level 30, the 4 main cities will hold a competition in 3 days to select the best players of the new generation. Everyone is welcome to participate. Zheng Yi was still thinking about how to complete the mission in the small fishing village, but the system had already sent an announcement. As the Lord of White Tiger City said, the player's level is the key to promoting the system's progress. After 3 days of rapid leveling, Zheng Yi once again topped the level list, thanks to the free medicine supplies from the small fishing village. It was precisely because of the enthusiasm of the villagers in the small fishing village that Zheng Yi, having achieved his goal, could not bear to leave. The system shouldn't create an impossible task. Zheng Yi fell into deep thought. Mutated sea crab. Mutated. After no longer being in a hurry to upgrade his level, Zheng Yi finally focused his thinking on the mission. Logically, there wouldn't be any mutated monsters on a beach like Golden Sand Beach that was originally sunny. There must be something that affected this sea area. Zheng Yi came to the chief of the small fishing village again. Although Zheng Yi did not eradicate the harm caused by the mutated crabs, his efforts over the past few days were recognized by the villagers of the small fishing village, and everyone was very enthusiastic about Zheng Yi. Warrior, do you have any instructions for me? The village chief said respectfully. Since this place is too far from the main city, no one except Zheng Yi comes to such a far place to level up, resulting in the small fishing village having only Zheng Yi to rely on. When did this mutant crab appear? Has there been similar crabs in this area before? Zheng Yi asked. The village chief thought for a while, and then said as if he remembered something, a few months ago, a black meteor fell into the sea area. Since then, the waves have been surging for a whole month, and then this mutant crab appeared. Black meteor. It appeared so early. Zheng Yi said in surprise. Zheng Yi naturally knew what the black meteor represented. In the later stages of the game, the main target of battle would be this alien. Every black meteor is a powerful boss. No one knows where they come from. Every time they suddenly fall from the sky and then occupy an area of land. In the previous life, the black meteors only appeared after level 50. The reason why Zheng Yi didn't think about it that way was because of empiricism and ignored this matter. Do you know the exact location of the black meteor? Zheng Yi asked. We only know the approximate direction, not the exact location. After all, the sea was too rough at that time and fishing boats couldn't travel at all. The village chief said helplessly. What about now? Can you take me out sailing? The root of the problem should be the black meteor. If it is not destroyed, the mutant crabs will never disappear. Zheng Yi already knew the root cause of the matter, so naturally he had to solve it from the root. Alas, it is not difficult to sail, but now the fishing boats have been destroyed by the crabs. How can we sail without a boat? The village chief sighed and said. Father, have you forgotten? We still have a boat. The young man who had been silent beside the village chief suddenly reminded him. The village chief seemed to remember something, turned his head and looked deep into the village, and said sadly, "Are you talking about the boat left by our ancestors? I'm afraid it can't withstand the wind and waves." Of course, father. Our ancestors will protect our small fishing village. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The village chief's son said excitedly. Well, let's give it a try. The village chief thought for a while and said uncertainly. Zheng Yi followed the village chief and his son towards the center of the village. Although the small fishing village has the word small in its name, the village is actually not small. There are hundreds of households and thousands of people. There was indeed a wooden frame in the middle of the village, on which was a fishing boat that could accommodate about 10 people. Although this boat is very old, it is maintained almost every day in order to preserve the heritage of our ancestors. The village chief's son was afraid that Zheng Yi would worry, so he hurriedly explained. As long as you can row, it'll be fine. Once you get near the black meteor, leave the rest to me. Zheng Yi replied. In fact, Zheng Yi was unsure. After all, fighting in water was extremely difficult. If this black meteor was a high-level boss, he might even have to sacrifice himself. But even if there were countless difficulties and dangers, Zheng Yi wanted to find out. The next thing was much simpler. All the villagers went out and carried the only remaining boat in the village towards the seaside. Zheng Yi took the lead and cleared the obstacles again. When his level reached 30, Zheng Yi's various attributes increased again, and the mutated sea crabs disappeared at a very fast speed. Finally, with the joint efforts of Zheng Yi and the villagers, the ship entered the sea. Because the journey was very dangerous, Zheng Yi only needed one person to helm the ship. Finally, the village chief's son volunteered, and the two of them set sail together. Just call me Xiaohei. Thank you for taking the risk for our small fishing village. The village chief's son said as he steered the boat. Zheng Yi nodded and replied in approval, You are very brave. If anything unexpected happens, take care of yourself and leave on your own. Men on the sea, if we came together, we must return together. There is no reason to abandon our companions. Xiaohei said proudly. Zheng Yi did not argue with him, but stood silently at the bow watching the surrounding situation. As the ship moved forward, the wind and waves gradually became stronger, and Zheng Yi also felt the strong breath of darkness. Look, there is an island ahead. There was no such island before. Xiaohei pointed at the island shrouded in darkness and shouted. Send me to the island, and you go back to the village. Zheng Yi said. Zheng Yi was relieved when he saw the island. No matter what the situation was on the island, at least it was not a battle in the water. As long as he kept his feet on the ground, he would be able to fight. As we got closer to the island, the wind and waves on the sea became stronger and stronger, and the small boat seemed so small under the huge waves. Xiaohei's driving skills are good. He knows that his boat is small, so he doesn't fight the waves head-on. Instead, he goes along with the waves and heads towards the island after passing the waves. Although it is a bit of a detour, it is very steady. Only when he arrived in front of the island did Zheng Yi see its appearance clearly. The whole island was shrouded in darkness, and the sky above the island was covered with dark clouds. There were faint thunder and lightning in the clouds. There were no plants on the island, and layers of strange rocks blocked Zheng Yi's sight. The island was very large, and Zheng Yi and his companions were unable to circle it after sailing for a long time. Finally, they landed on a flat place. Zheng Yi looked at the densely packed monsters on the shore and said directly to Xiaohei, It's not advisable to stay here any longer. You should go back first. Xiaohei handed Zheng Yi a homemade flare and said firmly, I will light it around the island when you want to leave. I will definitely come to pick you up. Zheng Yi was suddenly moved by Xiaohei's determination. How could this be an NPC? He was a man who was fighting for his hometown. Okay, it's a deal. Zheng Yi didn't say anything more. He took the flare and put it into his backpack, then jumped onto the island and started fighting.